Life and death are but trifles if one is unwilling. Let them take action. The deities and immortals of the heavens are but a sword's length away. Chapter 1. Who dares to harm my sister? In Qingcheng, at the ancestral hall of the Yi family. Ancestors above, Yi Xian lacks both talent and virtue. From this moment forth, I hereby renounce his title as heir, to be succeeded by Yi Lang. The speaker was an elder clad in a black robe. Not far behind the elder stood a youth, a faint smile gracing his lips. This was Yi Lang. Flanking them were the elders of the Yi family. Why? At that moment, a timid voice suddenly resonated within the hall. The crowd turned to see a young girl standing at the entrance, approximately 12 or 13 years old. Her small hands clutched tightly at her skirt, her complexion bearing a sickly pallor, indicating frailty, and her eyes reflected a hint of fear. This girl was named Yi Ling, the younger sister of Yi Xian, who had rushed over despite her illness upon hearing the family's decision to strip Yi Xian of his title. The elder in the black robe furrowed his brow. Yi Ling, what are you doing here? The girl, Yi Ling, offered a slight bow to the assembly and timidly spoke. Great elder, my brother Yi Xian is the heir. Why do you seek to unjustly depose him? The great elder cast a cold glance at Yi Ling. This is a matter of great importance to the family. What right do you have to interject? Leave at once. Yi Ling appeared to be somewhat apprehensive, unable to meet the gaze of the grand elder. Yet, she did not retreat. Instead, she summoned her courage and stepped into the ancestral hall. Once more, she bowed to the elders on both sides and proclaimed, Esteemed elders, my brother is currently battling the Li family for the mining rights in the southern mountains. He is risking his life for our family, with his fate hanging in the balance. Yet, at this critical moment, the family unjustly strips him of his title as heir under baseless pretenses. This is utterly unfair. Preposterous. The grand elder bellowed in sudden fury. Whether he is to be stripped of his title is not for a mere girl like you to dictate. Guards, take her away. At that moment, the newly appointed heir, Yi Lang, interjected with a grin. She ought to receive 30 strikes as a lesson to others. The grand elder coldly replied, Then let it be 30 strikes. Before long, 2 guards from the Yi residence rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, indignation boiling within her. This is unjust. My brother has devoted himself to the family for so many years, even now fighting for its honor. How can the family treat him this way? One of the guards cast a glance at the new heir, Yi Lang, realizing that his opportunity to shine had arrived. With a chilling smile, the guard retorted, Young Master Yi Lang's ascension to heir is the will of the people. What are you making such a fuss about? With that, he raised his hand and struck Yi Ling across the face. Slap! A sharp sound echoed, and Yi Ling's right cheek instantly swelled up. However, she did not weep, she merely pressed her hand firmly against her face. Yi Lang scrutinized the guard and inquired with a smile, What is your name? The guard promptly bowed. I am Zhang Mu at your service, young master. Yi Lang nodded slightly. You are commendable. Upon my ascension as the young master, I shall require 10 personal guards henceforth. You shall serve as one of my personal guards. Upon hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed and immediately bowed deeply. I am willing to brave fire and water for the young master, ready to face any peril. Yi Lang nodded slightly. Take him away. This individual has disturbed the ancestral hall. Do not hold back. Do you understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang and, upon seeing the murderous intent in his eyes, comprehended the gravity of the situation. He swiftly seized Yi Ling by her hair and began to drag her out. At that moment, Zhang Mu suddenly halted, bewildered by something he had seen. Inside the ancestral hall, everyone turned their gaze towards the entrance. Not far from the hall, a young man was approaching, clad in a tattered, blood-stained robe. The newcomer was none other than Yi Xian, who had hurried back from Nanshan. Upon sighting Yi Xian, a cold smile crept across Yi Lang's lips, while the elders within the hall furrowed their brows in concern. The eldest elder squinted his eyes, his countenance dark and foreboding, lost in thought. In the distance, when Yi Xian beheld Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his expression twisted into a snarl. Who dares lay a hand on my sister? Zhang Mu's face paled instantly upon seeing Yi Xian. He swiftly turned to Yi Lang, about to speak, but before he could, Yi Xian lunged forward like a ferocious tiger, landing a powerful punch squarely on Zhang Mu's face before he could react. Bang! Zhang Mu's head spun violently, causing him to stagger and fall. Yet, Yi Xian did not relent. He charged towards Zhang Mu once more. At that moment, Yi Lang within the ancestral hall bellowed furiously, "Yi Xian, he is my man. How dare you?" Yi Xian abruptly placed his foot upon Zhang Mu's chest. Puffed. Zhang Mu immediately spewed forth a mouthful of vital blood. Witnessing this scene, Yi Lang's expression turned exceedingly grim, while Yi Xian lifted his gaze towards him, sneering, "Your man?" As he spoke, he forcefully stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu cried out in agony, "Young master, save me!" Wai Yi Xian paid no heed to Zhang Mu's desperate pleas. He approached Yi Ling's side. Upon seeing her condition, his heart ached painfully, his fists clenched tightly, and he trembled slightly. When Yi Ling caught sight of Yi Xian, tears streamed down her face. "Brother, it hurts so much." At her words, Yi Xian's expression twisted with rage. In the next moment, he lunged towards Zhang Mu, delivering a brutal kick to his head. Bang! Zhang Mu's head crashed against the stone steps. All present were rendered speechless at this sight. However, Yi Xian showed no signs of stopping. He suddenly turned to Yi Lang, snarling, "Is my sister also under your control?" With that, he charged directly at Yi Lang. Within the ancestral hall, the elder's face changed dramatically, preposterous. Upon finishing his words, he forcefully propelled himself off the ground, sliding directly in front of Yi Xian, and struck out with a powerful palm. The strike carried a fierce gust of wind, sharp and piercing. A sinister smirk curled at the corners of Yi Xian's mouth as he tightened his right hand into a fist, causing his sleeve to rip apart in an instant. In the next moment, he retaliated with a punch aimed directly at the elder's fist. Bang! The fists collided, and a low explosive sound reverberated sharply through the air. Yi Xian staggered back to the doorway, while the elder was forced to retreat several steps. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers were utterly astonished. In Qingzhou, martial artists are categorized into various ranks: first-grade body refinement, second-grade strength training, third-grade internal strength, fourth-grade dual cultivation, fifth-grade unceasing, sixth-grade qi transformation, and above that lies the qi control realm. The elder was undoubtedly a genuine practitioner of the qi control realm, while Yi Xian was merely at the fifth-grade unceasing realm, a significant gap of 2 major levels. Yet, astonishingly, Yi Xian seemed to be only slightly disadvantaged. The elder was equally taken aback. He recognized Yi Xian's exceptional talent as the carefully nurtured heir of the Yi family, who had fought valiantly for them for years. However, he had not anticipated Yi Xian's combat prowess to be so formidable. His wings had indeed strengthened. With this thought, the elder's eyes darkened with an intensified murderous intent. Fixing his gaze upon Yi Xian, he declared, "Yi Xian, how dare you attack the heir in public?" Yi Xian furrowed his brow. The elder sneered, "Yi Xian, I forgot to inform you. You have been stripped of your title as heir, and from this moment forth, Yi Lang is the heir of the Yi family." Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. "Have I been stripped of my title as heir?" The grand elder replied coldly, "This is the unanimous decision of all the elders." Yi Xian sneered, "While I am out fighting for my life, you conspire to revoke my position as heir?" The grand elder let out a disdainful laugh, pointing towards Yi Lang not far away. "Do you know who he is?" Before Yi Xian could respond, he continued, "Yi Lang is the chosen one, just awakened as the chosen one." Yi Xian was taken aback. What exactly is a chosen one? A chosen one is someone selected by the heavens. In the entire Qing realm, there exists a group of individuals who may seem ordinary in their youth. However, one day, they will suddenly awaken. After this awakening, they transform entirely. Not only does their cultivation speed increase exponentially, but they also encounter countless extraordinary opportunities. They become the favored children of this world. The Qingzhou realm is divided into 3 major continents, and he resides in Qingzhou, which is home to hundreds of small nations. Currently, he is in the Jiang Kingdom. In the past few decades, fewer than 10 chosen ones have emerged from the Jiang Kingdom, and each of them later evolved into formidable powers. While Yi Xian's hands slowly clenched in a fist, he realized that the Yi family was abandoning him. Not only were they forsaking him, but they might also be plotting his demise. At that moment, Yi Lang suddenly spoke with a smile. "Esteemed elders, this Yi Xian has committed murder in public and attacked the grand elder. According to clan rules, what should be done?" Everyone turned their gaze to Yi Lang, who coldly smiled. According to clan rules, he should be executed by beating. Should he not? The elders in the hall nodded in agreement. Acknowledging that Yi Lang was indeed the chosen one and the direct grandson of the Grand Elder, they were naturally reluctant to offend either Yi Lang or the Grand Elder at this moment. The Grand Elder cast a cold glance at Yi Xian and commanded, "Someone come." Soon, dozens of guards from the Yi family appeared outside the ancestral hall. At that moment, Yi Xian suddenly proclaimed, "In our Yi family, there exists a rule. The heir must not refuse any challenge from the younger generation." With that, he fixed his gaze upon Yi Lang and declared, "I challenge you." Yi Lang narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled. "A challenge? Very well, but we must ascend the life and death platform. Do you dare?" The mention of the life and death platform caused an uproar in the hall. Within the Yi family, if conflicts among members became irreconcilable, they could resolve them on the life and death platform. Once one stepped onto that platform, the outcome was a matter of life or death. Yi Xian let out a cold laugh. "Let us go to the life and death platform." However, Yi Lang shook his head. "1 month from now, we shall ascend the life and death platform at that time. The clan leader will have just emerged from seclusion, and we can settle our fates before him to prevent any claims of treachery against you." Yi Xian pondered for a moment before responding, "Agreed." Having said that, he uttered no further words and carried Yi Ling out of the ancestral hall. Watching the siblings depart, the Grand Elder turned to Yi Lang and inquired, "He has been battling fiercely outside for many years and possesses considerable strength. Are you confident?" A sinister smile crept upon Yi Lang's lips, and a palpable aura of murder flickered in his eyes. "I have just awakened, and my spirit has yet to fully merge with this corporeal form. Otherwise, extinguishing his life would be as effortless as crushing an ant. In a month's time, there shall be no rival to Yi Lang in Qingsheng." Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder nodded slightly and remarked with a smile, "That is reassuring." Afterward, he turned to an elder beside him and whispered, "The individual I dispatched to Nanshan has not returned. Moreover, I have observed that Yi Xian's complexion appears pale, which is somewhat unusual. Yi Ku, please investigate what transpired with Yi Xian in Nanshan." The elder nodded in acknowledgement and departed. Why Yi Xian cradled Yi Ling and returned to the confines of his chamber. He gently placed her on the bed and tenderly caressed her somewhat swollen cheeks, asking softly, "Does it hurt?" Yi Ling wiped away the tears on her cheeks, exclaiming, "No, it doesn't hurt anymore. Brother, how can they strip you of your title as heir? You have fought valiantly for the family. Why should Yi Lang, being the so-called chosen one, have the right to usurp your position? It is utterly unjust." Yi Xian shook his head, gently rubbing Yi Ling's still slightly swollen cheeks. "There is no such thing as fairness in this matter. This time, it is my inadequacy that has failed to protect you, resulting in your suffering." Yi Ling shook her head, tears cascading once more from her eyes. "No, it is I who am useless and unable to assist you in any way. I am merely a burden to you." Yi Xian smiled faintly, playfully tapping Yi Ling's small nose. "Silly girl, I am your brother. It is only natural that I protect you, understand?" Yi Ling rose and gently kissed Yi Xian's forehead, earnestly stating, "Brother, once I recover from my illness, I too wish to cultivate and protect you." Yi Xian smiled softly, ruffling Yi Ling's hair. "Very well, brother will certainly cure your ailment. It is late, you should rest now." Yi Ling nodded. "I want to hear a story." Yi Xian chuckled and began, "Once upon a time, there was a mountain, and on that mountain stood a temple, within which Yi Ling shot Yi Xian an exasperated glance. "Brother, you've told this story countless times. Nevertheless, I enjoy listening." Half an hour later, Yi Ling fell asleep on the bed. After tucking her in, Yi Xian sat down beside her on the floor. He gently lifted his robe to reveal a long scar across his abdomen, from which blood continued to flow. In a fierce battle for the mining territory, he had fought against 12 members of the Li family, but in a moment of carelessness, he was ambushed by a mysterious assailant. Though he managed to slay his attacker, their blade had pierced his dantian, likely shattering it. A shattered dantian. Yi Xian's eyes slowly closed, for this meant he could only cultivate his physical body, never again to reach the 6th stage of qi transformation. The inability to cultivate was one concern, yet Yi Xian glanced at Yi Ling, who remained pale and covered by 3 blankets, yet still felt cold. Typhoid fever. In her youth, Yi Ling was beset by a chill that left her frail and ailing throughout the years. Had it not been for her brother's relentless efforts to become the heir and the countless accolades he earned for the Yi family, she would have long departed from this world, as the family provided her with medicinal meals and elixirs each month. While Yi Xian's right hand slowly clenched into a fist, he was no longer the heir. Would the Yi family continue to supply Yi Ling with her much-needed remedies? Moreover, Yi Ling's condition had shown alarming signs of deterioration. The only hope for her recovery lay in the prestigious Sangmu Academy in the imperial capital of the Jiang Kingdom, where the finest physicians resided. However, admission to Sangmu Academy required one to attain the Qi manipulation realm before the age of 18. Originally, he had a chance, with 6 months remaining until his 18th birthday. Yet now, with his dantian shattered, achieving the Qi manipulation realm seemed nearly impossible. Contemplating this, Yi Xian turned to look at Yi Ling, who had succumbed to slumber. "No matter the cost, I will ensure your healing," he vowed. After a moment's reflection, he retrieved a pitch-black ring from his bosom, a keepsake left by his mother. His memories of her were hazy, as she had departed when he was merely 10 years old. Years ago, at the back gate of the Yi residence, she had held him tightly, tears streaming down her face. Not far behind her stood a middle-aged man clad in a black robe. In truth, the man was not merely standing, he was hovering in the air. In his recollection, the man uttered a phrase, "Miss, if you do not depart soon, and should the clan leader become aware of the young master's existence, his wrath may well bring about catastrophic calamity upon this realm, and the young master's life would be in grave peril." Upon hearing his words, the woman gently pushed him aside and stealthily slipped the ring into his embrace, saying, "Xianer, take good care of Linger and ensure your own well-being. Do not harbor resentment towards your mother." With that, she turned and departed with the man cloaked in black. He stood in a daze for a moment before frantically pursuing them. Alas, he could not catch up, for they soared away as if flying. Thus, he chased and chased, until exhaustion forced him to halt, while the woman did not glance back, vanishing into the horizon alongside the man in black. After a brief interval, Yi Xian withdrew his thoughts, gripping the ring tightly in his right hand. His hand bore an injury, and, as he exerted pressure, the wound split open, causing a drop of blood to fall onto the obsidian ring. Suddenly, the ring quivered in his grasp, startling Yi Xian, who quickly lowered his gaze to the ringed eye. In that moment, the ring transformed into a beam of black light, merging into his brow. In an instant, Yi Xian vanished from his location, reappearing amidst an expanse of boundless starry sky. Not far ahead, a towering black edifice floated 12 stories high. It hovered ominously. Thick chains as robust as columns ensnared its perimeter, and at the pinnacle, 3 swords were embedded. The entire structure exuded an aura of darkness and foreboding. While Yi Xian suppressed the shock within his heart as he gazed upwards at the entrance of the first layer, where 2 blood-red characters loomed. Realm of Hell. Flanking the entrance on either side were 2 lines of crimson characters, resembling a couplet but on the left. Imprisoning the heavens, imprisoning the earth, imprisoning all celestial deities and demons. On the right, prohibiting the path, prohibiting the fate, prohibiting all beings of the myriad realms. Chapter 2. The Tower of the Abyss. Gazing upon the ominous black tower before him, Yi Xian felt an overwhelming sense of shock. The sight transcended his comprehension. Soon, he forced himself to regain his composure, aware that this might present an opportunity, albeit fraught with peril. Ultimately, Yi Xian chose to push open the tower door and step inside, for leaving now would leave him with an unsatisfied heart. Upon entering, Yi Xian surveyed his surroundings. The walls were adorned with various exotic beasts he had never encountered before. Additionally, mysterious purple-golden runes were inscribed upon the walls, some of which appeared to writhe and pulsate. His gaze ultimately settled on a figure not far ahead, a withered skeleton seated in a meditative posture, beside which stood a long sword. Yi Xian's attention was drawn to the inscription on the ground before the skeleton. "I am the sword master of the Tsang realm. I began my sword training at 12. Achieved mastery by 17, and became invincible in the Tsang realm by 21. At 27, I shattered my heart with my sword, attaining the supreme path of swordsmanship. Trapped in this prison for 12 centuries, I have spent my life unable to leave the tower. Knowing my demise is imminent, I leave this legacy for future generations. Should there be those who harbor compassion, I implore you to care for the Tsang sword sect, the sword master of the Tsang realm." Yi Xian furrowed his brow, as he had never heard of such a figure. His gaze fell lower, where he noticed a fist-sized jade stone resting on the ground, an inheritance stone. Yi Xian's blood surged with excitement. Sword cultivators. In the entirety of Qizhou, warriors were abundant, yet sword cultivators were exceedingly rare, akin to phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. To become a sword cultivator, it is said that one must possess certain rare spiritual roots. However, Yi Xian was utterly ignorant of what spiritual roots entailed. He merely understood that they were exceedingly rare. Instinctively, he moved to retrieve them, yet as he approached, an invisible force barred his way, preventing him from advancing even an inch. Yi Xian was taken aback, unable to proceed. "Are you a newcomer?" At that moment, a woman's voice resonated unexpectedly in the air. Startled by the sudden sound, Yi Xian staggered back several steps, glancing around, yet found no one in sight. Had he misheard? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the voice echoed once more, "Who governs the heavenly path in this realm?" Yi Xian was stunned. The heavenly path? What could that possibly mean? After a brief silence, the voice returned, "Why are you so weak? No, you shouldn't be confined here." Yi Xian was left in a haze of confusion. The mysterious woman then expressed her astonishment. To possess a natural Tao body is one thing, but to also have dual spiritual roots, both within you. No wonder the prison tower of this realm has chosen you. A natural Tao body? Dual spiritual roots? Yi Xian's face was a mask of bewilderment. "Senior, who are you?" he inquired. The enigmatic woman responded, "You have reached adulthood. Logically, you should be at least in the ethereal realm. Why, then, are you so feeble? Your physical foundation is utterly deplorable." Yi Xian could only respond with silence. Suddenly, the mysterious woman posed a question. "How have you cultivated your physical body?" Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before responding. "It involves prone positions, weighted long-distance running, and striking the body." The mysterious woman retorted coldly, "Are you living in the primitive era? Such archaic training methods are a disgrace to your physique, a waste of your spiritual roots." Yi Xian smiled wryly. "Esteemed one, this is how we cultivate in Qingqing." The woman fell silent. Yi Xian, somewhat at a loss for words, surveyed his surroundings, but found no one else in sight. The atmosphere was steeped in an unsettling eeriness. Noticing the mysterious woman had ceased speaking, his gaze returned to the inheritance stone before him, his eyes ablaze with fervor. "Do you wish to learn the sword?" the mysterious woman suddenly inquired. Yi Xian nodded eagerly, yes. Who wouldn't desire to soar through the heavens with a sword, surveying all beneath? The woman continued, "Your dantian is shattered. You cannot inherit the sword cultivation before you." Upon hearing this, Yi Xian's expression darkened. A shattered dantian. Not only was he unable to pursue sword cultivation, but even the path of an ordinary warrior seemed beyond his reach. At present, he could only be considered a martial apprentice. Just then, the mysterious woman spoke again. "How about this? I possess a unique sword cultivation method that differs from the rest. Would you like to learn it?" Yi Xian was taken aback, then quickly asked, "Can it be learned without a dantian?" The mysterious woman replied, "It is even better without a dantian. Yes, you can learn it." Yi Xian was so exhilarated that he nearly leaped into the air, yet he forced himself to regain his composure. Casting a glance around, he pondered the conditions set by the elder. He was acutely aware that nothing in this world comes without a price. The enigmatic woman spoke. "This tower was grievously injured in the past, and its 9 principles have scattered throughout this Sanqing realm. The seals on each layer are loosening. You are fortunate. The sword cultivator before you has already perished. Otherwise, you would likely be nothing more than a lifeless corpse now." Yi Xian remained silent. The mysterious woman continued, "I understand your curiosity regarding the true nature of this tower, but revealing that would be of little consequence. What you need to grasp is that this tower comprises 12 levels, each imprisoning some of the most formidable beings in existence. Humans, spirits, monsters, and even the soul of a celestial way that once held dominion over this tower. However, the seals are weakening, and it can scarcely contain them any longer." Pausing momentarily, she added, "Your task is to retrieve the principles of the universe to reinforce this tower. Of course, you may also choose to release them." "Release them?" Yi Xian was taken aback. "What would happen then?" The mysterious woman explained, "There are 2 possible outcomes. First, they could kill you and seize the tower. Second, you might manage to restrain them and bend them to your will. However, given your current strength, the likelihood of them eliminating you is virtually guaranteed." Yi Xian offered a wry smile, recognizing the duality of fortune and misfortune. Suddenly recalling something, he hurriedly inquired, "Elder, were you also imprisoned here?" The mysterious woman said, "No." Yi Xian pressed on, "Then what is it?" The mysterious woman replied, "You asked too many questions." Yi Xian fell silent. The mysterious woman continued, "As the master of this tower, each time you reclaim a law, your strength will not only increase significantly, but your control over this tower will also be greatly enhanced. If you can reclaim a law, you will gain dominion over the first floor. In future confrontations, as long as your adversary is not vastly superior to you, you can manipulate this tower to ensnare them. Currently, however, this tower holds no laws, rendering it completely ineffective. Moreover, the seals of each layer are gradually loosening. Once this tower shatters completely, the entities imprisoned within will be released, and your realm will face dire consequences. You, in particular, will be the first to perish." Yi Xian spoke solemnly. "Senior, are you imploring me to save the world?" The mysterious woman replied, "You must save yourself. The second layer houses malevolent beings. If I am not mistaken, within a year, the seal of the second layer will vanish entirely. At that time, you shall bid farewell to this beautiful world." Yi Xian bowed deeply before her, requesting, "I humbly ask you to teach me the method of cultivation that does not require a dantian." After a moment of silence, the mysterious woman said, "My swordsmanship is vastly different from conventional methods, and the difficulty is significantly greater. The path of cultivation may feel more torturous than death. You must consider this carefully." Yi Xian gave a self-deprecating smile. "My dantian lies in ruins. I have no other path to tread, do I?" The mysterious woman remarked, "Indeed. However, I must speak to you about this cultivation method. You possess no dantian, which makes you perfectly suited for my approach, as it requires the sword to serve as your dantian." Yi Xian was taken aback. "Is it truly possible to use the sword as a dantian?" The mysterious woman replied, "Naturally, by treating the sword as your dantian, you are not following the path of martial arts, but rather the path of the sword. The better the sword, the more formidable your dantian becomes. Furthermore, while others cultivate their qi, you will hone your swordsmanship. In your future training, you will not need to meditate and absorb spiritual energy. Instead, you simply need to seek out exceptional swords to absorb their essence. The higher the quality of the sword, the swifter your advancement. If you achieve a small degree of mastery in the early stages, your body will become one with the sword, making you immune to ordinary swords. Not only will you be immune, but upon your appearance, countless swords will bow to you." Countless swords bowing. Yi Xian felt his blood surge with excitement, and he could hardly contain his eagerness. At that moment, the mysterious woman continued, "Before you entered, did you see the 3 swords at the top of the tower?" Yi Xian nodded, "I did." The mysterious woman explained, "Those 3 swords represent the pinnacle of swordsmanship in the world. If you can absorb them into your body, using them as your dantian and assimilating their essence, your power will reach unprecedented heights." Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and then said, "I noticed that those 3 swords seem to be suppressing this tower. If I were to absorb them, would it cause any trouble?" "How could that be?" The mysterious woman replied swiftly, "Nothing will happen. Trust me, I will protect you." Yi Xian felt a twinge of doubt, yet he understood that at this moment, he had no other choice but to place his faith in the mysterious woman. She gestured towards the sword before him, saying, "Do you see that sword?" Yi Xian turned his gaze to the distance where a blade was embedded beside his skeletal remains. The sword exceeded 3 feet in length, a finger's width, and shimmered with a captivating silver hue. Upon its blade were etched 2 small characters, Lingxiao, the Lingxiao sword. The enigmatic woman continued, "This sword has been imprisoned for 1,200 years, and its spiritual energy has diminished by almost 90%, making it perfectly suited for your current use. I will impart to you a technique. You shall later absorb this sword into your body according to the method prescribed. You are now at the pinnacle of the 5th tier of the unceasing realm. Should you succeed, you ought to ascend to the 6th tier of the Qi transformation realm." Yi Xian sensed the implications of her words and quickly inquired, "Is failure a possibility?" The mysterious woman replied, "It is indeed a possibility." Yi Xian was taken aback. "Senior, please do not tell me that this path of cultivation has never been traversed by anyone before." After a moment of silence, the woman confirmed, "Indeed, no one has attempted it. You are the first. If you succeed, congratulations, you will be unparalleled in history." Yi Xian's expression froze. After a brief pause, he managed a bitter smile. "Senior, what happens if I fail?" The woman responded, "Should the sword shatter within you, it is likely, perhaps, that you might perish." "Yi Xian," the mysterious woman added, "your dantian is already shattered. In this state, life is worse than death. Why ponder so much? It is time to fight." Upon hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned serious. Indeed, with his dantian shattered, he found himself in a dire situation. Should he choose not to fight, not only would he lose all hope for himself, but his sister Yiling would also be left without a path to survival. He had to take the risk. Nodding resolutely, Yi Xian declared, "Let us proceed." No sooner had his voice faded than a beam of white light abruptly penetrated his brow. Soon, waves of information surged into his mind like an unstoppable tide. The indomitable sword body technique. To embody the sword, to regard the sword as one's dantian, to consume the myriad swords of the world within this dantian, to nurture one's body with the essence of countless swords, thus creating an eternal cycle. Moments later, a ray of white light descended upon the long sword situated not far from Yi Xian. The sword quivered slightly before transforming into a streak of sword light that directly entered Yi Xian's body. In an instant, Yi Xian's eyes widened in shock, and his features contorted in agony. The pain was excruciating, almost unbearable. In that moment, he felt as though his entire being was being sliced inch by razor-sharp blades. At that juncture, the mysterious woman's voice echoed within his mind. "The sword has entered your body. You must endure the excruciating pain it inflicts. Should you falter, you will be unable to transform the sword into your dantian. Furthermore, there is a grave risk of perishing." Yi Xian clenched his teeth, his body trembling violently. Success or death? As time trickled by, his features twisted into a grotesque visage. His entire form convulsed intermittently, and often, the pain threatened to overwhelm him into unconsciousness. Yet he was acutely aware of the stakes. Once he fainted, there was a possibility he might never awaken again. He had to endure. Thus, Yi Xian gritted his teeth and persevered. After approximately a day had passed, a faint sound of a sword humming suddenly resonated within Yi Xian's body, and in an instant, he collapsed. Simultaneously, a surge of energy abruptly radiated from him. He had entered the Qi transformation realm. In the place where Yi Xian's dantian once resided, a small sword floated delicately. Within the tower, a soft murmur emerged unexpectedly, expressing disbelief that it was indeed possible. Unfortunately, at that moment, Yi Xian had already succumbed to unconsciousness and was utterly unaware of those words. Chapter 3. Once disgraced. One is inferior to a dog. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Yi Xian slowly opened his eyes. As if sensing something, he abruptly sat up, incredulously exclaiming, "Have I reached the Qi transformation realm?" The Qi transformation realm. At that moment, he felt a flow of energy coursing through his body. No, it was not merely energy, it was sword energy. Moreover, he sensed a silver small sword suspended at his dantian in his abdomen. Just then, the voice of the mysterious woman echoed, "You have indeed reached the Qi transformation realm." Yi Xian clenched his fists tightly, his entire being trembling, not out of anger, but exhilaration. In that moment, he felt as if he had glimpsed a ray of light in an abyss of darkness. After despair, hope emerged. How could he not be thrilled? Most importantly, he now had a genuine opportunity to attain the Qi mastery realm and subsequently take his sister to the imperial capital's Tsangmu Academy for treatment. "What are you so excited about?" the mysterious woman interjected. "This is merely the beginning." Yi Xian offered an awkward smile, replying, "Please forgive my enthusiasm, esteemed one." The mysterious woman continued, "Using a sword as your dantian compensates for the absence of a traditional dantian you possess, yet it carries certain drawbacks. Swords are categorized into mundane swords, spiritual swords, luminous swords, true swords, heavenly swords, and immortal swords. The sword within you was once of the true sword caliber. However, after 1,200 years of erosion, its original truth has dissipated. Not only has the truth vanished, but its sword heart's clarity has also been lost. It is now merely a spiritual sword." At this juncture, the enigmatic woman paused slightly before continuing. "The essence of a sword is destined to fade one day. Once it vanishes, the sword shatters, and the first to perish will be you." Yi Xian's expression froze. The mysterious woman continued, "You have two methods to resolve this. The first is to continuously seek new spiritual swords to absorb upon consumption. The sword's aura will not only enhance your own abilities, but will also replenish the spiritual energy within your current sword. The second method is to find a new sword to replace the one residing within you. The better the sword, the more formidable your dantian becomes, and the stronger your abilities will naturally be. Of course, considering your apparent poverty, you likely lack even a mundane sword." Seemingly struck by a thought, Yi Xian hastily inquired, "Aren't there 3 swords at the pinnacle of the tower? What is their grade?" The mysterious woman replied coolly, "They possess no grade." Yi Xian was momentarily speechless. The woman then advised, "Listen well, young man. Do not let your thoughts wander aimlessly. Were it not for the existence of those 3 swords, your world would have long since perished. As for the sword, there is no need to rush. The sword within you should sustain for about a year. Your immediate priority is to practice swordsmanship." "Practice swordsmanship?" Yi Xian exclaimed. "How do I do that?" The mysterious woman instructed, "The sword is a tool of slaughter. As a novice, you must focus on speed and strength. Utilize the sword technique I imparted to summon the sword within you." Yi Xian stood still for a moment, then slowly closed his eyes. Soon, he spread his palm. An array of sword light flickered within it. Following this, a sword levitated in his palm, the silver Lingshao sword that resided within him. Yi Xian was taken aback. "Senior, can this sword be summoned?" The mysterious woman replied, "Indeed. But it is advisable not to use this sword for combat, as its destruction would mean your demise. You still require an opponent. Allow me to provide one for you." As the woman's voice faded, a phantom appeared before Yi Xian. The mysterious woman continued, "This shadow before you is at the Qi transformation realm, of the same level as you. Let the duel commence." No sooner had the woman's voice fallen than the phantom before Yi Xian vanished into thin air. Yi Xian's pupils constricted suddenly. The opponent's speed was astonishing. Reacting instinctively, he sidestepped. However, the sword seemed to anticipate his movement, altering its trajectory at the very moment he evaded. As Yi Xian's feet touched the ground, the sword pierced directly into his chest. Blood spilled forth. Yi Xian was momentarily stunned before exclaiming, "Senior, I thought we were practicing swordplay? Why is it for real? Moreover, you have not imparted any sword techniques or skills to me." The mysterious woman's tone grew icy. "Practicing swordplay? The most formidable techniques of a sword cultivator are never merely cultivated through practice. The phantom before you is both an adversary and a teacher. If you are clever, it will impart all the fundamental sword techniques to you. Injury is the greatest teacher. Do you understand? As for sword techniques and skills, there is no rush. Establishing a solid foundation is paramount." Yi Xian pondered for a moment, then nodded slightly. "I understand." With that, he propelled himself off the ground with a powerful push of his right foot, launching himself forward. Inside the tower, Yi Xian's injuries multiplied. Yet his spirit grew fiercer with every encounter. Combat. Yi Xian had never feared it. Once the heir of the Yi family, he frequently represented his clan in various life and death battles, which was why he could withstand the elders' onslaught with unwavering resolve. His prowess was not merely cultivated. It was forged through countless battles. Gradually, Yi Xian began to assimilate the sword techniques of the shadow before him. Moreover, with each injury he sustained, he discerned the reasons behind it and learned how to avoid future harm. Thus, after 3 days of relentless combat, his wounds began to diminish. Admittedly, he had not mastered any specific sword techniques, yet he had learned the art of timing, when to strike, when to refrain, when to block, and when to evade, all acquired at the cost of his own blood. This grueling practice, though brutal, proved to be the most effective. 2 more days passed. Now, Yi Xian found himself gradually able to counterattack. Upon initiating his retaliation, he realized that the Shadow's defensive capabilities were exceptional, far surpassing those he had encountered previously. To him, the Shadow's defense seemed impenetrable. No matter how he attacked, his opponent effortlessly neutralized his efforts. Indeed, for him, this is a fortuitous occurrence, as the Shadow serves as a mentor in the art of defense. As time gradually passes, within the tower, Yi Xian immerses himself in intensive practice with the Shadow. And during this period, his strength, speed, and reflexes have markedly improved. This revelation fills Yi Xian with exuberant joy, prompting him to delve even deeper into his training. Outside, in the Yi residence, Yi Ku enters the chamber of the Grand Elder, a gleeful smile adorning his face. "Grand Elder, I have uncovered information regarding the previous incident in Nanshan. Although the assassins we dispatched failed to eliminate Yi Xian, a survivor from the Li family witnessed with his own eyes that Yi Xian's Dantian was destroyed." Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder's eyes widen in astonishment. "Are you certain?" Yi Ku nods vigorously, affirming, "There is no doubt. I personally questioned the survivor, and Yi Xian's Dantian has indeed been shattered." The Grand Elder chuckles coldly within the confines of the room. Heaven itself seeks to obliterate Yi Xian, haha, the destruction of his Dantian. A person without a Dantian is merely a brute. Only with a Dantian can one be regarded as a martial artist. With Yi Xian's Dantian in ruins, he can be deemed a failure. Even if he possesses formidable combat prowess, It is merely raw strength. True power lies in the mastery of qi. After a moment, the Grand Elder states coldly, Yi Ku, gather everyone except him to eliminate any future threats. However, Elder Yi Ku shakes his head. That is unwise. The Grand Elder gazed at Yi Ku, who solemnly stated, Grand Elder, Yi Xian has made numerous contributions to the Yi family. To take his life now would undoubtedly dishearten many within the Yi residence. Furthermore, Yi Lang has just ascended to the position of heir and shares a life and death pact with him. If we were to eliminate him at this juncture, how would outsiders perceive it? They would surely suspect our involvement. Not only outsiders, but if word spreads, the Li family may also exploit this situation to their advantage. The Grand Elder furrowed his brow and inquired, Then according to your perspective, what should be done? Yi Ku smiled and replied, Is it not true that Yi Lang has a life and death pact with him? When the time comes, Yi Lang can justifiably slay him, and no one would dare to voice any objections. This would also establish Yi Lang as authority and enhance his reputation in Qingqing. Moreover, once they are on the life and death platform, even if the clan leader returns, he would have no grounds to intervene, would he? The Grand Elder contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. That seems acceptable. After all, with his dantian shattered, he poses no real threat. At this point, a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. However, during this time, we must not allow him to live too comfortably. Relay the orders, effective immediately. Cease all monthly allowances and provisions for Yi Xian and his sister. All privileges and special rights granted to the heir shall be revoked. He is forbidden from entering the Yi family's martial arts pavilion and must not be permitted to leave the Yi residence without permission. Furthermore, his sister's medicinal treatments shall also be halted. The resources spent on her cold ailment over the years have been exorbitant. Had it not been for his past utility, I would have expelled her from the Yi residence long ago. Yi Ku smiled faintly, recognizing that with his dantian shattered, Yi Xian could indeed be deemed a waste. The Grand Elder nodded and said, Yi Lang has just awakened. If he has any needs, the Yi family shall fulfill them all. Furthermore, he is free to visit the martial arts pavilion at any time, where he may observe everything within. Yi Ku nodded in understanding. By the way, Yi Ling is no longer a child. What if we arrange her marriage to one of the household servants? The Grand Elder slowly closed his eyes and replied, You may decide. Within the confines of the abyssal tower, Yi Xian lay on the ground, gasping for breath. His body was covered in sword wounds. However, upon reaching the Qi transformation realm, he could utilize spiritual energy to heal these scars, though the pain of flesh was inescapable, despite enduring some physical suffering. His gains over the past few days had been extraordinarily abundant. Originally, his combat prowess was quite remarkable, placing him among the elite of the younger generation in Qingqing. After several days of rigorous training, his strength had ascended to an even higher level. How do you feel? A mysterious voice suddenly echoed. Yi Xian flashed a grin and replied, I feel excellent. The mysterious woman stated, You are merely at the outset. The path ahead will be fraught with challenges. Indeed, the martial way is akin to walking on the edge of an abyss, and the path of the sword is even more arduous. Moreover, you lack a dantian, which means your journey will not be ordinary. There will be much hardship to come. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes, resolute. I fear no hardship. Having grown up alongside his sister in the Yi family, he had endured every form of suffering. Lacking a powerful background, he had risen to the status of heir through sheer determination and relentless effort. Moreover, there now exists an opportunity to attain the realm of Qi mastery, bringing hope to my sister's ailment. Even if it means enduring all the sufferings of the world, I would willingly embrace it. After a brief respite, Yi Xian departed from the realm of hell. He had not yet reached the level of fasting from sustenance. Meals were still a necessity. Shortly after Yi Xian returned to his chamber, Yi Ling entered. She approached him, lowering her gaze, and extended 2 white steamed buns towards him, softly murmuring, Brother, please eat. Yi Xian furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. He lifted his gaze. Upon seeing Yi Ling raise her small head, his expression shifted dramatically. There was a vivid red handprint on her right cheek. What happened? Yi Xian's eyes turned icy in an instant. Yi Ling shook her head, denying it. No. I accidentally bumped into something. Yi Xian pulled her close, asserting, Speak truthfully. I am still here. Everything is under my jurisdiction. Tears welled up in Yi Ling's eyes as she wiped her cheeks. Brother, today the kitchen did not send us any food. I went to the kitchen myself, and the steward, Wang, offered me some scraps meant for the dogs. How could I possibly eat that? It was all spoiled, infested with maggots. In my indignation, I confronted him, and he said, "Brother, you are no longer the heir. We siblings are only worthy of dog food." Then he added that if I wanted proper food, I would have to spend the night with him. I scolded him, and he struck me. Yu Xian's expression grew frigid. His right hand clenched tightly, his nails digging deep into his palm. Once fallen from grace, one is treated worse than a dog. Having spoken, he took Yi Ling's hand and strode out of the room, heading straight for the kitchen of the Yi residence. Chapter 4. When the Sky Falls. I shall bear the weight. As Yi Xian hurried along with Yi Ling, they attracted the attention of many onlookers. During his tenure as the heir, those within the estate treated him with utmost respect, greeting him with deference. However, he was no longer the favored heir, and the sycophants who once surrounded him now hurriedly withdrew or feigned ignorance upon encountering him. After all, the current heir of the Yi family was Yi Lang, and no one wished to offend both Yi Lang and the Grand Elder. For Yi Xian, such matters held little significance. It is only in times of downfall that one can truly discern the character of a person. As they walked, Yi Ling grasped Yi Xian's hand tightly, her voice trembling as she said, "Brother, perhaps we should just forget it? I can endure the pain. They have elders backing them, and they will target you." Yu Xian halted, turning to face Yi Ling with a fierce expression. "Who dares to lay a hand on you? Even if it is the Grand Elder, I shall not hesitate to confront him." With that, he took Yi Ling's hand and strode purposefully towards the distance. Before long, they arrived at the kitchen of the Yi estate, where a rotund man emerged. This individual was none other than the chief steward of the entire Yi estate's kitchen, Steward Wang. Steward Wang glanced at Yi Xian, momentarily taken aback. Soon, a broad smile spread across his chubby face. "Ah, what brings the esteemed heir to our humble kitchen? Oh dear, how could I forget that you are no longer the heir? My memory truly fails me. Indeed, I should now refer to you as my brother-in-law, for the elders have betrothed your sister to me." At that moment, Yu Xian swiftly approached Chief Steward Wang, who had yet to react. Without warning, Yu Xian delivered a powerful kick to Wang's groin. "Ah!" Chief Steward Wang's eyes widened in shock, his features contorting in an instant. The onlookers stood in stunned silence. What was Yu Xian intending to do? Amidst the multitude of gazes, Yu Xian suddenly growled, "Throughout my life, I have never laid a hand on my sister. Yet you dare to strike her." With that, he unleashed a resounding slap across Wang's face. The sound of the slap echoed like thunder. Blood spewed from Wang's mouth as he tumbled to the ground, clutching his groin and howling like a slaughtered pig. Just as Yi Xian prepared to strike again, a furious voice rang out from behind him. "Yi Xian, you are being outrageous." The voice belonged to Yi Ku, who was accompanied by several guards from the Yi household. However, Yi Xian paid no heed to Yi Ku. He placed his foot upon the writhing Chief Steward Wang's face and turned to the pale-faced Yi Ling, who appeared frightened. "Which hand did he use to hit you?" Yi Ling trembled. The right hand, brother. Please, let it go." Before her words could fully escape her lips, Yi Xian abruptly drew a dagger from his waist and aimed it at Chief Steward Wang. With a sickening sound, Chief Wang's arm erupted in a crimson torrent. Silence descended upon the arena. Everyone present was stunned, even Yi Ku, whose eyes widened in disbelief. Chief Wang himself succumbed to unconsciousness. Yi Ling, hand clasped over her mouth, was equally aghast. Regaining his composure, Yi Ku pointed an accusatory finger at Yi Xian, exclaiming, "Yi Xian, you insolent wretch, how dare you commit such violence before my very eyes?" Yi Xian whirled around, brandishing his dagger at Yi Ku, and snarled, "You old cur, do you think I'm ignorant of your and the Grand Elder's machinations? You pack of mongrels, all you do is scheme against your own. Why not try scheming against the Zhang family, the Li family, or the city lords? You're tough on your own, but as spineless as dogs when facing outsiders. That's the true nature of your elder council. The Zhang family, the Li family, and the city lords, along with the Yi family, were collectively known as the four great powers of Qing City, with the Yi family being the weakest among them. Upon hearing this, Yi Ku's countenance turned ashen. He hissed, "Yi Xian, what makes you so arrogant? You commit such violence in broad daylight, in front of everyone. What are you blathering on about?" Yi Xian interrupted, his voice laced with fury. "I've already cut the man down. Come and strike me if you dare." Yi Ku's face flushed crimson with rage. "Seize him," he roared. However, the Yi family guards beside him remained motionless. Yi Xian was a figure who had spilled blood countless times for the Yi family on the battlefield. Among the guards in the Yi residence, his prestige was exceedingly high. It was only Yi Xian who dared to confront the other three factions with unwavering resolve, boldly declaring that he would fight whenever necessary. Furthermore, he often led members of the Yi family in the quest for territory. It could be said that the majority of the guards had fought alongside Yi Xian in numerous battles. Upon witnessing the guards' hesitation to act, Yi Ku was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed in anger, "Do you wish to rebel?" The leading guard cast a fleeting glance at Yi Xian, hesitatingly responding, "Brother Yi, we." Yi Xian fixed his gaze upon the guard, Li Mu, and declared, "You and I have endured at least 100 bloody battles together. You, who have fought alongside me, understand my loyalty to the Yi family better than anyone. Yet, our family now offers meager scraps to my siblings and me. I cannot tolerate this. I do not wish to make things difficult for you, as I recognize your position. However, let it be known today, should you choose to strike, the bonds of brotherhood we once shared will be severed in an instant. You need not hold back, for I shall show no mercy." Upon hearing these words, Li Mu's expression darkened. The various factions in Qingqing frequently vied for territory and mines, with each contest inevitably leading to bloody confrontations. The elder generation was forbidden from intervening. As it was a long-standing rule, their involvement would signify a clan war, a situation no one would emerge from unscathed. Thus, a custom was established allowing the younger generation to compete, not only to prevent mutual destruction but also to hone their skills. And Yi Xian stood as the representative of the Yi family. It can be said that he is the leader of the younger generation of the Yi family. These guards have accompanied him through countless life and death situations, thus forming a bond of camaraderie with him. At this moment, the task of subduing Yi Xian poses a significant dilemma for them. Moreover, they are acutely aware of Yi Xian's strength and temperament. Once a confrontation ensues, he transforms into a relentless madman, one who fears not for his life. If they dare to strike, it would surely lead to their demise. Seeing that Li Mu and the others remained motionless, Yi Ku sneered, "Do you truly wish to court death?" Li Mu inhaled deeply, poised to respond. When Yi Xian suddenly interjected, "He knows full well that you are no match for me, yet he refrains from acting himself, instead urging you to strike, simply to provoke my wrath and escalate the situation." As he spoke, a hint of sarcasm graced his lips. Our esteemed elders of the Yi family, who live in luxury, are indeed quite adept at scheming against their own. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Li Mu and the others turned grim. Yi Ku was intent on sacrificing them. Yi Ku fixed his gaze firmly on Yi Xian, stating, "Yi Xian, the times have changed. If you had chosen to keep a low profile, perhaps you could have lived a few more days. Unfortunately, you failed to grasp the situation, still so arrogant in these dire circumstances. Old dog." At that moment, Yi Xian abruptly interrupted Yi Ku, exclaiming, "You intend to betroth my sister to this scoundrel. Do you have any say in this matter, you old dog?" Yi Ku smirked coldly. "It is indeed my decision. What can you do about it?" Yi Xian's expression twisted into one of fury. It was one thing for him to be schemed against, but to target his 12-year-old sister was utterly intolerable. As his voice echoed, he stomped his right foot with tremendous force. Boom! The bluestone floor beneath him shattered instantly. In that moment, Yi Xian lunged forward like a ferocious tiger pouncing on its prey, charging towards Yi Ku. Upon witnessing this scene, Yi Ku's expression shifted dramatically. He had never anticipated that Yi Xian would dare to strike him. After all, he was an elder of the Yi family. Was Yi Xian truly attempting to rebel? With no time to ponder further, Yi Ku crouched slightly, his right hand clenched into a fist as he drew it back. The next instant, he thrust it forward with ferocity. His punch was a basic martial skill of the Yi family, capable of shattering stone. At that precise moment, Yi Xian's fist met his own. He too employed this rudimentary technique. Bang! The two fists collided, and Yi Ku's face paled instantly, his right hand fractured in an instant, blood gushing forth. Before Yi Ku could comprehend what had transpired, Yi Xian closed the distance, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Puff! Yi Ku spat out a mouthful of vital blood, his body arching backward as he was sent flying. No sooner had he landed than Yi Xian's foot came crashing down onto his chest. Yi Ku stared at Yi Xian in disbelief. Questioning how it was possible for his punch to possess such overwhelming force, Yi Xian suddenly struck Yi Ku across the face with a resounding slap. "You old dog. Living in luxury at the Yi residence, your punch is as feeble as that of a child. I am embarrassed for you." Yi Ku glared at Yi Xian. "How dare you hit me?" Yi Xian delivered another slap, exclaiming, "Indeed, I am hitting you." Instantly, Yi Ku's face swelled up. Being humiliated so publicly by Yi Xian, Yi Ku began to howl in fury. "Aren't you going to do anything?" Nearby, Li Mu and the others hesitated. If they could overpower him, they might intervene, but the truth was, they couldn't. Enough. At that moment, a furious voice echoed from a distance. Everyone turned to see the Grand Elder hastening towards them, followed closely by several elders and guards from the Yi residence. Yi Ling rushed to Yi Xian's side, her small hand gripping the hem of his garment tightly as she trembled. "Brother, you should run, quickly." Yi Xian grasped her trembling hand, speaking softly. "Do not fear." Yi Ling immediately burst into tears. "It's my fault, brother. I have brought you trouble. I am truly useless. I'm so sorry." Yi Xian offered a gentle smile. "Do not worry. If the sky were to fall, I would bear it for you." Turning to the Grand Elder, he grinned mischievously. "Grand Elder, shall we make amends? I will admit my mistake, and we can let this matter rest, shall we?" The Grand Elder, in a fit of anger, responded with a bitter laugh. "Make amends? Let it go? Yi Xian, are you truly lost in a daydream?" Just then, Yi Xian suddenly placed his foot upon Yi Ku's body. With a crack, the sound of a bone fracturing echoed throughout the venue, and Yi Ku's eyes widened in disbelief. Soon, the color in his gaze began to fade. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Yi Xian turned to the elder, "And if peace cannot be achieved through dialogue, then let us engage in a duel." Before the eyes of countless witnesses, Yi Xian approached the elder and declared, "Elder, as a junior, I challenge you. Surely you do not lack the courage to accept?" Chapter 5. The Hidden Realm. The atmosphere was so still that one could hear a pin drop. A challenge. Yi Xian dared to confront the Grand Elder. The entire Yi residence was nearly struck dumb. Within the Yi family, the most formidable figure was undoubtedly the patriarch, who was currently in seclusion, followed closely by the guardian elder, Yi Qing, who was absent from the estate. Thus, the Grand Elder was the next in line. Yet now, Yi Xian had audaciously issued a challenge to the Grand Elder. Was this sheer folly? Some believed so, while others felt that Yi Xian might possess the strength to contend. After all, he had been rigorously nurtured by the Yi family, and unlike the Grand Elder, who had long basked in comfort within the estate, Yi Xian had spent each day on the edge of a blade. This ferocity and tenacity were qualities the Grand Elder lacked. To the onlookers of the Yi family, although Yi Xian was merely at the 5th rank of the unceasing realm, should he fight with all his might, he still held a glimmer of hope for victory. Before Yi Xian, the Grand Elder fixed his gaze intently upon him, astonished that Yi Xian would dare to challenge him, to accept or to decline. If he refused, his reputation would suffer immensely, and his standing within the Yi family would undoubtedly diminish, leading to potential insubordination in the future. To accept? Yet, contemplating Yi Xian's combat prowess made him hesitate. Though his realm was higher than Yi Xian's, he had not engaged in a true battle for many years, having only participated in occasional sparring sessions within the estate, which were merely for show. Yi Xian, however, fought for his life with every encounter outside. He fully understood the implications of this. Moreover, even if he were to triumph over Yi Xian, outsiders would merely claim that he was exploiting his advantage over the weaker. However, should he suffer defeat, the humiliation would be insurmountable, jeopardizing even his position as elder. The Grand Elder's countenance darkened ominously. What was initially Yi Xian's dire predicament had now turned, forcing the Grand Elder into a corner. Just then, a voice resonated through the gathering. "Do we not have an agreement for 1 month's time?" The crowd turned to see Yi Lang approaching with measured steps. Yi Lang, the current heir of the Yi family. The Grand Elder was about to speak when, suddenly, his eyes widened in disbelief. "Yi Lang, have you truly attained the Qi Transformation Realm?" Qi Transformation Realm. Everyone present was momentarily stunned. Under the gaze of the crowd, Yi Lang nodded slightly. "It took me merely 10 days to reach the Qi Transformation Realm, though I must admit, it feels rather slow." At this, a collective gasp echoed through the assembly. Slow? It was important to note that prior to awakening, Yi Lang had merely been at the 4th tier of the harmonized realm, and in just a little over 10 days, he had ascended to the Qi Transformation Realm. Such a pace of cultivation was unprecedented in the Yi family. Hearing Yi Lang's words, the Grand Elder suddenly erupted in hearty laughter. "Heaven bless our Yi family, haha." Within the Yi residence, the crowd was filled with jubilation. With Yi Lang's extraordinary cultivation speed, the future of the Yi family was destined to rise as a formidable lineage. Yi Lang then turned his gaze towards Yi Xian, chuckling. "What qualifications do you possess to challenge the Grand Elder? Only by defeating me can you qualify to challenge the Grand Elder. The pact of life and death between us has less than 20 days remaining, does it not?" Yi Xian glanced at Yi Lang and chuckled. "Look at me. I nearly forgot." He then turned to the Grand Elder. "Apologies for any offense earlier. After I compete with your grandson, I shall return to seek your guidance. Farewell." With that, he took Yi Ling's hand and turned to leave. "Wait." At that moment, the Grand Elder suddenly exclaimed in anger, "You have slain an elder." And you think this matter is trivial. Yushin abruptly turned to face the Grand Elder. How about we settle this with a duel right now? Or perhaps your grandson would prefer to engage in a life-and-death match with me. Or are you too afraid? Hence sending Yiku to provoke me and then concocting an excuse to eliminate me? If that is the case, Grand Elder, there is no need for such elaborate schemes. You may come at me together, for I, Yishin, would undoubtedly be outmatched. You. The Grand Elder's face turned a deep shade of anger. At that moment, Yilang cast a cold glance at Yishin. Leave. We shall meet on the arena of life and death in 20 days. Yishin shrugged. Grand Elder. Your grandson is quite reasonable. You, on the other hand, seem to grow more confused with age. With that, he took Yiling's hand and departed. The Grand Elder's face flushed with rage, and as if struck by a sudden thought, he turned to Li Mu and the others, bellowing. To support such a useless bunch while an elder is attacked, how dare you? Seize them and execute them on the spot. Upon hearing this, the expression of Li Mu and the others turned ashen. At that moment, Yishin suddenly halted not far off, turning to face the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, allow me a friendly reminder that these individuals, Li Mu and his companions, are the personal guards of the clan leader. Although you hold the esteemed position of Grand Elder, the clan leader still lives. If you dare to act against his guards, he feigned surprise, continuing. Could it be that you intend to lay hands on the clan leader himself? Impudent. The Grand Elder roared, his fury palpable. Yishin, utter another word, and I shall ensure your demise today, regardless of the cost. Yishin chuckled lightly. Grand Elder, do temper your temper. I merely wish to offer a caution, lest you jeopardize your health. Otherwise, I would be quite delighted. Oh no. Rather, I would be deeply saddened. With that, he took Yiling by the hand and turned to leave. Li Mu and the others exchanged glances with Yishin, their eyes filled with gratitude. Had it not been for Yishin's timely words, they might have faced dire consequences today. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder trembled with rage. The onlookers too intimidated to utter a word. As if struck by a thought, the Grand Elder suddenly directed his gaze at Yilang. Why did you not engage in a life-and-death duel with him just now? Why prolong this until 20 days hence? Yilang met the Grand Elder's gaze and replied calmly. Because I am on the verge of breaking through to the Qi control realm. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, his excitement surged. Is that truly the case? Yilang nodded slightly. The breakthrough is imminent. Otherwise, I would have eliminated him just now. It is not the right time to act. I cannot allow a mere insect to jeopardize my significant advancement. The Grand Elder nodded hastily, affirming that it would indeed be prudent to allow Yishin a few more days of existence, for he was already rendered a useless being. Yilang nodded slightly. He was now in a desperate position and deemed it wise to refrain from provoking him any further, lest others accuse him of fearing Yishin and deliberately inciting trouble, only to seek an excuse to eliminate him. The Grand Elder spoke solemnly, acknowledging that his prior considerations were lacking. Rest assured, within these 20 days, I shall ensure that no one troubles him. Yilang then mentioned, by the way, that his current cultivation would require a significant amount of spirit stones. The Grand Elder appeared somewhat troubled, for spirit stones were precious crystalline entities imbued with spiritual energy, and even the Yi family possessed only a limited supply. Furthermore, spirit stones were typically reserved for the clan leader and the heir. However, Yishin had not utilized any spirit stones, which was naturally a consequence of their constraints. Is there a problem? Yilang inquired. The Grand Elder shook his head, indicating there was no issue, only that the supply of spirit stones might be scarce. Yilang smiled, reassuring him that it was merely a matter of the Qi control realm and would not necessitate an excessive amount of spirit stones. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder breathed a sigh of relief, exclaiming, "That is a relief." Yilang cast his gaze towards the horizon, a hint of derision curling at the corners of his mouth as he mused quietly to himself about the impoverished and remote surroundings, thinking that for the time being, it could still serve a purpose. Meanwhile, Yishin had returned to his courtyard, accompanied by Yiling, when Li Mu and others hurriedly approached. Yishin glanced at Li Mu and the others, noting that their presence at this juncture was not advantageous for them. Since the heir was deposed, the brothers who had once fought alongside him have nearly vanished. They were well aware that the future master of the Yi family would not be Yishin, but rather Yilang. Li Mu cupped his fists towards Yishin and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for what you did earlier, Brother Yi." Yishin nodded slightly and replied, "You did not intervene. I should be the one thanking you. Return now, for if the elders' people catch sight of you, it will bring you considerable trouble." After a moment's hesitation, Li Mu said, Brother Yi, if you ever require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call upon us. We shall not refuse." With that, he turned and departed with several guards. Yi Xian shook his head gently, and upon seeing this, Yi Ling clung to his arm and whispered, "Brother, do you not trust them?" Yi Xian chuckled and replied, "If I were strong, what they said would hold true. If I were weak and had no chance of rising again, then all of it would be mere illusion." Yi Ling gazed earnestly at Yi Xian and declared, "I truly believe in you. I will always stand by your side." Yi Xian laughed heartily and, taking Yi Ling's hand, led her into his courtyard. However, as soon as they entered, Yi Ling began to tremble violently, exuding a chilling aura. Alarmed, Yi Xian swiftly laid her on the bed and retrieved a white jade vial, pouring out a white elixir for her to consume. After taking the medicine, her complexion improved slightly. Yi Ling slowly opened her eyes, her right hand tightly grasping Yi Xian's. Her voice was as faint as a whisper, "Brother, I feel as though I may not have much time left. If I die, would you keep my ashes with you? I want to be by your side always. Do not speak such nonsense," Yi Xian suddenly exclaimed, shooting a fierce glance at Yi Ling. "You will not die. I absolutely will not allow it. Trust me, I will find a way to heal you. Once I reach the Qi mastery stage, I will take you to the imperial capital, all right?" As he spoke, his tone softened. "You are my only family now. For my sake, you must fight to live, understood?" Yi Ling gazed at Yi Xian, tears streaming down her face. Yi Xian gently wiped away the tears from her cheeks. "Do not cry. It does not suit you. You still have to marry one day." Yi Ling shook her head. "I want to marry. I only love my brother." Yi Xian chuckled. "You silly girl. Come, let me tell you a story. Once upon a time, there was a mountain, and on that mountain, there was a temple." 15 minutes later, Yi Ling fell asleep. Observing her slumbering form, Yi Xian's expression darkened. Recently, Yi Ling had been sleeping for increasingly longer periods. Moreover, there were fewer than 3 pills left in his jade bottle. After a moment, Yi Xian put away the jade bottle, gently tucked the covers around Yi Ling, and then entered the prison tower. Training. Yi Xian's sole focus now was to fervently enhance his own strength, striving to reach the Qi mastery stage as swiftly as possible, so he could take Yi Ling to the imperial capital. Moreover, the Yu family harbored intentions of murder against him. In the life and death duel set to take place in 20 days, should he suffer defeat, not only would he perish, but his sister, Yi Ling, would also meet her demise. Just as Yu Xian was about to seek the shadow for practice, the voice of a mysterious woman suddenly resonated, proclaiming that he could now cultivate the hidden realm. Yi Xian was taken aback, pondering what this hidden realm entailed. The enigmatic woman explained that while the physical realm is divided into 6 grades, many remain unaware that beyond the 6th grade, there exists a further realm, the golden body realm. Only after this does one ascend to the innate Qi control realm. Yi Xian furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Golden body realm? Why have I never heard of this, esteemed elder?" The mysterious woman replied calmly, "As I mentioned, it is a hidden realm, known only to a select few. Should you attain the golden body realm, your overall strength would at least double. Would you like to practice this? If you choose not to, you may later seek the spiritual sword and bypass this stage, directly entering the innate Qi control realm." Yi Xian, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "A doubling of strength? Is that truly the case?" The mysterious woman affirmed, "Naturally." Yi Xian eagerly responded, "I shall practice. I will." The woman continued, "You already possess sword energy within you, though you are unable to project it outward. However, you can utilize it to stimulate your internal meridians and organs. Previously, you cultivated externally. Now, you shall cultivate internally. Only through the harmony of both can true perfection be achieved. Be warned, there will be a modicum of pain." Yu Xian waved his hand with bravado, declaring, "A little pain is nothing. I shall begin." The mysterious woman spoke, "It is quite simple. You must channel the sword energy and allow it to disperse throughout your limbs and body." Yi Xian immediately complied, and as he did, his eyes widened in shock. "Oh." At that moment, he felt as though thousands of needles were piercing through his body, nearly causing him to faint. "Senior, this is not just a bit of pain. Is it very painful? I thought it would be merely slight discomfort." "Senior, don't tell me no one has ever cultivated this hidden realm. A long time ago, someone did attempt it, but he perished instantly. I assumed it was due to other reasons. Observing your suffering and feeling utterly helpless to assist you, I can only convey my remorse through a smile." Yi Xian. Chapter 6, Celestial Phenomena. Pain. A torment so excruciating that life itself seemed unbearable. At this moment, Yi Xian found himself contemplating death for the first time. Previously, he had only endured physical pain. But this time, he felt as though his internal organs and meridians were being torn apart, a suffering unlike anything he had ever encountered. Endure. Yi Xian gritted his teeth, his body trembling uncontrollably. He yearned to succumb to unconsciousness, yet he understood all too well that to lose consciousness would mean never awakening again. What would become of his younger sister if he did not awaken? She was merely 12 years old. Would the Yi family treat her kindly? With this thought consuming him, Yi Xian suddenly threw his head back and let out a furious roar. His hands clenched tightly, his face contorted with madness. Bring it on, let the pain intensify. I can endure it. I'll bear this torment, or perhaps ease up just a bit. Time passed slowly, and after what felt like an eternity, Yi Xian collapsed to the ground, his body becoming limp like a puddle of mud. Once on the ground, he began to convulse violently, akin to an epileptic seizure. This convulsion persisted for approximately a quarter of an hour before finally subsiding, leaving him drenched in sweat. Yi Xian lay on the ground, utterly drained of strength to even move. At that moment, outside the Tower of Realm prison, a multitude of clouds began to gather above the Yi family estate. Soon, rain began to pour down over the estate, while elsewhere, the sun shone brightly in a clear sky. Moreover, above the Yi family, a rainbow gradually formed. And with the emergence of this first rainbow, a second one soon followed. However, just as the third rainbow was about to materialize, a subtle tremor coursed through the abyssal tower within Yi Xian. In that instant, the third rainbow vanished without a trace. An extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. The entire Qingqing trembled in response. Across the realm, there existed prodigious talents whose breakthroughs or moments of enlightenment would draw forth such celestial manifestations, often relegated to the realm of legend. Yet now, this marvel graced Qingqing. At this moment, all eyes in the city were drawn to the skies above the Yi residence. Inside the Yi estate, the Grand Elder, accompanied by the other elders and clan members, gathered in the courtyard and gradually knelt down. With utmost reverence, the Grand Elder bowed toward the heavens and proclaimed with fervor, "We are grateful for the heavens' favor upon the Yi family, upon Yi Lang." Countless members of the Yi clan followed suit in their supplications. At this moment, the entire Yi residence erupted in jubilance. In the city lord's mansion, an elderly man gazed at the celestial phenomenon hovering above the Yi estate, his expression darkening. What a remarkable Yi Lang, to summon such a heavenly spectacle, he mused. Summon the head of the Zhang clan and the head of the Li clan for a discussion. Within Qingqing, swarms of messenger pigeons suddenly took flight, scattering in all directions, a truly magnificent sight. The emergence of a chosen one from the Yi family was no secret. Such individuals were rare indeed. However, those capable of invoking celestial phenomena were even more elusive. The entire populace of Qingqing understood that the Yi family was on the verge of ascendance. This rise would not be confined to Qingqing, but would resonate throughout the entirety of Jiang Kingdom, indeed, across all of Qingzhou. At this moment, the fervor within the Yi residence reached a fever pitch. The esteemed elder generously rewarded everyone in the Yi residence with a monthly stipend. Furthermore, he audaciously bypassed the clan leader, appointing Yi Lang as the junior clan leader. The distinction between an heir and a junior clan leader is significant. The former merely represents the younger generation of the Yi family, while the latter signifies the true second-in-command of the clan. Although such an act was a transgression of authority, the elder was indifferent at this moment, for Yi Lang was destined to become a prodigy among men, rendering the clan leader inconsequential. In the future, the entire Yi clan would inevitably rely on Yi Lang's influence. In a secluded courtyard, Yi Lang gazed at the extraordinary phenomenon in the sky, his brow furrowed. Indeed, he had made a breakthrough. He had ascended from the 6th grade Qi transformation realm to the Qi master realm. However, this breakthrough had occurred merely an hour ago, while the celestial anomaly had just manifested. Thus, he was uncertain whether this extraordinary event was a result of his own achievement. After a brief moment, Yi Lang sneered coldly. If it were not for me, who else could summon such a celestial phenomenon? It appears that in this lifetime, Yi Lang, shall indeed secure a place on the list of prodigies. With that, he turned and departed. In the realm of the Abyss Tower, Yi Xian lay on the ground, unaware of how much time had passed. Suddenly, the voice of a mysterious woman echoed through the space, urging him to rise and examine his body. Yi Xian slowly got up and looked at himself, and upon seeing his reflection, he was momentarily taken aback. For at that moment, his skin bore a faint golden sheen. What is this? Yi Xian questioned, bewildered. as he surveyed his surroundings. The mysterious woman spoke. The golden body realm signifies the cultivation of the physical form to a golden state. The physical body is fundamental, and the realm of the physical body is about laying a solid foundation. The quality of this foundation ultimately determines the distance you can traverse in the future. Ordinary individuals focus solely on external cultivation while neglecting the internal aspects. In truth, it is the internal that holds the utmost importance. Only when the sinews, bones, and vital organs possess sufficient resilience can one endure the onslaught of external forces. Although you have endured inhuman suffering, the rewards you will reap in the future will be substantial. The benefits you receive now are already quite significant. Yi Xian inhaled deeply, his hands slowly clenching into fists. In that moment, he felt a surging power coursing through him. Realizing this, Yi Xian was overwhelmed with joy. As the mysterious woman had indicated, his current strength surpassed his previous capabilities by at least double. Not only that, but the hardness of his physical form was now incomparable to before. It could be said that he could face the esteemed elder, a master of the qi manipulation realm, in single combat without any sense of pressure. As if struck by a thought, Yi Xian hurriedly inquired, "Elder, my sister suffers from a fever. Do you have a solution?" The mysterious woman paused in silence for a moment before responding, "You mean that little girl?" Yi Xian nodded eagerly. The mysterious woman continued, "I indeed possess a method to remedy her condition, but she cannot enter this tower." "Why?" Yi Xian asked, perplexed. The mysterious woman spoke. "This tower spirit has succumbed to slumber. Although it has acknowledged you as its master, you possess no means to usher others into this realm. Should you attempt to force someone inside, the tower will instinctively eliminate those it does not recognize." Upon hearing this, Yi Xian's countenance darkened. It seemed he would have no choice but to take his sister to the imperial capital for medical treatment. Presently, he faced a conundrum. To attain the Qi mastery realm, he needed to seek out a spiritual sword to consume, yet such swords are exceedingly rare. It is said that not even the Yi family possesses one. Indeed, the entire Qingqing may lack a single spiritual sword. Only in the imperial capital, the most prosperous region of the Jiang kingdom, might one hope to find such a treasure. The imperial capital, Yi Xian murmured, "It appears that I must go there." After practicing his swordsmanship for a while, he departed from the realm of the tower. Upon his exit, a whisper echoed through the air. The little girl seemed rather peculiar. Returning to his room, Yi Ling entered, looking somewhat disheartened. Yi Xian smiled and inquired, "What troubles you?" Yi Ling approached him, speaking softly, "Brother, what kind of celestial phenomenon did Yi Ling attract? Our entire clan is rejoicing, and the Grand Elder has already appointed him as the young clan leader. Henceforth, he will be the head of our Yi family." Celestial phenomenon? Yi Xian furrowed his brow. He had heard of such things. Legends spoke of extraordinary prodigies who could summon celestial phenomena during their breakthroughs. However, this had always been mere folklore. For Qingqing had never witnessed such prodigies. He had not anticipated that this leaf corridor would evoke such a celestial phenomenon. This indicated that the opponent was indeed formidable. At that moment, Yi Ling suddenly scoffed, dismissing the heavenly spectacle, asserting that her brother was the most powerful. Yi Xian smiled gently, reassuring her that his life and death duel with the adversary was still 10 days away, and after that, they would depart from the Yi residence. Depart from the Yi residence? Yi Ling paused, her expression reflecting surprise, and then inquired, "Will we return? Will we return?" Yi Xian fell into silence. He and his sister Yi Ling had grown up here, truly considering it their home. However, after the recent events, he realized that in the eyes of the elders within the Yi family, they held little significance. If it were not for his utility, he and his sister might have long since perished. Now, with the emergence of someone more capable within the Yi family, they were quickly cast aside. Once, he had mused that should he ever sacrifice himself, the Yi family would surely treat Yi Ling kindly in light of his devotion. Yet, it now appeared that if he were to perish, his sister's fate would be dire indeed. Contemplating this, he shook his head with a wry smile and gently ruffled Yi Ling's hair, asking, "Do you like it here?" Yi Ling shook her head, stating that she had once loved it because her brother was here, but now she no longer felt the same. The family had been unjust to her brother, who had sacrificed so much for them, yet was treated so poorly by the elders. It was profoundly unfair. Among the elders of the clan, not a single one spoke up for my brother. They are truly despicable. Yi Xian smiled faintly, reassuringly stating, "Fear not, as long as we siblings are together. No matter where we may be, it shall always be our home." Yi Ling responded with a sweet smile, embracing Yi Xian tightly, exclaiming, as long as I'm with you. I can go anywhere." Yi Xian laughed heartily, spending a moment of playful joy with Yi Ling before he returned to the realm prison tower. It was time to cultivate. With merely 10 days remaining until the life-and-death duel with Yi Lang, he dared not show the slightest hint of complacency, especially now, as Yi Lang had summoned the legendary phenomena of heaven and earth. Yi Xian opened his right hand, and in the palm of his hand, a silver sword quietly manifested. Gazing at the sword, Yi Xian, filled with excitement, inquired, "Senior, can I now be considered a sword immortal?" "Sword immortal?" The mysterious woman scoffed. "You are leagues away from that." Yi Xian was taken aback, perplexed. "Why is that?" The mysterious woman explained. "Only those who comprehend the essence of the sword and master the truth of the sword path can be called sword immortals. At present, you cannot even be deemed a sword master. You barely qualify as a sword cultivator." Yi Xian felt a bit embarrassed. The mysterious woman continued, "What you must focus on now is becoming a competent sword cultivator. Do not blame me for not warning you. There are many sword cultivators in this world. However, sword immortals are exceedingly rare in your realm. Having 10 would be considered remarkable. As for the reason, you will come to understand it in due time. I can only tell you that the path of the sword is arduous." Yi Xian nodded resolutely. No matter how arduous the path, he would persevere. After the recent events with the Yi family, he realized that relying on them to care for his sister was utterly impossible. He must take it upon himself to safeguard her well-being, and to do so, he had to strive to become stronger, far more formidable than he currently was. For in this world, reality is harsh. If one possesses no value, they will be disregarded. Yi Xian pulled back his thoughts and inquired solemnly, "Senior, how can one become a qualified sword cultivator?" The mysterious woman replied, "One must sever their hair with a single stroke of the sword." Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback. Was that not exceedingly simple? The enigmatic woman scoffed. Why not give it a try? With determination, Yi Xian plucked a strand of his hair and swung his sword in a decisive arc. The blade fell, and the hair shattered into countless fragments. Yi Xian stood in astonishment. While the hair had indeed splintered, it had not been severed. At that moment, the mysterious woman's voice resonated once more. To wield power, one must also learn to control it, mastering the angles, speed, and various applications of the sword, even accounting for wind velocity. By my estimation, you may need to sever tens of thousands of strands of hair to grasp these intricacies. Taking a deep breath, Yi Xian declared, "I have plenty of hair." With that, he embarked on a fervent spree of cuts. Meanwhile, outside the Abyss Tower, the Yi residence was adorned with festive decorations, hosting nearly all the prominent figures of Qingqing in a grand celebration. Furthermore, the current members of the Yi family often boasted of being the foremost clan in Qingqing. The Yi family now stands at the pinnacle of prosperity. Even the city lord's manor, along with the Li and Zhang families, has graciously come to celebrate. In the Yi family's reception hall, the elder sits in a chair, his eyes gently closed, seemingly awaiting something. At that moment, an elderly man enters, accompanied by the city lord and the heads of both the Li and Zhang families. The elder opens his eyes and speaks in a calm tone. "Yi Yu, please inform them that I am resting and cannot receive guests at the moment. I shall meet them in half an hour." Yi Yu hesitates, saying, "Elder, this." The elder slowly closes his eyes once more. It is time for them to understand who truly holds dominion over this Qing city. Chapter 7. Who dares speak ill of my sister? Outside the Yi residence, Yi Yu clasped his fists before an elderly gentleman and two middle-aged men. "Mayor Jiang, head of the Li family, head of the Zhang family, I sincerely apologize, but the Grand Elder is currently resting and cannot receive guests at this moment. However, you may wait for half an hour. He should awaken by then." Li Yu, the head of the Li family, narrowed his eyes. "You expect us to wait half an hour?" Yi Yu nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips. "Of course, should you three find waiting intolerable, you are free to leave." With that, he turned and departed. In the present day, the Yi family truly felt no need to concern themselves with the expressions of the three families. Although the Yi family's overall strength was currently inferior to theirs, every member firmly believed in one truth, that in the near future, the Yi family would rise to a position where the others could only look up to them. As Yi walked away, the expressions of Li Yu and his companions darkened immediately. Li Yu coldly remarked, "The Grand Elder of the Yi family certainly carries himself with great arrogance." Mayor Jiang of Qiqing responded in a calm tone, "With the support of a figure like Yi Lang, they naturally feel unencumbered by our presence." Beside them, head of the Zhang family, Zhang Lai, chuckled. "This is indeed a case of one person's ascension leading to the elevation of the entire clan." However, the Grand Elder's brazen demeanor may not bode well for the Yi family. As he spoke, he turned to Li Yu and Jiang Yan. Gentlemen, we were previously hesitant about forming an alliance. It now appears that collaboration is imperative. Jiang Yan and Li Yu exchanged a glance, and soon, the three of them nodded in agreement. Evidently, the attitude of the Yi family compelled them to unite. Half an hour later, the three entered the guest hall of the Yi residence. The Grand Elder approached them, clasping his fists in a gesture of apology, expressing his regret for having been remiss due to his recent indulgence in slumber. He implored their understanding. Jiang Yan smiled and replied, "Not at all, Grand Elder. We comprehend your busy schedule." The Grand Elder laughed heartily and invited them to take a seat. Once seated, he cast a glance at the three and remarked, "I presume your visit today is to discuss some matters of importance." Li Yu responded with a smile, "Indeed. We have come to congratulate the Yi family on the emergence of a chosen one. This is a source of joy for all of Qingqing. Congratulations." The Grand Elder beamed. "Yi Lang has awakened, drawing forth a celestial phenomenon. This is a divine favor bestowed upon the Yi family." He then lifted his teacup and took a gentle sip before continuing, "I am grateful to the three of you for coming to celebrate Yi Lang." At that moment, Lin Yin, the head of the Li family, rose and clasped his fists, addressing the Grand Elder. "In the past, there have been many unpleasant incidents between the Li and Yi families. I hope the Yi family can overlook them." Similarly, Zhang Lai, the head of the Zhang family, stood and clasped his fists, stating, "My Zhang family has also committed numerous offenses in the past. I kindly ask for the Yi family's forgiveness." The Zhang and Li families had once been considered arch-enemies of the Yi family, particularly the Zhang family, as the previous heir of the Yi family had perished at their hands. Yet now, both the Zhang and Li families were compelled to bow their heads, for the Yi family had produced a chosen one capable of invoking celestial phenomena. At this moment, they refused to bow their heads. In the future, they may find themselves compelled to turn back. The elder, after taking a sip of tea, remained silent. With his silence, the atmosphere in the room grew heavy. Zhang Lai glanced towards the city lord's mansion, where Lord Jiang Yan offered a slight smile. "Elder, we are all residents of Qingqing, a small place where we inevitably encounter one another, leading to occasional conflicts. The Yi family is bound to rise, and their rivals will undoubtedly be some of the prominent families of our time. Wouldn't you agree?" The elder smiled faintly. "Since my brother Jiang has spoken, what more can I add? How about this? The Yi family has not fared well in recent years, but for the next decade, the mining rights of the gold mines surrounding Qingqing will be granted to us." Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present darkened, veering towards fury. Gold mines. How do these noble families within Qingqing survive? Naturally, it is through the gold mines. The source of conflict among them is precisely the gold mines. For there are several mountains surrounding Qingqing, and the discovery of any new mine typically leads to fierce battles. No family wishes to relinquish their claim, as gold mines signify resources. Without resources, those above cannot cultivate, and those below cannot be trained. Thus, extinction becomes merely a matter of time. Now, with the Yu family demanding a decade of mining rights, it implies that the other families will have no income for the next 10 years. While it may not lead to their extinction, during this decade, they will likely face a life of hardship. In the distance, the Lord of Qingqing, Jiang Yan, cast a glance at the Grand Elder, remaining silent as he sipped his tea. However, within his gaze lay a chilling coldness. Not only Jiang Yan, but the expressions of the other two were equally grim. Although they had prepared for the worst upon their arrival, they had not anticipated the ruthless nature of the Yi family's dealings. The Grand Elder surveyed the assembly and chuckled, "Rest assured, in 10 years' time, Yi Lang will likely become one of those individuals from the mountains." At that point, upon hearing this, the countenance of Jiang Yan and the others shifted dramatically. Those individuals from the mountains referred to certain sects beyond the worldly realm, and the Grand Elder's words were evidently a blatant threat. If Yi Lang were to join such forces, their annihilation could indeed transpire in the blink of an eye. As this thought crossed their minds, Jiang Yan exchanged glances with the others. Finally, he stood and cupped his fists, conceding that since the Yi family was in distress, the mining rights of the surrounding mountains of Qingqing would henceforth belong to the Yi family for the next decade. The Grand Elder responded with a smile, returning the gesture of gratitude. Jiang Yan nodded, stating that they would take their leave. With that, the four turned to depart. At that moment, Yu entered the hall, his voice solemn as he addressed the Grand Elder. "Elder, this means we have offended them all." "Offended?" The Grand Elder scoffed, Does the Yi family now fear offending them? Once Yi Lang ascended to the heights of power, annihilating them would be but a matter of moments. The Yi family estimand for a mere 10 years of mining rights is, indeed, an extraordinary act of mercy. With that, he flicked his sleeve and turned away. Outside the Yi residence, the expressions of Jiang Yin and the others shifted to one of fierce indignation. "This is intolerable," Zhang Lai exclaimed, his voice laced with venom. "The Yi family, now in power, seeks to eliminate all opposition." Li Yu responded coldly. "Yi Lang is a chosen one capable of summoning celestial phenomena. With him in their ranks, the Yi family holds the upper hand, disregarding even the city lord's authority." Jiang Yin shook his head, saying, "Let us not speak further. For now, we must endure this indignation. Each of us shall return home and observe the unfolding events. Do not be anxious. Even the most vibrant flowers wither in time. The Yi family's arrogance will surely lead to their downfall." With that, the trio turned and vanished from the Yi residence. Following the compromise between the Li family, the Zhang family, and the city lord's estate, the Yi family swelled with newfound confidence. Previously, they had been somewhat subservient to these families, but now, bolstered by Yi Lang's influence, the entire Yi clan exuded a palpable sense of assurance, a solid foundation of belief in their newfound status. Many members of the Yi family began to regard themselves as the foremost lineage of Qingqing. This sentiment was not only shared among the younger generation, but also echoed by the elders. At this juncture, nearly everyone held Yi Lang in high esteem. Meanwhile, whispers of Yi Xian's prolonged seclusion from his courtyard circulated among the populace. Dare he emerge? In the present generation of Qingqing, who could intimidate Brother Yalong of the Yi clan? Indeed, within the entire youthful populace of the Jiang nation, Brother Yalong stands as a paragon of excellence. As for this Yi Xian, he is hardly worthy of even polishing Brother Yalong's shoes. Alas, had he merely bowed his head in humility and acknowledged his errors, he might have salvaged his life. But what does it matter now? Are we not aware of the resplendence our Yi family disciples enjoy in the outside world? Just yesterday, I encountered a young master from the Zhang family. I approached him and delivered a slap, and he dared not utter a sound. Just yesterday at the Yichuan courtyard, I met the heir of the Li family, who previously regarded only Yi Xian with esteem. Yet yesterday, when I commanded him to leave, he too departed without a word. Truly exhilarating. Indeed, in Qingqing, our Yi family holds the reins of power. All of this is thanks to Brother Yalong. Come, let us pay him a visit. Inside the realm of the Abyss Tower, Yi Xian wields the Lingxiao sword, relentlessly striking with fervor. He is consumed by his training. For Yi Xian, his singular aim is to become a master swordsman. Having relied solely on his sister since childhood, he understands the paramount importance of strength. Especially after this recent ordeal, he has come to a profound realization. When one falls from grace, they are scarcely better than a dog. Despite his numerous sacrifices and contributions to the Yi family, they have cast him aside with little thought. In this world, one can only rely on oneself. Within the tower, Yi Xian has lost count of the countless times he has swung his sword. Now, he has acquired the ability to sever hair with a single stroke of his sword, and one might say he has become a sword practitioner. However, he is still not proficient enough. His current application of speed and strength can only be classified as that of an ordinary sword practitioner, still a slight distance away from becoming a grand master. Time within the realm of cultivation is fleeting, and soon, less than 3 days remain until the life and death agreement between the two of them. On this day, Yi Xian exited the Hell Tower, and as he stepped out, a frown creased his brow. At that moment, Yi Ling was supposed to bring him a meal. Had something gone awry? Yi Xian hurriedly rushed to Yi Ling's room, only to find her trembling on the bed, her hair adorned with white frost. This sight caused Yi Xian's countenance to change dramatically. He rushed over and pulled out a white jade vial, only to discover it was utterly empty. The medicinal pills were gone. Yi Xian slapped himself in frustration, cursing his own forgetfulness regarding the absence of the pills. Damn it. He struck himself again and then gently caressed Yi Ling's cheek, his voice trembling as he said, Wait, brother will be back soon." Having spoken, he dashed out of the room like a madman, heading straight for the pharmacy of the Yi family. Yi Xian had emerged. Upon seeing him, several members of the Yi family began to gossip, and some curious onlookers rushed over to confront him. In the past, they would have never dared to do so, however. With the rise of Yi Lang, the younger generation of the Yi family had surprisingly lost their previous trepidation towards Yi Xian. On the road, a group of descendants from the Yi family suddenly intercepted Yi Xian. The leader, named Yi Feng, was the grandson of the Grand Elder and a direct cousin of Yi Lang. Yi Feng scrutinized Yi Xian with a smirk and remarked, "Yi Xian, after evading us for so many days, what brings you out today?" Yi Xian disregarded Yi Feng and his companions, continuing towards the distant pharmacy. Yet, Yi Feng swiftly moved to block Yi Xian's path once more, laughing, "Yi Xian, you seem rather rushed. Is it that your frail sister is on the brink of death? If so, I must congratulate you in advance, for you shall be rid of a burden." At that moment, Yi Xian unexpectedly surged forward, and before Yi Feng could react, he delivered a powerful punch to his torso. The sound of cracking bones echoed through the air. Everyone present was frozen in shock. Yi Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. In that instant, Yi Xian drew a dagger from his waist and aimed it at Yi Feng. With a swift motion, he sheathed the dagger and glared fiercely at the other descendants of the Yi family, declaring, "Should anyone dare to utter a single disparaging word about my sister, I shall ensure you remain forever voiceless." Chapter 8. The National Hero. The arena was enveloped in an oppressive silence, with the eyes of all the Yi family descendants filled with astonishment and dread. They were acutely aware of Yi Xian's fierce protectiveness over his sister, to the point of being a veritable guardian. However, they never anticipated that Yi Xian would go to such extremes. Yi Feng was the direct grandson of the Grand Elder and a close cousin of Yi Lang. Yet, Yi Xian had brazenly taken his life. Yi Xian did not linger among the Yi family members. Instead, he proceeded straight to the Yi family pharmacy. At that moment, an elderly man emerged. This individual was Elder Yi Qing, the overseer of the Yi family pharmacy. Upon seeing Yi Xian, Elder Yi Qing's brow furrowed in concern. "Yi Xian, what are you intending to do?" Yi Xian approached the medicine cabinet with purpose, scanning its contents. Soon, his gaze fixed upon a particular compartment. He opened the cabinet, only to find it utterly devoid of any items. At this sight, Yi Xian's expression turned icy as he turned to Yi Qing and demanded the spirit-nourishing pill. Elder Yi Qing's eyes narrowed slightly. "I have already concealed it. The family has ceased the supply of pills for your sister and you." Before he could finish, Yi Xian suddenly hurled a hefty weight from the nearby table directly at Yi Qing. The elder's face paled in shock as he swiftly dodged the projectile. Although he evaded the blow, his complexion dramatically shifted a profound shock course through Yi Qing's heart. With a swift motion of his right hand, he unleashed a punch directed at Yi Xian. The fists collided. Bang! A deep, resonant explosion of energy erupted suddenly. Yi Qing was sent reeling backward by Yi Xian's blow. As he found himself cornered against the wall, with no escape left, Yi Xian reappeared before him once more. This time, Yi Xian aimed another punch directly at his head. Yi Qing's pupils constricted in terror as he hastily exclaimed, "I concede, I concede." Yi Xian halted his fist mere inches from Yi Qing's face. Yi Qing gazed at Yi Xian in astonishment. He was a genuine master of the Qi transformation realm. Although he seldom engaged in battle, he was acutely aware that Yi Xian was merely at the 5th stage of the unceasing realm. Yet, in just this single exchange, he had been utterly defeated. The sheer might of Yi Xian was undeniably terrifying. Yi Xian extended his hand, causing a slight change in Yi Qing's complexion. Daring not to resort to any tricks, he quickly produced a white jade vial and presented it to Yi Xian. Upon opening the vial, Yi Xian discovered it contained only 15 spirit-nourishing pills. His brow furrowed in discontent, prompting Yi Qing to hastily explain, "Yi Xian, these pills are exceedingly precious. We in Qingcheng do not possess them, and they are sourced from outside. This is merely what remained from our last shipment." After a moment of contemplation, Yi Xian ultimately pocketed the vial and stated, "After dedicating so many years to the family, is it not reasonable for me to claim this meager supply of pills?" Yi Qing cast a glance at Yi Xian, but refrained from responding. Yi Xian chose not to utter another word and turned to leave the room. However, outside, the Grand Elder had already gathered a group of elders around him. It was evident that the Grand Elder and the others were aware of Yi Xian's furious act of murder. The Grand Elder fixed his gaze upon Yi Xian, exclaiming, "You intend to kill my grandson merely for a few words?" Yi Xian slowly approached the Grand Elder, declaring, "If you do not discipline your grandson, I shall take it upon myself to do so." The Grand Elder's hands gradually clenched into fists as Yi Xian regarded him with an impassive expression. Yet malice brewed in his eyes. Suddenly, the Grand Elder growled menacingly, "Strike him down." Swiftly, several guards from the Yi family surged towards Yi Xian. A ferocious grin crept across Yi Xian's lips. In the next instant, he lightly tapped his toes and propelled himself forward. leaving the onlookers stunned as the leading guard was sent flying several paces away. Yi Xian did not pause. He turned and executed a sweeping kick that struck another guard approaching him. Bang! The guard was sent sprawling by the force of Yi Xian's kick. At that moment, Yi Xian charged directly at the Grand Elder. Witnessing this scene, the Grand Elder's expression contorted with rage as he stepped forward and struck out at Yi Xian with a powerful palm. Yi Xian clenched his right hand into a fist and countered with a punch. Bang! The moment their fists met, the Grand Elder was thrust backward several steps. Yet Yi Xian remained steadfast, not retreating an inch. The Grand Elder gazed at Yi Xian in astonishment, exclaiming, "How is this possible? Your dantian is shattered. Yet you possess such formidable strength." In the distance, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, questioning, "How do you know my dantian is broken?" The Grand Elder fixed his gaze on Yi Xian, rendered speechless. However, Yi Xian had already grasped the truth. It was evident that the mysterious assailant who had ambushed him was undoubtedly dispatched by this Grand Elder. With this thought, a surge of murderous intent flooded Yi Xian's eyes. At that moment, a voice rang out in the arena. "Yi Xian, you may leave." The crowd turned to see that it was Yi Lang. Yi Xian cast a cold glance at Yi Lang, uttering not a word, and simply turned to depart. The surrounding guards did not impede him. Instead, they looked towards Yi Lang. Beside Yi Lang, the Grand Elder inquired, "Yi Lang, even if you have a life and death pact with him, he has slain your cousin. How can you endure this?" Yi Lang interrupted the Grand Elder, assuring him, "Do not worry. 2 days hence, I shall avenge this grievance for you." The Grand Elder clenched his fists, his complexion darkening, yet remained silent. Yi Lang smiled and remarked, "I understand he is arrogant and indeed deserves punishment. However, the time is not yet ripe. In 2 days, inform everyone in Qingqing to witness the battle. I seek to confront him and thereby establish my renown." Hearing this, the Grand Elder furrowed his brow, asking, "What do you mean?" Yi Lang replied with a smile, "I aim to attract the attention of those external forces on the mountain. Only by establishing my reputation can I tread upon Yi Xian, the first target of my ambitions. By defeating him, I shall garner fame in this Qing city, thus attracting the attention of certain extra-mundane forces." The Grand Elder's expression softened. Indeed, those forces reside high above, and without creating a stir, it would be challenging to capture their notice. Yi Lang nodded, reassured by the Grand Elder's confidence. "In 2 days, I shall humiliate him on the arena and bring an end to your grievances." The Grand Elder nodded, seemingly recalling something important. He stated earnestly, "Although this individual has a shattered dantian, his combat prowess should not be underestimated. Do not let your guard down." Yi Lang glanced at the Grand Elder, a faint smile gracing his lips, yet his heart brimmed with disdain. He had witnessed the Grand Elder struggle against Yi Xian, and in his mind, it was not that Yi Xian was exceptionally strong, but rather that the Grand Elder was woefully weak. A person who merely indulges in comfort, even if a martial artist, is not beyond being labeled as an elder unless they transcend the confines of the physical realm. In Yi Lang's eyes, the Grand Elder was simply an old man. This sentiment extended to all the elders of the Yi family. Yi Lang withdrew his thoughts, gazing toward the direction Yi Xian had departed, a cold smile forming on his lips. "To serve as my stepping stone is indeed a privilege for you." Meanwhile, Yi Xian returned to his chamber and promptly administered a spirit-nourishing pill to Yi Ling. Yi Xian gazed anxiously at Yi Ling, feeling utterly disoriented and burdened with guilt for having forgotten his sister's medicinal elixir. Soon, under Yi Xian's watchful eye, Yi Ling slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing him, a sweet smile spread across her face. "Brother, it's so wonderful to see you." Yi Xian smiled gently, gripping Yi Ling's hand tightly as he softly inquired, "Are you feeling better?" Yi Ling nodded slightly, feeling less cold. In a tender voice, Yi Xian reassured her, "It was my fault. I promise you, there will be no next time. Absolutely none." As Yi Ling looked at Yi Xian, tears suddenly streamed down her cheeks. "Brother, there were times when I wished to die, for I did not want to be a burden to you. But just now, I became so afraid of death, fearing that if I were gone, you would be all alone. I want to stay by your side forever." With his eyes glistening, Yi Xian replied with a smile, "Linger, nothing will happen to you. Neither of us will come to harm." Yi Ling wiped away her tears, declaring, "I will live well. I want to accompany my brother for a lifetime." Yi Xian playfully hooked one of her fingers with his and laughed. Then it settled, "Neither of us can depart this world first." Yi Ling shot him a playful glare. "Brother, making a pinky promise is for children." Yi Xian laughed heartily. "In my heart, you will always be my little one." A radiant smile blossomed on Yi Ling's face, filling her heart with sweetness. This time, Yi Xian chose not to retreat into his cultivation immediately. Instead, he carried Yi Ling on his back for a leisurely stroll through the streets. During this period, she had been residing in the Yi family estate, seldom indulging in leisure activities, which left Yi Xian feeling quite guilty. Now that he had some free time, he naturally wished to spend quality moments with his sister. In Yi Xian's heart, nothing was more paramount than his sister. Qingcheng was a small town, with a population not exceeding 200,000. Among the many cities of the Jiang Kingdom, it ranked towards the lower end. Though its populace was scant, Qingcheng thrived with lively street performers and various vendors. As Yi Xian escorted his sister out of the Yi estate, a few individuals were dispatched to trail them from a distance, clearly wary of Yi Xian attempting to escape. The current elder would certainly not let Yi Xian slip away easily. Yi Xian paid little heed to those following, allowing them to shadow him as long as they refrained from causing any disturbances. "Brother, I can walk by myself." "Nonsense. You are still quite weak. You cannot walk. Allow me to carry you for a while longer." "All right then." Yi Xian took his sister, Yi Ling, on a leisurely stroll through most of Qingcheng. As dusk approached, the siblings prepared to return to the Yi estate. Just as they passed through the city gate, a woman on horseback galloped towards them at an astonishing speed. Clad in a pristine white robe, she held a silver spear in her right hand, its tip gleaming like a cold star. The woman was strikingly beautiful, with an elegant face and exquisite features that bordered on perfection. Yi Xian had never encountered a woman so captivating. She was the kind of person one would remember for a lifetime upon a single glance. As she entered the town, the gazes of all those within the city gates turned to her. She is a breathtaking sight that captivates all who behold her. As the woman entered the city, she suddenly paused beside the Yi Xian siblings, her gaze fixated on Yi Xian. She scrutinized him for a moment, and then a glimmer of astonishment flickered in her eyes. Hidden realm. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian's expression shifted subtly. This woman could discern his concealed realm? What was most astonishing was that she could see through the mystery that had eluded even the elders until now, as his realm had been shrouded by an enigmatic woman. Yet, she was able to unveil it. At that moment, the woman brandished a spear, pointing it directly at Yi Xian. "I presume you are the one who has summoned the extraordinary phenomena of heaven and earth, Yi Lang. To cultivate a hidden realm with such a solid foundation is indeed impressive. You have earned the right for me to strike. I am Enlancio. Prepare to receive my spear." "Enlancio?" A voice nearby gasped in astonishment. "Heavens, she is the unparalleled genius of the Jiang Kingdom, Enlancio." "Indeed, it is she, the 18-year-old prodigy personally designated as a national hero by our sovereign. Not only has our Jiang Kingdom never witnessed her like, but even the previous dynasties have not. It is said she is challenging all the talents of Jiang Kingdom, having already confronted 36 cities, with no one able to withstand her strike. It seems she has come specifically for Yi Lang. If he receives a commendation from her, the Yi family will undoubtedly rise to prominence." Chapter 9. How can one be cowardly? Enlancio. Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback. He recognized the name. Enlancio was renowned throughout the entire Jiang Kingdom. Her fame was unparalleled. The foremost genius of Jiang Kingdom. Before even reaching the age of 18, she had already attained the realm of lifting qi, surpassing the ordinary. Moreover, she was the youngest marksman in the history of Jiang Kingdom. What was even more astonishing was her comprehension of the essence of the spear. What does this signify? It implies that there is a nearly 99% chance she will become a grandmaster of the spear path in the future. Such a prodigy has not graced the annals of Jiang Kingdom for 500 years. Furthermore, Enlancio is associated with numerous remarkable records and legends. For instance, she was the first student personally invited by the president of Tsangmu Academy to join the institution. She is the youngest national hero of Jiang Kingdom and the swiftest among the younger generation to reach the realm of lifting qi. Words like Chosen One and extraordinary phenomena pale in comparison to her presence. Yi Xian had not anticipated that she would arrive in this small town of Qingcheng. On horseback, Enlancio held her spear, pointed directly at Yi Xian. Her gaze neither dismissive nor arrogantly domineering, but rather tranquil. Yi Xian regained his composure and shook his head, stating, "You have mistaken the person." Enlancio's delicate brows furrowed slightly. "What do you mean?" Yi Xian replied, "I am not Yi Lang, the one who summoned the extraordinary phenomenon. He is in the Yi family. You may seek him there." Enlancio raised an eyebrow. "You are not Yi Lang." Yi Xian nodded. At that moment, Yi Ling, who stood beside him, suddenly exclaimed, "Sister, my brother is also quite formidable." Yi Xian chuckled as he affectionately tousled Yi Ling's little head, to which she responded with a sweet smile, tightly wrapping her arms around his. And Lanqiu cast a discerning glance at Yi Xian, surprised to discover that this small Qingqing not only produced the extraordinary Yi Lang, who could invoke celestial phenomena, but also someone like you, who has cultivated to a concealed realm. This truly caught me off guard. Yi Xian smiled, but remained silent. And Lanqiu continued, "Regardless of whether you are Yi Lang or not, you possess the qualification to receive my strike. Will you accept?" Yi Xian fell into contemplation. Accepting would undoubtedly elevate his reputation. Although he was indifferent to fame, he understood its potential benefits. Yet, accepting would also expose his strength, which might provoke the Grand Elder and others to eliminate him at any cost, even targeting his sister. However, to decline would contradict his character. How could one be cowardly in life? With this thought, Yi Xian lifted his gaze toward Lanqiu and said, "In 2 days, shall we battle? 2 days?" And Lanqiu slightly shook her head. "Forgive my candor, but you do not possess the qualifications to make me wait for 2 days." With that, she prepared to ride away. Just then, Yi Xian suddenly picked up a wooden sword from a nearby vendor, plucked a hair from his head, and with a gentle diagonal slash of the sword, the hair fell silently in 2 halves. And Lanjiao came to a halt, her gaze once again fixed upon Yi Xian, a hint of astonishment flickering in her eyes. "How could I have been so blind? Not only have you cultivated to the hidden realm, but you are also a swordsman. Such a young swordsman is a rarity in my Jiang kingdom." Yi Xian met in Lanjiao's eyes with unwavering resolve. "In 2 days, shall we engage in battle?" A playful smile graced in Lanjiao's exquisite face, for this man spoke of a duel, not merely a contest of strength. She scrutinized Yi Xian once more before replying, "I shall await you for 2 days. Now, I must seek out Yi Lang. Do you happen to know the whereabouts of the Yi residence?" At that moment, Yi Ling chimed in, "Sister, we are from the Yi residence. Come back with us." And Lanjiao turned her gaze to Yi Xian. "Are you the young master of the Yi family?" Yi Xian nodded, "I suppose so." And Lanjiao slightly inclined her head. "Your Yi family is quite fortunate to possess 2 prodigies. It seems you are not far from becoming a second-tier noble family." Yi Xian offered a faint smile, choosing not to respond further. Thus, the 2 siblings escorted and Lanjiao back to the Yi residence, where her arrival sent shockwaves through the entire family. The Grand Elder personally led a group of elders to welcome her. Despite the Yi family's current arrogance and inflated status, and Lanjiao hailed from the imperial capital, and the power backing her was beyond the reach of 100 Yi families. Consequently, when the Grand Elder and the others learned of Lanjiao's intention to challenge Yi Lang, they were filled with uncontainable joy. As Yi Xian and the others approached the gates of the Yi residence, the Grand Elder and his entourage were already there to greet them. Upon encountering the siblings Yi Xian and his sister, the Grand Elder's brow furrowed immediately. However, he did not address them. Instead, he hurried to greet Miss Lanqiu with a slight bow, stating, "The esteemed presence of Miss truly illuminates our Yi family. Please, do enter our humble abode." Miss Lanqiu gently shook her head, replying, "There is no need for me to sit." She inquired, "Is Yi Lang available?" The Grand Elder promptly responded, "Yes, indeed." He gestured to an elder nearby, urging, "Quickly, fetch Yi Lang." The elder hastily departed. At this moment, the Grand Elder cast a cold glance at Yi Xian, his demeanor turning severe. "What are you doing here, making a spectacle of yourself? Begone." Upon hearing this, Miss Lanqiu's brows knitted together in concern. Yi Xian shot a defiant look at the Grand Elder, retorting, "What business is it of yours?" Given the animosity between them, he had no intention of yielding to the Grand Elder's authority. The Grand Elder's expression darkened, and just as he was about to speak, Miss Lanqiu interjected. "And who might this be?" The Grand Elder turned his gaze towards her, his expression softening. "Miss may be unaware, but Yi Xian was once the heir of our Yi household. However, this individual is arrogant and overbearing, and his talents are rather mediocre, rendering him unworthy of such a title. Consequently, we have stripped him of his position. Yet, it seems he harbors resentment towards us, wishing to." Just then, Miss Lanqiu interjected, "You claim he is arrogant and overbearing. I will refrain from commenting on that. However, you assert that his talents are mediocre?" The Grand Elder paused momentarily before responding. "Indeed, he has reached the age of 18, yet remains at the 5th rank of the unceasing realm. Such talent is undoubtedly lacking." An expression of peculiar intrigue crossed in Lanqiu's face. "A swordsman, concealed cultivation. Is this truly considered poor aptitude?" Casting a glance at Yi Xian, she chose to remain silent. Yet it was evident that she too sensed an underlying discord between the Yi residents and Yi Xian. At this juncture, the Grand Elder continued, Missen may be unaware, but this individual cannot bear to see Yi Lang ascend as the heir. He audaciously proclaimed a life and death wager with Yi Lang for the duration of 1 month. Speaking of this wager, there are only 2 days remaining. Should Missen be unoccupied, you may stay in Qingsheng for 2 days, and I would kindly request you to serve as a witness. Lanqiu glanced at the Grand Elder, then shifted her gaze to Yi Xian, her expression decidedly enigmatic. Just then, Yi Lang emerged, approaching Lanqiu and offering a respectful salute. Missen. Lanqiu's focus settled on Yi Lang, and soon, her brows furrowed in contemplation. The so-called chosen one? The term refers to those who have cultivated to a certain level, nearing the end of their lifespan, only to be reborn and begin their training anew. Such beings are held in disdain by the true elite. Only the inept would resort to rebirth, clinging to life in such a manner. Her purpose for coming to Qingsheng was not due to Yi Lang's status as a chosen one, but rather because the presence of someone here had summoned a phenomenon of celestial significance. It was the allure of this extraordinary occurrence that piqued her interest. However, at this moment, upon seeing Yi Lang, she felt a wave of disappointment. Yi Lang concealed his true realm, yet it seemed insubstantial, akin to a bubble or an illusion. Certainly, it was remarkable in its own right, but it failed to captivate her interest. In contrast, she held a higher regard for Yi Xian. His foundational skills were comparable to hers, and he had cultivated a concealed realm, in addition to being a swordsman. Reflecting on this, Lanqiu cast a glance at Yi Xian and declared, I shall seek you out in 2 days. With that, she gracefully mounted her horse and prepared to depart. The onlookers from the Yi family were left in stunned silence. What transpired? Even Yi Lang appeared taken aback. Is she leaving just like that? At that moment, the Grand Elder regained his composure and hurried to Lanqiu's side, bowing slightly. Missen, will you not compete with our Yi Lang? Without turning back, Lanqiu replied from atop her steed, he is not worthy. With that, she spurred her horse and vanished from the sight of the Yi family. Behind her, the Yi family members stood in shock, while Yi Lang's expression turned exceedingly grim, as if he had ingested something foul. Ignored. This was the first time in his life he had been disregarded. It was intolerable. Under the gaze of all present, Yi Lang suddenly bolted forward. The Grand Elder's expression changed drastically, realizing it was too late to intervene. Just then, Lanqiu abruptly halted. In the next moment, she turned, brandishing her spear directly at Yi Lang. An intangible force of oppression abruptly halted Yi Lang in his tracks. Yi Lang's expression changed dramatically, for he sensed the essence of the gun. The essence of the gun. Staring incredulously at Lanqiu, he could scarcely believe that someone so young could comprehend such profound mastery. Observing Yi Lang's immobility, Lanqiu sheathed her spear, remarking, had you continued, I might have regarded you with greater esteem. Alas, you faltered. It is no wonder that your reincarnation and cultivation are subpar. With a dismissive glance at the Yi family and the neglected Yi Xian siblings, she shook her head slightly, lamenting the incompetence of the Yi family's upper echelons. With that, she spurred her horse and departed. Left behind, Yi Lang clenched his fists, his countenance dark with displeasure. Meanwhile, Yi Xian returned to his courtyard with Yi Lang. He cared little for the affairs concerning Yi Lang and the elder. His sole focus was on diligent cultivation and cherishing moments with his sister, eagerly anticipating the competition in 2 days, when he would take Yi Ling to the imperial capital. Brother, that sister just now was so beautiful, Yi Ling exclaimed suddenly within the confines of their room. Yi Xian glanced at her and replied with a smile. My sister will undoubtedly be just as beautiful in the future. This statement held truth, for Yi Xian was not lacking in good looks, and his sister was a rare beauty, destined to become a stunning woman in her own right. Yi Ling beamed sweetly, her heart brimming with joy. After Yi Ling fell asleep, Yi Xian entered the realm prison tower. With a serious tone, he addressed the elder, predecessor, that woman was able to discern my concealed realm. Did you not mention that no one had cultivated such a hidden realm before? After a brief silence enveloped the arena, the enigmatic woman spoke. Your concealed realm is unlike that of others. Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback and hurriedly inquired, in what way is it different? The mysterious woman replied, while others cultivate their hidden realms with relative ease, your experience is marked by increasing anguish. Yi Xian, perplexed, asked, why is that? The woman elucidated. Because they cultivate realms, whereas you are refining your bones, organs, and every sinew of your being. Do you understand? Yi Xian. Chapter 10. A Sword to Determine Life and Death. Regarding the enigmatic woman, Yi Xian did not possess a profound understanding, nor did he concern himself overly with it. Ultimately, as long as it posed no detriment to him, he remained unconcerned. Seemingly struck by a thought, Yi Xian inquired, "Elder, you encountered that woman earlier. What are your thoughts on her?" The woman in question, of course, referred to Enlancio. The mysterious woman replied softly, "Mediocre, to say the least. You and your sister are not inferior to her, particularly your sister, who surpasses her." "My sister?" Yi Xian was taken aback. "What do you mean, elder?" The mysterious woman continued, "Do not dwell on that for now. You have already grasped the fundamentals of swordsmanship. It is time for you to attempt cultivating some sword techniques." Upon hearing this, Yi Xian hastily asked, "What sword techniques?" "Sword techniques. Such entities are exceedingly rare. It is essential to note that the Yi family, over the years, has accumulated merely a handful of martial arts, no more than a dozen, all of which are of the lower tier. Martial arts are categorized into ranks: celestial, earth, spirit, profound, human, and mundane. The finest martial art within the Yi family is merely of the lower human rank, and it is accessible only to the clan leader. In the entire Qingcheng, the most exceptional martial art belongs solely to the city lord's manor, which possesses but one spirit tier lower technique. Martial arts can be considered even more precious than medicinal pills. As for sword techniques, their rarity is unparalleled. It is likely that none exist in all of Qingcheng. At this moment, the enigmatic woman spoke. "I possess two forms of swordsmanship for your consideration. The first is a formidable technique, possessing tremendous lethality. Yet its mastery is ultimately constrained by a threshold. The second is an evolved form, devoid of rank and limitation. It grows stronger in conjunction with your own prowess and can accompany you throughout your life. However, this technique harbors a significant flaw. If your murderous intent and belief in the way of the sword are insufficiently robust, it will weaken over time. Conversely, should your resolve and conviction in the sword grow stronger, so too will this technique, potentially to limitless heights." Yi Xian replied in a somber tone, "Senior, may I practice both forms?" The mysterious woman responded, "That is not permissible. One cannot overreach. It is better to master one art than to dabble in many. You may explore other sword techniques in the future, but for now, it is advisable to focus on a single discipline. For your understanding of the sword path is still shallow. Attempting to learn too much at once will only lead to confusion. Each sword technique, especially the one I am imparting to you, is not merely a skill. It embodies an attitude, a way of life, and a philosophy of swordsmanship. Do you comprehend?" Yi Xian glanced around before asking, "Senior, are you also a practitioner of the sword?" The mysterious woman replied coolly, "You inquire too much." Yi Xian remained silent. The woman continued, "Choose wisely. Which will it be?" With a wry smile, Yi Xian decided on the second option. The woman cautioned, "Your aspirations are grand, but remember, a vast heart must be matched by commensurate strength." Yi Xian nodded slightly, "I understand." The enigmatic woman proclaimed, "The sword technique I possess is called a sword determines life and death. The essence of this technique lies in the fact that when I draw my sword, it is to seal your fate. The cultivation of this sword style differs from others. It is a belief in the way of the sword. Thus, whether you can master it entirely depends on your own fortune." As her voice faded, Yi Xian found himself imbued with newfound knowledge, the operation of a sword technique. He promptly summoned the Lingxiao sword and attempted to perform the technique as instructed. To his astonishment, he discovered that following the prescribed method yielded no results whatsoever. Not only did it prove ineffective, but it also left him feeling constrained and quite uncomfortable. Confused, Yi Xian glanced around and inquired, "What does this mean, senior?" The mysterious woman replied, "The cultivation of this sword technique is divided into 6 stages. You have yet to unlock the first stage, hence you cannot manifest it. As for when you will be able to do so, that depends entirely on your own fortune." Yi Xian's expression turned peculiar. He thought to himself, "What sort of absurd sword technique is this? It requires unlocking?" Suddenly, the woman continued, "A swordsman must not draw his sword lightly. However, when the sword is drawn, it must determine the life and death of the enemy. The foundation of this technique lies in the intent to kill and the belief in the way of the sword. Do not pursue it too deliberately. When the opportunity arises, you will naturally succeed." Yi Xian could only manage a wry smile, realizing that he had no choice but to accept the situation for the time being. In the ensuing hours, he did not cease his efforts. Instead, he fervently practiced against the shadow, which significantly enhanced his speed, strength, and reflexes. He was originally a seasoned warrior, and now he has not only cultivated a hidden realm but also become a swordsman. His combat prowess has increased exponentially compared to his earlier self. Although he is merely at the 6th rank of Qi transformation, ordinary practitioners of Qi are no longer his match. Time passes swiftly, and soon the fateful duel between Yi Xian and Yi Lang has arrived. Due to Yi Lang, the news of their life-and-death battle has spread throughout the entire Qing city, thanks to the gossip of some disciples of the Yi family. Yi Xian. The people of Qing City are not unfamiliar with Yi Xian. It was he who once salvaged the Yi family's precarious situation in Qing City. One could say that Yi Xian is the greatest benefactor of the Yi family. Unfortunately, now the family has Yi Lang. The royal family is devoid of familial affection, and the aristocracy is no different, perhaps even more ruthless. Those who excel are favored, and within a family, there cannot be two tigers on the same mountain. After all, there can only be one patriarch. In simple terms, the Yi family will have to choose between Yi Xian and Yi Lang. It is evident to even the most simple-minded who that choice will favor. Today marks the fateful showdown between Yi Lang and Yi Xian, and the Yi family has even invited several other prominent families from Qing City to witness the event. Moreover, the venue for the contest has been moved outside the Yi residence. Outside the Yi residence, the family has constructed a martial arts platform measuring several dozen paces in length and width. The Yi family's intentions are clear to those who are perceptive. Yi Lang has recently been in the limelight, and at this moment, the Yi family seeks to further elevate his status and create a favorable atmosphere for him. Of course, there is also an element of intimidation involved. Yi Lang seldom makes public appearances, and this time, it is evident that he seeks to assert his authority. The arrangement by the Yi family aligns with the sentiments of many in Qingcheng, who are eager to witness the true prowess of the Chosen One. Consequently, nearly the entire population of Qicheng has gathered outside the Yi residence. At this moment, the vicinity of the Yi estate is teeming with people, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled excitement. Within the ancestral hall of the Yi family, all the elders are present, including Yi Lang, clad in an exquisite black robe. This garment is no ordinary attire. It is woven with golden threads, impervious to the blades of swords. Additionally, Yi Lang adorns his waist with a jade talisman of a striking azure hue. This talisman, known as the Spirit Consolidating Jade, possesses the remarkable ability to sharpen one's focus and invigorate the mind. In critical moments, maintaining clarity of thought is of utmost importance. Furthermore, this jade harbors pure spiritual energy, which greatly enhances Yi Lang's capabilities as he currently possesses the ability to manipulate qi, thus making this talisman an invaluable asset. It can be said that the Yi family has made significant sacrifices for Yi Lang, yet they all believe it to be worthwhile. The Grand Elder pays homage to the ancestral spirit tablets of the Yi lineage, expressing gratitude for divine favor and the blessings of their forebears. As the Yi family has produced a chosen one, from this day forth, the Yi family shall reclaim the splendor of yesteryears. As he speaks, everyone in attendance bows deeply in reverence. Upon concluding the ceremony, the Grand Elder turns his gaze towards Yi Lang, stating, "Today marks your debut. There is no need for restraint against Yi Xian." At this, the other elders nod in agreement, acknowledging that Yi Xian has proven to be quite a thorn in their side, and it would be prudent to eliminate him. With a gentle smile, Yi Lang replied, "Of course not." The Grand Elder nodded, indicating that he had received news. Individuals from Yin City and Luo City had arrived in Qing City, likely sent by the various factions from those cities. Today's contest between you and Yi Xian is intended to build your reputation. Once you vanquish Yi Xian, those factions will undoubtedly seek to ally with the Yi family, and you will gain fame as well. With their support in promoting your name, you will have a significant opportunity to attract the attention of those on the mountain, even that of Songmu Academy. Yi Lang nodded slightly, understood. The Grand Elder approached Yi Lang and gently patted him on the shoulder, remarking, "You are the chosen one, possessing memories of your past life, regardless of who you were. However, you carry the bloodline of the Yi family. This, I trust you do not contest?" Yi Lang smiled. "Naturally, both my soul and blood belong to the Yi family." Yet, a hint of scorn lingered at the corner of his lips. Yi Xian was merely a stepping stone for him, while the Yi family was but a platform. A smile graced the Grand Elder's face. "That's good. Let us proceed." Soon, under the guidance of the Grand Elder and several other elders, Yi Lang exited the Yi residence and ascended the newly constructed arena. Upon his arrival, The crowd below erupted into excitement. A genius prodigy. A superlative talent capable of invoking phenomena. Such a figure had never before graced Qing City. Yi Chang glanced at the throngs below, a smile gracing his lips. In his previous life, he too had observed others in such a manner. In this incarnation, fate had been kind to him, ushering forth celestial phenomena. This life? He was destined to be one of the resplendent jewels within the Azure realm. He was certain that he would secure a place on the fabled list of prodigies. With this thought, the smile upon Yi Chang's face broadened. Moments later, he suddenly turned to face the Yi Manor and called out, "Yi Xian, come forth and meet your demise." His voice echoed like thunder across the skies. Yi Xian. In the arena, countless eyes turned towards the Yi Manor. Where was Yi Xian? Yet, the doors of the Yi Manor remained closed, with Yi Xian making no appearance. Could it be that he was afraid? Surely not. Yi Xian had once been known as the Ruthless Yi. He did not strike one as a coward. Ruthless Yi? Nonsense. One must consider who his opponent is now. This is a chosen one, capable of summoning heavenly anomalies. Enough said, let us observe. The Yi family will undoubtedly provide an explanation. Not far away, upon a makeshift platform, the Grand Elder of the Yi family cast a glance at the Yi Manor, furrowing his brow. What is he up to? Go and see. Upon hearing this, Yiku nodded and turned to leave. Within the Yi Manor, in a chamber, Yi Xian was carefully feeding a bowl of medicinal porridge to Yi Ling. One spoonful at a time. He had already emerged an hour earlier. Brother, today is the day of your life and death duel with Yi Chang. Yi Ling spoke softly. Yi Xian smiled gently, reassuring her, don't worry. Come, drink this medicine. Open your mouth, be good. Moments later, Yi Xian rose. Brother is going out for a while. Yi Ling obediently nodded. He leaned down and placed a tender kiss on her forehead before turning to leave. As he reached the doorway, Yi Ling's voice suddenly called out, Brother will come back, right? Yi Xian nodded, affirming, of course. With that, he pushed the door open and stepped outside. On the bed, Yi Ling slowly closed her eyes. Her right hand reaching beneath the sheets where a pair of scissors lay hidden. Long ago, in her desire not to burden Yi Xian, she had contemplated ending her life. Yet, every time she saw him, her resolve wavered. It was not death that frightened her, but the thought of leaving Yi Xian alone in a world devoid of companionship. She grasped the scissors tightly, pondering the gravity of her feelings. If Yi Xian were no longer present, she would find no purpose in living. In life, she accompanied her brother, and in death, she would also stand by his side. Chapter 11. The Life and Death Arena, the Decisive Battle. Yi Xian has emerged, someone shouted, and all eyes outside the Yi residence turned towards the entrance. A man in a long robe stepped forth. The newcomer was none other than Yi Xian. Upon seeing him, the Grand Elder of the Yi family instantly turned cold, a sneer curling at the corners of his mouth. Meanwhile, the head of the Zhang family, the lord of the city, and the head of the Li family also fixed their gazes upon Yi Xian. Observing Yi Xian's calm and composed stride towards the arena, Zhang Lai, the head of the Zhang family, nodded slightly. Indeed, Yi Xian's demeanor and audacity were commendable. No wonder my younger generation from the Zhang family has suffered countless defeats at his hands. Li Yu, the head of the Li family, also acknowledged him with a nod, recognizing him as decisive and astute, a remarkable individual. Unfortunately, the Yi family cannot accommodate him. Otherwise, with Yu Lang in charge internally and him overseeing externally, the Yi family would have a genuine chance at becoming a prominent clan. The lord of the city remarked softly, Yi Lang is the Grand Elder's direct grandson, and this individual possesses a narrow vision. He will not tolerate anyone who poses a threat to Yi Lang's standing. The more he thinks this way, the less likely the Yi family will ascend to the ranks of a prestigious lineage. Upon hearing this, Li Yu and Zhang Lai exchanged knowing nods. Indeed, within the realm of noble families, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. However, this does not imply that only one super genius can exist within a family. In some of the great families, there typically exists one who commands internally and another who leads externally. Who takes which role entirely depends on one's abilities. If one wishes to engage in cunning, it is not impossible. However, if a family possesses true power, those young lords would not dare to act recklessly. Such instances, where a family like the Yi family assists one prodigy in suppressing another, are indeed rare in this world. Soon, Yi Xian ascended the platform of life and death. Facing Yi Lang glanced at Yi Xian with a slight smile before turning his gaze toward the Grand Elder, who was looking at a nearby seating area. There sat a middle-aged man and a beautiful woman, hailing not from Qingqing but from Yinqing and Luoqing. These two individuals represented the largest factions within their respective cities. Factions that the Yi family could not provoke at this moment. Noticing the Grand Elder's gaze, the middle-aged man and the woman nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Observing this, the Grand Elder smiled faintly, fully aware that they were extending a gesture of goodwill. He then addressed the assembly, stating that according to the Yi family's customs, once one steps onto the platform of life and death, they are accountable for their own fate, and no one is permitted to intervene. The duel to the death would commence today. Whoever descends from the platform shall live, while the one who perishes shall not be avenged. Let the battle begin. Yi Lang turned to Yi Xian with a faint smile, proclaiming, "On this day next year, it will be your memorial." However, before Yi Lang could finish his words, his expression abruptly changed, for Yi Xian surged toward him like a ferocious tiger. Witnessing this scene, the crowd was taken aback. There was no preamble. They had plunged directly into combat. Yi Xian had endured countless life and death battles, and through these myriad encounters, he gleaned a profound truth. Often, individuals perish due to their own verbosity. In a contest of life and death, must one engage in idle chatter before the inevitable? Apologies. But Yi Xian adhered to no such custom. His initial strike signified his advantage. As he approached Yi Lang, his momentum coalesced, and he unleashed a powerful punch aimed squarely at Yi Lang's face. This was the crushing fist, a rudimentary technique of the Yi family. However, Yi Xian had mastered it to an extraordinary degree. With this blow, he could shatter stone and split metal. Sensing the formidable force behind Yi Xian's fist, Yi Lang's expression shifted, and he dared not underestimate the attack. He swiftly repositioned his right foot backward and crossed his arms in a defensive stance. With a resounding thud, the impact reverberated as Yi Lang was sent reeling backwards. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers were rendered speechless. Had Yi Lang truly faltered in the first round? Meanwhile, on the spectators' platform, the elders of the Yi family wore expressions of profound dismay, particularly the Grand Elder, whose countenance darkened ominously. On the duel platform, Yi Xian, having successfully landed his strike, did not relent. Instead, he advanced with a swift step, harnessing his momentum to deliver yet another powerful blow towards Yi Lang. This was pure physical prowess. In the small locale of Qiqing, martial techniques were exceedingly rare. Often, confrontations hinged upon sheer bodily strength and experience. After Yi Lang came to a halt, his countenance was exceedingly grim. He had not anticipated the sheer magnitude of Yi Xian's power, which far exceeded his expectations. As he witnessed Yi Xian launching another punch, he opted not to defend, but instead clenched his right hand into a fist and countered with a powerful blow directed at Yi Xian. A faint glimmer emanated from his fist, indicative of the signs of qi transformation, which could enhance one's physical strength. Upon the collision of their fists, Yi Lang's expression transformed dramatically. In the next instant, he was sent reeling backward, retreating several paces, and it was evident to onlookers that his entire arm was trembling violently. The elder and others in the audience suddenly rose to their feet, disbelief evident in the elder's eyes. How could his strength be so terrifying? This was far beyond what one would expect from a fifth-tier practitioner. Surrounding spectators, including Li Yu, were equally astonished. Yi Xian's power was indeed abnormal. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man from Yin City and a beautiful woman exchanged glances, both reflecting a trace of surprise. On the life and death platform, after repelling Yi Lang with a single strike, Yi Xian propelled himself forward with a powerful push of his right foot, covering several meters in an instant. Upon reaching Yi Lang, he planted his left foot firmly on the ground and unleashed a rapid whip kick aimed at Yi Lang's shoulder. As his legs swept through the air, a faint sound of sonic boom resonated. A fierce glint flashed in Yi Lang's eyes as he chose not to evade the sweeping kick from Yi Xian, allowing it to strike his shoulder. Simultaneously, he delivered a powerful punch to Yi Xian's abdomen. The impact resonated, and both combatants were sent reeling. Yi Lang rolled several times to the side, while Yi Xian staggered back 10 paces. Yet, astonishingly, he remained unscathed, having withstood Yi Lang's blow with his own physical resilience. How can this be possible? The eldest elder in the viewing area was filled with disbelief, unable to fathom how Yi Xian could emerge unhurt. Meanwhile, Li Yu and the others furrowed their brows, equally astonished that Yi Xian had taken a punch from Yi Lang without consequence. On the life and death platform, Yi Lang too was uninjured, thanks to the inner armor he wore, which absorbed most of the impact from Yi Xian's attack. Upon realizing that Yi Xian had also sustained no injuries, Yi Lang's brows knitted together in deep concern. How could he possibly be unscathed? That punch had been delivered with all his strength, augmented by his inner energy. Yet, Yi Xian had somehow endured it. From a distance, Yi Xian cast a glance at Yi Lang, his right hand slowly tightening into a fist. The fabric of his sleeve burst apart, revealing a forearm riddled with prominent veins. A sight both striking and fearsome. Yi Lang's gaze fixed intently on Yi Xian, suspicion dawning upon him. You have concealed your strength. Just as he began to voice his thoughts, his eyes widened in alarm. Yi Xian had already charged to his front. Bang! Under the watchful gaze of countless spectators, Yi Lang once again suffered a setback, his entire being jolted back to the edge of the combat arena. On the stands, the Grand Elder fumed. This is a life-and-death duel. What need is there for further banter? Clearly, his dissatisfaction with Yi Lang was palpable. Not only the Grand Elder, but several other elders also exhibited signs of discontent. It was Yi Lang's first misstep, yet he still indulged in idle chatter. Such folly. Upon the life-and-death stage, Yi Xian did not relent, charging once more toward Yi Lang. In the distance, Yi Lang's expression suddenly twisted into a grimace as he raised his hands in a feigned manner. Boom! A powerful surge of energy erupted from within him. It is the Qi manipulation realm. Gasps filled the air below. Good heavens, he has truly attained the Qi manipulation realm, and he is barely 18. No wonder he is a prodigy capable of invoking celestial phenomena on the stands. Smiles finally illuminated the faces of the Grand Elder and his companions, gleaming with brilliance. He glanced at the two individuals not far away, the middle-aged man and the beautiful woman, both exhibiting a flicker of astonishment in their eyes. Witnessing this, the Grand Elder's smile grew ever more radiant. On the life-and-death stage, Yi Lang glared menacingly at Yi Xian, intent on demonstrating the vast chasm between an ant like you and myself. With his declaration, he stamped his right foot forcefully, propelling himself forward like a tempest. Surrounded by an aura of formidable energy, the realm of Qi mastery signifies that he has attained the ability to manipulate Qi, a feat that transcends the capabilities of mere physical prowess. Opposite Yi Chang, Yi Xian's expression remained stoic as he slowly clenched his right hand. Within him, a force surged like tumultuous waves. Golden Body Realm. Upon reaching this stage, his strength had amplified more than tenfold compared to before. Under the gaze of all present, Yi Xian charged towards Yi Chang. In the stands, spectators shook their heads, convinced that Yi Xian was engaging in a futile endeavor against an immovable force. The Elder's lips curled into a faint, derisive smile, a mockery of the situation. To confront the might of the physical body with Qi mastery? A reckless gamble. As the tension mounted, Yi Chang and Yi Xian drew perilously close. A moment of silence ensued. Bang! Before the astonished eyes of countless onlookers, a figure was sent flying. The crowd stood in stunned silence, for it was not Yi Xian who was propelled away, but Yi Chang. How is this possible? The elder stared in disbelief at Yi Chang, who soared through the air, as if his very soul had departed him. Surrounding the life and death arena, onlookers remained as if petrified, gazing at the scene unfolding before them. Was this truly defeat? The chosen one has fallen? Yet, upon the arena, Yi Xian did not relent. Instead, he pressed on towards the airborne Yi Chang. Presumptuous. At that moment, the elder on the stands erupted in fury, and in the next instant, he leapt onto the arena, delivering a powerful strike aimed at Yi Xian. Upon witnessing the elder's intervention, a fierce glint flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. He did not retreat. Instead, he charged forward with great haste, launching a powerful punch towards the elder. With a resounding crash, the elder was propelled several yards away. Just as Yi Xian was about to follow up with another strike, the elders of the Yi family ascended the life and death platform. Surrounding the platform were numerous Yi family guards armed with formidable crossbows. Yi Xian slowly clenched his fists, casting a cold glance around him, questioning whether this life and death duel had devolved into a brawl. In the distance, the elder suddenly pointed an accusatory finger at Yi Xian, exclaiming, "Yi Xian, you are cheating." Yi Xian turned to face the elder, who furiously declared, "Your dantian is clearly shattered. How do you possess such immense power?" Yi Xian responded with a sneer. "What business is it of yours?" The crowd fell silent. Chapter 12. This life is not for the Yi family. You. The Grand Elder furiously pointed at Yi Xian, his face a deep shade of anger. Yi Xian cast a cold glance at the Grand Elder and the others, sneering, "Grand Elder, we agreed upon a life and death duel, yet you all chose to intervene suddenly. TSK, Grand Elder, Are you truly willing to sacrifice your own dignity? The world is watching. Do you not fear that the Yi family will become a laughingstock in the eyes of all? Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, all eyes turned towards the Yi family, their expressions filled with peculiar intrigue. What was promised as a one-on-one duel had devolved into a brawl. This was far from a singular contest, it was a melee. Whispers began circulating among the spectators below. Meanwhile, on the other side, Liu exchanged glances with his companions, each of them harboring a strange smile. An unexpected turn of events. They had not anticipated that Yi Lang, having reached the Qi control realm, would prove no match for Yi Xian. This was indeed a momentous occasion for their three families. Liu rose to his feet, addressing the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, you summoned us to witness the duel. Yet are you now inviting us to observe the Yi family ganging up on a mere youth? Beside him, Zhonglai scoffed. Is this truly what is referred to as a life-and-death duel in the legendary Yi family? Engaging in a collective assault as soon as they step onto the platform? It's utterly laughable, haha. The city lord, Jiang Yin, cast a glance at the Grand Elder, his tone measured. Grand Elder, the eyes of the world are still upon you. The Grand Elder's expression was exceedingly grim as he cast a glance at Yi Lang beside him, whose armor was now shattered into fragments. Furthermore, blood was continuously trickling from the corner of Yi Lang's mouth, indicating he had sustained grave internal injuries. If he continued to act, he would undoubtedly be slain by Yi Xian. With this thought, the Grand Elder's hands gradually clenched into fists. At that moment, Yi Xian, not far away, suddenly laughed and said, "It seems the Grand Elder does not intend to allow me a fair duel with him. I wonder what excuse he is concocting to eliminate me. Come on, speak up, I am all ears." Everyone is listening. The Grand Elder raised his gaze towards Yi Xian and declared, "Yi Xian, I suspect this competition is unfair. You must have cheated." Just then, Yi Xian pointed an accusing finger at the Grand Elder, exclaiming, "Cheat? Old dog, do you not have any shame left? I challenged him to a duel. And my victory is deemed cheating? Your face is thicker than my backside." The Grand Elder snarled, "Listen well, ye family members. Yi Xian has committed insurrection, shoot him down." Clearly, he had disregarded everything else. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd below. The Yi family truly had no shame. They could not accept defeat. It was not merely an inability to lose. Their actions were utterly shameless. To claim that victory equated to cheating? What kind of character did the Grand Elder possess? Yet, what could be done? After all, the chosen one was his own grandson. How could he allow him to perish? Nevertheless, such behavior was indeed exceedingly disgraceful. Upon the grandstand, a middle-aged man from Flame City exchanged a glance with a beautiful woman from Luo City, both shaking their heads, their eyes betraying unmistakable disdain. Surrounding the life and death stage, the formidable guards of the Yi family exchanged glances, when suddenly the Grand Elder bellowed, "Why have you not yet slain him?" The guards hesitated, poised to act, when a voice resonated through the crowd. The clan leader has emerged. At this proclamation, the Grand Elder's body quivered slightly as he turned to the entrance of the Yi family estate, where a middle-aged man approached with measured steps. This man was none other than Yutsong, the current head of the Yi family and its strongest member. "Greetings, clan leader." The assembly bowed deeply in unison. Yi Xian cast a glance at Yutsong, but remained silent. Yutsong ascended the life and death stage and regarded the Grand Elder with a look that conveyed disapproval. "You have done well." The Grand Elder's complexion darkened as he offered a slight bow. "Clan leader." Yutsong disregarded the Grand Elder's presence and instead clasped his fists in acknowledgement to those around him. "I apologize for the spectacle." He then turned his gaze back to the Grand Elder, declaring that from this moment forth, the Grand Elder's title would be stripped, demoting him to a regular elder, barred from wielding power for life. Hearing this, the Grand Elder's expression shifted, and he was about to voice his protest when Yutsong turned his attention to Yi Xian. "Shall we consider this matter resolved?" Yi Xian shook his head, gesturing towards Yi Lang not far away. "My duel with him has yet to conclude." Yutsong's brow furrowed at this response. At this moment, the Grand Elder approached Yutsong, accompanied by a group of elders. In a grave tone, the Grand Elder declared, "Patriarch, Yi Lang is the chosen one, having summoned celestial phenomena, and his future is boundless. Although he was defeated by Yi Xian, the latter's dantian is shattered, rendering him a mere waste. With a life limited to that of an ordinary warrior, he can never emerge from this Qing city." Yutsong cast a cold glance at the Grand Elder. "You were responsible for his dantian, weren't you?" The Grand Elder clenched his fists tightly. "Yes, it was I. Patriarch. He has no future left, while Yi Lang possesses infinite potential. If we protect him today, he will undoubtedly bring glory to the Yi family in the future. The surrounding elders echoed his sentiments. Yi Lang is not to be harmed. This concerns the future honor and disgrace of the Yi family. Yi Tsong fell into silence. Every family requires geniuses. With Yi Xian's Dantian destroyed, he can no longer bear the weight of the future of the Yi family. However, Yi Lang is indeed the chosen one, the very embodiment of a prodigy who has attracted heavenly signs. The Yi family needs individuals like him. With this thought, Yi Tsong turned to Yi Xian, stating, "From this day forth, apart from the title of heir, all your previous privileges shall be restored. This matter shall be considered resolved." Understood? Yi Xian smiled, a smile tinged with sadness. He gazed at Yi Tsong, realizing that the patriarch must have known about all the happenings in the residence for quite some time. Yet, the patriarch chose not to intervene, allowing the grand elder and the others to treat him in such a manner. It appears that the patriarch harbors not only apprehensions towards the elder, but also towards me, fearing my rapid ascent may pose a threat to you. Is that not so? Yi Tsong's eyes narrowed, and he remarked, "You lack discretion." Discretion? Yi Xian replied with a smile. "Patriarch, with the elder and others exerting such pressure upon me and covertly injuring my Dantian, do you intend to take no action whatsoever? Or is it that I, Yi Xian, am now rendered useless, destined to achieve nothing further? Thus, I possess no value, and it would not warrant your risk of offending the Yi Lang faction, would it?" Yi Tsong fixed a piercing gaze upon Yi Xian, remaining silent. Yet his eyes betrayed a glimmer of murderous intent. Although Yi Xian was once the genius of the Yi family, he was neither the grandson of the elder nor a direct descendant of Yi Tsong's lineage. As Yi Xian articulated, he indeed felt threatened. Moreover, this time he remained in seclusion, as Yi Xian implied, to allow a fierce confrontation between Yi Xian and the elder, thereby enabling him to weaken both sides upon his emergence, a balancing act. As a family head, he did not perceive any wrongdoing in his actions. However, at this moment, Yi Xian had shattered the fragile facade, indicating that there would be no turning back for anyone involved. Silence enveloped the surroundings, yet all eyes were fixed upon Yi Xian. In this instant, even Liu and others felt a sense of injustice for Yi Xian. Though the aristocracy is a realm of harsh realities, the treatment of a family benefactor in such a manner is indeed disheartening and contemptible. At that moment, Yi Xian smiled, a smile steeped in profound desolation. He turned to glance at the Yi residence, a flicker of turmoil evident in his eyes, as if recalling memories of the past. At the age of 12, Yi Xian had become the heir, fighting valiantly for the Yi family countless times. Yet, all his sacrifices had culminated in such a disheartening outcome. As he spoke, he removed the Yi family insignia from his chest and cast it to the ground. "I, Yi Xian, hereby swear before all present that from this moment forth, my sister Yi Ling and I shall no longer be members of the Yi family. Our lives are separate from the Yi family, and in death, we shall not be interred in the ancestral shrine of the Yi clan." Upon hearing this declaration, the expressions of everyone in the gathering shifted dramatically, particularly those from the Yi family. To withdraw from the family was an unprecedented event in Qingqing. Even Liu and others regarded him with disbelief. Yi Xian was truly severing ties with the Yi family. Yi Tsong observed Yi Xian, acknowledging, "This is your choice." Yi Xian remained silent and turned to leave. Just then, the Grand Elder interjected, "Wait." Yi Xian halted his steps. The Grand Elder cast a cold glance at Yi Xian before turning to Yi Tsong. "Patriarch, although this man's Dantian is shattered and his future is bleak, his combat prowess remains formidable at this moment. He undoubtedly harbors resentment towards our Yi family. If we do not eliminate him now, he will surely become a dire threat to us in the future." Beside him, a cloaked elder spoke solemnly, "Patriarch, this Yi Xian has openly betrayed the family. If we do not eliminate him now, it is inevitable that others may follow his example. Moreover, this individual possesses formidable combat prowess. Should he be recruited by other families, it would spell disaster for the Yi clan." Upon hearing this, the elders of the Yi clan hastily concurred. Yi Tsong fixated his gaze upon Yi Xian, and suddenly, he raised his right hand. In an instant, all the elite crossbowmen of the Yi clan aimed their weapons at Yi Xian. Following this, Yi Tsong's chilling voice resonated throughout the assembly. "Yi Xian has openly betrayed the clan. According to our family rules, he must be executed immediately." Just as the elite crossbowmen prepared to strike, a voice unexpectedly pierced the tension, proclaiming, "Hold on." The crowd turned to see a woman, elegantly advancing with a spear in hand. Upon recognizing her, the countenances of the elders, including the Grand Elder, shifted dramatically. Not only the Grand Elder, but even Jiang Nian's expression changed. In particular, Jiang Nian hurried to the woman's side, bowing deeply. "I am Jiang Nian, the subordinate of the city lord of Qiqing. I pay my respects to the national scholar." The national scholar was none other than Enlancio, the youngest national scholar of Jianghua. In Jianghua, a national scholar holds a status that surpasses even that of high-ranking officials, with the national ruler himself having no authority to restrain them. Any official beneath the national ruler, upon encountering a national scholar, must pay their respects. At that moment, a middle-aged man from Yin City and a beautiful woman from Luo City also promptly approached Enlancio, both offering a slight bow. The middle-aged man spoke, "I am Mo Xing, representing the Mo family of Yin City. I pay my respects to the national scholar." The beautiful woman followed suit, declaring, "I am from the Yu family, representing the Yu family of Luo City. I pay my respects to the national scholar." They are not qualified to engage in conversation unless accompanied by their respective families. Enlancio nodded slightly, indicating that she had matters to attend to. The three promptly stepped aside. Under the gaze of all present, Enlancio lightly tapped her toes, and like a wisp of gentle breeze, she gracefully ascended to the death and life platform, the realm of void. A collective gasp echoed throughout the crowd. Enlancio, the youngest in the realm of void from the Jiang kingdom. She slowly approached Yi Xian, stating, "Our pact of 2 days has come to fruition." All around, the onlookers were left in stunned silence, particularly the Grand Elder and others, who appeared utterly bewildered. "She intends to challenge Yi Xian." Gradually, some regained their composure, exclaiming in disbelief, "Heavens, she truly means to challenge Yi Xian. How could this be possible?" Nearby, the Grand Elder murmured in a daze, "How could she possibly challenge someone whose dantian has been shattered? This is utterly inconceivable." Yi Tsong clenched his fists tightly, fixated on Yi Xian in the distance. Under the scrutiny of all, Yi Xian turned to Enlancio and proclaimed, "All right." As the words fell, he opened his palm, and in an instant, a sword materialized within it. A spirit sword. At that moment, the crowd was rendered speechless. "He is a sword cultivator." Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. As the sound echoed, the surroundings fell eerily quiet, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Chapter 13. Together we shall depart from life. All gazes were fixated upon Yi Xian on the platform of life and death, their eyes brimming with disbelief. At that moment, Yi Tsong, the patriarch of the Yi family, turned pale, his hands clenched tightly, appearing utterly lost. The elder and others stood frozen in shock. A swordsman. Such a being had never graced the realm of Qiqing. How could Yi Xian possibly be a swordsman? Enlancio was about to speak when the elder suddenly bellowed, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You cannot be a swordsman." Yi Xian glanced at the nearly deranged elder and retorted, "Apologies, but I truly am a swordsman. I shall drive you mad, old dog." With a sudden spurt of blood, the elder pointed fiercely at Yi Xian, his face contorted in rage. As a realization dawned upon him, he swiftly turned to Yi Tsong, exclaiming, "Patriarch, this individual must not be allowed to live, otherwise he will bring calamity upon our Yi family in the future." Enlancio paid no heed to the pale-faced members of the Yi family beside her, instead directing her gaze towards Yi Xian. "Draw your sword," she commanded. Yi Xian inclined his head slightly, gripping the Lingxiao sword, which he held at an angle towards the ground, remaining utterly still. Before him, Enlancio nodded slightly and took a step forward. In that very moment, Yi Xian surged ahead with remarkable speed, akin to a wisp of gentle breeze. The Lingxiao sword in his hand aimed directly at Enlancio. It was a singular strike, simple and direct. At that instant, Enlancio subtly shifted her stance, and in the next moment, her spear lunged forward with a thrust that met the tip of Yi Xian's sword. The clash of metal reverberated through the arena with a piercing sound. Yi Xian was propelled to the edge of the platform. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he reappeared before Enlancio once more. However, he had yet to strike, and her spear was already poised merely half an inch from his brow. A flicker of surprise danced in Enlancio's eyes, for Yi Xian's blade was resting against the tip of her spear, a testament to his skill and restraint. Yet, she realized, even if she did not hold back, her strike would not claim Yi Xian's life. A subtle smile graced Enlancio's lips, recognizing his keen combat awareness. As her voice faded, she deftly flicked her wrist, and her spear swept towards Yi Xian's shoulder with the agility of a cunning serpent, executing the maneuver at an unexpected angle. At nearly the same moment, Yuxian suddenly surged forward, harnessing the momentum from Enlanchio's spear to thrust his sword toward her heart, a sacrifice for an opportunity to strike. The corners of Enlanchio's mouth curved into a wider smile, and without any visible movement, she abruptly raised her spear to block Yuxian's blade. Clang! A sharp, resonant clash of metal echoed. With his first attack thwarted, Yuxian, akin to a specter, gracefully glided to the right, then executed a downward thrust at an unusual angle aimed at Enlanchio's brow. The sword halted a mere half-inch from her forehead, for Enlanchio's spear had, unbeknownst to him, found its way under his armpit, seemingly signaling the end of their duel. Yet, at that moment, Yuxian unexpectedly released his sword, grasping Enlanchio's spear with both hands, and forcefully drew it forward, colliding directly with her. Enlanchio narrowed her eyes slightly, her right foot gently tapping the ground, propelling her backward. However, as Yuxian maintained his grip on her spear, her retreat inadvertently pulled him along, allowing him to embrace Enlanchio, catching her off guard. Before the astonished gazes of onlookers, Yuxian enveloped Enlanchio in his arms. Then, with a fierce roar, he executed a body slam. Bang! The two crashed to the ground, causing the entire arena to shudder slightly. Yet, in the next instant, a figure soared through the air. This leap sent him directly out of the arena. That figure was none other than Yuxian, beyond the realm of life and death. Yuxian slowly rose to his feet. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and then turned his gaze towards Enlanchio, assuring her that it was not his intention to offend. Opposite him, Enlanchio appraised Yuxian with a keen eye and smiled. I understand. As a practitioner of martial arts, I am not so fragile. I initially thought your swordsmanship was commendable, but I did not anticipate that your prowess in close combat would be equally impressive. It seems you have endured countless battles of life and death. Yuxian nodded slightly, choosing not to respond. Enlanchio continued, in our current duel, I hold an unfair advantage due to my superior cultivation. How about we have another match in the future? Yuxian glanced at Enlanchio and nodded. Very well. This individual before him was indeed a true master, engaging with her promised greater enlightenment than his previous encounters with shadows. Enlanchio nodded thoughtfully, then flicked her finger, sending a white jade pendant drifting towards Yuxian. If you find yourself without a destination, you may seek refuge at the Tsangmu Academy in the imperial capital. This pendant is my personal token with it. You may gain admission to Tsangmu Academy as my recommendation. Upon hearing this, Yuxian's expression shifted, and rather than declining, he accepted the pendant. He genuinely needed to join Tsangmu Academy to seek medical assistance for his sister. After carefully storing the pendant, he clasped his fists in gratitude towards Enlanchio, declaring, A great kindness deserves no words of thanks. This favor shall be etched in my heart for eternity. Enlanchio shook her head. I cherish talent. Until we meet again. With that, she turned and departed, her movement graceful and unrestrained. Soon, Enlanchio vanished from the gaze of the onlookers. At this moment, all eyes below turned towards the Yi family, especially those of Jiang Yin and others, whose faces were unmistakably marked by a sense of glee at another's misfortune. Just then, a middle-aged man and a beautiful woman from Yin City approached Yuxian, cupping their fists in greeting. The middle-aged man spoke, Young Master Yi, should the opportunity arise, we would be honored to host you in Yin City and Luo City for a visit and to forge a friendship. Their initial intent had been to win him over. But now that Enlanchio had recommended Yuxian to Tsangmu Academy, they dared not pursue their original aim and could only seek to befriend him instead. Yuxian returned the gesture, expressing, If the opportunity presents itself, I shall certainly consider it. The middle-aged man smiled and replied, Then it is settled, until we meet again. With that, they turned and departed. At that moment, Yitsong suddenly declared, Bring the Grand Elder down. The members of the Yi family were taken aback for a moment. But soon, several guards approached the Grand Elder. He wore an expression devoid of emotion, offering no resistance as the guards seized him. Yitsong glanced at Yuxian from a distance, hesitating briefly before stating, Yuxian, from this moment forth, you shall be recognized as the young master of the Yi family and the next heir. Young master? Yuxian scoffed. I have no interest in your title of young master. I, Yuxian, reiterate once more that I shall no longer be a member of the Yi family. With that, he turned and strode towards the Yi residence. Upon hearing Yuxian's words, the expressions of Yitsong and the others turned exceedingly grim, utterly dismal. They are acutely aware that Yuxian is no longer a member of the Yi family. Consequently, the Yi family has lost a prodigious talent, a genius in swordsmanship. Most critically, This swordsmanship prodigy may harbor resentment towards the Yi family. Haha. At that moment, not far away, Zhang Lai, the head of the Zhang family, burst into laughter, exclaiming, "What a remarkable feat for the Yi family to drive away an unparalleled genius. Truly impressive, haha." Beside him, Li remarked, "Not merely an unparalleled genius, but a genius in swordsmanship. Moreover, I believe that the so-called celestial phenomenon was undoubtedly summoned by Yi Xian himself. Otherwise, it is inconceivable that Nguesher would seek him out. It is utterly laughable that the Yi family still believes it was brought forth by Yi Lang. This truly amuses me." Meanwhile, Jiang Nian, the city lord, offered a slight smile, remaining silent. Yet, the expression on his face spoke volumes. Yutsong clenched his right hand tightly, his complexion darkening. After a moment, he addressed Jiang Nian, the city lord, Li, and Zhang, saying, "I apologize for the grievances my Yi family has caused in the past," and, at that instant, Zhang Lai abruptly waved his hand, interrupting, "Grievances? Your Yi family was quite arrogant before, claiming to be the foremost family of Qiqing and demanding a decade's worth of mining rights from the surrounding areas. What? Now you wish to submit and let bygones be bygones? Ha! You are deluding yourselves." As he spoke, he cast a cold gaze over the members of the Yi family, declaring, "From this moment forth, I proclaim that anyone from the Yi residence who dares to step outside its confines shall be eradicated by my Zhang family." Li Yu suddenly declared, "My family, the Li clan, is no different. Anyone from the Yi family who dares to appear within our sight shall be met with death." As he spoke, he turned to Jiang Nian, the city lord, and asked, "What is your stance, Lord Jiang?" With a faint smile, Jiang Nian replied, "Brotherly, Brother Zhang. I am naturally on your side." Ha! Upon hearing this, Li Yu burst into hearty laughter. Meanwhile, the members of the Yi family appeared ashen-faced, for it was evident that their fate in Qincheng was sealed. At that moment, Yi Tsong, the head of the Yi family, strode up to the elder and, in a fit of rage, struck him hard across the face, exclaiming, "You old dog." The elder was sent crashing to the ground by the force of the slap, and the Yi family members glared at him with venomous looks. If it were not for this elder, the Yi family would not have found themselves in such dire straits. Suddenly, the elder began to laugh maniacally, proclaiming, "Yi Xian was not mistaken. In this Yu family, once one falls from grace, one is treated worse than a dog." Ha ha. Yutsong fixed a steely gaze upon the elder, vowing, "I will cripple your cultivation and imprison you for life in the water dungeon." Yu Xian returned to his chambers, approaching the bedside where Yi Ling awaited him. As their eyes met, she smiled, her laughter soon giving way to tears. Yi Xian also smiled. "Brother," Yi Ling exclaimed, rising to embrace him tightly. With her held close, Yi Xian stepped out of the room and departed from the Yi manor as dusk descended. Within the confines of the Yi residence, in the courtyard known as Yi Lang, a figure sat upon the ground, disheveled and wild-haired, his face contorted with a fierce expression. "Yi Xian, our matters are far from concluded. The humiliation of today shall be repaid 100-fold in the future." At that moment, a shadow suddenly descended behind Yi Lang. In the next instant, a glimmer of silver flashed past Yi Lang's neck. Sizzle! Yi Lang's head was severed cleanly from his body. The one responsible, of course, was Yi Xian. Yi Xian cast a cold glance at the severed head beneath him. "I, Yi Xian, never leave behind future troubles." With that, he turned and departed. Outside Qingqing, a young boy carried a little girl as they made their way beyond the city limits. "Brother, will we never return to the Yi family again?" "Never." "Then where will our home be?" "Wherever my sister is, that shall always be home to me." "Brother, I'm feeling a bit cold. I will take you to be treated." "Brother, what if they cannot cure me? I will accompany you to the end." Chapter 14. Such is the brother. After carrying his sister for a short while, Yu Xian suddenly halted. Not far ahead of him stood three individuals, none other than Jiang Nian and his companions. As they approached, Jiang Nian offered a faint smile and said, "We have come to see off young Master Yi." Yi Xian gently set his sister down and cupped his fists in gratitude. "Thank you." Jiang Nian returned the smile, producing a white jade bottle and extending it towards Yi Xian. "Inside are 30 spirit-nourishing pills, a modest token from our three families. We hope you will graciously accept them." Spirit-nourishing pills. Yi Xian glanced at the trio, a hint of confusion crossing his face. Perceiving his bewilderment, Jiang Nian continued, "I shall speak candidly. We three wish to forge a benevolent relationship with young Master Yi. Although you are no longer a member of the Yi family, you remain a citizen of Qingqing. Should you depart from here and attain fame in the future, we might share in your glory." Yi Xian accepted the white jade bottle with a slight bow. "Thank you very much." Though he was reluctant to owe a favor, he truly needed the spirit-nourishing pills. For his sister's sake, he was willing to incur even the greatest debt of gratitude. At that moment, Liu interjected, "Are you, young Master Yi, bound for the imperial capital?" Yi Xian nodded, confirming his destination was indeed the Tsangmu Academy in the imperial capital. Liu smiled gently and waved his right hand, summoning a carriage that quickly approached from within the city. The journey to the imperial capital is long. If you were to rely on foot, it would take you half a year to arrive. The two siblings can take a carriage to Qinshan City, where they can board a cloud ship to the imperial capital. In precisely 1 month, the enrollment period for Tsangmu Academy will commence, making their arrival perfectly timed. After Liu finished speaking, Zhang Lai produced a small pouch of coins and a scroll, presenting them to Yi Xian. "Young Master Yi, this is but a modest token of goodwill. The journey to the imperial capital entails various expenses. Though this amount is not substantial, it should suffice for emergencies." This scroll contains a map, indicating perilous areas to avoid at all costs. Yi Xian glanced at the three and clasped his fists in gratitude. "I shall forever remember your kindness today. In the future, I will repay you all. Farewell." With that, he stowed the items away, hoisted his sister onto his back, and entered the carriage. Soon, the Yu siblings vanished from the trio's sight. As they watched the siblings disappear into the distance, Liu spoke softly, "Does this person value relationships?" Jiang Nian chuckled. "Did you see his sister?" At this, the three instantly understood. Jiang Nian gazed at the increasingly indistinct carriage and murmured, "This individual possesses a resolute character. He is unyielding and ruthless in his endeavors, a formidable figure. If the Yi family has such a person, we may find ourselves bowing our heads for many years to come." Fortunately, the Yi family is filled with fools, foolishly supporting a so-called chosen one. Even if they choose to support, they should not suppress another genius in such a manner. Now, they have effectively forced him to sever ties with the Yi family. The clan's elder and patriarch truly possess the brains of a pig. Liu chuckled. "For us, this could be considered a fortunate turn of events. Wouldn't you agree?" Jiang Nian replied with a smile, "Indeed." Suddenly, Zhang Lai interjected with a grin, "Ladies, how do you propose we divide this grand bounty from the Yi family?" Liu laughed heartily. "Naturally, we shall divide it as we please. Come, let us return and deliberate over this bounty." With that, the three turned and departed. Meanwhile, atop a majestic mountain, a woman wielding a long spear gazed intently at a trial carriage below. This woman was none other than Enlancio. Behind her stood an elderly man, leaning on a gnarled wooden staff. Enlancio inquired, "Elder Ling, what is your perspective?" The elder cast a glance at the carriage and remarked, "Based on his previous encounter with you, this young man has likely endured countless life and death battles. As for his swordsmanship, it remains unclear where his tutelage lies. However, one thing is certain, he is already regarded as a sword cultivator." After a moment's hesitation, he added, "Miss, while he possesses commendable qualities, you are from entirely different realms. After all, you have already ascended the martial rankings." The martial rankings. Across the expanse of Qingzhou, there exist hundreds of small nations alongside 4 or 5 larger ones, as well as concealed noble families and sections. All the offspring of these various factions share a singular aspiration, to ascend the martial rankings. The martial rankings stand as the most esteemed and authoritative list in all of Qingzhou, comprised of the most exceptional talents and prodigies. Yet, within the entirety of the Jiang Kingdom, only 2 individuals have managed to secure a place on this illustrious list. One of them is Enlancio. Enlancio glanced at Ling Lao and offered a faint smile, wondering if Ling Lao perceived my gift of the jade pendant as an indication of affection. Fearing I might become enamored, Ling Lao, taken aback by the candidness of his young lady's words, lowered his gaze slightly in silence. Enlancio turned her attention to the carriage that had vanished into the distance, realizing that Ling Lao had misunderstood her earlier inquiry. It was not his talent she wished to discuss, but rather the essence of the person himself. Upon hearing this, Ling Lao furrowed his brow in thought. Enlancio chuckled softly, expressing, "A brother should indeed be this way." With that, she gracefully turned and departed. Ling Lao remained in contemplation for a considerable time before ultimately choosing to leave as well. Yi Xian navigated the carriage, with Yi Ling tightly clutching his arm. He cast a glance into the distance before producing the map that Zhang Lai had provided him. Studying the map, his brow furrowed in perplexity, having never ventured beyond Qingqing. He suddenly realized just how vast the world truly is. They had been traveling for nearly 2 hours, yet they still remained within the domain of Qingqing. Moreover, To reach Qiashan City at their current pace, it would take at least 4 or 5 more days. Yuxian decided against pushing onward, as the hour had grown late. And he dared not drive into the depths of the mountains with his sister in the dead of night. If he were alone, he would have felt unafraid, for he had often battled amidst the mountains. However, with his sister by his side, he could not afford to act so recklessly. Above, the moon hung bright, and stars were few, the sky vast and profound. By the flickering campfire, Yi Xian and Yi Ling sat closely together. Above the fire, a partially roasted turkey, prepared by Li Yu and the others, awaited their enjoyment. Yi Ling glanced around, and aside from their immediate vicinity, the darkness enveloped them, rendering visibility nearly non-existent, as the moon was obscured by ominous clouds. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Yi Ling clutched Yuxian tightly, to which he responded with a gentle smile, "Do not fear." As he surveyed the area, a wave of familiarity washed over him. Ever since he ascended to the status of heir, he had frequently represented the Yi family in contests against the disciples of the other two families for control over the mines, with their battlegrounds often situated in deep, uncharted forests. The woods held no mystery for him, as he had grown accustomed to engaging in life-and-death struggles beneath the cover of night. Tilting her head, Yi Ling looked at Yuxian. "Brother, with you here, I am unafraid." He tenderly ruffled her hair, reassuring her, "As long as you remain unafraid, remember, if the sky were to fall, I would bear its weight first." Yi Ling beamed sweetly. After they savored the turkey, Yi Ling soon drifted off to sleep. Yi Xian gently carried her into the carriage before settling down to meditate, entering the realm of the Abyssal Tower. The battle against Enlancio before leaving the Yi family had imparted profound insights upon him. Witnessing his opponent's speed, reflexes, and combat awareness revealed to him the numerous inadequacies he still possessed. Rather than practicing with shadows, Yi Xian meticulously recalled every detail of his previous confrontation with Enlancio. At first, he found himself reminiscing, but gradually, he began to envision how Enlancio might respond. He was not only studying Enlancio, but also reflecting on the timing and angle of his previous strikes. After a while, Yi Xian abruptly rose to his feet and commenced his sword practice, alone. No, it would be more accurate to say he conjured an imaginary opponent, one that embodied Enlancio. Time eluded him as he continued, and eventually, Yi Xian sheathed his sword, settling onto the ground with a faint smile gracing his lips. "Have you gained any insights?" inquired a mysterious woman suddenly. Yi Xian nodded. During his earlier confrontation with her, his first strike had been poorly executed, leading to a disadvantage that left him suppressed thereafter. Had he not swiftly relinquished his sword, he feared he would have been utterly defenseless. The mysterious woman remarked, "It is commendable that you grasp this." Yi Xian lifted his gaze, realizing that the elder had known all along, hadn't she? She replied, "What does it matter to you that I know? Some truths can only be truly understood through personal insight. What others impart holds little real significance." Yi Xian nodded slightly. "I am enlightened." After a brief period of cultivation, Yi Xian departed from the boundary prison tower. He glanced at the peacefully slumbering Yi Ling, a gentle smile on his face, before stepping out of the carriage. It was now the dead of night. Just then, Yi Xian's brow furrowed suddenly. He turned to his right, where the sound of hurried footsteps approached. Swiftly, a woman materialized before Yi Xian. She appeared to be in her mid-20s, possessing a captivating allure. Clad in a rather revealing fitted gown that exposed a considerable expanse of her fair skin. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern several scars adorning her body. Upon noticing Yi Xian, she momentarily froze, and in the blink of an eye, she dashed to his side, exclaiming, "Esteemed sir, someone seeks to take my life. I implore you to save me." As she spoke, she clasped his arms with both hands, and Yi Xian was immediately struck by a soft sensation coursing through his limbs. At that very moment, 3 figures emerged from the distance. At their forefront stood a middle-aged man wielding a long blade, accompanied by 2 elderly men. Upon sighting these 3, Yi Xian's heart sank. Judging by the aura emanating from the middle-aged man, he was at least of the Qi master realm, while both elderly men had also reached the Qi transformation stage. The trio soon fixed their gazes upon Yi Xian, their brows furrowing in unison. The middle-aged man stared intently at Yi Xian and demanded, "Who are you?" Before Yi Xian could respond, the alluring woman interjected, "The item is secured. You must impede them, and we shall rendezvous at the usual location." With that, she turned to flee, but at that instant, Yi Xian abruptly executed a sweeping kick towards her. The woman's countenance shifted dramatically, She had not anticipated Yi Xian's sudden assault and hastily raised her arms in defense. With a resounding impact, she was propelled several paces away by Yi Xian's powerful kick. Meanwhile, the three assailants, who were about to charge at Yi Xian, were momentarily taken aback. Yi Xian glanced at the enchanting woman and said earnestly, "Could you please specify the old place you mentioned? I fear I might lose my way and be unable to find it." Chapter 15. The Ill-Tempered Man. The enchanting woman fixed her gaze intently on Yi Xian, remaining silent. Yi Xian cast a cold glance at her before turning his attention to the trio of middle-aged men nearby. "I am merely passing through. Your affairs do not concern me," he stated, retreating to the warmth of a nearby campfire by the carriage. The notion of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress was far from his mind. Yi Xian was no fool. In this world, there were not countless beauties awaiting salvation. One must tread carefully when venturing outside, for the intricacies of human interactions could lead to perilous outcomes. Unaware of the underlying circumstances, he refrained from intervening in others' matters. Moreover, the fact that this alluring woman had previously sought to exploit him, indifferent to his fate and predicament, revealed that she was not to be trusted. Seeing Yi Xian withdraw, the middle-aged men exchanged glances. One of them clasped his fists in greeting towards Yi Xian, then turned his attention to the enchanting woman on the ground. "Qin Shang, surrender the items, and I shall grant you a swift end." The alluring woman retreated to a nearby tree, a cold smile gracing her lips. "Mo village. If I were you, I would turn and flee immediately." The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed. "What do you mean?" Suddenly, the distinct sound of rapid hoofbeats echoed from a distance. Realizing the implications, the middle-aged man's expression shifted dramatically. "You have summoned reinforcements." The woman, known as Qin Shang, replied with a chilling smile, "What do you think?" The middle-aged man glared intensely at Qin Shang. "The Mo family will remember this." After speaking, the three figures turned and vanished into the darkness, leaving only Yi Xian and Qin Shang in the scene. Qin Shang gazed at Yi Xian, wiping the blood from her lips, and stepped forward, asking, "What is the matter? Are you going to flee?" Yi Xian shook his head. Naturally, escape was not an option for him, especially with his sister by his side. Qin Shang scrutinized Yi Xian and remarked, "Your strength is commendable, yet by your attire, one might deduce you are not of noble lineage. Do you comprehend the significance of forming a bond of goodwill? Had you aided me earlier, we would have forged a connection of virtue. Do you realize what such a bond could mean for you?" Yi Xian glanced at Qin Shang and mused, "Perhaps it is a bond of ill fate." Qin Shang scoffed, "Ill fate? Indeed, that is precisely what it is." At that moment, the curtain of the carriage was lifted, and Yi Ling emerged, wrapped in a thick blanket. Yi Xian quickly discarded the stick he had been using to stoke the fire and approached Yi Ling, softly inquiring, "Did I disturb you?" Yi Ling nodded slightly, glancing toward Qin Shang in the distance, and whispered, "Brother, are you all right?" Yi Xian smiled reassuringly, "I'm fine." No sooner had Yi Xian spoken than a dozen men on horseback galloped to a halt not far from Qin Shang. The leader dismounted and approached her, asking, "Miss, are you unharmed?" In response, Qin Shang swiftly struck the man across the face, exclaiming, "Unharmed? Why didn't you arrive after I was dead?" The man immediately knelt on one knee, apologizing, "It is my fault for arriving late. Please forgive me, miss." Qin Shang let out a cold snort, stating that she would settle the score upon her return. With that, she turned her gaze towards the distant siblings, Yi Xian and his sister. Realizing it was time to address their matters, Yi Xian pondered for a moment before responding, "We are merely passing through and have no intention of causing trouble." Qin Shang stepped closer to Yi Xian, her delicate face suddenly twisting into a sinister expression. "No desire to stir up chaos? Very well. Then kneel and bow 100 times, and I shall spare you and your sister today. What say you?" Yi Xian furrowed his brow. "Is it merely because I refuse to be your pawn? To speak candidly, I owe you nothing. Why should I assist you?" Qin Shang approached him, her smile now somewhat menacing. "I want you to comprehend the consequences of your previous inaction." Before she could finish her sentence, Yi Xian erupted in anger, catching her off guard as he delivered a resounding slap to her face. The sharp sound echoed through the night, and Qin Shang was sent sprawling to the ground. At that moment, she was utterly bewildered, never expecting that in such a situation, this man would dare to strike her. Meanwhile, the onlookers regained their senses and rushed towards Yi Xian, only to halt abruptly, for Yi Xian's foot was firmly planted on Qin Shang's abdomen. He gazed coldly at the Qin Shang beneath him, proving that some individuals simply cannot grasp the essence of human communication. As he spoke, He leaned down and delivered a resounding slap to Qin Shang's face. The sound echoed, and in that instant, her delicate visage began to swell. "You insolent fool!" exclaimed the leader of the group, his voice laced with fury. "Do you have any idea who she is? She is the young lady of the Qin family from Luo City." Luo City. Yi Xian was well aware of this place, situated in close proximity to Qing City. He cast a glance at the speaker, thinking to himself that if he were in the man's position, it would be more prudent to swiftly apologize rather than threaten. Speaking harshly? Anyone can do that. Yet, it is often the most incapable who resort to such bravado. The more inept a person is, the louder they shout. Indeed. My apologies. Just then, beneath Yi Xian's feet, Qin Shang unexpectedly spoke up. "Esteemed sir, it was my ignorance that led to this misunderstanding. I implore you to forgive my transgression. My Qin family will surely offer substantial recompense." Yi Xian lowered his gaze to Qin Shang, whose face had shed its previous ferocity, now displaying only a pitiful and fragile demeanor, though her hands remained tightly clenched. Yi Xian smiled slightly, and in the next moment, he abruptly placed his foot upon her throat. A sickening crack echoed as bones shattered, and Qin Shang's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with regret. Witnessing Yi Xian's swift execution of Qin Shang left those nearby utterly shocked. Yi Xian withdrew his foot and returned to Yi Ling's. He was not inclined to offer explanations. Yet he desired not to appear callous in his sister's eyes. Yi Ling gently shook her head, embracing Yi Xian's arm tightly, declaring her unwavering support for her brother. Regardless of the rectitude of his actions, a warm current flowed through Yi Xian's heart. He turned his gaze towards the individuals in the vicinity, inquiring as to the cause of their inaction. The guards present, all of whom possessed strength below the 4th rank, posed no significant threat to him. The leading man fixed his gaze upon Yi Xian, demanding his identity. Yi Xian stated calmly that he was from Qiqing, surnamed Yi. The man replied in a deep voice, "Being from Qingqing and surnamed Yi, you must be of the Yi family." Yi Xian's expression shifted slightly, as he stated that he was not of the Yi family. The man remained unconvinced. With a wave of his right hand, he signaled for the others to retrieve Qin Shang's body. At that moment, Yi Xian approached Qin Shang's corpse and deftly hooked the black pouch from Qin Shang's waist, securing it in his grasp. Observing this, the countenance of the man in charge contorted with displeasure. After casting a severe glance at Yi Xian, the man declared that the Qin family would remember the Yi family of Qiqing. With that, he and his entourage departed with Qin Shang's remains. They dared not engage, for Qin Shang was of the imperial Qi realm. Yet, he had perished without mounting any resistance. Although Yi Xian's attack was unexpected, without genuine strength, such surprise would have been inconsequential. The man and his companions were acutely aware that Yi Xian was not someone they could contend with. To put it simply, they were afraid of death. After their departure, Yi Xian opened the black bag, and in an instant, his expression changed dramatically. Spirit stones. Within this black bag lay 16 spirit stones. These spirit stones are infused with the essence of heaven and earth, providing immense assistance to cultivators. Spirit stones are categorized into inferior, superior, precious, jade grade, celestial, and divine stones. In Qingsheng, even inferior spirit stones are a rarity, yet this bag contained solely superior spirit stones. Moreover, there was even a precious spirit stone among them. An inferior spirit stone could easily be exchanged for 100 gold coins, which is sufficient for an ordinary family to live comfortably for 10 years. Now, with 16 superior spirit stones in his possession, even the Yi family could not boast such a wealth of superior stones. He had struck gold. Yi Xian tucked the bag away, his expression gradually turning solemn. He had no idea where Qin Shang had procured so many superior spirit stones. But it was certain that neither the Qin family nor the 3 middle-aged men who had pursued Qin Shang would relinquish this bag of superior spirit stones easily. The lifeblood of aristocratic families lies in their minds, yet to truly prosper and ascend from a lowly lineage, only spirit stones can foster a greater number of powerful cultivators. Such an abundance of spirit stones could enable a family to nurture several masters of Qi control, or even those of the sky-soaring realm. Upon reaching this point, Yi Xian swiftly extinguished the bonfire and, accompanied by Yi Ling, departed in their horse-drawn carriage. As Yi Xian had anticipated, approximately half an hour after his departure, a middle-aged man and an elderly figure appeared at the location where he had previously been. This middle-aged man was none other than Qin Ba, the head of the Qin family, a veritable powerhouse of the Linkong realm. The elder behind him also possessed the same formidable strength. Qin Ba surveyed the surroundings with a discerning eye before solemnly remarking, I have heard whispers of a chosen one from the Yi family, Yi Lang, who has seemingly summoned extraordinary phenomena. Could it be him? While Qing City and Luo City were relatively close, they were not without distance. And the Qin family was not a major force, thus, their intelligence was rather lacking, and they remained oblivious to the current state of the Yi family in Qing City. The elder behind Qin Ba spoke gravely. Regardless of whether it is Yi Lang or not, he is undoubtedly a member of the Yi family, and this matter is inextricably linked to them. Qin Ba nodded in agreement, his voice cold as ice. I shall make a journey to Qing City to seek an explanation from the Yi family. As for that individual, he should not be far off. Qin Yu. Follow him closely. If it is indeed Yi Lang, do not underestimate him. The elder named Qin Yu nodded, his toes barely touching the ground as he leapt into the air, vanishing like a nimble monkey into the enveloping darkness of the night. Qin Ba clenched his right hand slowly, his expression frozen in coldness. Ah, the Yu family, their reach extends far indeed. With that, he turned and disappeared into the distance. In the midst of the night, Yi Xian urged the horse-drawn carriage onward, fortunate that the faint moonlight allowed him to discern the path ahead. Why did that woman just make things difficult for us? Because she perceives us as easy targets. Is it acceptable to take advantage of those who seem vulnerable? Many individuals behave this way. When they see someone they can bully, they will indeed do so. In this world, one must be resolute to stand firm. Brother, you have taken many lives, haven't you? Indeed. Why? Brother has a fiery temper and cannot endure provocation. Chapter 16. A sword determines life and death. In the darkness of night, a young lad drove his carriage swiftly, while a young girl clung tightly to his arm, resting her head upon his shoulder. Her eyes gently closed, evidently already in the embrace of slumber. The boy occasionally glanced at the little girl beside him, his eyes radiating affection. You dote on your sister quite a lot. At that moment, a mysterious woman's voice echoed in Yi Xian's mind. Startled by her words, Yi Xian paused briefly before responding with a smile. I am her brother. If I do not pamper her, who will? The mysterious woman replied, You are a commendable brother. Yi Xian chuckled softly before inquiring, Senior, I have heard of sword immortals who can cleave mountains and rivers with a single stroke. Is that true? The mysterious woman affirmed. Indeed, it is true. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian felt a surge of aspiration. A sword immortal, soaring through the heavens. Witnessing the majesty of mountains and rivers, this was a dream he harbored as well. At that moment, the mysterious woman continued, If you strive diligently, you too may have the chance to become a sword immortal. Yi Xian grinned widely indeed. Once I can wield a sword, I will take my sister to explore this world. The mysterious woman remarked, Look at your ambitions. Yi Xian laughed heartily and quickened the pace. An hour later, a hint of dawn appeared on the horizon, and though the sky had brightened, rain began to fall. Yi Xian lifted his gaze, noticing the raindrops intensifying, making it unsuitable for travel. Yi Xian quickened his pace and soon caught sight of a mansion nestled within the mountains in the distance. From his vantage point, the edifice appeared somewhat dilapidated and desolate. Upon beholding this structure, Yi Xian furrowed his brow. How could such a mansion exist in these remote mountains? He had no intention of lingering, yet the rain intensified, accompanied by fierce winds, rendering travel utterly impractical. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved the map gifted to him by Li Yu. Locating his current position, he noted with relief that this area was not marked as perilous. With a sense of reassurance, Yi Xian guided his carriage to a halt before the mansion, whose doors stood wide open. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that the residence had long been forsaken, with wild grasses overtaking the walls. Observing that the rain showed no signs of abating, Yi Xian cradled his sister, Yi Ling, and entered the abandoned mansion. The siblings soon found themselves in a grand hall, where two individuals could be seen, an elderly man clad in a gray robe and a youth of approximately 17 or 18 years. The two sat closely together, clearly companions. Upon noticing Yi Xian and his sister, the elder merely cast a glance before averting his gaze, while the young man offered a friendly nod, acknowledging their presence. Yi Xian returned the gesture with a slight nod and led his sister to a nearby spot. He then kindled a fire and set about roasting 2 turkeys. Upon witnessing this scene, the young boy's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. He dashed towards Yi Xian and inquired, May I have the honor of knowing your name, esteemed brother? Yi Xian glanced at the boy and replied, Yi Xian. Jiang Muki chuckled, To meet is to forge a bond, wouldn't you agree? Yi Xian gestured towards the roasted turkey over the fire. Would you like to partake? Jiang Muki paused momentarily, then nodded vigorously. Yi Xian handed the boy a turkey, saying, This is for you. Jiang Yuki accepted it without hesitation, slowly beginning to roast it himself. He cast a glance at Yi Xian, grinning. Though you are merely at the qi transformation stage, your foundational strength is remarkably profound, not much inferior to my own. At this remark, Yi Xian's hand hesitated slightly, but soon returned to normal, sensing an air of depth in the young boy. Unbeknownst to him, he too exuded a similar aura to the boy. With a playful arch of his brows, the boy suggested, "Shall we exchange a few moves?" As if recalling something, he added, "Let us keep it light." Just then, an elder nearby interjected, "Do not take advantage of him." At the elder's words, Yi Ling, standing beside Yi Xian, felt a twinge of displeasure. She shot a glance at the elder, thinking, "My brother is quite formidable too. Perhaps it is he who might be overpowering him." The elder looked at Yi Ling and asked, "Is that so?" Yi Ling turned her gaze to Yi Xian, who smiled slightly, and replied, "Very well. Let us exchange a few moves." Yi Xian and Jiang Yuki stepped aside, and with a slight smile, Jiang Yuki inquired, "Shall we commence?" Yi Xian nodded in affirmation. No sooner had he nodded than Jiang Yuki abruptly vanished from sight. In the next instant, a fist struck Yi Xian's chest with tremendous force. Simultaneously, Yi Xian's fist collided with Jiang Yuki's chest. Bang! Bang! Both individuals were propelled backward, and after retreating several steps, they came to a halt almost in unison. Facing Yi Xian, Jiang Yuki scrutinized him with astonishment, exclaiming, "Your physique surpasses my expectations." Yi Xian responded, "Yours does as well." That punch felt akin to striking an iron plate. Jiang Yuki chuckled, "Indeed, our Jiang kingdom is brimming with talent. Since leaving the palace, I have encountered." At that moment, an elder's voice rang out from a distance. Jiang Yuki cast a resigned glance at the elder, saying, "Elder, if one must be overly cautious while journeying, what is the point of venturing forth?" The elder shook his head. "The world outside is fraught with complexities." Jiang Yuki smiled, "It matters not. This gentleman appears to be a person of genuine character, not one of those scheming individuals." He then turned to Yi Xian, clasping his fist and greeting, "Brother Yi. I am Jiang Yuki, the 10th prince of the Jiang kingdom." Yi Xian was taken aback. He had not anticipated encountering a prince of the Jiang kingdom in this locale. Regaining his composure, Yi Xian clasped his fists. "I am but an inconspicuous individual," he remarked. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuki let out a hearty laugh. "Brother Yi, with your prowess, it is merely a matter of time before you achieve fame." Yi Xian shook his head, choosing silence. He had never cared for hollow reputations, for they often wield the power to harm. At that moment, the rain had diminished to a gentle drizzle. The elder rose and said, "Your Highness, it is time to depart." Jiang Yuki nodded slightly, picking up a golden-brown roasted chicken. He turned to Yi Xian and stated, "Brother Yi, I must attend to other matters. Farewell." As if struck by a thought, he produced a token and handed it to Yi Xian. "Brother Yi, this is my personal token. It should prove useful in the imperial capital. Please do not decline it, or I might hesitate to partake in this delectable chicken." Yi Xian glanced at Jiang Yuki before accepting the jade pendant. Observing Yi Xian's acceptance, Jiang Yuki chuckled, "Until we meet again." With that, the elder turned and vanished through the grand hall's entrance. Yi Xian watched their departing figures, lost in contemplation. Outside the estate, the elder spoke solemnly. "Does your Highness wish to cultivate an alliance with him?" Jiang Yuki smiled faintly. "This man is a sword cultivator, yet he demonstrated remarkable parity with me even without drawing his sword. Should he choose to unsheath it, I might not stand a chance." As he spoke, he cast a glance at the dilapidated estate, acknowledging, "Truly, he is a person of significance, worthy of my long journey to this place." The elder hesitated for a moment before saying, "Although this individual possesses a solid foundation and commendable combat prowess, he is ultimately a solitary figure, devoid of any esteemed lineage or sect. His future, therefore, is inherently limited. Moreover, lacking a prominent background, his assistance to your Highness is negligible at best. Perhaps this is precisely why the Crown Prince and the 9th Princess have not dispatched anyone to Qiqing." Jiang Yuki chuckled lightly. "My elder brother's mother hails from the Yu family, the second most distinguished family in our Jiang kingdom, one that even our emperor regards with considerable caution. As for my 9th sister, she commands the 3 armies, overseeing nearly half of our nation's military forces. Naturally, they would not consider these ordinary talents worthy of their attention." The elder inquired, "Then why has your Highness traveled such a great distance?" Jiang Yuki replied softly, "In comparison to them, I possess no advantages. They may hold lofty aspirations, but I cannot afford to do so. Perhaps the connections I forge today will yield a tremendous ally in the future. The elder shook his head. Sword cultivators are indeed rare, yet if one is merely a sword cultivator, it holds little significance, unless he is a master of the sword. Achieving such a status is exceedingly arduous. Our Jiang kingdom has only one such master, and he is already in his 90s. It has been nearly 50 years since our nation has produced a sword master. In the hall, Yiling asked curiously, "Brother, was that person truly a prince?" Yixian nodded. "It seems so." Yiling remarked softly, "He appeared to be intentionally waiting here for you." Yixian cast a glance at Yiling and smiled. Within aristocratic families, many individuals seek to forge alliances to augment their influence, let alone the royal family. As he spoke, he gently tousled Yiling's little head. "Brother is solely focused on curing your cold. I harbor no interest in power struggles." Yiling embraced Yixian softly and asked, "Brother, will I be able to cultivate in the future?" Yixian chuckled, "Of course. However, even if you cannot, it matters not. I shall strive to grow stronger and protect you for a lifetime." Yiling beamed sweetly and held him tightly, thinking, "While I yearn for my brother's protection, I desire even more to protect him." Just as Yixian was about to respond, a voice interjected, "What a deep bond of sibling affection." With that, an elder entered the room, none other than Elder Qin Yu of the Qin family. Upon seeing him, Yixian's right hand slowly clenched into a fist. He glanced at Yiling and commanded, "Step aside." Yiling looked at the elder and whispered, "Brother, be careful." After speaking, she obediently retreated to the side. Qin Yu scrutinized Yixian, declaring, "Hand over those spirit stones, or I shall leave both of you with nothing but a corpse." Yixian's fists tightened, his expression darkening. Yet he remained silent. Qin Yu sneered, "What's wrong? Do you want to fight? You are merely at the Qi transformation stage, while I have already reached the Sky Ascension stage. It would take but a single strike to end you." Though he spoke with bravado, he remained secretly vigilant. Having reached this stage in life, one is naturally not foolish and will not underestimate the opponent. Yixian spoke solemnly, "If I surrender that object, will you spare my siblings?" Qin Yu narrowed his eyes. "Are we negotiating?" As he spoke, his right hand gradually clenched into a fist, and in an instant, his garments billowed, resembling a lion poised to pounce. Yixian fell silent for a moment, then produced a black bag and tossed it towards Qin Yu. Upon seeing the black bag, Qin Yu's heart leapt with joy as he swiftly caught it. However, at that moment, Yixian suddenly appeared before him. Qin Yu's expression remained unchanged as he sneered, "I knew you would resort to tricks." With that, he flipped his right hand upward, then forcefully pressed it down. With a whoosh, a sound of air bursting echoed throughout the venue. Bang! The moment Yixian launched his fist, he was violently propelled against the wall several yards away. The elder, having repelled Yixian with it in the next moment, the Lingxiao sword manifested in his hand, and in an instant, a deep, resonant sound of the sword echoed throughout the arena. With this strike, a singular thought consumed him, to determine life and death with one blow. Simultaneously, the voice of the enigmatic woman unexpectedly reverberated within the confines of the prison tower, expressing that this individual only harbored a fervent desire for battle when his sister was threatened. Chapter 17, The Great Sword Master. As Yixian unsheathed his sword, the hand of Qin Yu, which was merely half an inch from Yiling's head, abruptly halted. In an instant, Qin Yu's entire right hand plummeted from his body, blood gushing forth like a pillar. His complexion turned ashen, and he retreated hastily. He fell back several feet. Yet no sooner had he come to a halt than a faint glimmer of sword light materialized before him. This was not a second strike, but rather a fragment of the sword light emanating from the initial attack. In that moment, Qin Yu was engulfed in terror, with no time for further contemplation. He clenched his left hand into a fist and unleashed a powerful blow forward. This punch harnessed nearly all the strength he had accumulated throughout his life. Confronted with the specter of death, he dared not hold back in the slightest. With a resounding explosion of energy, the punch met the sword. The moment they collided, Qin Yu's entire left arm was in the distance. Qin Yu gazed at Yixian in disbelief. "How could this be? You are a swordsman, but no. You are a great swordsman, yet you clearly have only reached the realm of talent transformation. It is utterly impossible for you to emit sword light, let alone be a great swordsman. To be recognized as a swordsman, one merely needs to master some foundational sword principles. Swordsmen are further categorized into ordinary swordsmen and great swordsmen. If a swordsman can wield sword energy and sword light through their sword, it signifies that they have achieved the level of a great swordsman. Great swordsmen are a rare sight indeed in the entire Jiang kingdom. There are no more than 100 great swordsmen, most of whom are in their several decades. Yet, the Yi Xian before me is merely 18 years old. This is why Qin Yu was so astonished. Yi Xian cast a cold glance at Qin Yu and said, "Aren't you going to leave?" Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback, but the next instant, he turned and vanished from the sight of the Yi siblings. As soon as Qin Yu fled, Yi Xian collapsed to the ground. Yi Ling, alarmed, rushed to support him and trembled. "Brother, are you all right?" Yi Xian forced himself to sit up, looking at the anxious expression on Yi Ling's face. He strained to muster a smile and replied, "I'm fine, don't worry. Brother just needs to meditate for a moment." With that, he slowly closed his eyes. "Predecessor?" Yi Xian inquired in his heart. The mysterious woman responded, "I know what you wish to ask. The sword technique that determines life and death is exceedingly ruthless. Your current power is too weak to endure its might. At this moment, when you wield your sword, it may inflict 1,000 wounds upon your foe while causing 800 to yourself. The reason for imparting this sword technique to you at such a time is to help you comprehend certain truths. The path of the sword is often reliant on enlightenment and, more fundamentally, it embodies an attitude. What is your attitude? So too will be your swordsmanship." Upon hearing these words, Yi Xian fell into silence. Enlightenment? Attitude? The reason he unlocked this decisive sword strike was not due to arduous training, but rather in that fleeting moment. All he wished for was the safety of his sister. This was his true thought. As the mysterious woman once stated, this decisive sword strike is not merely a technique, but rather a philosophy of swordsmanship. The enigmatic woman continued, "At your current stage, this decisive strike barely qualifies as a high-grade technique. The backlash you experienced is due to your inability to reach the chi control stage. You cannot genuinely control the energy. The sword light you just unleashed was not a product of your own cultivation, but rather a consequence of the inherent strength of the technique itself. Hence the recoil you suffered. Once you have safely delivered your sister to the imperial capital, you must seek a spiritual sword to consume, hastening your progression to the chi control stage." Yi Xian nodded, understanding dawning upon him. No wonder he felt as though his very essence had been the mysterious woman suddenly remarked coldly, "Though that person's realm appears deceptively inflated, it is not something you can contend with at this moment. The reason you were able to sever his arms with a single strike was largely due to his underestimation of you after he had repelled you with a single palm. Had he been aware that you were a swordsman and taken precautions, do you truly believe you could have cleaved his arms so easily?" Upon hearing this, Yi Xian's expression grew grave. Indeed, had the elder been on guard from the outset, would he have been able to sever the opponent's arms? It was worth noting that when he initially clashed with the elder, he had suffered a complete defeat. This was only due to his cultivation of the golden body realm. Otherwise, that single palm from the elder would have been sufficient to annihilate him. The mysterious woman continued, "The disparity between your realms is too vast. To challenge 2 tiers above you with your current strength is beyond your capabilities. Unless you can grasp the principles and activate the Tower of Hell within you." "Principles?" Yi Xian inquired solemnly. "Senior, you mentioned principles before. What exactly are they, and where can one seek them?" The mysterious woman replied, "Once you become a master of the sword, you will comprehend what principles truly are." Yi Xian remained speechless. The mysterious woman added, "There is one more matter. Do not focus solely on your sister. There are signs of loosening in the second layer of the seal. If you do not swiftly enhance your strength, when the seal dissipates, no one will be able to save you." The mention of the seal's loosening caused Yi Xian to take a deep breath. He had certainly not forgotten the words of the mysterious woman regarding this matter. The first level holds a master swordsman, who had succumbed to death long before his arrival, while the individual in the second level is certainly still alive. Once the seal is released, it is quite possible that this individual will be the first to seek his life as a sacrifice. Fortunately, he has a bit of time left. Yi Xian retracted his thoughts and opened his eyes. At this moment, although he felt utterly exhausted, he was in a much better state than before. However, when it comes to wielding that decisive sword in the future, he must exercise utmost caution. Should that strike fail to vanquish his opponent, it may very well spell his own demise. Had the elder continued his assault, the odds of his survival would have been slim to none. There remains a gap between him and the realm of suspended space, yet he still possesses the strength to fight back if he exerts himself. At that moment, Yi Ling suddenly asked, "Brother, are you all right?" Yi Xian turned to her, noticing her still pale complexion. He smiled gently, "Do not worry, just rest for a while." Upon hearing this, Yi Ling's expression softened, but then a shadow of gloom crossed her features. "Brother, I feel utterly useless," Yi Xian replied earnestly. Do not dwell on such thoughts. Once you recover, I will train with you. When you become a warrior, you can protect me, all right? Yi Ling glanced at Yi Xian. Can I truly practice? Yi Xian responded with a smile, absolutely. Yi Ling clenched her small fist, her determination shining through. Brother, I will definitely become an incredibly powerful warrior. And I will protect you. Yi Xian gently ruffled Yi Ling's little head and smiled. Brother will wait for that day. Unbeknownst to him, this seemingly casual remark would be etched into the heart of the young girl for a lifetime. After resting for an hour, Yi Xian continued the journey with Yi Ling towards Qianshan City. He quickened his pace, realizing that Yi Ling now needed to don heavy clothing even during the day. Moreover, she required 2 spirit-nourishing pills each time to suppress the chill that enveloped her. At this rate, they would run out of the pills in half a month. And that was not the gravest concern. The most pressing issue was his fear that the spirit-nourishing pills might lose their efficacy against Yi Ling's ailment. If that were the case, the situation would become dire indeed. They must hasten their journey to the imperial capital. Not long after the departure of the siblings, Qin Ba, the head of the Qin family, and Qin Yu, who had lost both arms to Yi Xian, appeared in the desolate hall of their estate. Upon seeing the severed arms on the ground, Qin Yu's expression darkened considerably, while Qin Ba wore a gloomy countenance. After a moment of silence, Qin Ba spoke in a grave tone. Is he truly a grand sword master? Qin Yu nodded, asserting that had he not been a grand sword master, he could not have severed his arms. Qin Ba clenched his fists tightly, his expression as cold as water, lost in thought. After a brief pause, he let out a low sigh. This enmity we cannot seek to avenge. Qin Yu, with a somber demeanor, remained silent. Indeed, a grand sword master, especially one so young, was a terrifying prospect. How could the Qin family dare to pursue retribution any further? At this moment, Qin Ba remarked, however, this matter cannot simply be overlooked. Let it be known that Yi Xian possesses dozens of high-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this news, I am certain many will harbor thoughts about him. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's expression softened slightly. Indeed, although our Qin family cannot pursue revenge, we can certainly allow others to do so. As he spoke, a realization seemed to dawn upon him, and he turned to Qin Ba. That person is called Yi Xian? Is he also from the Yi family? Qin Ba nodded. Originally, he was the heir of the Yi family. However, after the emergence of the Chosen One, Yi Lang, he was ostracized and suppressed by his own family, ultimately forced to vow never to return to the Yi family. Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed, Are the upper echelons of the Yi family not of sound mind? Qin Ba nodded in agreement. The current Yi family has become the laughingstock of several neighboring cities. It is worth noting that Yi Xian was personally challenged by Nguoshi. It is said that Nguoshi regarded him with special favor. And the celestial phenomenon that occurred was summoned by Yi Xian, not by Yi Lang. Yet the higher-ups of the Yi family mistakenly attribute it to Yi Lang, celebrating it grandly. The elders and the family head of the Yi family are truly foolish, utterly lacking in insight. Qin Yu nodded in agreement, acknowledging the folly. What has become of the Yi family now? Qin Ba replied calmly. They are being suppressed to the point they can hardly breathe. By the way, although we cannot trouble that Yi brother, we can use this as an excuse to extract some benefits from the Yi family. Let us return and gather people to seek justice from the Yi family in Qing City. Having spoken, Qin Ba turned and departed. In the arena, Qin Yu cast a glance at his severed arms, his expression a tapestry of complexity. This vendetta could never be avenged. Not only was his own grudge left unrequited, but also that of Qin Shang. Though resentment simmered within him, he understood that it was time to bring matters to a close. As a minor noble family, one must grasp the essential truth. Discerning whom to provoke and whom to avoid is paramount. If the Qin family sought retribution, it could very well plunge them into an abyss from which there would be no return. After all, Yi Xian was not only a prodigy of exceptional prowess, but also favored by the esteemed Nguoshi. Any attempt at vengeance by the Qin family would be sheer folly. Moments later, Qin Yu turned and left. Shortly thereafter, the Qin family set forth towards the Yi family of Qingqiang. Though Yi Xian was to be avoided and not retaliated against, the Yi family, however, could take action. Chapter 18, Yi Xian's mother. Qingqiang, Yi family. The Yi family, once resplendent, has now faded into obscurity, verging on disappearance from Qingqiang. In their prime, the Yi family managed to offend nearly every other prominent family in the city. Now, the Li and Zhang families, alongside the city lord's manor, are ruthlessly retaliating against them. The territories and businesses that once belonged to the Yi family have been all but devoured by their rivals. Most tragically, the younger generation of the Yi family no longer dares to venture outside. Should they do so, they would surely face death. The current state of the Yi family is one of utter despair. In the water prison, the former grand elder of the Yi family is confined like a wretched creature. Upon learning of Yi Lang's assassination, the last flicker of hope within him was extinguished, driving him into a state of madness at times. One day, Yi Tsang arrived at the water prison. Approaching the grand elder's cell, he regarded the elder with an impassive expression, reflecting, "We have battled each other for a lifetime. Yet neither of us could have foreseen the downfall of the Yi family at our hands." Within the prison, the grand elder scoffed, "Yi Tsang, the world deems me short-sighted. Yet are you any different?" Yi Tsang nodded, acknowledging the truth in the words. "Indeed, I have been short-sighted, but the Yi family shall not perish here. There will surely come a day of resurgence." The grand elder sneered. "Do you still cling to the hope that he might show compassion and consider the Yi family in the future? If so, you are merely indulging in a daydream. You know his nature better than anyone. Having been wronged by the Yi family, he will never again concern himself with our fate." Yi Tsang remained silent for a considerable time before letting out a cold laugh. "Do not forget this. It is rumored that when an individual's strength reaches a certain level, their bloodline may undergo a transformation. Once this transformation occurs, those related by blood can also experience a mutation, resulting in a dramatic increase in power. Such fanciful nonsense." The grand elder scoffed. "What sort of formidable being possesses such an ability? Surely, my nation has none. Can Yi Xian alone achieve this?" Yi Tsang took a couple of steps forward, smiling as he said, "Do you know why I championed him as the heir despite the opposition?" The grand elder fixed his gaze on Yi Tsang, remaining silent. Yi Tsang continued, "Beyond his personal strength, there is another reason. His mother, Yi Xian's mother." The grand elder furrowed his brow. He certainly remembered her, an unremarkable woman who mysteriously vanished when Yi Xian was merely a child, never to be seen again. Yi Tsang's right hand gradually clenched into a fist. He recalled that fateful day when Yi Xian's mother departed the Yi residence's back gate with a figure clad in black. He had been present and had witnessed the terrifying presence of the black-clad individual. Levitation. What kind of powerhouse could achieve such a feat? Those of the floating realm could only soar for a brief moment. Yet that individual was suspended in midair, entirely unperturbed by any fluctuations of energy. When the two finally disappeared, they did so by tearing through space itself. Tearing through space. Such occurrences were only whispered about in legends. After that, he promptly appointed Yi Xian as the heir, believing that the enigmatic woman would eventually return to take the Yi siblings away, bestowing unparalleled advantages upon the Yi family. However, he never anticipated that the woman had departed nearly a decade ago, without a trace or word of her return. Doubts began to creep in. Perhaps the Yi siblings had been forsaken by her. This doubt gradually shifted his attitude towards Yi Xian. Yet he was unaware that Yi Xian had become a swordsman, and remarkably so, wielding immense power. He understood that this transformation was undoubtedly linked to that mysterious woman. Yi Tsang withdrew from his reverie, casting a cold glance at the grand elder imprisoned in the water dungeon. The stronger Yi Xian became, the more ridicule the Yi family would endure, the greater the humiliation we would face. Yet, we shall endure. Until the day he ascends to the heavens and alters our bloodline. Even if this hope is but a mere flicker, it remains a thread of aspiration. As for the grand elder, you shall know no such hopes in your lifetime. Your continued existence, confined but spared from death, serves to convey to Yi Xian that the Yi family acknowledges its mistakes. We shall await the day he calms his wrath, even if it takes 10, 20, or 30 years. As for you, simply bide your time until your end." With that, he turned to leave. Inside the water dungeon, the grand elder remained silent for a long while before erupting into a frenzied laugh, a laugh tinged with madness. Moments later, he exclaimed, "Yi Tsang, oh Yi Tsang, you are even more foolish than I had imagined." Yi Xian's character is one that he understands better than anyone else. He is a person who harbors a vengeful spirit and possesses a remarkable capacity for holding grudges. Has his anger dissipated? If he harbors animosity towards the Yi family, it signifies that they still occupy a place in his heart, suggesting there remains hope for them. However, Yi Xian has reached a point where he no longer even harbors hatred for the Yi family. With such indifference, how could one speak of anger subsiding? 3 days later, in Qianshan City. Qianshan City can be described as a bustling metropolis, located at the northern and southern borders of the Jiang Kingdom, surrounded by countless towering mountains. hence its name. The city's prosperity is attributed to the presence of the largest trading association in the Jiang Kingdom, the Drunken Immortal Tower. The Drunken Immortal Tower is a mysterious force, with branches established in hundreds of nations across the Qingzhou realm, ensuring that any city hosting its presence thrives. This is largely due to their possession of a remarkable mode of transportation, the cloud ship. The cloud ship is a form of aerial conveyance, which has rendered distances between cities significantly shorter, even connecting entire nations with newfound accessibility. This time, Yuxian intends to travel to Chieshan City to board a cloud ship bound for the imperial capital, the most prosperous location in the Jiang Kingdom. At the city gates of Qianshan City, perched atop a carriage, Yiling blinked as she gazed at the vastness of the city. Wow, brother, what a grand city. It's much larger than our Qing city. Yixian nodded in agreement, smiling as he replied, indeed, it is quite large. Yiling gently tugged at Yixian's arm, playfully saying, brother, can we go shopping later? After a moment of contemplation, Yixian nodded. All right. Having been constantly on the move, not only Yiling, but even he found it monotonous. A leisurely stroll would be a welcome change. With this thought, Yixian led Yiling into the city. The streets were expansive, several meters wide, teeming with bustling traffic and a multitude of pedestrians, far more lively than Qing City. Yixian first secured lodging at an inn, opting for a single room, as he felt uneasy leaving Yiling alone given her unstable condition. After settling in, Yixian took Yiling out to explore the streets. Yiling, filled with childlike glee, examined everything with great curiosity. Soon, her hands were filled with trinkets. Seeing Yiling so joyful, Yixian's smile deepened. As the siblings passed a small vendor's stall, the mysterious woman's voice echoed in Yixian's mind. Wait a moment. Startled, Yixian paused, pulling Yiling to a halt. Senior? Yixian inquired inwardly. The mysterious woman responded. There is a purple ring on the vendor's stall beside you. Purchase it. Yixian turned his gaze towards the stall, scanning the items. In the corner, he noticed an unremarkable purple ring. The stall owner, a middle-aged man, glanced at Yixian and greeted him with a smile. What can I interest you in, brother? Yixian picked up the purple ring. How much for this? He did not inquire as to why the mysterious woman urged him to purchase this unremarkable ring, for he was certain there was a reason behind it. It was well known that this enigmatic figure rarely spoke, making her rare initiative to engage in conversation all the more intriguing. The middle-aged man cast a glance at the violet ring in Yixian's hand, remarking, 10 gold coins. At this, Yixian furrowed his brow. 10 gold coins seemed rather steep. However, he did not hesitate and promptly produced the coins, offering them to the vendor. Observing Yixian's lack of bargaining, the vendor chuckled with glee, eagerly accepting the gold, his heart filled with joy, for even 3 coins would have sufficed for him. Just as Yixian was about to turn away, a voice suddenly called out from the side, Hold on. Yixian turned to see a little girl, roughly the same age as Yiling, approaching him, with rosy lips and pearly teeth. She donned a white cotton coat and sported a single braid at the back of her head, exuding a charming innocence. The little girl glanced at the ring in Yixian's hand before pivoting towards the vendor, declaring, I will offer 20 gold coins for that ring. The vendor was momentarily taken aback, feeling somewhat conflicted as he had already sold it to Yixian. Yixian looked at the little girl and smiled, Little sister. This ring? Who are you calling little sister? The girl interrupted coldly. Yixian's expression stiffened, momentarily speechless, taken aback by the girl's temperament. Beside him, Yiling cast an annoyed glance at the girl, questioning, Why do you speak like that? My brother means no harm. The little girl glanced at Yiling and, upon seeing her, momentarily froze. Soon, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes, which swiftly transformed into shock, and then into sheer joy. In an instant, the little girl's expression underwent several transformations, leaving Yixian in a state of bewilderment. Yiling, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under the girl's gaze, inquired, Why are you looking at me? The little girl regained her composure, and, though she seemed hesitant to speak, after a brief silence, she asked, What is your name? Noticing the absence of any domineering attitude from the girl, Yiling replied, Yiling. As she spoke, she clutched Yixian's arm, introducing him, This is my brother. Yixian. The little girl cast a cold glance at Yixian before her gaze returned to Yiling, revealing her apparent indecision. Just as Yixian was about to turn away with Yiling, the little girl unexpectedly produced a fist-sized red stone and handed it to Yiling, saying, This is for you. Both siblings were taken aback. The girl pressed the stone into Yiling's embrace, explaining, This is heavenly fire-warm jade. Carrying it will temporarily suppress the cold energy within you. At her words, Yi Xian's expression shifted dramatically. You. Ignoring Yi Xian, the little girl continued. I have urgent matters to attend to and cannot take you with me. I will come to find you within 3 months at the latest. With that, she cast a cold glance at Yi Xian, adding, consider this ring a gift, out of respect for your sister. After speaking, she cast another glance at Yi Ling before turning away. Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback, then hurried after her. Yet in the next instant, the little girl had already vanished several dozen zhang away, and in the blink of an eye, she had completely disappeared from Yi Xian's sight. Yi Xian remained rooted to the spot. In a secluded corner, the little girl reached the wall and halted. Just as she stopped, a figure clad in black robes silently appeared behind her, kneeling on one knee and addressing her as master. The little girl replied coldly, keep a close watch on that pair of siblings. You must not follow them. Your presence would attract too much attention. Find someone of lesser strength to shadow them. Remember, we cannot allow any harm to befall that little girl. The black-robed figure responded in a low voice. Does the master intend to take that little girl under her wing? The little girl slowly closed her eyes, her tone filled with excitement. I had not anticipated that such a gifted individual would emerge from this diminutive Jiang kingdom. If it were not for the critical importance of the cave left behind by the sword master of the Song realm, I would wish to take her with me right now, the black-robed figure solemnly remarked. Although the cave of the sword master of the Tsang realm has been discovered, the sword formation he left behind remains unbreakable. It is said that only his heirloom sword can dismantle his array. However, the sword master has been missing for over 1,000 years. Where can we seek his sword? The little girl replied nonchalantly, no matter. We have all gathered here to seek a solution. The black-robed figure nodded thoughtfully, and then inquired, as for the little girl's brother, does the master have any intention of taking him as well? The little girl shook her head. Although her foundation was commendable, her dantian was shattered, her constitution mediocre, and her spiritual roots rather ordinary. What purpose would it serve to take her in? Would it merely be a waste of rice? After speaking, she turned and departed. Chapter 19. Apologies, I am a great sword cultivator. After the little girl departed, Yi Xian took a moment to regain his composure. He returned to the inn with Yi Ling, who gazed in astonishment at the piece of heavenly fire-warm jade in her hand. Brother, this stone is so warm. Holding it makes me feel less cold, she exclaimed joyfully. Yi Xian replied with a smile, as long as it keeps you warm. Yi Ling nodded happily, tightly clutching the heavenly fire-warm jade. Meanwhile, Yi Xian settled into a nearby seat, gradually closing his eyes. Senior? That person you mentioned? Yi Xian inquired. The mysterious woman responded, you are not on the same level as them. Asking is futile. Yi Xian remained silent. The mysterious woman continued, now? Take out the ring I instructed you to buy. Yi Xian produced the purple ring, which appeared somewhat worn, with a few small flaws, lacking any remarkable features. Do you know what this is? The mysterious woman asked. Yi Xian shook his head. This is a formation ring, she explained. It conceals a small formation within. Although the formation is rather rudimentary, it is exquisitely crafted, demonstrating a high level of skill and possessing considerable research value. The little girl desired it for this reason. As for you, this formation can serve as a means of protection. Yi Xian expressed his astonishment. This small ring can actually conceal a formation? The mysterious woman replied softly. In the future, venture out into the world more often. This world is far larger and more fascinating than you can imagine. Yi Xian nodded and said, once I am able to wield a sword, I shall explore the world. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the ring in his hand. Senior, how do I utilize this formation? The mysterious woman replied, you must drop a drop of your blood upon it. Then follow the method I shall impart to you to control the ring. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian hastily complied. Soon, as his blood touched the ring, he felt an unusual connection with it, and a formation materialized in his mind. The Five Thunder Formation. The formation within the ring was named the Five Thunder Formation, and once activated, it could summon divine thunder to strike the enemy. Divine thunder, Yi Xian exclaimed in astonishment. Senior, can this formation truly summon divine thunder? The mysterious woman replied, of course not. Divine thunder is the might of heaven and earth. How could such a trivial formation conjure it? The divine thunder mentioned within is merely a fabrication created by the one who designed this formation using certain methods. Although its power pales in comparison to true divine thunder, it will prove extremely beneficial for you at this moment. Once you activate this formation, even a formidable opponent at the Void Realm will find it difficult to withstand. However, This ring appears to have sustained some damage, so it can be activated no more than 5 times. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian was elated. With his current strength, if he invoked the sword to determine life and death, he could contend with a Void Realm expert, but the cost would be exorbitant. It would inflict 1,000 on the enemy while damaging himself 800. With this ring, he essentially possessed a means of safeguarding his life. Yet soon, Yi Xian's expression turned grave. He discovered that activating the Thunder Array required spirit stones, specifically of the superior grade, and each activation demanded at least 5 such stones. With a total of only 16 superior spirit stones in his possession, he felt an overwhelming sense of poverty. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. "Senior, your keen eyesight is remarkable. Perhaps we could venture to find treasures in the marketplace together? With your discernment, we would undoubtedly reap substantial rewards." "What folly is this in broad daylight?" The mysterious woman abruptly interrupted. "You think I would accompany you on such a whimsical quest? Your imagination knows no bounds." At her words, Yi Xian offered an awkward smile and fell silent. However, the woman's tone turned icy. One must never harbor a sense of complacency in any endeavor. "Today, you stumbled upon a fortunate opportunity, which was mere luck, a reward you rightfully deserved. Yet, if you continually seek to take advantage of every situation, you will tarnish your character. Do not mistake my words for mere alarmism. For those who cultivate the sword, the essence of one's character is paramount. Remember this well." Yi Xian nodded earnestly, responding, "Please do not be angered, Senior. I understand." The mysterious woman ceased to speak further. Observing her silence, Yi Xian felt a wave of relief. It was not fear he felt towards her, but rather a deep respect. An hour later, after Yi Ling had fallen asleep, he entered the Abyssal Tower. It was time to cultivate. Although he could not yet push forward into the Qi Master realm, he could certainly refine his sword techniques. In truth, he possessed no formal sword skills. His practice against shadows relied heavily on spontaneous reactions. Techniques are but lifeless forms. His practice with shadows serves to hone his strength, speed, and reflexes. Although he may not yet attain the realm of Qi mastery, he can nonetheless cultivate the essence of Qi to its utmost limit. It is essential to recognize that even within the same realm, there exists a hierarchy of strength. In the first level of the realm prison tower, the clash of swords and iron resounds incessantly, accompanied solely by the sounds of metal meeting metal. With an hour remaining until dawn, Yi Xian retired for the night. An hour later, he awoke punctually. After settling his bill, he sold the horse-drawn carriage at a bargain to the inn and departed with his sister towards the river of Thousand Mountains. Upon their arrival at the river, both siblings were astounded by the spectacle before them. A vast river, nearly 1,000 feet wide, adorned with several grand vessels, each measuring at least 100 feet in width. Undeniably magnificent. The siblings had never encountered such colossal ships before. Excitedly, Yi Ling exclaimed, "Brother, these ships are enormous. Are we really going to ride one of these?" Yi Xian nodded, smiling. "Indeed, we shall take one of these to the imperial capital." Yi Ling tilted her head curiously. "Brother, is the imperial capital even larger than Thousand Mountain City?" Yi Xian gently tousled Yi Ling's hair, affirming, "It is certainly much larger than Thousand Mountain City. When we reach the imperial capital, I will take you to explore its splendor and enjoy ourselves. All right?" At this, Yi Ling's eyes sparkled with delight. "You're the best, brother." With that, she rose on tiptoe and gently kissed Yi Xian's cheek. Yi Xian laughed heartily. Then, taking Yi Ling by the hand, he headed into the distance. Having inquired about the cloud ship boarding process the previous night, the siblings swiftly purchased their tickets and boarded a cloud ship. Yi Xian felt a pang of distress. For the 2 tickets to the imperial city had cost him 40 gold coins. He was now truly impoverished, left with less than 10 gold coins. At that moment, he was tempted to resort to robbery. The cloud ship boasted hundreds of rooms of varying sizes and qualities. First-class cabins commanded a price of 150 gold coins, while second-class cabins required 100 gold coins. Most astonishingly, the deluxe cabins demanded 300 gold coins. 300 gold coins represented a lifetime's earnings for some ordinary families in Qing City. Yet here, it was merely the cost of a single voyage. At that moment, Yi Xian realized that his imagination was constrained by his poverty. Yi Xian led his sister to the lowermost deck's cabin, a small, Spartan chamber containing only a bed, 2 stools, and a table. He ruffled Yi Ling's hair. "The ship will take off in half an hour. Once it's stable, We can go to the deck and admire the scenery below. Yiling smiled sweetly, and as if struck by a thought, she turned to rummage through her baggage. Soon, she unearthed a pair of cloth shoes and, with an air of pride, presented them to Yi Xian. "Brother, look what I found. Do they fit well?" As she spoke, she crouched down and began to remove Yi Xian's shoes. He was momentarily taken aback. When had she acquired them? Just then, Yiling exclaimed, "Wow." Yi Xian instinctively looked down, only to see Yiling wrinkling her nose at him. "Brother, your feet smell terrible." With that, she quickly dashed out of the room. Before long, she returned, this time carrying a basin of water. She placed it before Yi Xian and gently lifted his feet, placing them in the basin. "Brother, I can do it myself." Yi Xian protested, but Yiling shot him a stern glance and began to wash his feet with care. As she continued, tears suddenly welled up in her eyes. The soles of Yi Xian's feet were covered with thick calluses, and his calves bore numerous scars, remnants of his arduous efforts when he was the heir of the Yi family. Noticing her distress, Yi Xian softly inquired, "Why are you crying?" Yiling wiped her tears away and replied, "Brother, your life has been so hard. I swear that I will become a formidable powerhouse, earn a great fortune, and ensure you live in comfort." She had been raised by her brother, yet many were unaware that their mother had departed when Yi Xian was merely 10 years old. Still a child, while she was only 4 or 5. In the beginning, the siblings lived in the Yi family like beggars, surviving solely on leftover scraps. It was in this harsh environment that Yi Xian painstakingly raised her. The extent of his suffering was something she could never fully comprehend. Particularly after Yi Xian became the heir, during those arduous days when he fought tirelessly for the Yi family. She only remembered that her brother would leave during the day and return at night, always bearing wounds upon his return. Upon hearing Yiling's words, a warm current flowed through Yi Xian's heart as he gently ruffled her hair, saying, "Your health is of utmost importance. After we arrive in the imperial capital, with so many talented individuals there, they will surely be able to cure your illness. Once you recover, I will teach you the ways of cultivation." Yiling, while delicately washing Yi Xian's feet, replied with unwavering determination, "Brother, if I recover, I will certainly cultivate diligently. I am not afraid of enduring hardships." Yi Xian smiled, about to respond, when suddenly, the door to the room swung open, and entered a middle-aged man accompanied by 2 elderly men. Yiling was taken aback and quickly stood up, exclaiming, "Who are you?" The middle-aged man glanced at Yi Xian and asked, "Do you remember me?" Yi Xian nodded, for he clearly recognized the 3 individuals before him as those who had once pursued Qin Shang in the dense forest. He recalled that the middle-aged man was named Mo Village. Yi Xian fell silent. It was evident that these individuals were here for the spiritual stones. However, he had never anticipated that they would follow him onto the cloud ship. At that moment, Mo Yuan suddenly declared, "Surrender those items, and I shall grant you and your sister a chance at survival." Yi Xian replied in a low voice, "Fighting is prohibited aboard the cloud ship." Mo Yuan sneered, "As long as we eliminate you two, we can easily dispose of your bodies overboard at a later time. Who would come to investigate?" Yi Xian pondered for a moment before responding, "You wish to take our belongings in exchange for our lives?" Mo Yuan narrowed his eyes, "Indeed. We are merely in pursuit of wealth." Taking a deep breath, Yi Xian conceded, "Very well, I have no fate to enjoy it anyway." With that, he produced a black pouch and approached Mo Yuan, stating, "You must keep your word." Upon seeing the black pouch, Mo Yuan's eyes sparkled with avarice. "Rest assured, I will keep my promise." His right hand slowly clenched in anticipation. As Yi Xian drew closer, he suddenly hurled the pouch to an elder standing beside Mo Yuan. The 3 men were momentarily taken aback. The elder instinctively reached out to catch it while Mo Yuan reflexively lunged to snatch it. At that instant, a glimmer of cold light flashed. Whoosh! A sword materialized before Mo Yuan, and by the time he regained his senses, the blade had already pierced his throat. In an instant, Mo Yuan's head was severed from his body, blood splattering everywhere. On the other side, the 2 elders were astonished, and in the next moment, they turned to flee. However, Yi Xian's sword was swifter. However, another elderly man dashed out, not only rushing forth, but also shouting frantically for help. At that moment, the entire first floor's occupants were startled. Yi Xian's expression turned grim. He sheathed his sword, realizing that the situation was escalating. Soon, a woman clad in a purple gown and veiled, accompanied by a group of cloud ship guards, entered Yi Xian's room. Yi Xian clenched his fists, his countenance darkening. He could not gauge the strength of the veiled woman. Yet he could distinctly sense the power of the guards, 3 at the Sky Ascension realm and 2 at the pinnacle of the Chi Control realm. This assembly was truly formidable. One could say that the strength of the drunken immortal pavilion was indeed terrifying. The veiled woman glanced at the corpse on the floor, her brows furrowing slightly, then turned her gaze to Yi Xian. "Did you kill him?" she inquired. Yi Xian nodded and began to explain that they had intended to. The veiled woman flicked her sleeve and turned away, instructing to dispose of the 2 bodies immediately and to cast them off the cloud ship. Just then, Yi Xian opened his right hand, and a sword levitated in his palm. The veiled woman, who had reached the doorway, abruptly halted. She turned to Yi Xian, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. "A sword cultivator?" she remarked. Yi Xian nodded in affirmation. The veiled woman shook her head, noting the rarity of a young sword cultivator, yet concluded that it was of little consequence. The rules of the cloud ship were paramount, even as a sword cultivator. One must not transgress. "Kill him," she commanded, before turning to leave. At that moment, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, gripping his sword tightly with his right hand. In an instant, the sword quivered ever so slightly, a faint glimmer of sword light flickering upon its blade. The people present stood in stunned silence, and the veiled woman also came to a halt once more. Yi Xian gazed intently at the veiled figure and calmly declared, "I apologize, but I am a master swordsman." He spoke these words with unwavering composure, though internally, he was in a state of turmoil. Chapter 20. I only have an elder brother. Is he truly a grand sword cultivator? Naturally, he is not. The radiance emanating from his sword is primarily due to his invocation of the Sword of Life and Death, a technique characterized by its unique properties. He himself has yet to attain the status of a grand sword cultivator, though he is certainly not far from it. As the ethereal glow of the spirit sword radiated from Yi Xian's hand, an eerie silence enveloped the room. The formidable figures who had approached him halted, their expressions a mix of astonishment and gravity. To them, sword cultivators, though rare, were not an extraordinary sight. However, grand sword cultivators were an entirely different matter. In the entirety of the Jiang Kingdom, how many existed? The official records listed no more than 100 grand sword cultivators. And even more alarming was the youth of the boy before them. What kind of formidable power could nurture such a young grand sword cultivator? At that moment, the veiled woman cast her gaze upon the 2 lifeless bodies on the floor. "Dispose of these corpses by feeding them to the dogs," she commanded, "and capture that man who fled. Execute him and throw his remains off the cloud ship." Turning her attention back to Yi Xian, she instructed, "Arrange a special room for this young master. Do not treat him with anything less than utmost respect." With that, she turned and departed. Within the chamber, the guards offered a slight bow to Yi Xian before making their exit. One of the guards respectfully addressed him, "Young master, please follow me." After a moment of contemplation, Yi Xian, accompanied by Yi Ling, chose to follow. Under the guidance of the guard, the siblings arrived at the distinguished suite. Upon entering, they were utterly astonished. It was immense, truly vast. The suite was at least 10 times larger than the room they had previously occupied, and the interior was resplendent. The decor resembled that of a palace, and even the floor beneath them was adorned with an unknown beast's hide, yielding softly beneath their feet. Behind Yi Xian and his sister, the guard offered a slight bow before withdrawing. "Wow!" Yi Ling exclaimed, gazing around. "Brother, this room is so large and beautiful." Yi Xian gently ruffled Yi Ling's hair, chuckling softly without uttering a word. Seemingly struck by a thought, Yi Ling raised her small head to look at Yi Xian. "Brother, is it because you are a formidable sword cultivator that they treat us this way?" Yi Xian nodded. "Why is that?" Yi Ling inquired, puzzled. Yi Xian replied with a smile, "Because of reality." Before Yi Ling could pose another question, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Yi Xian turned and called, "Please, come in." The door swung open, revealing a woman clad in a purple dress and veil, the same enigmatic figure from earlier. She gracefully took a seat beside them and gestured. "Young master, please have a seat." Yi Xian settled into a chair opposite her, while Yi Ling obediently sat a short distance away, her gaze fixed curiously on the veiled woman. The woman poured a cup of tea for Yi Xian. "This is Lingxian bamboo tea. Please, young master, to give it a taste." Yi Xian nodded slightly, acknowledging her courtesy. "You are too kind, my lady." After speaking, he gently sipped his tea, the liquid sliding down his throat, sweet and refreshing, an unparalleled comfort. A fine brew indeed. Yi Xian set down his teacup and turned his gaze towards the veiled woman before him. "I am Yi Xian, from Qingcheng." The veiled woman glanced at Yi Xian and replied, "Han Xiangming." Yi Xian smiled softly, opting for silence. The woman had only disclosed a name, evidently reluctant to reveal more. Han Xiangming took a delicate sip of her tea and then remarked, "Young sir, at such a tender age you have attained the stature of a great swordsman. I presume you hail from a prestigious lineage. May I inquire about your master?" She was clearly probing into his background. Yi Xian shook his head with a smile. Observing this, Han Xiangming furrowed her delicate brows and asked, "What do you mean, young sir?" Yi Xian met her gaze directly and stated, "Miss Han, forgive my candor. But do you judge the worth of a person by their background when forging friendships?" Han Xiangming's eyes narrowed slightly, clearly taken aback by Yi Xian's words. He continued, "Miss Han, true friendship is founded upon sincerity, not upon schemes or the illustriousness of one's ancestry. However, if this is indeed your criterion for friendship, then I must respectfully decline." With that, he rose and looked towards Yi Ling, who was not far off, saying, "Let us depart." Yi Ling obediently scampered to Yi Xian's side. Without a hint of hesitation, Yi Xian prepared to leave, but just as the siblings reached the door, Han Xiaoming suddenly called out, "Young sir, please hold." Yi Xian halted, and Han Xiaoming softly added, "I must apologize for my earlier abruptness. Please do not take offense." Yi Xian turned to Han Xiaoming and said, "Miss Han, regarding the earlier incident of taking a life, I appreciate your forbearance, and I shall remember this kindness. One day, I will repay you for this favor." His words were laced with a hint of estrangement. Han Xiaoming, of course, discerned the underlying meaning in Yi Xian's statement. However, she chose not to elaborate, merely nodding slightly. "It is getting late. You should rest early, young master." With that, she turned and left the private room. Outside the room, an elderly man appeared behind Han Xiaoming. "Miss." Han Xiaoming halted her steps, acknowledging the distinct temperament of a sword cultivator, which was known to be rather irritable. The elder nodded, understanding that sword cultivators often preferred solitude and tended to possess peculiar dispositions. The young lady had already shown considerable sincerity by revealing her name earlier. Yet this fellow mistakenly perceived her as haughty, which was quite absurd. Han Xiaoming shook her head, deeming it inconsequential. His forthright nature, while perhaps off-putting to some, was far preferable to those who spoke one way yet thought another. "Convey my orders. Until they arrive at the imperial capital, they shall remain in this distinguished private room. Their daily provisions must adhere to the standards befitting such an esteemed accommodation, without any hint of negligence." After issuing her command, she swiftly vanished into the distance. Within the private room, a voice inquired, "Brother, is a great sword cultivator formidable?" "Indeed, they must be quite powerful. Are you not a great sword cultivator, brother?" "Of course I am a great sword cultivator. Well, I shall soon be." "Wow, brother, you're deceiving me, humph. You know too much. I must silence you." With a playful chuckle, Yi Xian, undaunted, covered the slumbering Yi Ling with a blanket after half an hour, before stepping into the realm prison tower. Cultivation. Only the strong command respect. The harsh realities of society incessantly impart this lesson to him. He has now reached the pinnacle of the Qi transformation realm, and he is also at the zenith of the minor sword cultivation, with his speed, strength, and reflexes nearly at their utmost limits. Although he currently resides in the Qi transformation realm, his prowess is far beyond that of ordinary practitioners of the Qi control realm. While he cannot claim to be invincible among his peers, he undoubtedly faces few rivals. However, he is acutely aware that martial arts are akin to rowing upstream. One either advances or retreats. Thus he dares not relent for even a moment. Presently, he finds himself evenly matched against the shadow, yet he harbors aspirations of conquering it. Within the realm prison tower, Yi Xian stands alone, accustomed to solitude. As for the enigmatic woman, she typically remains silent, and he refrains from disturbing her, knowing well that she would never engage in idle chatter. Cultivation is both a tedious and lonely endeavor. After 2 hours, Yi Xian paused, sword in hand, drenched in sweat. He glanced at the Lingxiao sword and inquired, "Senior, why is it that after each practice session with the shadow, I feel I have reached my absolute limit?" However, during the next practice session, he experienced a similar sensation. Had his senior enhanced the strength of the shadow? Moments later, the mysterious woman's voice resonated, affirming that such feelings signify your continual improvement. As for limits, there are none. Your current foundation is commendable, albeit only in places like Qiqing and Jianghua. In comparison to the great nations and formidable sects, it would be considered average. Therefore, it is beneficial for you to remain in the Qi transformation realm for a while. Naturally, do not linger too long. The matter of the spirit sword must be resolved by your own means. Yi Xian nodded, acknowledging, understood. His current objective was to enhance his capabilities in every aspect before reaching the Qi mastery realm. Having refrained from further cultivation, Yi Xian refreshed himself and then took a moment to rest. It is essential to maintain a balance in training, or one could risk overexertion. An hour and a half later, Yi Xian awoke, and so did Yi Ling. Soon after, breakfast was delivered, a lavish spread, and the siblings nearly consumed every morsel. After all, accustomed to frugal living, they could not afford to waste such a rare indulgence. After their meal, Yi Xian led Yi Ling out of their private cabin and onto the deck of the cloud ship. At that moment, the vessel was soaring high in the sky, at least several hundred feet above the ground. The deck was bustling with countless individuals, and the siblings made their way to the bow, a section reserved exclusively for the occupants of the finest cabins, boasting the best view. Yi Xian lifted his gaze, beholding the distant mountains encircled by the sky, where birds occasionally soared gracefully through the valleys. "Wow!" exclaimed Yi Ling, brimming with excitement beside him. "Brother, look, those mountains appear to have shrunk." Gently, Yi Xian tousled Yi Ling's little head, then turned his gaze towards the horizon. As he beheld the verdant hills and the white clouds, he became somewhat entranced. Once, the vistas visible from the ground had been limited, but now, suspended in the air, the scenery unfolded in an entirely different manner. And his thoughts began to shift as well. The city of Qingcheng felt minuscule, while the world loomed vast. He felt insignificant amidst the grandeur of heaven and earth. Noticing her brother's contemplative demeanor, Yi Ling fell silent, understanding that he might be deep in thought. She wandered a short distance to the edge of the boat, grasping the railing with both hands, and marveled, "It's truly beautiful. What a simpleton." At that moment, an irksome voice pierced the air beside Yi Ling. Turning her head, she spotted a young boy not far from her, of similar age, adorned in opulent attire. Yet, he was exceedingly plump, to the point where his eyes were nearly obscured by his chubby cheeks. Yi Ling averted her gaze, reluctant to trouble her brother. However, the boy approached her, scrutinizing her with a disdainful expression. "Look at your clothes. They even have patches. You can't possibly afford a decent outfit, can you?" Unfazed, Yi Ling replied, "Clothes are just clothes. As long as they serve their purpose, I'm content. Besides, having my brother is more than enough." The young boy patted his garment with pride and exclaimed, "Do you know what this is made from? It is crafted from the exquisite hide of the spirit fox, worth enough to purchase 100,000 of your outfits." Yi Ling glanced at the boy's attire and replied, "I am not impressed. I have an elder brother." The boy then produced a lustrous jade stone, instantly capturing Yi Ling's attention. The jade was pristine and remarkably beautiful. Seeing that Yi Ling was captivated, the boy boasted, "This is a precious spirit jade, worth a fortune. Do you possess anything like it?" Yi Ling huffed and reiterated, "I have an elder brother." The boy, growing frustrated, retorted, "Could you refrain from mentioning your brother?" Yi Ling ignored his outburst and instead gazed toward the distant horizon, softly murmuring, "I only have my brother." Chapter 21. The Consequences of This Sword. "Only brother." Yi Ling suddenly smiled. "For having a brother is sufficient." Beside Yi Ling, a young boy suddenly inquired, "Is your brother very formidable?" Yi Ling nodded earnestly. "Of course, he is formidable." The boy scoffed, claiming, "No matter how formidable he is, he cannot surpass my father." Yi Ling glanced at the boy. "Is your father formidable as well?" The boy, invigorated, nodded vigorously. "Naturally. He's the lord of Qiashan City, and everyone there must heed his command." The city lord. Yi Ling blinked in astonishment. "Wow, that is indeed impressive." The boy, brimming with pride, declared, "That is only natural. In Qiashan City, my family reigns supreme." Yi Ling scrutinized the boy before stating, "My brother says one must be modest. Otherwise, it is easy to be bullied outside." The boy shook his head, asserting, "If anyone were to be bullied, it would be my father, not me." Yi Ling was left speechless, incredulous at such a situation. The boy abruptly pointed towards Yi Xian in the distance. "Is that your brother?" Yi Ling nodded. "Yes, that is my brother." "Handsome, isn't he?" The boy huffed. "What use is handsomeness? It cannot be eaten." Yi Ling giggled. "Being handsome means he will have an easier time finding a wife in the future." The boy grunted twice. "I have money. I can marry as many wives as I desire." Yi Ling shook her head and said, "Little chubby one, let me tell you, money is not omnipotent." The young boy retorted, "That is not true. My father said that with money, one can move mountains. There is nothing in this world that money cannot accomplish. If something is unattainable, It simply means there isn't enough money. Therefore, I must earn a great deal of it. At this point, he seemed to recall something and, with a hint of anger, exclaimed, "Did you just call me little chubby? Am I really that fat?" Yiling scrutinized the boy and noted his physique, clearly weighing over 200 pounds. She shrugged her shoulders and replied, "Not fat?" The boy protested, "My father said this is robust, strong." Yiling shook her head, casting a pitying glance at the boy and remarked, "Your father is truly kind-hearted." The boy's expression darkened, and after a moment's pause, he asked, "Am I really that overweight?" Yiling nodded and affirmed, "Very much so." The boy clenched his fists in indignation, declaring, "They have all deceived me." However, Yiling paid him no mind. She retreated to Yi Xian's side, choosing not to disturb him, simply wrapping her arms gently around his. She rested her head against his arm. Witnessing this scene, the boy snorted in disdain and dashed over to a middle-aged man nearby, saying, "Dad, can you give me a brother?" The middle-aged man could only respond with silence. The cloud ship traversed mountains and arrived above a vast river, which stretched endlessly, its width spanning several thousand feet, a true great river. As for Yi Xian, he remained as motionless as before, gazing ahead as if he were a monk in deep meditation. Contemplation. During this period, Yi Xian had scarcely engaged in thought, nor had he the time for it. However, upon boarding the cloud ship and witnessing the vast expanse of mountains and rivers, a surge of emotions flooded his mind, inundating him with a plethora of ideas he had never entertained before. Within a certain private chamber, an elderly man clad in plain garments regarded Han Xiangming with an icy stare. "I have heard that you allowed an unknown youth to reside in the VIP suite?" Han Xiangming nodded, acknowledging the truth of the matter. "Is this minor issue truly within Elder Gu's jurisdiction?" The elderly man retorted coldly. "The VIP suite is not a place for just anyone. You ought to be more aware of this than anyone else." Han Xiangming chuckled lightly. "He is no ordinary individual. He is a greatsword cultivator. Surely, a little accommodation should pose no problem." "A greatsword cultivator?" The elderly man scoffed. "Are you attempting to deceive a child? A lad of 17 or 18 is a greatsword cultivator. Why not claim he's the illustrious Enlancio of the nation?" Han Xiangming's brows furrowed slightly. "Elder Gu, are you intentionally seeking to provoke me?" Elder Gu sneered. "How could I dare? Miss Han, although you have been dispatched to oversee the commercial affairs of Qianshan City in the imperial capital, according to the family decree, your authority will not take effect until you arrive in the imperial capital." Just then, as Elder Gu's words settled, 2 guards entered the room. Elder Gu spoke in a calm tone. "Those 2 siblings are unworthy of occupying the special VIP room. Dispose of their belongings." The 2 guards bowed respectfully before retreating. Han Xiangming shot a cold glance at Elder Gu, realizing that he was resolutely determined to demonstrate his loyalty to certain individuals. Elder Gu let out a derisive laugh. "I apologize, Miss Han, but I fail to comprehend what you are insinuating. I am merely fulfilling my duties. If Miss Sin finds this objectionable, she is more than welcome to file a complaint against me." Han Xiaoming nodded. "I shall remember this matter." With that, she turned and exited the room. Inside, Elder Gu sneered. "If you wish to win people over, it seems fortune is not on your side." He then left the VIP room. With his imminent retirement approaching, he felt it necessary to reaffirm his allegiance to those behind him. Otherwise, he would likely face a life of idleness upon his return. Previously, he had struggled to find an opportunity, but now he had finally encountered one. On the deck of the cloud ship, Elder Gu approached Yi Xian from behind, accompanied by 2 guards. Yi Ling sensed their presence, released her hold on Yi Xian's arm, and inquired, "May I ask who you are?" Elder Gu glanced at Yi Xian, standing behind Yi Ling, and sneered. With his level of expertise, he could discern Yi Xian's cultivation level with ease. Yi Xian was merely at the Qi transformation stage. How absurd to consider him a formidable swordsman. Elder Gu turned to one of the guards beside him, who nodded slightly, and then tossed the siblings' belongings at Yi Ling's feet. "You all." Yi Ling was utterly bewildered, unsure of what had transpired. At that moment, many gazes from the crowd turned towards her. Elder Gu scoffed coldly. "This special first-class cabin is not a place for you to reside." Yi Ling hurriedly explained. "That sister asked us to stay here." Did you pay?" Elder Gu interrupted her. "Do you have a ticket or proof?" Yi Ling grew anxious, quickly reiterating. "That sister allowed my brother and me to enter. You can inquire with her." Elder Gu sneered. "Without a ticket or proof, your words are mere fabrications. I suspect you are deliberately infiltrating the first-class compartment." With that, his expression turned icy. "Guards, Take these two away and dispose of their bodies overboard. Two guards advanced towards Yi Xian, and Yi Ling. Yi Ling's face paled instantly as she rushed to shield her brother, her voice trembling. It was you who permitted us to stay here. How can you treat us this way? You are bullying us. Soon. One of the guards seized Yi Ling and violently dragged her aside. Yi Ling's right arm dislocated, and her delicate face instantly broke into a cold sweat from the pain. Nevertheless, she desperately crawled toward Yi Xian. The guard frowned slightly and delivered a kick to Yi Ling's abdomen. Boom! Yi Ling was sent flying by the force of the blow, crashing heavily against the ship's wall, and lost consciousness. In the distance, the chubby little boy witnessed this scene and was about to rush over, but he was firmly restrained by the middle-aged man beside him. The boy glared at the man. Father, they are bullying her. The middle-aged man shook his head. Let's first see what is happening. At that moment, not far away, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. He gazed into the vast expanse before him, feeling the enormity of the world and his own insignificance. Yet, his heart could encompass infinity. The world may confine his body, but it could never imprison his spirit. With an infinite heart, the sword becomes boundless. Upon this realization, Yi Xian felt an overwhelming sense of liberation, and suddenly, the Lingxiao sword surged forth from within him. Buzz! The sound of the sword resonated through the heavens. The Lingxiao sword circled majestically above the cloud ship. In that moment, all eyes aboard the ship were drawn to Yi Xian. Nearby, the middle-aged man, who had previously conversed with Yi Ling, looked on in disbelief. How could it be that the heart of the sword is so clear? What does it mean for the heart of the sword to be clear? The term sword heart clarity signifies a mind as clear as crystal, possessing profound understanding and a distinct vision of one's sword path, impervious to external distractions. This represents a profound realm of swordsmanship, often referred to as the state of a quasi-sword master. Throughout history, those with a tranquil sword heart have invariably ascended to the status of sword masters. Presently, the only sword master in the kingdom of Jiang once embodied this very clarity. Meanwhile, Han Xiangming stood in stunned silence, her luminous eyes filled with disbelief. Upon regaining his composure, Yi Xian turned to the side and remarked, "Linger I." In the next moment, he was struck dumb. The sight of Yi Ling not far away rendered her as if she had been paralyzed. Soon, he dashed toward her like a wild beast, trembling as he lifted her into his arms. "What has happened?" he exclaimed, unleashing a furious roar into the surroundings. "Who did this?" At that moment, a chubby boy hastily pointed towards Elder Gu and two guards in the distance, exclaiming, "It was them. They harmed her. The one who struck her was that guard." Yi Xian's gaze shot up to the guard, and in an instant, propelled by the scrutiny of countless eyes, he charged forward. Seeing Yi Xian take action, Elder Gu bellowed, "Preposterous! This is no place for your recklessness." He prepared to retaliate, yet Yi Xian's sword abruptly shifted direction, aimed directly at Elder Gu. The crowd gasped in astonishment. After all, Elder Gu was a figure of the floating realm. Elder Gu squinted his eyes, exclaiming, "You are overestimating your own abilities." As his words fell, he clenched his fists tightly, and in an instant, an invisible force erupted from within him. At that moment, the sword struck. A brilliant sword light suddenly burst forth from the blade. A single strike to determine life and death. The radiant sword light. A master of the great sword. Such a young master of the great sword. Everyone present was rendered speechless in shock. Even Elder Gu stood frozen in disbelief. Indeed, a master of the great sword. Terror surged within Elder Gu's heart, but at that moment, he could not afford to hesitate. With a fierce grip, he thrust his fist forward, unleashing two immense forces that surged forth like a flood. However, upon encountering the sword, those two forces were instantly torn apart. In the blink of an eye. To the astonished eyes of all, Elder Gu's arms were flung away. He let out a dreadful scream and staggered backward, while two nearby guards prepared to intervene. Yet, Yi Xian moved like a specter, effortlessly slipping past them. In an instant, he reached the realm of qi manipulation. The onlookers were filled with dread, many unable to refrain from retreating. Meanwhile, the plump boy watched in astonishment, thinking, "My brother is truly impressive." After swiftly incapacitating the two guards, Yi Xian raised his gaze toward the terrified Elder Gu, who, in a panic, stammered, "I am an elder of the drunken immortal pavilion. If you harm me, you threaten the pavilion itself." As Yi Xian advanced toward Elder Gu, sword in hand, the elder was filled with dread and continued to retreat. At that moment, Han Xiaoming suddenly appeared before Yi Xian, her voice low and firm. "Young Master Yi, it is time to cease this matter. If it continues, it will spiral out of control." Yet her words were abruptly halted as Yi Xian's hand tightened around her throat. Han Xiangming gazed at Yi Xian in silence, her demeanor remarkably calm. Yi Xian's expression contorted with fury. You are the one who arranged for my sister and me to reside in the superior chamber. Yet you now conspire against us. This predicament is undoubtedly linked to you, is it not? The enigmatic woman had imparted to him the entirety of the preceding events. Thus he comprehended the situation fully. Han Xiangming met his gaze without flinching, warning, if this escalates further, it will end poorly. Yi Xian, with a cruel smile, retorted, you would allow your internal strife to ensnare my sister? This is intolerable. The chaos originates from you, yet you refrain from intervening. You deserve to perish. With that, he exerted a violent grip with his left hand. This was a lethal intent. However, at the very instant his hand clenched, Han Xiangming had silently retreated several paces away. Concurrently, an elderly man appeared before her. The old man regarded Yi Xian with a cold stare. Young Master Yi, do not invite calamity upon yourself due to the forces that stand behind you. Yi Xian cast a glance at Yi Ling, who had already succumbed to unconsciousness a short distance away, and in that moment, his heart felt as if it were being cleaved. Suddenly, he erupted into a maniacal laughter, exclaiming, invite calamity? My sister and I are perfectly well. What have we done to deserve this fate? As his voice faded, he opened his palm, and the Lingxiao sword materialized within it. Within the palm, the Lingxiao sword trembled violently, as if it sensed Yi Xian's murderous intent and rage. It emitted a series of sharp sword cries, ready to unleash a fatal strike once more. Upon witnessing Yi Xian's intent to continue his assault, the elder's eyes narrowed slightly. Meanwhile, Han Xiangming's expression darkened immensely. This was a situation that could lead to mutual destruction. At this moment, she was filled with profound regret. Had she foreseen this, she would have intervened earlier to prevent it. A swordsmanship grandmaster so young, having just attained the clarity of sword heart, was indeed formidable. Yet, to provoke such a genius, it was evident that her prospects for the future would be irrevocably tarnished. The most terrifying aspect was the potential conflict it could incite between two superpowers. After all, the talent and combat prowess demonstrated by Yi Xian were simply too formidable. A person of such caliber undoubtedly had a powerful backing. Should this be the case, whether it be herself, Elder Gu, or any of the guards and overseers aboard the cloud vessel, they could all face dire consequences. Just as Yi Xian was about to strike, a mysterious woman's voice echoed in his mind. Have you considered the repercussions of this sword? Haha. Yi Xian laughed maniacally. What repercussions could possibly matter when my sister has met such a fate? With that, Yi Xian unleashed his sword. Chapter 22. Draw two swords. Count me defeated. At the very moment Yi Xian drew his sword, a voice unexpectedly resonated from the side. Brother. Although the voice was as faint as a whisper, Yi Xian's entire being shuddered. He halted abruptly and turned to rush to Yi Ling's side, gently lifting her into his embrace, his hands trembling with emotion. In this lifetime, he could wield a sword for his sister, and he could also sheath it for her sake. Seeing Yi Xian refrain from striking, both Han Xiangming and the elder nearby released a sigh of relief. Once Yi Xian took action, there would be no room for negotiation. Fortunately, the little girl was still alive. Otherwise, the direst outcome today would be Yi Xian's demise. While they would face severe repercussions, potentially enduring relentless vengeance from the forces behind him until their very end, neither of these outcomes was desirable for them. Meanwhile, Elder Gu attempted to flee, but he was swiftly brought down. Yi Ling gazed at Yi Xian and softly uttered, Brother, please, do not cry. I assure you, I am not in such great pain. Yi Xian held her tightly, weeping like a child, lamenting, It is my fault, my fault. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached Yi Xian, accompanied by a stout boy. Young friend, he said, I have brought a physician with me. May he examine her? Yi Xian quickly replied, Yes, thank you very much. The middle-aged man smiled gently and turned to an elderly man clad in black. The elder nodded and then knelt before Yi Ling. After a brief moment, he softly remarked, It is nothing serious, merely some external injuries. As for her dislocated hand, I have already said it. A period of rest will suffice. However, there is an unusual chill within her body, one I have never encountered before. He then cast a glance at Yi Xian. Yi Xian solemnly replied, It is of no consequence. As long as the other injuries are manageable, I shall find a way to address this chill in due time. The elderly man nodded, refraining from further comment, and stepped aside. Yi Xian clasped his fists in gratitude towards the middle-aged man, introducing himself. I am Yi Xian. May I inquire your name, sir? The middle-aged man responded with a smile. I am Lu Xiaoran, the Lord of Qianshan City. Lord. Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained composure and bowed again. I am deeply grateful for your assistance regarding my sister. Lu Xiaoran replied with a smile. It was but a trivial matter. Yi Xian nodded, then turned with his sword in hand, making his way towards the elder Gu not far away. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Xiaoran was momentarily taken aback. Not only Lu Xiaoran, but the surrounding crowd was also stunned. Was this fellow not going to relent? Han Xiangming and the elder beside her wore somber expressions. This elder Gu was a member of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Although merely a junior elder from the outer hall, he was still an elder of the prestigious establishment. Regardless, they could not permit him to be slain by Yi Xian. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to slapping the Drunken Immortal Pavilion in the face. Yi Xian approached Elder Gu, while Han Xiangming positioned herself in front of him. Young Master Yi, this matter will be handled by our Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Rest assured, we will impose severe punishment upon him and provide you with an explanation. Yi Xian cast a cold glance at Han Xiangming. Get lost. Han Xiangming's delicate brows furrowed instantly. Just as she was about to speak, Yi Xian stepped closer, locking eyes with her. It was you who allowed us to reside here. Yet he comes to create trouble for my sister and me, and you do nothing to stop it. Let me guess. You wish to ascertain my true strength and the backing I possess, while simultaneously hoping to instigate animosity between us and him, facilitating a clash that would leave us both weakened, allowing you to reap the benefits. Am I right? Han Xiangming's hands gradually clenched, her heart filled with astonishment. For what Yi Xian articulated was precisely what she had contemplated earlier. Beside them, Elder Gu laughed heartily. Isn't that precisely her intent? Yet, she has greatly underestimated your feelings for that little girl, and even more so your prowess. Otherwise, she would risk everything to protect that little girl and forge an alliance with you, thereby owing you a favor. Regrettably, she miscalculated. Just then, Yi Xian's sword abruptly pierced through Elder Gu's brow. With a sharp hiss, blood splattered forth. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. This was an open provocation to the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Han Xiaoming's complexion also turned pale at that moment. The situation had not concluded. It had merely begun. Yi Xian withdrew his sword and turned to stand before Yi Ling, declaring that anyone who dares to bully her in this world shall never see the light of the next day. Tears streamed down Yi Ling's face. At that instant, the cloud ship came to a sudden halt, and opposite the ship, a majestic crane approached, its wings spanning at least 10 zhang. Upon the back of the crane stood a refined middle-aged man, elegantly wielding a white jade fan. Soon, amidst the gazes of countless onlookers, the crane descended upon the cloud ship, unleashing a powerful gust that sent many staggering backward. The middle-aged man gracefully alighted from the crane, and both Han Xiangming and the elder beside her turned pale, realizing the identity of their visitor. They hurriedly approached and offered a slight bow, acknowledging the presence of the cold pavilion master. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoran, the Lord of Qianshan City, instantly wore a grave expression. The Drunken Immortal Pavilion consists of 9 floors, each presided over by a master who wields immense power and possesses unfathomable strength. The cold pavilion master before them is undoubtedly the individual responsible for overseeing all matters of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion in the Kingdom of Jiang. Even the sovereign of the Jiang Kingdom must be accorded 3 parts of respect. Master Han nodded slightly, casting a glance at the distant corpse of Elder Gu before inquiring, "Is he deceased?" Han Xiangming and her companion dared not respond, their heads bowed slightly. Master Han then turned his gaze towards Yi Xian, scrutinizing him with a hint of astonishment in his eyes. Such a solid foundation was quite rare, and to add to that, he was a swordsman with a clear heart, a true rarity. Who would have thought that the Jiang Kingdom was so rich in talent? As he spoke, he surveyed the surroundings. Addressing the crowd, "Esteemed guests, this matter pertains to my Zui Xian Pavilion. I kindly ask you to take your leave." Upon hearing this, the onlookers dared not linger and promptly retreated to their respective chambers. The Lord of Qianshan City, Lu Xiaoran, after casting a glance at Yi Xian, reluctantly escorted the plump youth back to his quarters. Only a few remained on the deck of the cloud ship. Master Han's gaze returned to Yi Xian. "Such an ordinary place could not possibly give rise to someone like you. Pray tell, to which faction do you belong? I am most curious about the force that emboldens you to slay my Zui Xian Pavilion's members." Yi Xian shook his head with a smile. "What if the force behind me were formidable? Would that ensure my survival? Master Han replied, shaking his head, not at all. Your brazen act of killing an elder of my Zuasian pavilion is a blatant affront. Therefore, regardless of who you are or who stands behind you, you shall surely perish today. Though it is somewhat regrettable, there is no alternative. The dignity of my Zuasian pavilion must not be tarnished within the realms of Qingzhou. As he spoke, it seemed he had recalled something and continued. Inquiring about the forces behind you is merely to ascertain whether or not to hold them accountable, rather than fearing them. In this kingdom of Jiang, there is no power that my drunken immortal pavilion cannot confront. Yi Xian fell silent. Forces? What forces did he possess? He had not even a ghost behind him. Nonetheless, he held no regrets for having slain those few individuals earlier. Mindless? Impulsive? He acknowledged his lack of forethought and his impetuosity, yet if given the chance to choose anew, he would act without hesitation once more. For if he had not eliminated those individuals, the drunken immortal pavilion would merely impose a mild reprimand upon them, or perhaps not even that. And even if they were punished, within a few years, they would thrive once more. Would his sister suffer in vain? Absolutely not. He could endure suffering for his sister's sake, but if anyone dared to lay a hand on her, Yi Xian would rather perish than stand idly by. The master of the cold pavilion spoke in a calm tone. What? Do you not wish to speak? Yi Xian replied with a smile. There are no forces, truly. I do not deceive you. The master of the cold pavilion narrowed his eyes, with no backing. Do you dare to slay those of my drunken, immortal pavilion? Yi Xian fixed his gaze upon the enigmatic and refined man before him. The drunken immortal pavilion bullies the weak, and I have slain them. It is as simple as that. The refined man chuckled lightly. Bullies the weak? In this world, strength reigns supreme. The drunken immortal pavilion may intimidate, but endure for now. In due time, you shall carve out your own domain. To sacrifice a promising future for the sake of vengeance is sheer folly. Do you not understand? Yi Xian straightened his back. How could the spine of a sword cultivator be bent? The elegant man smiled faintly, remarking that indeed, a sword cultivator who bows is no longer a true sword cultivator. Very well, since you claim to have no backing, you shall bear the consequences alone. I will share this burden with my brother. At that moment, Yi Ling suddenly embraced Yi Xian tightly, her gaze fiercely fixed on the elegant man. We shall shoulder this together. The master of the cold tower glanced at Yi Ling and chuckled. Very well, I shall accommodate your brotherly bond. He then turned to an elderly man not far from him, instructing him to hang the bodies of the two at the bow of the cloud ship, making it known to the world the fate of those who offend the drunken immortal pavilion. He wanted everyone to understand that the drunken immortal pavilion thrives on power and intimidation. Those who dare oppose us shall face the consequences. Having said this, he prepared to turn away. Just then, the sword at Yi Xian's waist began to tremble violently. Yi Xian stood in shock. The master of the cold tower abruptly turned his gaze toward the bow of the ship. Not only he, but several others present also directed their attention there. At the pinnacle of the bow, a woman had appeared unbeknownst to them, with her long hair cascading to her waist and clad in a simple gown. She stood with her back to the onlookers, her right hand resting behind her, where a black and a white object twirled between her fingertips. She stood there, gazing down at the cloud ship, allowing the gentle breeze to play with her garments and hair. Everyone was momentarily stunned. Who was this person? The expression on the face of the master of the cold tower darkened, for he had not noticed when the woman had appeared there. Just as he was about to speak, the woman suddenly interjected, Allow me to teach you what it means to intimidate others through power. Let us see if your most formidable fighter at the drunken immortal pavilion can draw two swords. Consider it my defeat. Chapter 23. I am invincible. You may do as you wish. Upon hearing that voice, Yi Xian was instantly taken aback. Such a familiar voice. In the next moment, he trembled all over. For the voice of the woman before him was none other than that of the mysterious lady within the abyssal tower. Has she emerged? Can she truly emerge? Yi Xian was utterly bewildered. Hearing the words of the enigmatic woman, the leader of the cold pavilion narrowed his eyes slightly. You claim that the most formidable from the drunken immortal pavilion can be summoned? You certainly possess a grandiose spirit. Not even the mightiest empire in the region, the Han Empire, would dare to utter such a proclamation lightly. It must be noted that the influence of the drunken immortal pavilion extends far beyond the Jiang kingdom. It permeates the entirety of the Qingzhou region. Throughout the numerous dynastic changes in Qingzhou, the drunken immortal pavilion has remained steadfast. This alone speaks volumes. The mysterious woman remained silent, and under the gazes of the crowd, she gracefully flicked her jade hand. In an instant, The waters of the great river below began to coalesce, and in a fleeting moment, to the astonished eyes of those present, the river transformed into a sword of water. Almost instantaneously, the river was drained. Witnessing this spectacle, the expressions of everyone in the vicinity shifted dramatically, including that of the cold pavilion leader. What extraordinary prowess is this? Observe closely. At that moment, Yi Xian heard the voice of the mysterious woman in his mind. What does it mean to determine life and death with a single sword? As her voice faded, the water sword in the mysterious woman's hand suddenly transformed into a beam of sword light, flashing across the scene. Was it swift? Not at all swift. The few individuals present observed the scene with clarity. However, the expression of the cold pavilion master shifted dramatically at this moment, for the target of that sword was none other than himself. In his eyes, the speed of the blade appeared equally languid, which signified a profound truth. He could not discern the essence of this sword. It had transcended the boundaries of his comprehension. Despite this, the cold pavilion master did not resign himself to inaction. He swiftly brought his hands together, and a radiant golden light enveloped him. Simultaneously, he formed a hand seal and thrust it forward with great force, invoking the mountain guardian seal. As the incantation reverberated, an energy disk of golden hue materialized before him, causing the surrounding mountains to tremble violently. Soon, an abundance of ochre energy surged forth from those formidable peaks, as if a multitude of rivers converging into the sea, all streaming into the golden disk. In that moment, the disk quivered intensely, its resplendent golden brilliance dimming even the blazing sun above. Through the gaze of the onlookers, the mysterious woman's sword approached. Initially, one might expect a cataclysmic eruption. However, the ensuing spectacle left the spectators frozen in disbelief. As the water sword neared the golden disk, still a considerable distance away, the disk erupted with a thunderous crash, shattering into a myriad of golden particles that scattered through the air. Despite its seemingly slow pace, the water sword continued its inexorable advance, inching closer to the cold pavilion master, who was rendered utterly powerless to resist, allowing the blade to rest against his brow. In the distance, the enigmatic woman remained with her back turned to the group, showing no intention of turning around. Utter defeat. A single sword strike had rendered them vanquished. Beside them, Han Xiangming and the old man trembled in shock. Yi Xian was unaware of the strength of the Cold Master. Yet they understood that within the kingdom of Jiang, the Cold Master's prowess could undoubtedly rank among the top 5. However, at this moment, to be defeated by a single sword strike? Was this woman a master of the sword? Suddenly, the mysterious woman's voice echoed, with a single stroke. I determine life and death. If I wish for him to live, he shall live. If I wish for him to die, he shall perish. Should I draw my sword? The fate of my enemies lies within that one stroke. Do you comprehend? Yi Xian swallowed hard, stammering, I do not fully understand. The mysterious woman nodded slightly. That is to be expected. If you did understand, I would have no choice but to discipline you. The profundity of this sword technique is not something you can grasp at this moment. However, having witnessed my strike, you now possess a general comprehension, which will serve you immensely. Yi Xian bowed deeply, responding, I understand that. The mysterious woman nodded again and added, bring forth the strongest individual from the Zue Xian Tower. If one sword cannot suffice, then I shall concede my defeat. The crowd fell silent. The Cold Master glanced at the mysterious woman, a bitter smile crossing his face. Esteemed senior, this time it is my Zue Xian Tower. His words were abruptly cut short as the water sword that had been poised between his brows pierced half an inch into his flesh, blood gushing forth. The mysterious woman's voice resounded once more, declaring, you are far too weak. It would be prudent for you to remain silent. I spare your life solely so that you may witness how I shall dominate the drunken immortal pavilion. Now, summon your strongest fighters forth. In that moment, the expression of the pavilion master turned ashen, as if he had just ingested a foul substance. He realized that the drunken immortal pavilion had encountered a formidable adversary. Yet, how could such terrifying strength emerge from this seemingly insignificant Jiang kingdom? Just then, a distant dark speck appeared on the horizon. The speck swiftly grew larger, accompanied by a booming laughter echoing from the skies. I am the pavilion master of the 8th floor of the drunken immortal pavilion. Pray tell, what grievance has my establishment caused you to provoke such ire? At that moment, the water sword pressed against the pavilion master's brow shot upwards, piercing the heavens. In an instant, a blood-curdling scream reverberated from the clouds, followed by the slow descent of a bloodied head of an elderly man from the sky. Witnessing this scene, the pavilion master's complexion turned a ghastly white. In that instant, he comprehended that he had gravely underestimated the power of the enigmatic woman before him. This was no mere swordsman. She might very well be a sword sovereign. A sword sovereign, the monarch among swords. The thought sent a chill down the pavilion master's spine. If such a formidable being existed, the drunken immortal pavilion might withstand her wrath, but to have provoked a peerless powerhouse so arbitrarily would surely cost him his life. And with it, his position as pavilion master. Not only is it gone, but they may even suffer the torments of hell. This time, the Carefree Tavern has already lost a proprietor, and judging by this woman's demeanor, she shows no sign of relenting. The commotion aboard the cloud ship was naturally significant, and powerful individuals from surrounding factions have already sensed it. However, not a single person dares to approach the vicinity of the cloud ship, only daring to observe from afar. Everyone knows that a peerless sword cultivator is committing murder here. On the cloud ship, the water sword hovered beside the enigmatic woman, who pointed it at Proprietor Han and commanded, "Summon more people. Continue to summon them." Proprietor Han offered a desolate smile. "Senior, we were in the wrong. Please quell your anger. We will certainly." Swoosh. One of Proprietor Han's arms flew off directly. The enigmatic woman stated calmly, "Next time you speak nonsense, it will be your head that is severed. I told you to summon people, so you will summon them. Understand?" Proprietor Han's expression was one of extreme bitterness. Summon people? Naturally, he could still summon people. But judging by the current situation, those who were summoned would likely also meet their demise. If he doesn't summon them, it is clear that the enigmatic woman before him will not let the matter rest. This time, the Carefree Tavern has suffered a setback. Thinking this, he glanced at Yushin not far away. "Damn it, didn't you say you had no backing? This is no one? If you had someone, you should have said so earlier. If you had said earlier that you had a sword sovereign backing you, how could I have made things difficult for you?" As for Yushin, he was still somewhat bewildered at this moment. He knew that the enigmatic woman was definitely not an ordinary person and possessed great strength. However, he never anticipated the formidable strength of the mysterious woman, nor did he foresee her emergence to assist him. Although her intervention was unexpected, a sense of unease crept over him, for he sensed something amiss within the confines of his own realm tower. As though the imprisoned entities were on the brink of liberation, the mere thought of it sent a chill down his spine. At that moment, an enigmatic elder clad in gray robes materialized atop the cloud ship. Another arrival. Yi Xian swiftly turned his gaze toward the gray-robed elder, whose appearance betrayed his advanced age. With hair and beard as white as snow, exuding an aura of ethereal wisdom, the elder disregarded the presence of everyone around him, fixing his gaze upon the mysterious woman. He then offered a slight bow, introducing himself. "I am the master of the third floor of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, honored to meet the Sword Immortal." Sword Immortal? At this revelation, Han Loju's eyes widened in disbelief. How many Sword Immortals exist in this realm? Indeed, how many could be found throughout the entire Qingzhou domain? Certainly, none had ever graced the entirety of Qingzhou. The mysterious woman responded, "You have done well to cultivate to such a level. You are worthy of receiving a strike from me." As she spoke, the sword at her side trembled slightly. In that instant, the elder hastily interjected, "Please, esteemed one, quell your anger. Your strength surpasses the bounds of Qingzhou, and I, as a junior, would never dare to accept a strike from you. Given your power and status, it is clear you would not trouble us insignificant ones." Clearly, the implication of his words was that he could not contend with her and urged her not to take advantage of her superior might. Troubled? The enigmatic woman chuckled lightly. "Before your Zue Xian tower seeks vengeance, you have hung the corpse of that little fellow at the bow of this ship, proclaiming that in Qingzhou, there exists no power that your Zue Xian tower cannot provoke. Such audacity from your establishment." The elder refrained from defending himself, for to argue in the presence of such formidable strength would be tantamount to courting death. He cast a glance at Yi Xian not far away, then approached him. Bowing deeply, "Young friend, I sincerely apologize for the offenses committed by Zue Xian Tower. I hope for your forgiveness." Yi Xian understood that this apology was extended due to the enigmatic woman's presence. Thus he chose to remain humble and said nothing. At this moment, silence was indeed the wisest course of action. The elder turned to glance at the cold master of the tower, who was about to speak. With a swift motion of his right hand, he unleashed a formidable force that enveloped the cold master entirely. Boom! In an instant, the cold master was reduced to ashes. The elder then turned to the mysterious woman, offering a slight bow. "I beg you, esteemed senior, to quell your wrath." The mysterious woman remained silent. With a gentle motion of her jade hand, a water sword suddenly descended from the cloud ship, plunging into the parched river below. As the water sword struck the ground, boom! In an instant, the once dry river re-emerged, and astonishingly, the creatures within the river were still alive. Witnessing this scene, the elder's pupils constricted, his heart overwhelmed with shock beyond measure. The enigmatic woman gradually became ethereal, and soon she vanished entirely from the sight of the few present. At the very moment of her complete disappearance, her voice resonated once more in the space, declaring, "If the drunken immortal pavilion dares to contest, feel free to seek revenge. Bring as many as you wish. I am invincible, and you may act at your discretion." Chapter 24. The True Heart. A sudden stillness enveloped the deck of the cloud ship. The elderly man in the gray robe remained silent, his expression serene, concealing any trace of joy or anger. Internally, however, he was aflame with indignation. The drunken immortal pavilion had never before been treated in such a manner. Despite his rage, he dared not express it. A sword immortal. The enigmatic woman was highly likely to be a sword immortal. If that were indeed the case, then the drunken immortal pavilion must tread carefully. The pavilion could muster all its strength to contend with a sword immortal, yet that would only amount to a standoff. Who could say whether this sword immortal had allies or even formidable forces at her disposal, even in the absence of companions or influence? Her mere presence could suffice to bring the drunken immortal pavilion to its knees. Sword immortals. The sheer might of such individuals is unfathomably terrifying. Among the most formidable entities in existence, aside from the guardians of the heavens and earth, are the sword cultivators, with the most daunting being the guardians who are also sword cultivators. Thus, even in the face of the mysterious woman's scathing remarks, the gray-robed elder dared not utter a word. It is well known that sword cultivators possess exceedingly eccentric temperaments. Should he speak again, he might well find himself meeting his demise here today. The gray-robed elder retracted his thoughts and cast a glance at Yixian. It was evident that the mysterious woman had chosen to restrain herself, likely due to the presence of the young man before her. Sword cultivators are typically solitary, yet once they take on a disciple, they are no longer alone. A disciple of a sword immortal. The elder's expression was notably complex. Such an individual should ordinarily be fervently courted, yet the situation had escalated to this extent. Having articulated these words, the gray-robed elder approached Yixian. After scrutinizing him, he flicked his finger, causing a violet card to descend before Yixian. "Young friend," he said, "the previous matters between you and my drunken immortal pavilion are now resolved. This is a drunken immortal pavilion VIP card, a small token of our sincerity. We hope you will accept it." Nearby, Han Xiaoming interjected, elucidating, "This is a violet card. Holding this card entitles you to a 50% discount on all purchases at our drunken immortal pavilion. Furthermore, if you sell items to our drunken immortal pavilion, we will waive all handling fees. Moreover, this card bestows numerous other benefits, which young Master Yi will discover in due course." Yixian, of course, did not decline. He accepted the violet card, clasped his fist in salute, and said, "This junior will now retire to rest. Farewell." With that, he led Yi Ling away, turning to depart. After the Yixian siblings had left, Han Xiaoming and the elder beside her slowly knelt. The gray-robed elder slowly closed his eyes and said, "Your grandfather was once a subordinate of mine. Though I never treated him as such, I considered him a brother. As you are his granddaughter, you are akin to my half-granddaughter." Han Xiaoming lowered her head slightly, refraining from speech. The gray-robed elder shook his head, lamenting, "You are his only descendant. I do not wish to kill you, but for now, you should refrain from interfering with the affairs of the drunken immortal pavilion. Return to the imperial capital and reflect upon yourself." Upon hearing this, Han Xiaoming's face turned ashen. Years of dedication had vanished into nothingness at this moment. The old man in the gray robe cast a glance at the great river below, his right hand slowly clenching. The sword immortal had never anticipated that he would encounter another sword immortal in such a manner during his lifetime. Upon finishing his words, he turned and vanished into the horizon. On the deck of the cloud ship, Han Xiaoming offered a desolate smile. "Have I erred?" Beside her, the elder spoke solemnly, "Miss. The affairs of the world are unpredictable. There is no need for excessive self-reproach." Han Xiaoming shook her head, lamenting that had she genuinely forged a connection with him earlier, given his potential and the influential figures behind him, it would have been effortless for her to assume control of the core of the drunken immortal tower. Regrettably, her overly calculating nature caused her to miss an opportunity that could have transformed her destiny and that of her family. The elder bowed his head slightly, remaining silent. Han Xiangming rose, casting a gaze towards the distant horizon. Very well, let today serve as a lesson, she concluded, turning to depart. Yi Xian returned to his private chamber with his sister, Yi Ling. It was merely a standard room. Neither sibling had any desire to reside in a suite of sorts. Within the room, after soothing Yi Ling to sleep, he entered the abyssal tower. Upon stepping into the tower, he immediately sensed something amiss. He noticed movement on the second level. Realizing this, Yi Xian's expression shifted dramatically. Just as he was about to speak, the voice of the mysterious woman resonated again. Is it satisfying? Yi Xian bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your assistance, esteemed predecessor. The mysterious woman replied coldly. Assistance? Do you know why I intervened? Yi Xian shook his head. The mysterious woman inquired. Do you recall the question I posed to you earlier? I asked if you were aware of the consequences that would follow from that strike of the sword. Yi Xian nodded in acknowledgement. The mysterious woman continued. Had you refrained from that sword strike at that moment, I would not have felt compelled to act today. Yi Xian paused, somewhat perplexed, wondering why. If I had not drawn my sword, matters might have settled down, he mused. Humph. The mysterious woman replied coldly. Settle down? It is perfectly reasonable to be diplomatic in one's dealings. However, if a beloved one is treated thusly, and you still contemplate the consequences, what right do you have to wield a sword? Moreover, had you chosen not to strike, the pent-up frustration within you would have shattered your resolve as a swordsman, leaving you bereft of the opportunity to become a formidable sword cultivator in this lifetime. Shattered resolve? Why is that? Yi Xian inquired, still confused. The mysterious woman elucidated. A sword cultivator cultivates not only the sword but also the heart, and the true heart is the most genuine. In that moment, you sought to avenge your sister. You desired to take a life. Yet, if you had hesitated due to concerns about the aftermath, betraying your true self to act with cunning and to quell the situation, it would be a betrayal of your innermost being. Certainly, you may not perceive the ramifications of such actions, but the truth is, your sword would become shackled by your own hesitation, and the clarity of your sword heart, which you had just attained, would dissipate in an instant. Yi Xian smiled wryly. Esteemed senior, if all sword cultivators were to be so inflexible, they might not survive long in this world. The mysterious woman replied softly. This is precisely why there are so few sword cultivators in this realm, particularly the truly exceptional sword immortals, who are even rarer. This is precisely what I once conveyed to you. The path of the sword is far more arduous than you can fathom. Yi Xian took a deep breath, now beginning to sense a glimmer of understanding. At that moment, the enigmatic woman spoke again. I should not intervene, but do you comprehend the consequences of my involvement? Consequences? Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback, instinctively responding, what consequences? The mysterious woman continued. As I previously mentioned, the seals of this tower have already begun to weaken. My intervention will affect every layer of the tower's seals. To put it simply, those seals will be prematurely released. More specifically, the seal of the second layer will be undone ahead of schedule. Within 4 to 5 months at most, it will completely vanish. If you cannot acquire the Tao Law by then, your demise is inevitable. Do not even contemplate relying on me. Should I intervene against the existence of the second layer, all seals within this tower will become destabilized. The repercussions would be dire. Furthermore, I will not compromise the integrity of the tower's seals for your sake. Do you understand? Yi Xian fell silent for a moment, then inquired, Senior, is it impossible for you to intervene again? The mysterious woman replied, At least until you have acquired a Tao Law, I cannot intervene again, nor can I leave this place even once. Of course, even if I could, I would refrain from doing so. To speak frankly, my prior intervention was motivated by your courage to draw your sword in pursuit of justice for your sister, as well as my disdain for that individual. Do you comprehend? Yi Xian nodded. I understand. He was acutely aware that one must rely on oneself, and equally aware that one act of assistance does not guarantee another, nor was he entitled to expect it. Such aid was already in immense favor. Yi Xian was not an ungrateful individual who would take assistance for granted or expect others to resolve his future predicaments. Self-reliance was paramount. Therefore, he harbored no dependency. On the contrary, the mysterious woman's parting words impressed upon him the necessity of self-sufficiency. Placing hope in others was unrealistic and imprudent. However, the matter of the seal, the Tao principles. To seek these principles, he must swiftly attain the Imperial Chi realm, or even the Sky realm. For the mysterious woman stated he currently lacked the power to subdue them. A troubling matter indeed. Yi Xian sighed, facing numerous pressing issues. Foremost was his sister's illness, followed by the seal on the prison world tower. He sensed an anomaly within the tower and detected a gravity in the mysterious woman's tone. He knew she was not jesting. If the seal were to weaken, she would certainly not intervene on his behalf. This matter, too, he must resolve himself. As if struck by a thought, Yi Xian promptly inquired, "Senior, what is limpid sword heart?" He had not forgotten his previous entry into a profound and enigmatic state. After a moment of silence, the mysterious woman spoke. "A pure heart is akin to gazing into a mirror. In everyday life, you remain oblivious to your own reflection. Yet, upon looking into the mirror, you gain a profound understanding of your true self. This clarity of the sword heart embodies that principle. At this moment, you possess a clear direction in your path of swordsmanship, fully aware of the essence of your craft. To put it simply, you have attained self-awareness and comprehension of your sword path." Yi Xian responded solemnly. "Is this truly beneficial?" The mysterious woman replied, "It seems you have overlooked a crucial point. Previously, you executed the technique one sword determines life and death, yet this time, your body appears to have suffered little backlash." Upon hearing this, Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, he had previously performed the technique, but now his body felt markedly less battered, merely fatigued. The woman's voice resonated again. "The clarity of your sword heart signifies a state of swordsmanship. In future confrontations, all illusions and phantoms will be ineffectual against you. Of course, should your adversary vastly surpass your strength, that would be an entirely different matter. Furthermore, with a clear heart, your affinity with the sword will intensify, making your execution of sword techniques exponentially more effective. I shall not waste time elucidating these rudimentary concepts. Engage in practice with your shadow, and you shall grasp it firsthand." Yi Xian. After a brief pause, Yi Xian commenced his practice with the shadow. Upon delivering his first strike, he was astounded. The sensation was indeed different. Furthermore, when the shadow executed its first strike, he was once again taken aback. The sensation he experienced this time was distinctly different, an inexplicable feeling that eluded description. If compelled to articulate it, he would liken his sentiment to the simplicity of this sword. A quarter of an hour later, Yi Xian came to a halt. Before him, the shadow bore a long sword embedded in its chest. In an instant, the shadow began to dissipate slowly. Yi Xian bowed his head slightly, enveloped in silence. After a brief moment, he sheathed the Lingxiao sword and gazed at it in his hand. After a protracted silence, he softly murmured, "Only now do I truly feel that this sword belongs to me." Chapter 25, Dreams Come True. Previously, the Lingxiao sword felt somewhat alien to him. It was as if the sword did not belong to him, and wielding it was rather awkward. However, that sense of unfamiliarity has dissipated now, though it has not yet transformed into an overwhelming familiarity. Nevertheless, it is a significant improvement compared to before. At least the previous awkwardness has vanished. In this moment, he realizes the profound importance of the bond between a sword and its master. After sheathing the sword, Yi Xian departed from the realm of prison and took a moment to refresh himself. Sleep. While cultivation is vital, rest holds equal significance. Regardless of his fervent desire to grow stronger or the intensity of his training, he ensures to rest each day. For it is through rest that one regains vitality, enabling more effective cultivation. Outside, the cloud ship had quietly set sail at some unknown time, as if everything had returned to a state of tranquility. Yet, the passengers aboard the cloud ship had not forgotten the young man, nor the commotion that had transpired outside. Curiosity enveloped them all, wondering whether the young man had perished. Surely, he must have. After all, the individuals from the drunken immortal pavilion are not easily vanquished. The cloud ship soared across the vast river, arriving above an endless range of mountains. Standing on the deck and gazing down, he beheld a breathtaking panorama of countless peaks, a sight that was simply exquisite. Many others appeared on the deck of the cloud ship, their expressions serene, as if the earlier events had never occurred. Due to the warning issued by the drunken immortal pavilion, all matters concerning past events must remain confidential. Otherwise, severe punishment will be meted out. No one dares to offend the drunken immortal pavilion. Inside the room, after an indeterminate passage of time, Yi Xian felt a gentle itch on his face. Slowly, he opened his eyes to behold a pair of bright, expressive eyes. At that moment, Yiling was delicately scratching his face with a small tuft of his hair. Upon noticing that Yi Xian had awoken, Yi Ling beamed sweetly and exclaimed, "Brother." Yi Xian turned his head to glance around and inquired about the time. Yi Ling replied with a smile, "It's noon. Brother, you've indulged in a long slumber today, but it's all right. You can continue to sleep. I'll watch over you." Yi Xian playfully pinched Yi Ling's petite nose and said, "Let us go outside for some fresh air." After freshening up, he led Yi Ling to the deck of the cloud ship. As the brother and sister duo emerged onto the deck, all eyes were drawn to them. "They're not dead?" Everyone was filled with bewilderment. The one who had killed members of the drunken immortal pavilion had actually survived? On the other side, Lu Xiaoran cast a penetrating glance at Yi Xian and murmured, "This young man is extraordinary." Beside him, a chubby boy dashed directly to Yi Xian and Yi Ling. After sizing up Yi Xian, the chubby boy knelt on one knee and implored, "Big brother, please take me as your disciple. Name your price. My father is quite wealthy." Yi Xian was momentarily speechless, while Yi Ling stifled a giggle behind her small hands. Lu Xiaoran approached Yi Xian and his sister, playfully kicking the chubby boy while chiding. "Do you have any idea how arduous it is to become a sword cultivator?" The chubby boy shot him a disgruntled glance and retorted, "What is there to fear? Money can solve everything." Lu Xiaoran's expression turned rather awkward as he clasped his fists towards Yi Xian, admitting his lack of discipline and acknowledging the jest. Yi Xian chuckled softly before turning to the chubby boy. "Do you aspire to be a sword cultivator?" The chubby boy eagerly nodded in affirmation. Yi Xian replied with a grin, "Then you must first shed some weight." Upon hearing this, the chubby boy's face instantly fell. Losing weight? That would be more excruciating than a death sentence. Observing the boy's expression, both Yi Xian and Lu Xiaoran erupted into laughter. At that moment, Lu Xiaoran remarked, "Young friend Yi Xian, are you indeed headed to the imperial capital?" Yi Xian nodded, affirming, "Indeed." Lu Xiaoran scrutinized Yi Xian for a moment before inquiring, "Are you going to participate in the enrollment at Songmu Academy?" Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback. "How did you know, senior?" Lu Xiaoran chuckled. "The triennial enrollment at Songmu Academy is undoubtedly the most anticipated event in the kingdom of Jiang. Given your youth and your journey to the imperial capital, coupled with the impending enrollment at Songmu Academy, it is only logical to deduce your purpose." As he spoke, he gestured toward the chubby boy beside him. "This is my son, Lu Ming. I am bringing him to the imperial capital in the hopes that he might gain admission to Songmu Academy." The chubby boy, Lu Ming, thumped his chest confidently. "Father, worry not. I will certainly gain admission to Songmu Academy. If they do not permit me to join, I shall purchase Songmu Academy." Yi Xian and his sister. Lu Xiaoran shook his head with a sigh, lamenting that he should not have indulged you so. Yi Xian nodded. The imperial capital is undoubtedly the most prosperous region of Jiang Nation, a place teeming with hidden talents. While this little chubby fellow may have wielded considerable influence in Chieshan City, should he continue his reckless ways in the imperial capital, he may very well find himself in dire straits. Lu Xiaoran glanced towards the distant horizon and softly remarked, "We are about to arrive at Two Realms City." Two Realms City? Yi Xian inquired, somewhat perplexed. Lu Xiaoran elaborated, "Dear friend Yi, you may be unaware that Two Realms City lies at the border between our Jiang Nation and the Northern Tang Nation. The long-standing enmity and even warfare between Jiang and Tang is primarily over the contention for this very city. Its elevated terrain and the formidable volcanic barriers on either side provide a strategic advantage to whichever nation claims it. Historically, it has alternated ownership between Tang and Jiang. Although it currently belongs to our Jiang Nation, the Tang Nation still asserts it as theirs. In short, it is a place rife with turmoil." Yi Xian inquired solemnly, "Will we be stopping there?" Lu Xiaoran nodded, explaining that the cloud ship requires refueling, hence, we are likely to linger there for half a day. Yi Xian asked, "Are you concerned that trouble may arise?" Lu Xiaoran replied with a smile, "I do not anticipate any problems. However, it is indeed a rather distressing sight. Though the realm is currently under the dominion of my kingdom of Jiang, the citizens of the Tang kingdom roam freely, even daring to provoke us openly beneath our very walls. Alas, it is a situation difficult to articulate." Yi Xian nodded silently, choosing not to respond. After a brief exchange with Lu Xiaoran, he led Yi Ling to the bow of the ship, gazing at the myriad mountains and rivers beneath the cloud vessel. Clenching his right hand slowly, he vowed, "One day, I shall soar through the skies on my sword, surveying this vast world." As he spoke, he eagerly inquired, "Elder, may I wield a sword now?" "Indeed," replied the enigmatic woman. At her words, Yi Xian was filled with elation, but she added, "In your dreams, you may." Yi Xian could only respond with a bemused silence. An hour later, As the cloud vessel traversed the mountains, a city emerged before their eyes. Nestled between two towering peaks, the city appeared as a gateway formed by the mountains themselves. Opposite the city lay a vast plain, where in the distance, one could faintly discern the silhouettes of more cities. That direction led to another realm, the Tang Kingdom. At that moment, a voice echoed in their ears, "Esteemed guests, the cloud vessel requires refueling. We shall remain at the City of Two Realms for 2 hours. After this duration, I kindly request that you board the vessel promptly. Furthermore, the City of Two Realms is rather chaotic. Unless necessary, please refrain from wandering aimlessly." As the voice faded, the cloud vessel trembled violently before gradually descending. Feeling the quiver, Yiling clutched Yi Xian's arm tightly. The cloud ship descended ever closer to the ground, and the Two Realms city grew increasingly prominent in the eyes of the onlookers. From their vantage point atop the cloud ship, Yi Xian and his sister observed that, in comparison to Qinshan City, Two Realms City appeared somewhat lacking. The interior was dilapidated, and the populace sparse, rendering it rather desolate. The cloud ship came to a steady halt in the midst of a grand river, and soon, a multitude of passengers disembarked, including Yi Xian and his sister. However, they did not venture elsewhere, opting instead to rest at the designated area arranged by the drunken immortal tower. This resting place was a spacious square, conveniently located by the roadside and in close proximity to the city gates. Within the square, a variety of delectable foods were being sold. Yi Xian led his sister to a noodle stall and called out, "Boss, 2 bowls of noodles, please." "Certainly," came the reply from the vendor. Moments later, 2 steaming bowls of noodles were placed before Yi Xian and Yi Ling, each adorned with an egg and some minced meat. Yi Xian transferred the egg from his bowl to Yi Ling's, prompting her to shoot him a playful glare. She promptly returned the egg to him, declaring, "Brother, don't tell me you don't like eggs." I won't be fooled this time." In their younger days, when they relied on one another, Yi Xian often deceived her by claiming he disliked certain foods only to give them to her, a ruse that the naive young girl believed. It was only later that she realized her brother didn't dislike them. Rather, he simply couldn't bring himself to indulge. Gently ruffling Yi Ling's hair, Yi Xian smiled and said, "Boss, please add 2 more eggs for us." "Very well." On the other side, Han Xiangming gazed at the siblings in the distance for a long while before softly uttering, "Such emotions have never been present within our clan." The elder beside her shook his head, remarking that this individual placed too much importance on the young girl, who might one day become his Achilles heel. Observing the radiant Yiling from afar, Han Xiangming murmured, "That girl is truly fortunate." With that, she turned and departed. Moments later, Yi Xian and his sister had their fill. Yi Xian turned his gaze towards the proprietor not far away and called out, "Boss, time to settle the bill." The proprietor approached with a cheerful demeanor, "Dear guest, that will be 4 gold coins." Yi Xian, momentarily taken aback, thought he had misheard. "For gold coins?" he inquired. The proprietor nodded affirmatively, indeed, for gold coins. Meanwhile, Yiling, who was sipping her soup, froze in disbelief, her eyes wide open. "For gold coins?" In Qingcheng, a bowl of noodles costs merely 5 silver coins. The siblings exchanged glances. And ultimately, Yi Xian stood up, "Boss, 2 bowls of noodles and 2 eggs, for gold coins? Are you quite certain?" The proprietor's smile faded. "What, dear guest? Are you attempting to dine and dash?" Yi Xian replied sternly, "Boss, this is highway robbery." The proprietor retorted coldly, "We have been selling at this price for many years. How can you call it extortion? It appears you simply do not wish to pay." Just as Yi Xian was about to respond, a voice suddenly interjected from the side. "Brother, allow me to treat." As Yi Xian and his sister turned to investigate the commotion, they recognized the familiar figure of Lu Ming, accompanied by Lu Shaoran not far behind. Lu Ming approached the proprietor, producing 4 gold coins from his pocket, indignantly exclaiming, "This is my elder brother. Does he not have the means to afford a bowl of your noodles?" The owner merely glanced at Lu Ming, remained silent, and pocketed the coins before turning away. Lu Ming then shifted his gaze to Yi Xian, grinning broadly, "Greetings, elder brother." Yi Xian found the scene somewhat amusing, realizing that this chubby boy still harbored aspirations of mastering the sword. At that moment, a sudden clatter of hooves echoed from the direction of the city gate. Soon, a dozen black-armored cavalrymen surged into the city, drawing the attention of all present. "People from the Tang Kingdom," Lu Shaoran spoke in a hushed tone beside Yi Xian. "These must be the black-armored cavalry of the Tang Kingdom. What brings them here? Is war imminent? Black-armored cavalry?" Yi Xian scrutinized the riders as they galloped through the streets, their fierce charge leaving chaos in their wake. slaughtering anyone in their path and plundering the shops. Witnessing this scene, Yi Xian furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is no one going to intervene? What can one expect?" Scoffed the noodle stall owner. "Those guards in the city have likely all scurried into their basements. A word of caution to you gentlemen. Do not venture beyond the confines of this drunken immortal pavilion, or you may find yourselves in grave danger." Just as Yu Xian was about to respond, the black-armored cavalry burst forth from the city, their mounts laden with bundles and accompanied by the anguished cries of women. "Ha!" A black-armored cavalryman, taking the lead, erupted in mad laughter, exclaiming, "The men of Jiang are all eunuchs, a bunch of good-for-nothings, ha!" As he spoke, he began to tear at the garments of a woman before him. In a trice, the woman's attire was reduced to mere undergarments. All around, onlookers were filled with righteous indignation, yet none intervened. "Huh!" The black-armored cavalryman at the forefront roared with laughter, proclaiming, "Men of Jiang, you will all bear witness as I seize your wealth and bed your women, ha!" At that moment, Yu Xian abruptly turned to Lu Shaoran at his side, requesting, "I implore you, senior, to watch over my sister." Having spoken, Yi Xian seized a bench at his side and charged forth. Behind Yi Xian, all were left in stunned silence. Chapter 26, 1 against 3,000 armored warriors. Does Yi Xian truly intend to meddle in matters that do not concern him? This was the prevailing thought among the onlookers at that moment. As they witnessed Yi Xian charging towards the black-armored cavalry, they became convinced he was indeed overstepping his bounds. A fool's errand. Such was the collective sentiment. Although the city of Two Realms currently belonged to the Jiang Kingdom, it could be considered the domain of the Tang Kingdom. Not even Lu Shaoran would dare to act recklessly here, fearing the wrath of the formidable black-armored cavalry. Yet, Yi Xian took action. Many began to harbor resentment, lamenting Yi Xian's propensity for inviting trouble. What if he provoked a horde of black-armored warriors? Would he not bring calamity upon them all? In a certain corner, Han Xiangming glanced at Yi Xian, who had dashed forth, and shook her head. This man never contemplates the consequences of his actions and is bound to attract countless misfortunes. The elder beside her nodded in agreement, remarking that engaging in such a thankless endeavor was ultimately futile and could potentially lead to even greater disasters. Han Xiangming acknowledged this with a nod, her gaze drifting towards the distance, where Yi Xian had already arrived at the city gate. Under the watchful eyes of countless spectators, the leading black-armored cavalryman, who was poised to charge out of the city, abruptly turned around. No sooner had he done so than a wooden stool hurtled towards him with great force. The black-armored warrior's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily raised his hand to defend himself. Bang! The stool shattered upon impact. Yet the black-armored warrior was sent flying through the air. Yu Xian grasped the startled horse firmly, exerting immense strength to bring it to a halt. With his left hand, he gently ushered the woman off the steed, draping his outer robe over her shoulders. He pointed towards the vicinity where Yi Ling and the others were located, urging her. "That way, it is safe." The woman gazed at Yi Xian in silence. He tenderly patted her cheek and said, "Remember, seeking death is an act of the feeble. Only by living can one embrace infinite possibilities." With that, he seized a shattered piece of wooden stool from the ground and charged towards the approaching cavalry. Yi Xian's speed escalated, as did the advance of the black-armored riders. Meanwhile, the leading cavalryman on the ground bellowed furiously, "Kill him. Make sure to kill him." Before long, Yi Xian was in close proximity to the cavalry. When he was merely half a stride away from one of the riders, he leapt into the air, bringing the wooden stool down forcefully upon the rider's head. With a resounding thud, the cavalryman was sent flying. Yi Xian did not relent. He hurled the sharp fragment of wood with precision. The projectile pierced the rider's throat, claiming his life instantly. However, at that moment, several more cavalrymen surged towards him. Yi Xian's expression grew fierce. He did not draw his sword but charged directly into the fray. Amidst countless gazes, he weaved through the ranks of the cavalrymen with remarkable agility. In a swift turn of events, several cavalrymen fell to the ground, each meeting their demise on the spot. Within a mere moment, only the leading black-armored knight remained amidst the chaos. These cavalrymen were seasoned warriors, their combat prowess undeniably formidable. Yet, Yi Xian was equally seasoned, having encountered more battles in his lifetime than all these soldiers combined, with most of them being merely at the 5th grade level of the non-stop realm. Thus, it was clear that these ordinary cavalrymen were no match for him. Yi Xian cast his gaze towards the black-armored knight not far away. At that moment, the knight appeared flustered, contemplating escape, but Yi Xian moved with the swiftness of a tempest, surging forward. Sensing Yi Xian's approach and realizing escape was futile, The black-armored knight's expression twisted into one of rage as he pivoted, brandishing his spear to thrust towards Yi Xian. In the realm of Qi transformation, Yi Xian did not evade the strike, allowing the spear to pierce his chest. With a resounding thud, he merely stepped back half a pace, the spear failing to penetrate his formidable physique. In the realm of Golden Body, his flesh was far more resilient than that of an ordinary man. The black-armored knight's face paled in shock as he attempted to retract his spear, but Yi Xian closed the distance, executing a powerful kick that struck the knight's head. With a loud crash, the knight was sent crashing against the adjacent wall. As he struggled to rise, Yi Xian placed a foot firmly upon his chest. The knight glaring at him with venomous intent, proclaiming, "You are doomed, you are utterly doomed." As Yi Xian was about to take action, a voice suddenly interjected beside him, asking, "Can I kill him?" Turning to the source of the voice, Yi Xian was taken aback to find that it was the young woman he had rescued earlier. She appeared to be around 18 or 19 years old, with a delicate visage and an exquisite figure, yet her expression was notably frigid. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yi Xian nodded and unsheathed the sword of a black-armored knight, handing it to the woman. She cast a glance at Yi Xian before accepting the weapon. Just as she prepared to strike, a sudden, furious shout rang out, "Stop!" Yi Xian turned to see a portly man hastily approaching, flanked by a group of soldiers. They were not soldiers of the Tang Kingdom, but rather the soldiers of the Jiang Kingdom, specifically the forces stationed in this dual-realm city. The rotund man was none other than the lord of this city. With palpable anger, he stormed up to Yi Xian and the woman, pointing an accusatory finger at Yi Xian, demanding, "Who permitted you to act?" Yi Xian's brow furrowed in response. The portly man then directed a furious glare at the woman, commanding, "Take her away." One of the soldiers rushed towards the woman, who instinctively retreated behind Yi Xian. However, the soldier did not halt his advance. In that instant, Yi Xian raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap, sending the soldier flying through the air. The portly man stood momentarily stunned before erupting with rage. "Are you attempting to rebel?" Yi Xian's right hand gradually tightened into a fist as he retorted. "You turn a blind eye to the Tang soldiers who pillage and plunder within the city, yet you dare to confront me? At this juncture, I intend to dispatch them. Yet you intercede. Are you, perchance, denizens of the Tang dynasty?" The corpulent man bellowed. "Should you slay them, are you cognizant of the ramifications? Merely a stone's throw from this city lies the encampment of the Black Armor Cavalry. To slay them is tantamount to furnishing them with a pretext to deploy troops upon our two-realm city, which would precipitate the demise of countless souls. Are you cognizant of this?" Yi Xian scoffed. "Are you not simply apprehensive for your own mortality?" The portly man's countenance betrayed his discomfiture. "Spare me the superfluous rhetoric. This is two-realm city, and I hold dominion here. You." However, Yi Xian disregarded him, turning his gaze towards the woman. "Terminate him." The woman cast a sidelong glance at Yi Xian before pivoting towards the black armor cavalryman prostrate upon the ground. Upon witnessing this, the obese man's complexion underwent a dramatic alteration. He roared, "Seize them." In that instant, Yi Xian seized the corpulent man by the throat, causing the soldiers to halt in their tracks, paralyzed by apprehension. Yi Xian fixed his gaze upon the obese man, his voice laced with disdain. "I harbor the utmost loathing for your ilk. Those who are obdurate internally, yet subservient externally, akin to craven canines. Utter but one more superfluous syllable, and I shall sever your head." "You." The obese man beheld Yi Xian, his gaze now tinged with trepidation, and he dared not utter another word. At that moment, a blood-curdling shriek emanated from the vicinity. All present turned their attention to the source of the sound, where they beheld the woman, both hands gripping a blade plunged into the throat of the black armor cavalryman, her visage besmirched with gore. After slaying the black-armored cavalry, the woman relinquished her blade and leaned against the wall, resembling a puddle of mud, her gaze vacant and lost in thought. You have caused great trouble." The rotund man trembled as he pointed at Yi Xian. Yet, Yi Xian paid no heed to the man, instead approaching the woman beside him. He uttered not a word but placed a handful of gold coins into her palm, saying, "Live well." With that, he turned and departed. The woman gazed blankly at Yi Xian's retreating figure. At that moment, a sudden clatter of hooves echoed from outside the city. This time, not merely a few, but a multitude of horses. Sensing the commotion, the expressions of everyone within the city changed dramatically, including those of Lu Xiaoran and others nearby. The rotund man glanced outside, and in the next instant, his face turned ashen. It's over. The black-armored cavalry is coming. They are coming." He then furiously pointed at Yi Xian. exclaiming, "It's all your fault. You have doomed the entire city." Surrounding them, some citizens glared at Yi Xian with resentment, clearly blaming him for meddling and inciting disaster. Just then, the mysterious woman's voice resonated in Yi Xian's mind. Having acted with valor, yet receiving such treatment, what are your thoughts? Yi Xian replied calmly, "I act solely to be true to my heart, not for the approval of others. Their opinions are theirs to bear." The mysterious woman fell silent. Yi Xian walked slowly towards the distant city gate when, suddenly, Yi Ling called out, "Brother." Yi Xian's body trembled slightly. He halted his steps and turned to glance at Yi Ling, smiling as he replied, "It's nothing. Just give me another bowl of noodles, and I shall return shortly." With that, he turned and continued toward the city gate. Behind him, Yi Ling watched, tears streaming down her face. Upon reaching the threshold of the city gate, Yi Xian abruptly stopped and turned around. Behind him, the woman from earlier followed closely, silent and steadfast. At that moment, the city gate slammed shut. Before the gate stood a man and a woman, and opposite them were thousands of armored cavalrymen. The sight of the charging cavalry was so formidable that even Yi Xian felt a tremor of fear. He understood he could not prevail. Truly, he could not. Not even in Lanxiao, who had already attained the sky realm, could withstand the onslaught of such a multitude of cavalry. Although he recognized the futility, he felt compelled to fight. Yi Xian could not fathom the reason behind his determination. He simply knew he had to confront them. "I am called to you," the woman behind him suddenly declared. Yi Xian nodded, responding, "I am Yi Xian." A Yu glanced at Yi Xian, saying, "I will remember you. In this life and the next, I shall not forget." However, Yi Xian did not catch her words, for he had already begun to stride toward the cavalry, his gaze becoming entranced by the fierce onslaught approaching him. He remained oblivious to the fierce tremors resonating within him, the Lingxiao sword vibrating with intensity. Fear of death? Indeed. Yi Xian too harbored a fear of death, yet, oftentimes, there exist matters of such gravity that one must confront even at the cost of life. He may not fully grasp the intricacies of national affairs, but he is acutely aware of his identity as a citizen of the Jiang Kingdom, despite its numerous shortcomings. This is his homeland. He is a Jiang national, and regardless of its flaws, it is still his home. No matter how imperfect his country may be, it is not for outsiders to insult, to battle. This time, he fights not for his sister, nor for himself. Yi Xian quickened his pace, gazing at the formidable legion of black-armored cavalry approaching with menace. In his eyes, there was no trace of fear, only an overwhelming fervor for combat. "Ha!" Yi Xian suddenly erupted into wild laughter. "Come forth." As his voice echoed, his body quivered slightly. In the next moment, an invisible force surged forth from within him. "What on earth?" A mysterious woman's astonished voice resonated within the confines of the realm prison tower. "Combat intent. What is this? A swordsman who fails to comprehend sword intent, yet seeks to grasp combat intent? Have I trained a false swordsman?" Combat intent. Chapter 27. Silver Armor, Golden Blade. The concept of intent embodies an ethereal realm, a state that is indeed palpable. In this world, myriad forms of intent exist, such as the intent of the sword, the spear, the fist, the will to kill, and the spirit of battle, each one profoundly challenging to comprehend. Take, for instance, the sword intent. Within the entire realm of the Jiang Kingdom, there exists but a single master of the sword path, indicating that only one individual has grasped the essence of sword intent. The reason these forms of intent are so elusive is that there are no definitive methods for their cultivation. The ability to comprehend them is entirely dependent on oneself. Yet, once one attains this understanding, it signifies a remarkable enhancement in their combat prowess, ushering them into an entirely new dimension. At this moment, Yi Xian is imbued with an inexhaustible spirit of battle, a fervor that transcends personal ambition or the protection of his sister. The true source of his resolve eludes even him. He knows, without a doubt, that regardless of the thousands of cavalry before him, even if faced with tens of thousands, he shall not falter. With a resounding cry of fight, Yi Xian quickens his pace, and as he advances, the spirit of battle surges forth like a tempest, kicking up dust from the ground and enveloping him in a colossal whirlwind of sand. However, the charge of the thousands of black-armored cavalry is a force far more terrifying than anything Yi Xian could muster. Yet, there is not a trace of trepidation in his eyes. Instead, his speed intensifies. Behind him, Ayu gazes at the youth charging towards the distant black-armored cavalry. her eyes gradually becoming entranced by the sight. As Yixian approached the group of black-armored cavalry, a middle-aged man at the forefront abruptly raised his right hand. In the next moment, thousands of black-armored riders came to an immediate halt, perfectly aligned, without a hint of disorder. The man's gaze fell upon a figure on horseback. 100 paces to Yixian's right, a woman, clad in silver soft armor, approached slowly. Her long hair was tied back in a ponytail, and at her waist hung a golden curved blade. While she was not breathtakingly beautiful, her eyes gleamed with a sharpness akin to a blade. She rode steadily towards them, her pace unhurried. Silver armor, golden blade. The expressions of the thousands of black-armored cavalry shifted dramatically. Throughout the entire Jiang kingdom, there was but one individual who donned silver armor and bore a golden blade, none other than the illustrious 9th princess of the Jiang kingdom, known as the Talented One. She was also among the most feared figures in the Tang kingdom. In fact, it could be said that several neighboring nations regarded her with trepidation. The 9th princess of the Jiang kingdom, alongside Lanxiao, was celebrated as one of the kingdom's unparalleled prodigies. Both were living legends. As the middle-aged man at the forefront of the black-armored cavalry withdrew his gaze, he cast a deep glance at Yixian, who stood not far away, before turning to lead the battalion of riders into the distance, disappearing as swiftly as they had arrived. Yixian stood in a daze. Had he inadvertently frightened them away? This thought sparked a sense of pride within him. Just then, the mysterious woman's voice echoed in his mind. I have suddenly realized that someone's skin is thicker than the earth itself. Yixian stood quietly as the silver-armored woman approached him. She gazed intently at Yixian, who, being no fool, surmised that the retreating cavalry were likely influenced by her presence. Curiosity piqued, he scrutinized the silver-armored woman. Though she lacked the breathtaking beauty of Lan, she possessed a distinct aura, one he had never encountered before. Her eyes, sharp as blades, were particularly striking. Even he found it somewhat challenging to meet their piercing gaze. Yet, this sensation was fleeting. In his life, there existed no one whom Yixian feared, only those he respected. He met the silver-armored woman's stare with unwavering courage. Unlike her aggressive and penetrating gaze, which intimidated onlookers, Yixian's eyes exuded a calmness akin to a tranquil hill, gently swayed by a soft breeze. The silver-armored woman withdrew her gaze and commanded, "Follow me into the city." With that, she turned and strode towards the distant city gate. Yixian shrugged and glanced at Yu beside him. "Shall we go?" he asked. Yu nodded slightly and followed closely by his side. Under the guidance of the silver-armored woman, the trio arrived at the tightly shut city gate. She surveyed the entrance, and in the next instant, several afterimages inexplicably appeared before the gate. In a heartbeat, the gate shattered into countless pieces, while those fleeting figures silently retreated behind the silver-armored woman. Upon witnessing this scene, Yixian's expression immediately grew solemn. What an astonishing display of power! The strength of those individuals just now was at least above the Linggong realm. Yixian cast another glance at the silver-armored woman, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Who could she possibly be? The silver-armored woman led Yixian and Yu into the city. At that moment, the Lord of the Two Realms city and his soldiers rushed over, the corpulent lord furiously pointing at the silver-armored woman. "Who are you?" he demanded. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the golden dagger at the woman's waist. Upon seeing the dagger, the portly man froze in shock. In the next instant, he began to tremble uncontrollably. Amidst the astonished eyes of countless onlookers, the fat man slowly knelt down, stammering, "I have met the 9th princess." The proclamation echoed, and instantly, everyone around turned to stone. The 9th princess, the youngest commander in the history of the Jiang kingdom, akin to Lanxiao. She was another legend of the Jiang kingdom. On the other side, Han Xiangming was momentarily stunned, then hurriedly approached the silver-armored woman alongside the elder. Lu Xiaoran, after regaining his composure, quickly stepped forward to the silver-armored woman, bowing respectfully. "I, Lu Xiaoran, Lord of Qinshan City, have met the 9th princess." The silver-armored woman glanced at Lu Xiaoran and remarked, "Though the Two-Realm City does not fall under your jurisdiction, you are, after all, a citizen of the Jiang Kingdom. In light of Tang Kingdom's incursion, your negligence warrants punishment. You shall forfeit 5 years of salary, and you are responsible for the affairs of those who perished in the city." Lu Xiaoran bowed deeply, declaring that his subordinate willingly accepts punishment. Han Xiangming approached the silver-armored woman and offered a slight bow, for she had previously encountered the 9th princess at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. The silver-armored woman cast a fleeting glance at Han Xiangming and remarked, "Had you spoken a word on behalf of the citizens of this city, I would have ensured your ascendance within the drunken, immortal pavilion. Alas, as a citizen of the Jiang Kingdom, you exhibit no sense of loyalty to your homeland. What right do you possess to call yourself a citizen of Jiang? From this moment forth, you are no longer one of us. Should the drunken, immortal pavilion dare to allow you to oversee its affairs, I shall be the first to exact retribution upon you. Upon hearing these words, Han Xiangming's complexion turned ashen. Initially, she harbored a flicker of hope, as the third-floor master had sent her back to the imperial capital, seemingly granting her a chance. Yet now, the utterance of the woman before her extinguished all possibility for her. The drunken immortal pavilion would not jeopardize its standing by antagonizing someone of immense power on her behalf, for she was deemed unworthy. The silver-armored woman then turned her attention to the kneeling lord of the Two Realms city and the soldiers nearby. With the Tang Kingdom's invasion looming, the lord of the Two Realms city displayed cowardice and allowed the slaughter of the citizens to proceed. An unforgivable sin that warranted death by 1,000 cuts. The remaining soldiers, emboldened by their 50 men, would, once their wounds healed, be conscripted into a suicide squad. Should they achieve merit in future battles against the Tang Kingdom, they may be absolved of today's transgressions. Take them away. Upon hearing this decree, the lord of the Two Realms city fainted on the spot. As the silver-armored woman's voice faded, several cloaked figures discreetly emerged, swiftly escorting the soldiers and the lord away. The silver-armored woman turned, her gaze landing upon Yi Xian. Previously, no one in the city dared to engage in battle, yet you did so. Why? Yi Xian met her gaze unwaveringly, stating, although I am not a resident of the Two Realms city, I am a citizen of the Jiang Kingdom. Witnessing my fellow countrymen being so dishonored is intolerable, which compelled me to act. The silver-armored woman nodded slightly, a glimmer of admiration in her eyes. If all the men of the Jiang Kingdom were like you, what significance would the Tang Kingdom hold? Join my army and serve as a deputy commander. What say you? Upon hearing this, both Han Xiangming and Lu Xiaoran's expressions changed dramatically. The ninth princess appears to have taken a fancy to Yi Xian. Moreover, to enter the military as a deputy commander is an extraordinary offer. It is worth noting that a deputy commander is entrusted with 100 soldiers. Join the army? Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback. Then he shook his head. I must decline. Lu Xiaoran hesitated, understanding that if Yi Xian accepted, it would mean having the ninth princess as his backing, a tremendous opportunity. Han Xiangming was also surprised, but upon recalling that Yi Xian had a sword immortal behind him, she felt reassured. This fellow would hardly concern himself with the mere title of deputy commander. Seeing Yi Xian's refusal, the silver-armored woman inquired, You do not wish to? Yi Xian nodded. I have many matters to attend to and do not currently have the desire to enlist. The ninth princess acknowledged his response without pressing further. However, in light of your accomplishments today, I shall reserve this position for you. Should you wish to join my army in the future, you are welcome at any time. With that, she turned to leave. At that moment, Ayu suddenly knelt before the ninth princess, proclaiming, I am willing to enlist. The ninth princess cast a glance at Ayu and inquired, Do you understand the hardships of military service? With her fists tightly clenched, Ayu responded, No hardship frightens me. The ninth princess regarded her for a considerable time before nodding, Come with me. With that, she mounted her horse and rode away. After standing up, Ayu turned to glance at Yi Xian, saying, Remember, I am Ayu. Upon finishing her words, she swiftly turned and chased after the horse-riding woman. Brother. At that moment, Yi Ling rushed to Yi Xian's side, clutching his arm tightly, fearful of losing him. Yi Xian gently patted Yi Ling's small hand, reassuring her with a smile, It's all right, I will be safe. He then turned his gaze to the side, addressing Lu Xiaoran, Senior Lu. Was that person just now truly the ninth princess of our Jiang Kingdom? Lu Xiaoran nodded. Indeed, it was her. Hearing this, Yi Xian turned to look again towards the distant end of the street. The ninth princess. He had certainly heard of her. Often mentioned alongside in Lanqiao as the unparalleled talents of Jiang Kingdom. Seemingly struck by a thought, Yi Xian asked, Senior Lu. This city is of great importance to our nation. Why has our country not dispatched a strong military presence to guard it? Beside him, Lu Xiaoran softly explained, Previously, our nation had a ceasefire agreement with the Tang Kingdom, and to avoid escalating tensions between the two countries, the higher-ups have refrained from sending a significant military force here. Sending troops would imply the potential for war. However, our nation's display of weakness and concession has only led to the relentless encroachment of the Tang Kingdom. With the arrival of the ninth princess, it seems that war is imminent. War? Yi Xian has not experienced it firsthand. Yet he understands all too well that should conflict arise, countless lives will be lost. If possible, it would be best to avoid war altogether. Half an hour later, the group boarded the cloud ship, which then set sail. Behind them, the city of two realms diminished in size, while the imperial capital loomed ever closer. Chapter 28. The Imperial Capital. Life aboard the cloud ship is rather monotonous, devoid of any form of entertainment. Each day, Yu Xian spends his time either playing with his sister Yu Ling or fervently honing his skills. Now that he has awakened his battle intent, he finds himself effortlessly defeating shadows in combat. Battle intent. This newly comprehended essence of combat is still somewhat enigmatic to Yu Xian. He merely understands that when he invokes this battle intent during his duels with shadows, his combat prowess experiences a remarkable enhancement. Moreover, the more he fights, the stronger he becomes. This realization fills him with excitement and exhilaration. The only regret is that this is not sword intent. Had it been sword intent, it would signify that he is not merely an aspiring sword master, but a true sword master. Although he has grasped battle intent, he cannot yet be regarded as a martial arts master, for his understanding of martial arts remains limited. Both sword intent and battle intent serve as symbols of identity for martial arts masters and sword masters alike. However, the mere comprehension of these concepts does not automatically confer the status of martial arts or sword master. There are numerous intricacies involved in this journey. At present, he can only claim to have prematurely grasped a realm he is not yet meant to comprehend, a process he must navigate. Certainly, becoming a martial arts master is merely a matter of time. Alternatively, once he attains the Qi manipulation realm and can harness Qi, he will, to a certain extent, embody a martial arts master. As for the value of this status, it will ultimately depend on the depth of his understanding of martial arts. Regardless of circumstances, he has found satisfaction this time. His heart is as clear as a sword, filled with the spirit of battle. Now, his greatest desire is to engage in a duel with the snow-clad Lancio. At this moment, you are still no match for that woman. The mysterious woman seemed to sense Yi Xian's thoughts and remarked, "That woman, during your previous confrontation, not only suppressed her own realm, but also restrained some of her unique abilities. In summary, she was merely able to manage it, just barely." Yi Xian's expression was rather peculiar. "Senior, do you view her merely as someone who can barely manage?" The mysterious woman replied coolly, "In my eyes, the ability to barely manage is enough to allow her to look down upon countless talents beneath the clouds." Yi Xian, a bit curious, inquired, "Senior, were you exceptionally powerful in the past?" The mysterious woman teased, "Guess." Yi Xian responded. The mysterious woman continued, "Young man, considering your kindness towards your sister, I shall generously impart a few words to you. In this world, talent and physique are ultimately ephemeral. Throughout history, there have been many who, despite being mere mortals, stood shoulder to shoulder with the divine. The paths of martial arts, swordsmanship, and all other disciplines are endless. Having superior talent and physique may offer some advantages, enabling you to travel further. However, the ability to persevere on this journey relies more on one's willpower and character." Yi Xian fell silent. Willpower? Character? He understood the former. His survival alongside his sister thus far has been solely due to his perseverance. Regarding the nature of the mind, he does not fully comprehend it. However, for him, in his endeavors, he does not concern himself with right or wrong, but solely with his own convictions. If he believes something to be right, he pursues it. If he perceives it as wrong, he refrains from action. The affairs of the world seldom align with one's desires, as long as one remains true to their heart. That is sufficient. The voice of the mysterious woman echoed once more. "You have now grasped the essence of combat. You should delve deeper into the martial arts and not squander this newfound fervor. As for the path of martial arts, you must explore and learn on your own." Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback and quickly inquired, "Does the senior not understand martial arts?" The enigmatic woman replied, "It is not that I lack understanding, but rather that I possess profound knowledge. In the future, whether it be the way of the sword or martial arts, you must discover and research it for yourself. What I can offer is merely guidance along your path during your moments of darkness." Pausing briefly, she continued, "The paths traversed by others are not yours to follow. Do not emulate them. The journey you carve out for yourself and the insights you gain are truly your own. Just as with this combat intent, your previous choices have led you to this realization. Had I instructed you to take a specific course of action, you would never truly grasp the essence of combat. Often, deliberate attempts lead to unintended consequences. I truly do not wish to explain these rudimentary concepts to you. Hurry and join that academy, lest you continue to trouble me. Yu Xian remained silent, having grasped the meaning behind her words. This is akin to climbing a mountain. Others may express that it is arduous and challenging. Yet you do not share that sentiment. Only upon embarking on the journey yourself will you truly discern where the exhaustion lies and where the difficulties manifest. The same applies to martial arts and swordsmanship. One must engage in the practice to gain profound insight into the trials and tribulations involved. An hour later, Yi Xian departed from the boundary prison tower. As he emerged, the chubby Lu Ming arrived at the room he shared with Yi Ling. Ever since Yi Xian showcased his remarkable prowess in the Dual Realm City, Lu Ming's admiration for him had escalated to an almost fervent level. Being an admirer of sword cultivators, the sight of Yi Xian stepping forward in that critical moment had elevated his image in Lu Ming's eyes to that of a towering figure. Adoration, boundless adoration. Lu Ming, being quite familiar, entered the room and placed a mound of fruits onto the table before Yi Xian and his sister, grinning as he said, "Big brother, sister Ling, please indulge, they are delectable." Yi Xian and his sister exchanged a smile. At that moment, Lu Xiaoran entered the room and clasped his fists towards Yi Xian. Smiling as he inquired, "Am I interrupting?" Yi Xian replied with a smile, "Not at all. Senior Lu, please take a seat." Lu Xiaoran settled down. While the two youngsters sensibly retreated to the side, Lu Xiaoran remarked, "In half a day's time, we shall arrive at the imperial capital. Do you have any acquaintances there, young friend?" Yi Xian shook his head. This time, he was unfamiliar with anyone in the imperial capital. Lu Xiaoran smiled faintly, remarking that in the capital, where dragons and snakes intertwine, if the young friend did not mind, he could temporarily reside in the accommodations he had arranged. Once the young friend entered the Tsangmu Academy, he could choose to stay or leave as he wished. After contemplating, Yi Xian nodded, expressing his gratitude. Naturally, he would not refuse Lu Xiaoran's kindness. As the saying goes, a friend in need is a friend indeed. Since the other party extended such goodwill, why should he decline? Seeing Yi Xian's acceptance, Lu Xiaoran's smile deepened. As the lord of a city, his authority was undoubtedly significant. The reason he sought to befriend Yi Xian was clearly due to the potential he recognized in him. Lu Xiaoran did not linger for long and soon departed with the chubby boy. In the room, only Yi Xian and Yi Ling remained. Yi Ling sat beside Yi Xian and whispered, "Brother, did you refuse to become that deputy general for my sake?" Yi Xian turned to her, and she continued softly, "I asked the chubby boy, and he said that being a deputy general is a very high position. Brother, why did you refuse?" Yi Xian gently ruffled Yi Ling's hair, saying, "What would I do as a deputy general? What about you?" Yi Ling looked directly at Yi Xian. "Am I just a burden to you, right?" Yi Xian shook his head, stating, "You are the most important person in my life. For you, I would do anything and give up everything." As he spoke, he grasped Yi Ling's small hand tightly, declaring that without her, even if he were to become a sword immortal, it would hold no significance. Tears suddenly streamed down Yi Ling's face. She remained silent, merely embracing Yi Xian with fervor. Moments later, weariness enveloped Yi Ling, and she succumbed to sleep. Such a slumberer. Observing Yi Ling on the bed, Yi Xian's expression darkened like the depths of water. She had become even more slothful than before. Fortunately, with the warmth of the heavenly fire gem, she was not so cold. Yet, the situation was far from ideal, as her complexion grew increasingly pale. Despite her usual silence, Yi Xian understood well that she simply wished to spare him from worry. Gently, he tucked the blanket around Yi Ling before departing the room. Making his way to the deck of the cloud ship. At the bow, he lifted his gaze towards the horizon, where dusk was approaching, painting the sky in fiery hues, akin to a massive tapestry of flames. Beneath the setting sun lay a vast expanse of mountains. The imperial capital was drawing near. "Young friend." At that moment, the voice of Lu Xiaoran reached his ears. Yi Xian turned to see Lu Xiaoran approaching him, who smiled and remarked, "You seem eager to reach the imperial capital." Yi Xian nodded. "Senior, could you enlighten me about the Tsangmu Academy?" Lu Xiaoran nodded in response, explaining that the Tsangmu Academy was not a force of the Jiang Kingdom. Unlike the drunken immortal tower, which had a presence across various nations, their widespread acclaim stemmed not only from having exceptionally powerful mentors and abundant cultivation resources, but also from the symbolic significance of their identity. Once one gains admission to Tsangmu Academy, it is akin to being branded with the label of genius, paving the way for future solicitations from various factions. With a subtle smile, he remarked that graduates from Tsangmu Academy find success wherever they go, even attracting the attention of the royal family. For those of humble origins, it represents the most direct path to prominence. Conversely, for the scions of royalty and esteemed families, the status of a Tsangmu Academy student serves as a form of assurance. Furthermore, entering Tsangmu Academy allows one to forge connections with numerous prodigies. In the capital, one's network is of paramount importance. Yi Xian nodded slightly, seemingly contemplating something. Then inquired, is Guoshiren Lanqiu also from Tsangmu Academy? Lu Xiaoran shook his head. Guoshiren is not affiliated with Tsangmu Academy. Yi Xian expressed surprise. Why is that? Lu Xiaoran chuckled softly. The president of Tsangmu Academy personally approached Guoshiren, hoping she would join, but she reportedly declined. Declined? Yi Xian was taken aback. Why? Lu Xiaoran shook his head with a smile. Because within Tsangmu Academy, there is no mentor capable of imparting knowledge to her. In fact, she has already reached a level where she could be considered a mentor herself. To suggest that she joined Tsangmu Academy seems somewhat absurd, does it not? Yi Xian remained silent. Lu Xiaoran continued. However, despite her non-affiliation with Tsangmu Academy, they have still conferred upon her an honorary title, honorary mentor. Although she wields no actual power, apart from the president and a few core figures, everyone else in the academy must pay their respects upon encountering her. As he paused momentarily, he continued, to my knowledge, the background of Guoshiren is rather intricate. However, that is not a matter for us to concern ourselves with. Yi Xian nodded and inquired, Senior, I have heard that Tsangmu Academy boasts the finest physicians. Is that correct? Lu Xiaoran affirmed, I wouldn't dare claim they are the best, but their medical practices are undoubtedly among the most sophisticated in the entirety of Jiang Nation. Even the imperial physicians often seek their counsel, and some of them have emerged from that very institution. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian felt a sense of relief wash over him. He turned his gaze towards the distance, where, beyond the myriad mountains, a majestic ancient city came into view, the imperial capital. Chapter 29. Excuse the interruption. The imperial capital, the epicenter of power for the Jiang kingdom, stands as the most prosperous locale in the realm. Here, countless young souls chase their dreams. As the cloud ship draws ever closer to the capital, the grand city becomes increasingly discernible to the onlookers. Beside Yi Xian, Lu Xiaoran suddenly remarked, Young friend Yi Xian, this capital is a melting pot of complexities. One must navigate with finesse to avoid unnecessary troubles. Yi Xian nodded, assuring, I shall not cause any disturbances. Lu Xiaoran chuckled softly, clarifying, it is not merely a concern about you instigating trouble. The reality is that this place is indeed a tangle of influences. Even I, as the ruler of a city, must tread carefully lest I offend those who ought not to be offended. He then turned his gaze toward Yi Xian, adding, in this realm, it is not enough to simply avoid conflict. If possible, cultivate relationships with others. It will greatly benefit you. Forming friendships. Yi Xian nodded, fully aware of the advantages that come with having allies. As the cloud ship continued its approach, the outline of the imperial capital became clearer, although not vast in size. Its population hovers around 1 million, and the city itself is steeped in antiquity, indicative of its rich history. Yet, despite its age, it radiates unparalleled vibrancy. Even from a distance, an array of cloud ships can be seen entering and exiting the capital. Observing the bustling scene in the sky, Yi Xian murmured, what a lively spectacle. Lu Xiaoran responded with a smile. It becomes even more vibrant once we enter. Yi Xian nodded, feeling a sense of curiosity about the imperial capital before him. As the cloud ship approached a distance of nearly 1,000 zhang from the city, it suddenly came to a halt and began to descend gently. Below the ship lay a vast river, adorned with at least dozens of cloud ships, creating a magnificent scene. At that moment, a voice resounded in the air. We have arrived at the imperial capital. Passengers, please prepare to disembark. Yi Xian turned and returned to his cabin. Noticing that Yi Ling was still asleep, he chose not to wake her, but instead carried her on his back to the deck of the cloud ship. Lu Xiaoran glanced at Yi Xian and said with a smile, Young friend Yi Xian, let us proceed to my residence. Yi Xian nodded, responding, Then I shall not impose. Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, the chubby boy Lu Ming beamed with joy, for he had found the journey to the capital rather dull on his own. And now, with 2 companions, his spirits were lifted. The cloud ship descended steadily and soon landed smoothly upon the great river. A long ladder was erected at the edge of the vessel, and countless people disembarked. After carrying his sister down, Yi Xian followed Lu Xiaoran towards the nearby city gates. On the cloud ship, Han Xiangming gazed at Yi Xian's departing figure and murmured, It seems that the Tsangmu Academy may soon face turmoil. Beside her, an elderly man spoke in a deep voice. Miss, why do you not extend a friendly gesture towards him? Han Xiaoming shook her head, replying, I have already missed the best opportunity. To seek his acquaintance now would only bring humiliation upon myself. As she spoke, she lifted her gaze towards the distant imperial capital, softly murmuring, only by joining Tsangmu Academy can there be a glimmer of hope. Beneath the gates of the imperial city, Yi Xian contemplated the entrance before him. Feeling a deep sense of nostalgia, at that moment, he truly realized how small Qingcheng was. Its city gate was less than 1/10 the size of this grand entrance. This was what a true city looked like. The place of Qingcheng hardly qualified as a city at all. Upon entering the gates, Yi Xian's first impression was one of vastness. The main thoroughfare beneath his feet spanned at least 20 zhang in width, while the surrounding buildings stood in harmonious array, creating an atmosphere devoid of congestion, most pleasant to behold. His second impression was one of liveliness. Within the city, carriages flowed like water and voices soared to a cacophony. If one were to speak too softly, their words might easily be drowned out. At that moment, Yi Ling awakened. She gazed in astonishment at her surroundings, exclaiming, Brother, this place is far more bustling than our Qingcheng. Yi Xian chuckled lightly and turned his attention to Lu Xiaoran. Senior Lu, where is Tsangmu Academy located? Lu Xiaoran replied with a smile. Do not be in haste, young friend. Tsangmu Academy will not commence enrollment for another 10 days. Currently, it is not open to the public. Thus, visiting now would serve little purpose. Let us first settle at my residence, where you may rest for a few days. When the time is right and you are well prepared, you can accompany my son to Tsangmu Academy. How does that sound? Yi Xian nodded. That sounds splendid. Under Lu Xiaoran's guidance, the group arrived at an expansive and opulent residence, which was only fitting, as Lu Xiaoran was indeed the lord of the city. Lu Xiaoran arranged a private courtyard for the Yi siblings, accompanied by 3 maidservants, which made Yi Xian feel somewhat embarrassed. However, upon entering the courtyard, it was not long before Yi Ling fell asleep once more. Witnessing this scene, Yi Xian's heart sank. Out of the 12 hours in a day, Yi Ling seemed to spend 9 of them in slumber. This was undoubtedly abnormal. After covering Yi Ling with a quilt, Yi Xian stepped out of the room and into the courtyard. In just over 10 days, the Tsangmu Academy had become his beacon of hope. Yet, a sense of unease lingered, for he had not yet reached the Qi Master realm, while the Academy's minimum requirement for admission was precisely that. As a thought crossed his mind, he retrieved a white jade pendant, a gift from Enlancio. Should circumstances prove dire, he would have no choice but to rely on this pendant, despite his yearning to enter Tsangmu Academy through his own merit. Spirit Sword. Yi Xian understood that once he entered Tsangmu Academy, he must begin his pursuit of the Spirit Sword. Unlike others, he sought to elevate his own realm, which could only be achieved by seeking out spirit swords to devour. Yet, how rare and precious were spirit swords? Even if one could be found, how exorbitantly priced would it be? Given his current financial standing, he feared he could afford nothing more than a single hair. It was only now that he truly grasped how arduous the path of cultivation was for an ordinary person. Cultivation. Yi Xian entered the Abyss Tower, refraining from training with the Shadow, who had now become utterly unworthy as an opponent. His current objective was to truly grasp the essence of combat intent. This ethereal concept of combat intent remained somewhat elusive to him. Time flew swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, less than 2 days remained until the enrollment at Tsangmu Academy. Within the Abyss Tower, Yi Xian clenched his fists tightly, an invisible force pulsating relentlessly upon them. Combat intent. At this moment, he no longer needed to rely on a single strike to determine life and death in order to contend with the formidable beings of the Sky Realm. With this combat intent alone, he could engage in a contest with those of the Sky Realm, though whether he could emerge victorious remained uncertain. The only regret was that what he comprehended was not the intent of the sword. Otherwise, facing a powerful Sky Realm opponent would pose no challenge for him whatsoever. After half an hour, Yi Xian departed from the Abyss Tower. Upon returning to their small courtyard, he encountered Lu Xiaoran, who greeted him with a smile. My young friend, have you been comfortable lately? Yi Xian chuckled softly and replied, to speak sincerely, my sister and I have never resided in such a splendid place. Lu Xiaoran laughed heartily. You possess a delightful sense of humor, my young friend. By the way, there is a banquet tonight. If you have the time, you may accompany your sister and me. A banquet? Yi Xian paused momentarily before inquiring, what kind of banquet? Lu Xiaoran responded with a smile. It is a banquet hosted by the crown prince of the imperial capital. each time Tsangmu Academy holds its enrollment. Geniuses from all over the kingdom of Jiang gather in the capital. The royal family of the Jiangwo naturally does not underestimate these prodigies. Therefore, His Majesty the Sovereign sends a prince to receive them. Yi Xian pondered briefly before inquiring, "Surely not everyone is eligible to attend, is it?" Lu Xiaoran nodded, affirming, "Indeed. Only those of status and strength are qualified to partake in this banquet. In fact, anyone who receives an invitation is almost guaranteed admission to the Tsangmu Academy. Otherwise, they would not be invited at all." Yi Xian chuckled bitterly. "Senior, I have not received an invitation." Lu Xiaoran replied earnestly, "My young friend, you may accompany me. As for the invitation, consider it granted by me. If possible, it would be advantageous for you to attend, as all the talents of this generation will be present. Making some connections could prove beneficial for you, don't you think?" After contemplating, Yi Xian nodded in agreement. As Lu Xiaoran had mentioned, establishing some connections would indeed be worthwhile. One need not be a solitary swordsman. Moreover, he was eager to witness the prodigies of the Jiangwo. Lu Xiaoran smiled. "Then please prepare yourself, my young friend, for we shall depart shortly." With that, he turned and left. Yu Xian returned to his room, where Yu Ling had awakened. He approached her, gently caressing her cheek, and softly said, "Don't sleep anymore. Brother will take you out for a grand feast." Yi Ling blinked, then beamed brightly, "Okay." Yi Xian gently pinched Yi Ling's small nose and urged, "Quickly wash your face. We shall depart shortly." Half an hour later, Lu Xiaoran led the Yi siblings and a group of companions away from the estate. Soon, they arrived at a grand tavern in the heart of the city, Xian Kulu. This establishment could be deemed the largest tavern within the imperial capital, sprawling nearly 1,000 square meters with 6 luxurious gilded floors. It was, in fact, a property of the Zui Xianlu. Upon sighting this magnificent tavern, the Yu siblings were left in awe. They had never encountered such an expansive and opulent establishment before. Even the plump Lu Ming was taken aback. Qianshan City boasted no tavern of such grandeur. Observing the astonished expressions of the trio, Lu Xiaoran chuckled heartily. "This is not the grandest. If you venture out more in the future, you will discover that the world is vast and full of wonders." Yu Xian nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in his words. Thankfully, he had left Qingqing. Otherwise, he might have lived his entire life confined to a narrow view. Lu Xiaoran led the three into Xian Kulu, where a charming young woman greeted them immediately. "Is it Master Lu?" she inquired. Lu Xiaoran nodded. The woman smiled sweetly. "There is still half an hour until the banquet, and the Crown Prince has arranged some entertainment for you, Master Lu. Would you care to partake?" At this, Lu Xiaoran's face flushed slightly, and he quickly shook his head. "No need. Please take me to meet the Crown Prince." The woman nodded and guided Lu Xiaoran along with Yi Xian and his sister up the stairs. Upon reaching the 4th level, the siblings Yi Xian and Yi Ling were utterly astonished by the spectacle before them. The 4th level resembled an expansive plaza, surpassing the total area of their entire Yi family estate. Within this grand space, opulence reigned supreme. The surroundings shimmered with golden hues, reminiscent of a majestic palace. Even the ground beneath their feet was adorned with a thick layer of animal hides, providing a soft and exceedingly comfortable sensation with each step. "Wow!" exclaimed the plump young lad Lu Ming, as he momentarily pressed his foot into the animal hide. "Dad, this is the hide of a red tiger. Just this single hide must be worth hundreds of gold coins, and there are at least tens of thousands of them here. This immortal guest house is wealthier than our entire family." Upon hearing this, Yi Xian and Yi Ling exchanged glances. Yi Xian chuckled. "Poverty has truly limited my brother's imagination." Lu Xiaoran smiled and remarked, "My young friend, this drunken immortal house is wealthier than entire nations. Even the royal families cannot compare to their riches." As he spoke, he cast a glance into the distance and added, "Please wait a moment, young friend. I shall be right back." With that, he strode purposefully toward the far end of the plaza. At that moment, a young man approached. He clasped his fists in greeting and addressed Yi Xian. "You must be new here, brother." Yi Xian nodded and returned the gesture. "Indeed, I have just arrived." The young man smiled and introduced himself. "I am Yu Bu'er, the heir of the Yu family from Chuan City. May I inquire your name?" Yu Xian replied, "I am Yu Xian from Qiqing, a wandering cultivator." "A wandering cultivator?" The young man paused slightly, then scrutinized Yi Xian. "You are indeed a wandering cultivator?" Yi Xian nodded affirmatively, precisely. The young man's expression grew cold as he uttered, "I beg your pardon." With that, he turned and departed. Yi Xian remained silent. The young man approached one of the individuals nearby and clasped his fists in greeting. I am Yu Buer, the heir of the Yu family from Yuchuan City. May I ask your name? The man returned the gesture, replying, I am Mo Xiao, the heir of the Mo family from Yu City. Upon hearing this, the young man was taken aback, realizing this was the Mo family known for possessing numerous gold mines. The man nodded affirmatively, indeed. The young man seized the man's arm and exclaimed with a smile, Brother Mo, it seems we have become friends at first sight. Come, let us indulge in a few drinks together. Chapter 30. The most beautiful in the imperial capital. Upon witnessing this scene, Yi Xian and Yi Ling were momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, Yi Xian shook his head and smiled, for it was a familiar sensation. In Qingcheng, the dynamics were much the same. Only those of worth would form connections. Likewise, those of merit would seek the company of others who possessed value. Beside Yi Xian, Lu Ming indignantly remarked, Brother, this fellow is looking down on you. Should I take it upon myself to avenge you? Yi Xian glanced at the chubby youth, shaking his head with a smile. It was natural for individuals to congregate with their kind. Before Lu Ming could voice another thought, Lu Shaoran approached, accompanied by a man clad in a yellow robe. The man appeared to be in his mid-20s, handsome in countenance, with a subtle air of authority about him. He stepped forward to Yi Xian, assessing him before exclaiming, So this is Brother Yi Xian. Yi Xian turned his attention to Lu Shaoran, who promptly introduced, Young friend Yi Xian, this is our great prince of Jiangwo, Jiang Nianqing. The great prince. Yi Xian was momentarily startled, then cupped his fists respectfully, stating, Yi Xian of Qingcheng, neither servile nor arrogant. The great prince nodded, smiling. Since Brother Yi Xian is esteemed by Lord Lu, it is only fitting that we grow closer in the future. Just as Yi Xian was about to respond, an excited voice suddenly echoed through the gathering. Mo Suiqing has arrived. Mo Suiqing. At the sound of this name, all eyes in the assembly turned towards the staircase. Before Yi Xian stood the first prince, who also turned his gaze towards the staircase. He adjusted his attire and walked over. Observing this scene, Lu Shaoran hesitated to speak, ultimately choosing silence. Naturally, he was aligned with the first prince and intended to introduce Yi Xian to him. To avoid provoking any aversion from Yi Xian, he refrained from disclosing too much about him. Now, witnessing the first prince's composed demeanor, he wished to engage in conversation. But recalling that Yi Xian was a swordsman, who typically despised such trivialities, he remained mute. It was fortunate that the introduction was not successful. Should it have incited Yi Xian's displeasure, it would have been a grave miscalculation. Amidst the gazes of the crowd, a woman descended gracefully from the staircase. She appeared to be in her 20s. Adorned in a flowing crimson gown, her stature tall and exquisitely slender. Her features were strikingly refined, with phoenix-like brows and starry eyes. Her complexion as flawless as jade, delicate to the touch. Particularly captivating were her large eyes, reminiscent of stars in the night sky, drawing one in with a mere glance. She was breathtaking. Even Yi Xian found himself stealing a few extra glances. He could not resist the allure of beauty. Although his admiration was purely aesthetic, he harbored no ulterior thoughts. Yi Xian withdrew his gaze and turned to Lu Shaoran beside him, inquiring, Senior, who is she? Lu Shaoran replied with a smile, Mo Suiqing. The most beautiful woman in the imperial capital. The most beautiful in the imperial capital? Yi Xian paused momentarily before instinctively asking, What about Anlancio? Though the woman before us possesses unparalleled beauty, to suggest she surpasses Anlancio would be an overstatement. Lu Shaoran elucidated, and, renowned throughout the myriad kingdoms, is not celebrated for her countenance. Her renown stems from the indelible impression she leaves, which transcends mere physical appearance. Do you comprehend, young friend? Upon hearing this, Yi Xian understood. With the arrival of Mo Suiqing, all eyes in the vicinity converged upon her, encircling her in a manner akin to stars orbiting the moon. Beside Yi Xian, Lu Shaoran remarked, Mo Suiqing is not merely a beauty. She is backed by the Mo family, an ancient lineage even the royalty holds in apprehension. Currently, the two princes of Jiang are vying for the position of crown prince. Should either succeed in marrying her, their claim to the throne would be virtually assured. Alas, Mo Suiqing's standards are exceedingly high, having proclaimed that no man in Jiang is worthy of her. At that moment, Yi Ling, standing next to Yi Xian, interjected, I believe my brother is worthy. Yi Xian cast a sidelong glance at Yi Ling, retorting, I may be a treasure in your eyes, but in the eyes of others, I am likely worth less than a blade of grass. Yi Ling offered a sweet smile, embracing Yi Xian's arm tightly. In her heart, her brother was deserving of anyone in the world. Lu Xiaoran chuckled. Young friend, do not underestimate yourself. You are accomplished at a young age. And if you set your heart on something, all is possible. While he remained unaware of the identity of those backing Yi Xian, he knew one thing. Yi Xian had survived the slaying of the drunken immortal pavilion's elder unscathed, and subsequently, the pavilion's Lord Han had perished. Yi Xian shook his head with a smile, casting a glance at Imo Suiqing in the distance. Such a woman, with her lofty aspirations and sky-high standards, was not someone he would seek to amuse himself with. In his view, a relationship should be based on feelings and character, while talent and potential are indeed important. If affection is founded solely on these attributes along with family background, it loses its significance. It is akin to a love that is contingent upon wealth. If I possess riches, you love me, but if I am destitute, your affection vanishes. What meaning does such love hold? As the banquet commenced, Yi Xian, along with his sister Yi Ling, Lu Xiaoran, and the chubby boy, occupied a table of their own, laden with a variety of dishes that continued to arrive in an unending stream. The siblings and the chubby boy were relishing their feast. Having endured hardships together, they were unacquainted with the delicacies of life. As for the chubby boy, his gluttony was purely for the pleasure of eating. Meanwhile, the surrounding guests engaged in socializing and toasting, while the quartet at their table indulged in a frenzy of consumption. Observing this scene, Lu Xiaoran shook his head with a wry smile, fully aware of his son's nature. He knew better than anyone that the chubby boy was incapable of uttering insincere platitudes. Doing so could even lead to offending others. In Lu Xiaoran's mind, Yi Xian was someone with exceptional standards, who would disdain mingling with others. Little did he know that every time Yi Xian claimed to be a wandering cultivator, people would scatter away. Yi Xian, too, felt helpless. Was it not absurd that to forge a friendship one must first inquire about the other's family background? After a brief interlude, Lu Xiao glanced distantly and remarked, "Partake first, everyone. Some familiar acquaintances have arrived. I shall extend my greetings." Neither Yi Xian nor the others responded. Lu Xiao, with an amused shake of his head, arose and departed. Yi Ling tenderly placed a sizable chicken drumstick upon Yi Xian's plate, urging, "Brother, replenish yourself adequately." Subsequently, she situated a stalk of bok choy into the bowl of the rotund youth, adding, "Little fatty, you should endeavor to lose weight. Greens are delectable, consume more." The rotund youth, casting a mournful gaze upon the vegetable in his bowl, lamented, "Sister Ling, your partiality is too evident." Upon hearing this, Yi Ling giggled enchantingly. She then bestowed a piece of braised pork upon Yi Xian's plate, exclaiming, "Brother, this is delectable, so tender." Nearby, the rotund youth watched, rendered utterly speechless. "Humph," he muttered, "upon my return, I shall beseech my mother to bear me a sister. Nay, too." Yi Xian and his sister exchanged glances, and in the ensuing moment, both siblings erupted in laughter. On the opposite side, Imo Suiqing was accompanied by a veiled woman, none other than Han Xiangming, who had arrived recently. Although Han Xiangming engaged in conversation with Imo Suiqing, her gaze intermittently drifted towards Yi Xian in the distance. She had not anticipated that Yi Xian would be present. Noticing Han Xiangming's attention, Imo Suiqing glanced at Yi Xian and inquired, "Xiangming, do you know that individual?" Han Xiangming nodded subtly. Imo Suiqing chuckled. "To capture your attention so profoundly suggests he is no ordinary person. Pray tell, which family does he hail from?" Han Xiangming demurred. "We have merely crossed paths once or twice. We are not intimately acquainted." Imo Suiqing's lips curled slightly, revealing a sly smile reminiscent of a fox. "Though we are not particularly familiar, you have gazed at him repeatedly. Have you perhaps developed a fondness?" As she spoke, she cast a glance at Yi Xian in the distance, noting his decent appearance and somewhat acceptable demeanor. Han Xiangming shook her head, responding, "Do not speak foolishly. I have merely crossed paths with him twice. I did not expect to see him here." Imo Suiqing surveyed the surroundings and remarked, "It is not surprising for him to be here. This place gathers the talents from various cities of the Jiang Kingdom, providing countless opportunities for networking. In this society, apart from one's own strength, connections are paramount, are they not?" Han Xiaoming replied softly, "Have you seen him mingling with anyone?" Imo Suiqing paused thoughtfully, peering at Yi Xian once more, and said with a hint of astonishment, "If you put it that way, he does seem rather exceptional." Han Xiaoming shook her head, insisting, "Let us not discuss him. His matters do not concern us." Yet Imo Suiqing continued to shake her head, her interest piqued. "Come, let us go and witness for ourselves." Han Xiaoming's expression shifted slightly, and she urged, Sui Qing, do not provoke him. He. Provoke? Mo Sui Qing interjected with a smile. Your choice of words is rather peculiar. It seems you harbor some trepidation towards him. What is the matter? Just as Han Xiangming was about to respond, Mo Sui Qing suddenly declared, never mind. He has only intensified my curiosity. Come, accompany me to see for ourselves. With that, she took Han Xiangming's hand and approached Yi Xian's table. The movements of Mo Sui Qing and her companion naturally drew the attention of countless onlookers. Upon their arrival at Yi Xian's table, all eyes in the vicinity turned towards him. Curiosity piqued. It was a rarity for someone like Mo Sui Qing to show interest in another. Thus, the crowd was eager to discern Yi Xian's identity. Mo Sui Qing surveyed Yi Xian and smiled. There is no one here. Would you mind if my sister and I took a seat? Yi Xian glanced at the two women. He recognized Han Xiangming, yet he was somewhat puzzled by their intentions. Before he could respond, Mo Sui Qing pulled Han Xiangming down beside her and continued her scrutiny of Yi Xian. What do we call you, sir? From which esteemed family do you hail? Yi Xian set down his chopsticks and cupped his hands in greeting. I am Yi Xian, a humble wanderer. A wanderer? Mo Sui Qing's interest deepened. But a mere wanderer has no standing to be here. Yi Xian chuckled. We merely accompanied Lord Lu to partake in the banquet. Partake in the banquet? Laughter erupted among the crowd at Yi Xian's words. Mo Sui Qing joined in. This is the first time I have encountered someone coming here merely for a meal. Yi Xian pondered for a moment before replying. Miss Mo, if you have business with me, please speak plainly. The gazes of those around them converged here, which was not an ideal situation for him. He wished to avoid creating unnecessary enmities. Mo Sui Qing smiled lightly. It's nothing serious, just came to have some fun. Is that not permissible? Do you, young Master Yi, believe I am unworthy to share a table with you? As she spoke, a faint smile graced her lips. Upon hearing her words, the expressions of several men around them shifted dramatically. One of them approached Mo Sui Qing, casting a cold glance at Yi Xian. What is he really? How could he possibly be worthy to sit at the same table as you, Miss Mo? Suddenly, the chubby boy slammed his hand on the table, furiously pointing at the man who had spoken. Who the hell do you think you were to talk to my brother like that? The man's eyes narrowed. Are you seeking death? Just as the chubby boy was about to respond, Yi Xian held him back and turned to Mo Sui Qing. Miss Mo, have I offended you in some way? Why must you incite such animosity towards me? Mo Sui Qing blinked innocently. Incite animosity? I have not. You are unjustly accusing me. With a soft sigh, she continued, I noticed your remarkable demeanor and wished to make your acquaintance, yet I did not expect to be so misunderstood. Alas, it seems in your eyes, I am not worthy of your friendship. Yi Xian replied earnestly, yet you must realize. Your words and actions have now made me the target of scorn. Mo Sui Qing flashed a smile. That is your concern, is it not? Yi Xian glanced at her, recognizing her intent to stir trouble. He then stood up, pulling the chubby boy and Yi Ling along. Let us leave. Yi Ling obediently nodded, picking up an apple from the table and placing it in her pocket, for Yi Xian had a penchant for enjoying a piece of fruit after a meal. As the three prepared to depart, Mo Sui Qing's expression gradually turned frosty. How could Yi Xian be so disrespectful? Did he truly look down upon her? Beside Mo Sui Qing, a man chuckled. Miss Mo, why bother with someone of such low stature? He cast a scornful glance at Yi Ling and continued, it's one thing to mooch off others, but to leave with a takeaway is simply unheard of. I suppose people of such lowly character are capable of the most despicable acts. Upon hearing his words, Yi Ling's face paled, and she hastily returned the apple to the table. Meanwhile, Han Xiangming's expression shifted dramatically at the man's remarks. How did the tragedy of the cloud ship occur? It was all due to this little girl. Indeed, as soon as the man's voice fell, Yi Xian vanished like a gust of wind, reappearing before the man. Before he could react, Yi Xian's fist struck him squarely in the mouth. Bang! The man was sent flying several feet away, his teeth scattering and blood gushing forth. Witnessing this scene, the faces of everyone present turned ashen. A physical altercation. To think one would dare to fight here. Mo Sui Qing was equally astonished that the man would resort to violence, her gaze fixed icily on Yi Xian. You possess quite the skill. After Yi Xian sent the man flying with a single punch, he strode directly to Mo Sui Qing's side. You, a woman of such superficial beauty, look down upon everyone and possess no understanding of respect. You delight in treating the men around you as mere playthings, reveling in their foolishness provoked by your every word and deed. It must bring you great pleasure, does it not? To be candid, a woman like you, even stripped bare before me, would elicit no interest whatsoever. With that, he picked up an apple from the table and, taking Yi Ling and the chubby boy by the hand, turned to leave. Chapter 31. Brother Yi, would you be so kind as to step aside for a word? Yi Xian's pronouncement precipitated an immediate hush upon the assembly. No one had anticipated that Yi Xian would dare to affront Mo Suiqing so brazenly before such a multitude. This was Mo Suiqing, after all, the object of affection for countless men in the imperial city. In that instant, Mo Suiqing abruptly slammed her palm onto the table. Bang! The table was instantly reduced to dust. With a flicker of her form, Mo Suiqing was already before Yi Xian and his companions, her gaze fixed intently upon Yi Xian. A smile played upon her lips as she inquired, "Do you have the audacity to repeat those words you just uttered?" Yi Xian approached Mo Suiqing, their proximity allowing them to perceive each other's respiration. Yi Xian regarded Mo Suiqing and said, "A woman such as yourself, presuming upon your fair countenance, holds no one in esteem and disregards all respect. You revel in the manipulation of men, observing their folly at your merest whim, a source of great amusement to you. Is it not? Forgive my candor, but even if you were to disrobe and prostrate yourself before me, I would find no allure." The smile lingered upon Mo Suiqing's lips, albeit tinged with a chilling frost. All present were aware that the foremost beauty of the imperial city was incensed. Mo Suiqing made her move. With a subtle gyration of her palm, a potent gust of energy erupted forth like a whirlwind from her center, the realm of chi control. Moreover, she was evidently employing a formidable martial technique. For the instant the energy manifested, the tables and chairs encircling her and Yi Xian were transmuted into dust. Yet, Yi Xian did not retreat even a single step. Instead, he launched a powerful punch towards the woman before him. Boom! As his fist struck, the air shattered, sending countless gusts swirling outward, causing both individuals to stagger back several paces. Mo Suiqing cast a cold glance at Yi Xian, acknowledging his capability. "Not bad," she remarked, preparing to strike again. At that moment, Han Xiangming suddenly stepped in front of her. Mo Suiqing spoke in a low voice, "Xiangming, step aside." Han Xiangming replied solemnly, "Suiqing, let this matter rest. Can you do this for my sake? Let it rest?" Mo Suiqing scoffed, "Xiangming, how can you expect me to overlook such humiliation?" Han Xiangming grasped Mo Suiqing's hand, urging, "Please heed my advice, can you?" Mo Suiqing furrowed her brow, "Xiangming, who is he that makes you so wary?" Just as Han Xiangming was about to respond, the Crown Prince and Lu Xiaoran arrived. Upon witnessing the scene before them, Lu Xiaoran's heart sank. The Crown Prince glanced at Yi Xian and Mo Suiqing in the distance, then approached Mo Suiqing with a smile. "Miss Mo, what has caused you such anger?" Mo Suiqing shot a frosty look at Yi Xian not far away. "Jiang Yanqing, this person is your guest, is he not?" Jiang Yanqing looked at Yi Xian and replied, "Miss Mo, has there been some misunderstanding?" "Misunderstanding?" Mo Suiqing chuckled softly as she took a seat beside them, then remarked, "Jiang Yanqing, the individual you invited earlier insulted me in front of so many people, and you dare to claim it was a misunderstanding? Pray tell, is this person before us your friend?" "A friend." Lu Xiaoran felt a shiver run through him as he glanced at the Crown Prince, fully aware that the possibility of winning over Yi Xian hinged on the Crown Prince's decision. Surely, the Crown Prince could not possibly be friends with such a person. At that moment, someone interjected, "This individual has spoken with contempt, openly insulting Miss Mo. Such a person deserves to be punished immediately as a warning to others." "Indeed, a person so crude has no right to sit among us," another added. "Crown Prince, you should expel this man at once to spare Miss Mo from further indignity." The Crown Prince pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "I am not acquainted with this man, nor did I extend an invitation to him." Upon hearing the Crown Prince's words, Lu Xiaoran sighed inwardly. He had anticipated this outcome. After all, Mo Suiqing was backed by the Mo family. And with Yi Xian clearly incurring the ire of the crowd, it was impossible for the Crown Prince to side with him. Yi Xian remained expressionless, tightly gripping Yi Ling's hand. Just then, someone in the crowd sneered. No wonder he was so eager to partake earlier. It seems he slipped in uninvited. Truly, these servants have no idea how to manage things, allowing such a person to infiltrate. Standing nearby, Lu Xiaoran stepped forward. He clasped his fists and addressed the crowd. "I am Lu Xiaoran, the Lord of Qianshan City. This young friend was brought by me, and I apologize for the inconvenience caused to all of you." After speaking, he turned to Yi Xian with a wry smile. "I did not anticipate matters would unfold in this manner. My apologies, young friend Yi." Yi Xian shook his head. "It is not your fault." Lu Xiaoran nodded. then turned his gaze towards the crown prince, Jiang Yinxing, who was staring at him intently. Lu, do you understand what you are doing? Jiang demanded. Lu Xiaoran replied with a smile. Crown Prince, I beg your pardon for the disturbance. Having said that, he looked at Yi Xian. Young friend, let us depart. It was clear that he had made his choice in favor of Yi Xian. The crowd was taken aback, particularly the Crown Prince, who had not expected Lu Xiaoran to publicly side with Yi Xian. A sense of unease washed over him. Just who was Yi Xian? Yi Xian nodded, and, taking Yi Ling by the hand, began to follow Lu Xiaoran. At that moment, Mo Suiqing's cold voice rang out from a distance. What? You wish to leave just like that? Lu Xiaoran pondered briefly before stepping before Mo Suiqing. Miss Mo, I believe the earlier incident was a misunderstanding. I kindly ask for your leniency, and let us put this matter behind us, shall we? Mo Suiqing replied coolly. If you wish to bury this matter, then let him kneel and apologize to me, and we shall consider it settled. What do you say? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoran furrowed his brow. At that moment, Han Xiangming suddenly approached Yi Xian, offering a slight bow. Young Master Yi, though this matter was not intentionally orchestrated by me, it has arisen due to my involvement. I apologize. Xiangming. Mo Suiqing interjected angrily from the side. Which side are you on? Han Xiangming cast a glance at Mo Suiqing. Suiqing, if you consider me a friend, shall we let this matter rest? Mo Suiqing's expression darkened. How can this be overlooked? Just then, a voice unexpectedly resonated throughout the gathering. Under the gaze of the crowd, a young man descended the staircase. He appeared to be around 18 or 19 years of age, with a robust build, a buzz cut, and a fierce demeanor. Song Qi, someone exclaimed in shock. Isn't that the genius from the Tsang family? I heard he has been admitted to Tsangmu Academy in advance. Advance admission. Many aspired to enter Tsangmu Academy, yet most needed to undergo assessments. However, a select few were exempt from such evaluations, distinguished by their extraordinary talents. This year, only 5 individuals were granted this privilege, and Song Qi was among them. Moreover, it was widely known that Song Qi was a follower of Mo Suiqing. He approached her, casting a cold glance at Yi Xian from a distance. Suiqing, I shall avenge you. Mo Suiqing furrowed her brow. Song Qi, this has nothing to do with you. Song Qi retorted menacingly. His insult to you is an insult to me. Having spoken, he turned to Yi Xian and exclaimed, What are you, a mere wretch? To insult Suiqing? Today, I shall shatter your bones piece by piece. With that, he charged forward like a fierce tiger descending a mountain, an unseen force pressing down upon Yi Xian even before he arrived. Yi Xian clenched his right fist, and in an instant, that pressure dissipated. The next moment, amidst the gazes of the onlookers, Song Qi's fist struck Yi Xian's chest, while Yi Xian retaliated with a blow to Song Qi's own chest. The sound of impact echoed. Yi Xian staggered back a good distance, yet Song Qi was propelled back 10 paces, ultimately crashing against the wall before coming to a halt. Witnessing this scene, all present were rendered speechless. Jiang Yinxing narrowed his eyes, a hint of astonishment flickering within, while Mo Suiqing's brow furrowed in concern. They were well aware of Song Qi's prowess. His unique physique endowed him with extraordinary strength, making him nearly unmatched in physical combat among his peers. Yet now, he found himself at a disadvantage. Song Qi's eyes brimmed with disbelief. How could this be possible? Yi Xian remained expressionless. In terms of physicality, he had never feared anyone. He had cultivated the hidden realm of the golden body. As far as physical confrontations were concerned, he was unafraid, even against beasts. I refuse to believe it. Song Qi suddenly roared, charging at Yi Xian once more, but Yi Xian, with a slight tremor, was already before him. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, the two combatants clashed once more. Bang! Crack! A sudden sound of a bone fracturing echoed, and Song Qi's right arm was shattered. He was then propelled backward, crashing into the wall with a resounding thud. The wall trembled violently, and despite his struggles, Song Qi ultimately failed to rise. Yi Xian cast a cold glance around before grasping Yi Ling's hand and declaring, Let us depart. Hold on. At that moment, a voice resonated through the gathering, none other than that of the Crown Prince, Jiang Yinxing. The Crown Prince approached Yi Xian, smiling as he said, Brother Yi, I have come to understand the events that transpired. You have indeed insulted Miss Mo, and I kindly ask you to apologize to her. The Crown Prince's benevolence was palpable. Some individuals in attendance bowed slightly to Jiang Yinxing, urging him to uphold justice. This individual had been tyrannical and had insulted Miss Mo. Such transgressions were unforgivable. and they beseeched the crown prince to decree this person's imprisonment. Jiang Nianxing clasped his fists in acknowledgement to those around him, assuring them, "Fear not. Justice shall prevail. I will not turn a blind eye to this matter. I shall ensure that Miss Mo receives the justice she deserves." Turning to Yi Xian, he continued, "Brother Yi, if you do not apologize today, I fear I cannot permit you to leave this celestial guest house." Yi Xian smiled and replied, "Your Highness, what a remarkable strategy you employ, gathering support and reaping multiple benefits." Jiang Nianxing responded calmly, "Apologize, I insist. To demonstrate your sincerity, I request that you kneel and express your contrition." As his voice faded, a group of elite guards wielding long spears appeared around them, each one a paragon of martial prowess. "Kneel and apologize." Yi Xian chuckled softly, turning to his side towards Lu Shaoran. "Senior Lu and Miss Han, I kindly ask you to look after my sister." The reason for summoning Han Xiangling was that with an additional person present, Yi Ling would have an extra layer of protection. Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Lu Shaoran hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement, while Han Xiangling let out a quiet sigh, choosing to remain silent. Yi Xian then shifted his gaze towards Jiang Nianxing and the others. Jiang Nianxing narrowed his eyes. "They have arrived. This person has trespassed into the immortal guest pavilion, openly insulted Miss Mo, and inflicted harm. Such transgressions are unforgivable. They must be dealt with immediately." The guards charged directly towards Yi Xian. Just then, a sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase, and in the next moment, everyone was rendered speechless. At the staircase stood a woman, clad in white, like a goddess descending from the heavens, Enlancio. Upon seeing Enlancio, the guards swiftly knelt on one knee, and the crowd promptly bowed deeply in unison, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the national scholar." Even the Grand Prince Jiang Nianxing quickly offered a respectful bow, while Mo Suiqing, whose complexion had turned ashen, also rose to her feet and gave a slight bow. Mo Suiqing of the Mo family pays her respects to the national scholar. Enlancio gently nodded. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, she approached Yi Xian and, after scrutinizing him briefly, a hint of astonishment flickered in her eyes. "Battle," she began, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "You have truly surprised me. In such a short span of time, you have reached this remarkable level, Brother Yi. Might we step aside for a conversation?" The utterance of Brother Yi left the entire assembly momentarily speechless. Chapter 32. A true man should be this way. Yi Xian. At this moment, everyone present was genuinely astonished. How many individuals in the imperial capital could be addressed as brother by Enlancio? Perhaps there are some, but they are undoubtedly rare and exceptional. A person of Enlancio's stature, to be willing to engage on equal terms, could they possibly be an ordinary individual? Everyone turned their gaze towards Yi Xian, their eyes filled with curiosity. Even Mo Suiqing's expression held a hint of surprise. She knew a bit about Enlancio, and the number of people esteemed by her in the entire imperial capital could be counted on one hand. What virtues and merits did this young man possess? Meanwhile, the crown prince, Jiang Nianxing, wore an increasingly unsightly expression. At this moment, he realized he might have placed his bet incorrectly. In the presence of Enlancio, Yi Xian smiled subtly. "Excellent." Just then, a young man suddenly approached Enlancio, bowing deeply before her. "Enguesher, this man has previously insulted Miss Mo and even openly assaulted someone here. He deserves severe punishment. I implore Enguesher to uphold justice." Enlancio glanced at the speaker. "Who are you?" Upon hearing this, the young man felt a surge of joy. He clasped his fists and replied, "I am Li Feng from the Li family. Honored to meet Enguesher." Enlancio turned her gaze towards Yi Xian, who remained silent. Yi Ling, anxious, quickly interjected, "Sisterin, it is they who have bullied others." She hastily recounted the events that had transpired earlier. Moments later, Enlancio turned her gaze towards Mo Suiqing, whose expression had slightly changed. The Mo family was indeed formidable. However, the individual before her was not someone to be easily offended, even by the likes of the Mo family, Songnu Academy, or the Zui Xianlu, all of which were powerful factions. Enlancio withdrew her gaze and addressed Mo Suiqing, saying, "Miss Mo, your family is a distinguished lineage. As a representative of the younger generation of the Mo family, your every action reflects upon them. It would be prudent to refrain from such childish behavior in the future. Would you not agree?" Mo Suiqing's countenance darkened, and she remained silent. Enlancio fixed her eyes upon Mo Suiqing. Her silence spoke of resentment and defiance. As her words resonated in the air, a formidable aura suddenly surged forth from Enlancio, instantly overwhelming Imo Suiqing, who felt as though a mountain had descended upon her. Her body bent under the pressure, and her legs began to buckle. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. The tension was palpable. In that moment, no one dared to speak up for Imo Suiqing. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Imo Suiqing ultimately knelt upon the ground, her fists clenched tightly. Her expression one of fierce indignation. After all, she was also a child of destiny. When had she ever been subjected to such treatment? At that moment, an elderly man suddenly appeared at her side. The old gentleman promptly bowed deeply to Enlancio, exclaiming, "Enguisher, my young lady is inexperienced and has inadvertently offended you. I beseech you, for the sake of our esteemed patriarch, to forgive her this once." "I am most grateful." Enlancio retracted her aura, while Imo Suiqing collapsed onto the ground in an instant. Enlancio cast a glance at Imo Suiqing and spoke with a calm tone. "Return and inform the head of the Imo family that Brother Yi is my friend. Should the Imo family harbor any grievances regarding my actions today, they are welcome to seek me out. If I learn that the Imo family harbors animosity and seeks revenge against Brother Yi and his sister because of my actions, I, Enlancio, shall confront the Imo family to demand justice for them." The elder nodded hastily and then took Imo Suiqing, who was still beside him, away. Enlancio turned her gaze toward the crown prince, whose expression shifted slightly. She continued in an unhurried manner, "Crown Prince, do you understand that it is no easy feat for the kingdom of Jiang to produce a talent? Your actions today, driven by selfish motives, to suppress our nation's gifted individuals, are indeed short-sighted and utterly foolish." Jiang Yinshan's countenance darkened considerably, yet he dared not respond. The individual before him commanded respect even from his father, the emperor. While others might not grasp the significance of Enlancio to the kingdom of Jiang, he, as a member of the royal family, understood all too well. It could be said that the royal family of Jiang, along with numerous noble clans, would rather sacrifice him than offend Enlancio in the slightest. For it is only Enlancio who possesses the power to suppress the prodigious talents of the surrounding nations. And because of her presence, those nations harbor a sense of apprehension toward Jiang, refraining from easily provoking it. Enlancio slowly closed her eyes, resigning from her position of welcoming newcomers, a role she would not undertake for the next 5 years. The crown prince bowed deeply and then turned to leave. However, as he departed, he cast a glance at Yixian. Enlancio turned her gaze towards Yixian and said, "Please, Yi brother." Yixian grasped Yuling's hand and inquired, "May I bring my sister along?" Enlancio smiled, "Of course." Thus, amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd, Enlancio and the siblings turned to depart. Within the hall, silence enveloped the onlookers for an extended period. Night had fallen, and on the tranquil streets, the three walked side by side. Enlancio spoke softly, "I never anticipated that after our parting, Yi brother would attain such clarity of sword heart and comprehend the essence of battle intent. It could be said that you are now on the verge of becoming a martial arts master." Yixian replied gravely, "How is it that you can perceive everything about me at a glance?" This question had lingered in his mind since their encounter in Qingqing. Enlancio chuckled lightly. "My eyes are rather unique. They allow me to see the essence of things." Noticing Enlancio's reluctance to elaborate, Yixian refrained from pressing further. Enlancio halted her steps, standing directly opposite Yixian. "You are the one who confronted the black-armored cavalry of the Tang Kingdom in Two Realm City, daring to stand against thousands alone, are you not?" Yixian expressed his surprise. "How do you know this?" Enlancio replied with a smile. "The ninth princess is a dear friend of mine." She recounted the events of that day, the young man in the green robe accompanied by his sister. "I am certain it must have been you." Beside Yixian, Yiling beamed sweetly, tightly clutching his arm. Enlancio resumed her pace, "You brother. The capital is rife with complexities. Everyone acts solely for their own gain. How many truly care about the matters of the nation and family? In today's hall, among the gathered individuals, it is unlikely that anyone would dare to stand forth as Brother Yi has in the Two Realm City." Yixian softly inquired, "Missen, do you hold a deep concern for the kingdom of Jiang?" Enlancio smiled and replied, "Without a nation, there can be no home. Without a home, there can be no individual. My concern does not lie with the royal family of Jiang, but rather with the nation itself. Do you understand?" Upon hearing her words, Yixian nodded, "I understand." In truth, he shared her sentiment. Though Yixian is inherently selfish, he would still rise to the occasion in times of national peril. Like Enlancio, His loyalty does not lie with the Jiang royal family, but rather with the kingdom of Jiang itself. As Enlancio gracefully moved forward, Yuxian and his sister followed closely behind. Beneath the moonlight, Enlancio, clad in garments as white as snow, resembled a celestial goddess descending to the mortal realm. Such beauty! At that moment, Enlancio spoke again. Brother Yi, the hearts of the people in the imperial capital are intricate. As a swordsman, your temperament is rather straightforward. It is wise to exercise caution in the capital. Yuxian glanced at Enlancio. Thank you. He then paused slightly before asking, might you engage in a duel with me? A duel. At this moment, his greatest desire was to face another in combat, to challenge a formidable opponent. The shadows within the Abyss Tower were no longer his match. He had become somewhat unclear regarding the extent of his own strength. To what level had he ascended? Upon hearing Yuxian's request, Enlancio turned to look at him, a smile gracing her lips. That smile rendered the world around them dim, even leaving Yuxian momentarily entranced, though he quickly regained his composure. Beside Yuxian, Yiling softly remarked, Sister, you are truly beautiful. Enlancio gently stroked Yiling's little head, saying, Beauty is merely a superficial layer. True strength and goodness reside within the heart. As she spoke, she turned her gaze towards Yuxian and smiled. Once you reach the Qi Mastery Realm, shall we have a duel? Qi Mastery Realm. Yuxian pondered for a moment and then nodded. All right. Enlancio halted her steps. Brother Yi, let us part ways here. Yuxian clasped his fists in salute to Enlancio. Listen, until we meet again. With that, he took Yiling's hand and turned to leave. Yiling playfully waved at Enlancio, clearly fond of her. As Yuxian and his sister vanished at the end of the street, Enlancio withdrew her gaze and continued onward. Unbeknownst to her, an elderly man had appeared by her side. The elder spoke gravely. Miss, the closer you draw to him, the greater the troubles he may encounter. Enlancio replied softly, Ling Lao, please inform them that anyone who dares to trouble his siblings because of me will not be spared. Ling Lao chuckled wryly. Miss, would it not be better if you simply kept your distance? Enlancio countered gently. Do you believe he is unworthy of my acquaintance? Ling Lao shook his head. This young man, at such a tender age, has grasped the essence of combat and possesses a pure sword intent. Such talent and opportunity are indeed rare. If Miss were to be merely an ordinary friend to him, he could justly claim that qualification. But if he fell silent at that point, he discovered that his young lady held a peculiar affection for that youth, which was not a favorable circumstance. Enlancio chuckled lightly. Ling Lao, are you concerned that I might develop feelings for him? Ling Lao forced a smile, thinking that his young lady was rather too straightforward. Could she not be a tad more subtle and reserved? Enlancio turned her gaze towards the place where Yuxian and his sister had vanished, reflecting on the young man's feelings for his sister, which she found quite admirable. As for the affairs of Two Realm City, her regard for him had evolved beyond mere admiration. With that, she withdrew her gaze and smiled gently. A good man should indeed be so. Upon hearing this, Ling Lao's expression immediately darkened. Meanwhile, Enlancio had already walked far away. Ling Lao sighed softly to himself. Little one, you had best not entertain any misguided thoughts. Otherwise, your life will be fraught with hardship and perhaps even tragedy. No one understood the terrifying nature of his young lady better than he did. To be with her, one needed to possess the right identity, strength, talent, and background, each of which was indispensable. Yet Yuxian, as he had thoroughly investigated, was merely a discarded scion of a humble family. Just in terms of status, they were leagues apart. After a moment, Ling Lao sighed again and followed her. At the end of the street, Yuxian was slowly walking away with Yiling on his back. Brother, Sisterin is so beautiful. Indeed. Brother, do you like Sisterin? Brother, why not marry Sisterin and make her your wife? I believe you two are quite compatible. But what do I have to offer? I can't let her suffer alongside me. Do you have feelings for her? All I desire is for you to be safe and sound forever. I will accompany you for a lifetime. Silly, you still need to get married. I won't marry. Why not? Because I will never encounter anyone who treats me as well as you do. Chapter 33. Sangmu Academy. Yuxian returned to the residence, carrying his sister on his back. As soon as they arrived, Yiling fell asleep. After gently placing her on the bed, he noticed that she curled up tightly, her body trembling uncontrollably. A wave of alarm surged through Yuxian's heart. He hurriedly covered her with an additional blanket, yet she remained unbearably cold. Witnessing this scene, Yuxian felt a pang of panic. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he swiftly retrieved the heavenly fire-warm jade that hung around Yiling's neck. Upon seeing the jade, he was taken aback. It was now covered in a faint layer of frost. Elder? Yi Xian urgently called out in his mind. Elder, please bring that jade inside. The voice of the mysterious woman echoed unexpectedly. Yi Xian promptly sent the heavenly fire-warm jade into the realm of the Abyss Tower. Moments later, it reappeared in his hand, restored to its original form. He quickly hung the jade back around Yi Ling's neck, and gradually, her expression improved. Relieved, Yi Xian felt a weight lift from his heart. At that moment, the voice of the mysterious woman resonated once more. The spiritual energy and essence of this jade have diminished by 99%. It will last no more than a day before it turns into a worthless stone. Make your preparations accordingly. A worthless stone. Yi Xian's expression grew increasingly grave. If this heavenly fire-warm jade were to fail, how could his sister withstand the biting cold? After a brief moment, Yi Xian exited the room. Outside the door, gazing at the luminous moon in the night sky, Yi Xian clenched his hands tightly. Tomorrow marks the day of enrollment at Songmu Academy. Songmu Academy, the largest institution in the kingdom of Jiang. Once he secures his place there, he can seek medical help for his sister, freeing her from the torment of her illness. Just then, Lu Shaoran entered the courtyard. With a wry smile, Lu Shaoran said, "Young friend Yi, I apologize for tonight's events." Yi Xian shook his head, insisting it was unrelated to Senior Lu. Lu Shaoran continued softly, "I initially held high hopes for the crown prince. But today's occurrences have revealed that he is not as he appears. These royal scions certainly know how to put on a facade." Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before responding. "Senior Lu, with all due respect, aligning yourself now seems rather premature. Furthermore, the powers that be above may not take kindly to your current stance." Lu Shaoran chuckled bitterly. "I am well aware of that. However, if I do not align myself now, it may soon be too late to do so." Yi Xian shook his head. "Forgive my candor, Senior Lu, but your allegiance should lie solely with His Majesty. As long as the Emperor remains unharmed, both you and the Lu family shall be safe." Lu Shaoran nodded. "I have been reflecting on this as well. We, the Lu family, wish to remain uninvolved in this contest for the crown." Yi Xian nodded in agreement, choosing to say no more. At that moment, Lu Shaoran smiled and remarked, "Young friend, tomorrow marks the enrollment at Songmu Academy, and I trust my rather inept son will rely on your guidance during his time there." Yi Xian chuckled. "Senior Lu, I am not yet certain that I will be admitted to Songmu Academy." Lu Shaoran shook his head slightly. "If Songmu Academy does not accept you, it will be their greatest loss." Yi Xian smiled, but remained silent. After Lu Shaoran departed, Yi Xian returned to the Abyss Tower. Upon his arrival, he noticed a faint sound emanating from above, subtle, yet distinct. Yi Xian inquired solemnly, "Senior, what was that?" The mysterious woman responded, "What do you think it should be?" Yi Xian sighed, "Senior, what exactly exists on the second level?" After a brief silence, the mysterious woman replied, "It is not a benevolent presence. In any case, once you enter the academy, you must find a way to acquire a spiritual sword to elevate your realm. Everything must accelerate." Yi Xian nodded. The current atmosphere of the Abyss Tower left him unsettled, and he felt a persistent unease. He sensed that the essence of the second level was far from benign. Though he had no concrete evidence, it was merely an instinct, a warning bestowed upon him by the Abyss Tower. As the mysterious woman indicated, he needed to hasten his pace. However, his immediate priority was to gain admission to Songmu Academy. A day passed. At dawn, a crimson sun gradually ascended the horizon. Yi Xian took his sister Yi Ling by the hand and stepped out of the estate, where Lu Shaoran and the chubby Lu Ming awaited them. Lu Shaoran cast a glance at Yi Xian, who was adorned in a flowing robe of cloud white today. His already striking features were accentuated by a touch of embellishment, rendering him a figure of elegance and charm. Should he bear a sword at his waist, revealing his identity as a swordsman, he would surely captivate many young ladies of the imperial capital. Meanwhile, Yi Ling donned a dress of deep green, her hair styled into a long braid cascading behind her. Despite her tender age, it was evident to anyone that she was a beauty in the making, destined to be enchanting in the years to come. Upon witnessing the siblings' appearances, Lu Shaoran's conviction grew stronger that their origins must be extraordinary. Shaking off his thoughts, he smiled and said, "Young friend Yi, let us be on our way." Yi Xian nodded and took Yi Ling's hand, following Lu Shaoran and his son as they ventured forth. Their destination, Songmu Academy, was not far, prompting the group to walk. The imperial capital was abuzz with excitement today, as the enrollment at Songmu Academy was a paramount event, one of the most significant happenings in the capital. In the entire Jiang Kingdom, the swiftest route to prominence was through Tsangmu Academy. Gaining admission was akin to leaping through the Dragon Gate. Consequently, each enrollment period attracted countless talented prodigies from across the Jiang Kingdom, accompanied by their families, which only heightened the bustling atmosphere of the capital. Little did Yixian know, had it not been for Lu Xiaoran, he and his sister would likely have struggled to find accommodation in the capital, as all the inns had been fully booked a month prior. Yi Ling felt unusually joyful today, for Yixian was set to join Tsangmu Academy. Once Yixian became a part of Tsangmu Academy, he would no longer be a solitary figure. He would have support and a promising future ahead. At that moment, even if her illness remained untreatable, she could find solace in knowing he would be all right. With this thought in mind, Yi Ling tilted her head to glance at Yixian, tightly clasping his hand. If it were possible, she too wished to live on, for since their mother had departed, her brother had been burdened with an overwhelming weight. She feared not death itself, but rather the loneliness that would envelop her brother should she pass away. As they made their way through the bustling streets, the crowd grew denser, all heading toward a common destination, Tsangmu Academy. To the north of the imperial city stood a majestic mountain, known as Tsongshan, towering nearly 1,000 feet high, offering a panoramic view of the entire city from its slopes. Atop this Tsongshan mountain lay Tsangmu Academy. On the road, Lu Xiaoran remarked with a smile. Tsangmu Academy boasts a rich history. Throughout the ages, this region has witnessed countless dynastic changes. Yet, Tsangmu Academy has persisted, much like the renowned Zui Xianlu, both being formidable institutions in their own right. Yi Xian responded gravely. Is there a Tsangmu Academy in other countries as well? Lu Xiaoran nodded affirmatively. Indeed, there is. It is said that the headquarters of Tsangmu Academy is located in the distant realm of Zhongtu Xinzhou. He chuckled lightly, then turned to Yi Xian. Young friend Yi, should the opportunity arise, do venture beyond Jiang country, beyond Qingzhou, to explore the vast expanse of the world outside. Such an experience would truly be worth your journey in this life. Yi Xian chuckled. It is too distant. What matters most is to walk well in the present. Lu Xiaoran laughed heartily indeed. Before long, the group arrived at the foot of Tsongshan Mountain. As they stood below and gazed upward, a profound sense of insignificance enveloped them. At that moment, the area beneath Tsongshan was teeming with people, clearly gathered for the enrollment at Tsangmu Academy. Yi Xian was somewhat astonished, for those before him were all at least at the Qi master level, and remarkably youthful. Seemingly aware of Yi Xian's thoughts, Lu Xiaoran remarked with a smile. Do not be astounded. All the talents of the Jiang Kingdom are gathered here. Just consider, out of a population of several million, these few exceptional individuals, are there many? Yi Xian nodded. In Qingcheng, an 18-year-old Qi master would undoubtedly be regarded as a prodigy. However, Qingcheng was merely a small town. In larger cities, such a talent might only be considered average. When viewed in the context of the entire Jiang Kingdom, such an individual might barely be deemed notable. At that moment, a celestial crane descended from the mountaintop, upon which sat an elderly man in meditation. Soon, the crane hovered above the crowd, and the elder looked down, announcing, I am Tsang Li, the elder in charge of today's enrollment at Tsangmu Academy. There are 20 spots available, and 3 trials must be passed. Should the number of candidates exceed 20, the chosen 20 will compete among themselves, and only the victors shall remain. 20. At the sound of this declaration, the crowd erupted in uproar. With at least 1,000 individuals present, the implication was stark. 99% would face elimination. Yi Xian's expression grew solemn. The requirement of merely 20 participants indicated that the competition would be exceedingly fierce. In the sky above, the elder's voice resounded once more, announcing the first challenge: ascend the mountain. Anyone unable to reach the halfway point on foot would be immediately eliminated. Ascend the mountain? Yi Xian was taken aback, then turned to Lu Xiaoran, questioning if it could truly be that simple. Lu Xiaoran shook his head, indicating that it was far from simple. The ascent was fraught with formations that imposed restrictions. The purpose of this trial was to weed out those with unstable foundations. Although most had attained the Qi control realm, many had done so through dubious means. Yi Xian nodded in understanding and then glanced at the plump Lu Ming, inquiring, Senior, it seems little Ming has not yet reached the Qi control realm. Lu Xiaoran sighed, confirming that indeed, he had not. He was merely participating as a special student in the Tsangmu Academy. Special student? Yi Xian questioned, puzzled. What does that entail? Lu Xiaoran's expression turned awkward. It essentially meant that he had purchased a spot, but he was not a formal student, merely part of a lower-tier class that would still receive instruction from teachers, yet lacked the status of a regular student. Beside them, Lu Ming expressed his dissatisfaction. "Big brother, father, at least have some consideration for my dignity." At this, Lu Xiaoran's frustration boiled over, retorting angrily, "What dignity do you have? If you had any ambition, would your father be begging for a spot on your behalf?" Lu Ming pouted, refraining from retorting further. Yi Xian exchanged a knowing smile with his sister. At that moment, Lu Xiaoran suddenly suggested, "Young friend Yi, let us proceed to the starting point." Yi Xian nodded, and thus, the group arrived at a narrow path at the foot of Tsongshan Mountain. Beside this path stood a wooden stake, upon which lay the lifeless body of a man who had been dead for an indeterminate period. The onlookers pointed at the corpse, engaging in lively discussion. Yi Xian cast a glance at the deceased before turning to Lu Xiaoran and inquired, "Senior, who is this?" Lu Xiaoran replied gravely, "A student of Kanglin Academy." Kanglin Academy. Yi Xian paused momentarily before asking, "Is it also part of our imperial capital?" Lu Xiaoran nodded. "It is not unusual that you have not heard of it. In the present day, everyone knows of Tsangmu Academy, while few are aware of Kanglin Academy. In fact, during the previous dynasty, Kanglin Academy was on par with Tsangmu Academy. For reasons unknown, the two institutions became bitter rivals, engaging in life-and-death duels every 3 years, with no mercy shown. Over time, Kanglin Academy's strength waned, while Tsangmu Academy grew ever more powerful. For the past 50 years, Kanglin Academy has suffered almost complete defeat in these duels, with the students representing Kanglin Academy being impaled along this very path. Should you continue along this route, you will encounter many more corpses. With a shake of his head and a deep sigh, he continued, according to the agreement between both sides. If Kanglin Academy were to achieve even a single victory, they could claim the bodies of their fallen students. Alas, Kanglin Academy has yet to produce a single champion capable of overcoming the students of Tsangmu Academy. Chapter 34. Enough of your nonsense. Kanglin Academy. Yi Xian glanced at the lifeless body of the man before him, feeling a profound sense of melancholy. In Qicheng, the aristocratic families engaged in ruthless struggles for power, employing exceedingly brutal methods. However, he had not anticipated that in the imperial capital, the conflicts among these formidable factions would be even more merciless, devoid of any semblance of compassion. At that moment, Lu Xiaoran suddenly pointed to a circular platform not far from the narrow path. "Do you know what that is, my young friend?" Yi Xian turned to look and noticed a circular platform approximately 40 zhang wide, upon which stood 9 wooden figures, each wielding a long wooden sword. The 9 wooden figures stood in a perfectly aligned row. "What is this?" Yi Xian inquired, curiosity piqued. Lu Xiaoran replied, "This is the renowned 9-palace formation of Tsangmu Academy. It is said to have been created by the founder of Tsangmu Academy. Throughout the 100 nations of Qingzhou, wherever Tsangmu Academy exists, this formation can be found. The purpose of this formation is to serve as a unique assessment. Anyone who can break this formation before the age of 20 must be accepted as a direct disciple by the Academy's president, essentially becoming the president's personal student." As he spoke, he shook his head with a smile. "Unfortunately, no one has succeeded in breaking this formation for nearly 50 years. The 9-palace formation." Yi Xian scrutinized the 9 wooden figures. "Is this formation truly formidable?" Lu Xiaoran sighed with a wry smile. "It is not merely formidable, it is exceptionally so. Once, a powerful figure at the Ascendant Realm attempted to challenge it. Regrettably, that individual was slain within 10 breaths. To achieve the state of a transcendent before the age of 20 is indeed a rarity." At this point, he paused slightly and continued. "It is rumored that Tsangmu Academy has extended an invitation to Nguasher to break this formation. However, whether she actually arrived remains unknown." Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, an ancient voice suddenly resonated from above, proclaiming, "The assessment begins." As this declaration echoed, the crowd gathered on the path surged forward. Yi Xian turned to gently pat Yi Ling's small head. Then he directed his gaze towards Lu Xiaoran, saying, "Senior Lu, I kindly ask you to look after my sister." Lu Xiaoran smiled and replied, "Of course." Yi Ling embraced Yi Xian lightly, saying, "Brother, do your best." Yi Xian chuckled and then turned to join the throng. Watching Yi Xian vanish into the crowd, Yi Ling smiled faintly. However, she soon trembled all over, her body feeling as though it had plunged into an icy abyss, an aura of chill radiating from her, resembling a block of ice. Observing this scene, Lu Xiaoran was taken aback and quickly said, "Let us return." Yet Yi Ling shook her head, responding, Uncle Lu, it's nothing. As she spoke, she produced the piece of heavenly fire-warm jade, declaring, with this, I am fine. Lu Shaoran wanted to say more, but Yiling gazed into the distance and softly stated, only by seeing my brother join Sangmu Academy can I find peace. Lu Shaoran sighed quietly, gently patting Lu Ming and instructing, hurry and fetch 2 thick fur coats for Sister Ling. The plump boy, Lu Ming, promptly nodded and then turned to dash away. In the distance, Yi Xian had already vanished into the crowd, sharing the same sense of excitement and exhilaration as everyone else. The prospect of joining the Sangmu Academy was tantalizingly close, and with it, hope for his sister's recovery. Amidst the throng, Yi Xian glanced up towards the mountainside, inhaling deeply. He resolved to press on, for his sister and also for himself. With that thought, he quickened his pace. Initially, the crowd surged forward with great speed. However, after traversing approximately 10 miles, nearly 90% of the participants began to slow down, their pace diminishing with each step. This was due to an invisible pressure that enveloped them, intensifying with every step taken uphill. Consequently, after the foremost individuals had covered nearly 20 miles, some behind them began to fall behind. Yet, a few leaders maintained a rapid pace, indicating that among them were individuals of remarkable prowess. Yi Xian moved at a steady tempo, and the invisible pressure bore little impact on him. His physical form and strength were such that even a formidable opponent at the Ascendant Realm would find it challenging to rival him. The advantage of his concealed realm was now manifesting in all its glory. As time progressed, fewer and fewer individuals continued their ascent. After an hour, fewer than 100 remained in the struggle, most of whom were finding the journey increasingly arduous. Nevertheless, there remained a few evident figures. Foremost among them a man clad in splendid garments. From the outset, he surged ahead, creating a gap of nearly several dozen paces between himself and the throng behind. Initially, the onlookers anticipated that he would eventually slow his pace. However, to their astonishment, even at this juncture, his speed remained astonishingly swift. Not far behind this resplendent figure trailed a man in ornate robes and another wielding a long sword. The two men maintained a distance of nearly several dozen paces from the man in splendid attire. They were intently focused on him. Although their speed had somewhat diminished, they remained steady, betraying no signs of fatigue. Behind these two, fewer than 100 individuals remained, most of whom were utterly exhausted and struggled to continue. As for Yi Xian, he maintained a pace that was neither hurried nor sluggish. The pressure surrounding him bore little impact. In fact, after traversing a certain distance, he felt not an increase in pressure, but rather a diminishing of it. As for why he did not choose to hasten, he had never pondered this question. He simply walked. For him, both a brisk and leisurely pace were acceptable, as long as he reached the destination. In essence, he moved without intention, walking as he pleased. Half an hour later, fewer than 40 souls remained on the narrow path. Yet at this moment, the leading figure in splendid attire had already arrived at the destination, followed closely by the man in ornate robes and the sword-wielding companion. As he neared the finish line, he abruptly halted, turning to gaze at a wooden stake beside the path, upon which a man was nailed. Judging by his appearance, he appeared to be in his 20s. And the sight was rather tragic. He was devoid of both hands and feet, and even his eye sockets were empty, mere dark voids. It was evident that he must also have been a student of the Kanglin Academy. Furthermore, judging by the state of the corpse, it was likely that he had not been dead for long. Yi Xian shook his head with a sigh. It was clear that there must be some deep-seated enmity between the Kanglin Academy and the Sangmu Academy. Without lingering, Yi Xian swiftly made his way to the finish line. As all 42 participants reached the end, a crane descended above them, upon which Song Zhang cast a discerning glance over the crowd. Ultimately, his gaze settled on Yi Xian, and upon seeing him, his expression grew notably frigid. Observing this scene, Yi Xian furrowed his brow, for he could sense the hostility directed at him. What puzzled him was that he had never had any prior conflict with this individual. In fact, they had never met before. Why, then, did he harbor animosity towards him? Step forward, Song Zhong commanded from atop the crane, his tone icy and devoid of any warmth. Yi Xian glanced at him before stepping out from the crowd. Song Zhong scrutinized Yi Xian, stating, Our Sangmu Academy requires that one reaches the Qi manipulation realm before the age of 18, yet you have not attained this level. Have you? You have not reached the Qi manipulation realm. Upon uttering these words, the crowd fell into a momentary stupor, only to swiftly direct their gaze towards Yi Xian. It is well known that the minimum requirement for enrollment at Sangmu Academy is to attain the Qi control realm before the age of 18. a milestone Yi Xian has not yet achieved. To put it bluntly, this amounts to deception. Yi Xian replied earnestly, Elder Tsang, while I have not reached the Qi control realm, I have indeed passed the first trial. Yet what of it? Coldly retorted Elder Tsang from atop the celestial crane. The rules of Tsangmu Academy stipulate that one must attain the Qi control realm before the age of 18 to participate in the assessment. Even if you have succeeded in the first trial, it holds no significance. Therefore, I declare that you are ineligible for this examination. According to our regulations, you shall receive 100 strokes of the venomous cane and be immediately expelled from Tsangshan. As Elder Tsang's words resonated, two formidable figures of the sky-soaring realm approached Yi Xian. At that moment, Yi Xian fixed his gaze upon Elder Tsang. Elder Tsang, we have not previously met. Yet you seem to target me so pointedly upon our first encounter. I must have offended you in some way. He was not foolish. He recognized that this elder was indeed singling him out. A smirk of derision played upon Elder Tsang's lips. Target you? Humph, had I known it would come to this, I would have acted differently from the outset. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly as a realization dawned upon him. During last night's banquet, he had confronted a man named Song Qi, and now, upon closer inspection, he noticed that Elder Tsang bore a distinctive emblem on his chest, one that was also worn by Song Qi at that time. This emblem is typically a family crest, serving as a symbol of identity. Undoubtedly, the individual before me must be an esteemed elder of the Tsangqi clan. Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, a man beside him suddenly stepped forward, exclaiming, Yi Xian, you are truly foolish. Yi Xian turned to glance at the man, whose face seemed familiar. Soon, he recalled that this was the individual, named Li Feng, who had defended Mo Suiqing during the banquet. Li Feng sneered, Do you think that with Guosher's protection, you can look down upon everyone? Today, allow us to demonstrate our strength. As he spoke, he offered a slight bow to the Elder Tsangzhong in the air, stating, Elder Tsang, this individual has not yet reached the Qi manipulation realm, yet dares to participate in this assessment, clearly disregarding the prestige of Tsangmu Academy. To uphold the dignity of the Academy, I implore Elder Tsang to punish him severely. Following Li Feng's words, 7 or 8 other men beside Yi Xian rose in unison, bowing deeply and echoing, We beseech Elder Tsangzhong to impose strict punishment on this man. Tsangzhong smiled coldly. Indeed, I had forgotten this matter. Bring him forth. Beat him to death with clubs, as a warning to others. As the two powerful figures prepared to act, Yi Xian suddenly produced a jade pendant, gazing directly at Tsangzhong. This is the jade pendant of Guosher. I have come to Tsangmu Academy upon her recommendation. At this revelation, the crowd was taken aback. Guosher's recommendation carries significant weight. Even the previously imposing figure of the brocade-clad young man could not resist casting a curious glance at Yi Xian. In his eyes flickered a hint of intrigue. Guosher, after all, was the idol of the younger generation in the kingdom of Jiang. Meanwhile, the expression on Tsangzhong's face darkened considerably. He had not anticipated that Yi Xian would possess the jade pendant of Enlanxiu. Surely, he would have to show some respect to Guosher. Noticing Tsangzhong's silence, Li Feng's heart raced with urgency, and without a moment's hesitation, he pointed furiously at Yi Xian, exclaiming, How could a mere waste at the Qi transformation realm possibly receive Guosher's endorsement? This jade pendant must be a counterfeit. Just then, Yi Xian vanished from his spot, only to reappear before Li Feng. In front of the astonished crowd, Yi Xian delivered a resounding slap across Li Feng's face, cutting through his nonsensical ramblings. With a single blow, Li Feng was sent flying. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. Chapter 35. The Invincible Sword Body. Striking someone. Here, everyone was utterly astonished. Li Feng, who had been struck by Yi Xian, was equally bewildered. He never anticipated that Yi Xian would take action, especially within the confines of Tsangmu Academy, with Tsangzhong present. Even Tsangzhong was momentarily taken aback, for he did not expect anyone to dare to engage in violence before him, let alone in such a brazen manner. At that moment, Li Feng rose from the ground, furiously pointing at Yi Xian, his voice dripping with malice. How dare you be so audacious, you? Before he could finish his sentence, Yi Xian suddenly lunged at him. In the blink of an eye, before Li Feng could fully comprehend the situation, Yi Xian delivered another resounding slap to his face. With a loud crack echoing through the air, Li Feng was sent flying. Witnessing this spectacle, some students in the vicinity could not help but glance at Yi Xian, their hearts filled with astonishment. Li Feng was a master of the Qi manipulation realm, yet he had been rendered utterly defenseless. If the first strike was a surprise attack, the second was a blatant confrontation, and yet Li Feng remained incapable of retaliating. Such was the weight of power. Presumptuous. At that moment, Song Zhong, perched upon the back of a celestial crane, suddenly bellowed. In an instant, an invisible pressure enveloped Yi Xian. Yi Xian met Song Zhong's gaze directly and retorted, "Elder Song, is it not somewhat unethical to pursue personal interests?" With a heavy, cold smile, he questioned, "Am I truly acting in self-interest under the guise of public duty? When have I ever prioritized personal gain over the collective good?" The admission standards of Songmu Academy are crystal clear. Those who have not reached the Qi transformation realm are not permitted entry. And you, at present, are merely at the Qi change stage. I have every right to revoke your examination qualifications. Wherein lies the error? At this juncture, his gaze grew increasingly frigid. Moreover, you brazenly resort to violence within the confines of Songmu Academy. This is a blatant disregard for our institution. And Guoshi, as an esteemed mentor of Songmu Academy, I firmly believe that even if she were present, she would never condone your admission. Suddenly, Li Feng, who had been silent, sprang to his feet, glaring malevolently at Yi Xian, his face contorted with rage and madness. "You despicable wretch! How dare you?" Before he could finish his sentence, Yi Xian materialized before him. Li Feng's expression shifted dramatically, yet this time he was evidently on guard. As Yi Xian appeared, he unleashed a powerful punch towards him, a formidable force swirling like mist around his fist. Yi Xian responded in kind, striking back with equal ferocity. The two fists collided with a resounding crack. The sound of a bone fracturing echoed through the air, and Li Feng was sent sprawling several paces away. Upon hitting the ground, he began to wail in agony. Having spoken, he raised his gaze towards Song Zhong, whose expression was frigid, eyes revealing an unmasked intent to kill. "Today, before my very eyes, you dare to commit murder, showing utter disregard for Songmu Academy. Not even Ang Wosi can protect you. Bring this man away and execute him on the spot." As his voice fell, two formidable figures nearby prepared to strike. Yi Xian met Song Zhong's gaze directly, asserting, "Though I have not reached the Qi control realm, Elder Song has witnessed my strength. I possess the power of the Qi control realm." Song Zhong scoffed, "Who cares whether you possess the strength of the Qi control realm? All I know is that you have not attained it. Since you have not reached the Qi control realm, you are unqualified to partake in the assessments of Songmu Academy." With that, he waved his right hand lightly, issuing the command for immediate execution. Upon hearing Song Zhong's words, the two formidable beings before Yi Xian surged towards him without hesitation. Their strength was tremendous, and as they made their move, Yi Xian felt an invisible pressure enveloping him. Seeing them act, Yi Xian's expression darkened. He understood that matters had escalated beyond resolution. If resolution was unattainable, he would fight back. With this thought, a fierce smile crept across Yi Xian's lips as he stomped his right foot down. Boom! The ground shattered, and a powerful wave of force erupted from within Yi Xian, sending the two formidable beings reeling back several paces. The Qi transformation realm repelling two beings of the skyward realm? Witnessing this scene, everyone present was utterly astonished, rendered speechless by the incredibility of the event. This indeed represents a significant disparity in realms. Upon the back of the celestial crane, Song Zhong's eyes reflected a glimmer of incredulity. The fact that Yi Xian could thoroughly overwhelm Li Feng was somewhat unexpected. However, it did not evoke profound astonishment, for it was known that Sangqi had been defeated by Yi Xian himself. Yet, the two individuals before him were of the Linkong realm. Although they had initially refrained from exerting their full strength, it was evident that a mere Qibian realm individual could not possibly contend with them. Song Zhong fixated intently on Yi Xian, fully aware that this young man was no ordinary youth. He was, indeed, a prodigy and exceptionally rare talent. As this thought crossed his mind, Song Zhong hesitated. He felt a sense of trepidation. Should he truly expel a genius from the Songmu Academy, the repercussions would undoubtedly be dire. After all, he was merely a minor elder. Yet, enmity had already been established. Should Yi Xian gain entry into the academy, retribution would inevitably follow, a prodigy's vengeance. Contemplating this, his gaze gradually turned frigid. A genius? Songmu Academy has never been in want of talent. There can be no lingering threats. Song Zhong's right hand slowly clenched into a fist, and in an instant, a formidable surge of energy enveloped Yi Xian. As this force manifested, Yi Xian felt his entire being tense up. A jolt surged through Yi Xian's heart. He realized that Song Zhong was not merely a powerful figure of the Linkong realm, but rather one who surpassed it. an adversary beyond his capabilities. With this thought, Yi Xian's right fist tightened fiercely, and he thrust it forward with a mighty strike. Boom! With a single punch, the surrounding air currents were instantly shattered. Just as Cang Zhong was poised to strike again, Yi Xian swiftly retreated, leaping several times until he reached the foot of the mountain. Witnessing this scene, a sardonic smile crept upon Cang Zhong's lips. Trying to escape? How utterly ridiculous! Just as he prepared to make his move, something unexpected occurred. Before the astonished gazes of all present, Yi Xian charged onto the Nine Palaces platform. Those on the mountainside and at the base stood frozen in disbelief. Even Cang Zhong was momentarily taken aback. What was he up to? The moment Yi Xian set foot on the Nine Palaces platform, it trembled violently. Suddenly, a beam of light shot up from the center of the platform, piercing the heavens. At that instant, countless individuals from Cangmu Academy gazed toward the sky. The Nine Palaces light pillar. Who could it be? Who dares to challenge the Nine Palaces formation? Could it be an envoy from the state of An? The Nine Palaces formation had lain dormant for decades. Could it truly be an envoy from the state of An? Who on earth is it? In no time, figures began descending from the summit of the mountain. The activation of the Nine Palaces platform clearly indicated that someone intended to breach the formation. On the back of the celestial crane, Cang Zhong was also taken aback. He had initially presumed Yi Xian was fleeing, but to his astonishment, Yi Xian had ascended the Nine Palaces platform, seeking to challenge the formation. Realizing that Yi Xian intended to confront the Nine Palaces formation, Cang Zhong erupted into laughter. Yi Xian, today I shall witness the true meaning of self-destruction. Indeed, your reckless actions have spared me considerable trouble. The Nine Palace formation. This intricate array consists of 9 wooden figures, and when they strike in unison, they possess the capability to instantly annihilate a cultivator at the Void Ascension stage. It is not merely a matter of facing a Void Ascension expert. Even if he were to step forward, he would lack any confidence in breaking the formation. Indeed, he harbors not a shred of assurance. This formation tests not only one's strength, but also one's foundational skills, temperament, innate talent, and practical abilities. The founder of the Cangmu Academy established this formation to prevent the loss of genuine talent from the institution. Before long, a throng of spectators had gathered around the Nine Palace platform, all eyes fixed on Yi Xian, engaging in fervent discussions. Lu Xiaoran, accompanied by the chubby boy and Yi Ling, arrived at the foot of the Nine Palace platform. Upon seeing Yi Xian, Lu Xiaoran's expression shifted, realizing that Yi Xian intended to challenge the Nine Palace platform. Meanwhile, Yi Ling, wrapped in a thick coat, though unaware of the unfolding events, could sense that this was certainly not a fortuitous occurrence. Her complexion paled, anxiety gripping her heart. "Uncle Lu, will my brother be all right?" she asked, her voice trembling. Lu Xiaoran sighed softly, casting a glance at Yi Ling. After a moment of hesitation, he reassured her, "Do not worry. Nothing will happen." Yet, as he lifted his gaze toward Yi Xian in the distance, a flicker of concern lingered in his eyes. The Nine Palace formation had not been successfully challenged in the entire kingdom of Jiang for decades. Those who dared to confront this formation typically met with a tragic demise. Though he was aware of Yi Xian's formidable strength and enigmatic origins, this was the Nine Palaces array. Upon Yi Xian's ascent to the Nine Palaces platform, the 9 wooden figures that had been standing nearby suddenly appeared animated, gradually encircling him. Yi Xian's expression remained impassive, though a glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. He had not anticipated the situation escalating to this point. It was evident that Cang Zhong was intent on targeting him, engaging the opponent head-on. In this academy, he would be outmatched 1,000-fold. He found himself with no choice but to confront the Nine Palaces array. Clearing his mind of distractions, Yi Xian surveyed his surroundings. The 9 wooden figures brandished long wooden swords, remaining still. However, he could already sense an imminent threat. Naturally, Yi Xian did not dare to let his guard down, remaining vigilant. Just then, one of the wooden figures in front of him suddenly lunged forward, its sword aimed directly at Yi Xian's brow. As the first wooden figure struck, gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. "How is this possible?" someone exclaimed, astonished by the swiftness of the wooden figure's attack. Could it be that these 9 figures were all sword cultivators? 9 sword cultivators at the chi manipulation stage could likely dispatch even a formidable opponent in an instant. On the back of the celestial crane, Cang Zhong was equally taken aback. He understood that these wooden figures were anything but ordinary. However, He had not anticipated that they would all be sword cultivators. It is worth noting that the Nine Palaces platform had not been activated for a very long time. In an instant, Song Zhong burst into laughter. Although the wooden figures were merely at the Qi Master realm, when it came to sword cultivators, their terror could not be measured solely by their level. 9 formidable sword cultivators at the Qi Master level, augmented by the formation's power, were nearly invincible, even against those at the Void Ascendance realm. Among the younger generation of the entire Jiang Kingdom, perhaps only a figure of Nguesher's caliber could dare to challenge them. As for Yixian, Song Zhong looked at Yixian with a sneer, thinking to himself that Yixian, in his quest for fame and recognition, ought to consider his own limitations. On the Jiogong platform, when the first wooden figure drew its sword, Yixian's immediate impression was swift, precise, and ruthless. However, he found it somewhat surprising, for despite its speed, the strike felt remarkably weak. He could not quite grasp why he felt this way, only that it was indeed feeble. Thus, before the gaze of countless onlookers, the wooden sword pierced directly into Yixian's chest. He did not flinch or evade. Everyone was taken aback. In the blink of an eye, amidst the astonished stares of the crowd, that wooden sword trembled violently before transforming into a wisp of light and vanishing into Yixian's body. Almost simultaneously, the Lingxiao sword within him quivered, as if undergoing some transformation. Meanwhile, the remaining 8 wooden figures thrust their swords toward Yixian, yet he remained steadfast, not flinching or evading. Each of these wooden swords vanished without a trace the moment they made contact with him. Not only were the onlookers stunned, but Yixian himself was also left in a daze. A senior? What is happening? Have you made your move? After a brief silence, the mysterious woman's voice resonated. What you cultivate is the invincible sword body technique, allowing you to devour swords that are weaker than the spirit sword within you. Do you understand? Just as Yixian was about to respond, Song Zhong, not far away, suddenly shouted in anger, "You are cheating." Yixian glanced at Song Zhong and retorted, "Why don't you take a bite out of me?" Chapter 36. In the next life, still your sister. You. Song Zhong glared fiercely at Yixian, his face flushed with anger. Had Yixian not been standing on the Nine Palace platform, he would have already taken action. The rules of Songbu Academy dictated that once someone ascended the Nine Palace platform, no one was allowed to interfere, especially not those from Songbu Academy itself. In essence, this assessment was designed by the founder of Songbu Academy to prevent the elders and mentors from engaging in favoritism and thus missing out on truly gifted prodigies. Therefore, despite Song Zhong's fury threatening to burst his lungs, he dared not act. On the Nine Palace platform, Yixian paid no heed to Song Zhong. Instead, he surveyed his surroundings and noticed that the wooden figures had ceased their movements. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "Now, may I consider myself qualified?" "Qualified?" Song Zhong scoffed from below the platform. "You destroyed these wooden swords through deceitful means, and you dare to call that qualification?" "You." Yixian shot a cold glance at Song Zhong, interrupting him. "Cheating? Do you possess any evidence?" Song Zhong retorted angrily. "Evidence? How could a mere Qi transformation realm cultivator possibly make those wooden swords vanish in an instant? And you claim you are not cheating?" Yixian glanced around, letting out a soft sigh. "Now I understand why this formation has remained unbroken for so many years. It seems that breaking the formation equates to cheating. How enlightening." The onlookers began to murmur among themselves. At that moment, a student from Songmu Academy approached Yixian, scrutinizing him. "You are merely in the Qi transformation realm. What capability do you possess to break this Nine Palace formation?" Yixian gazed intently at the student. "Yet I have already broken through." The student shook his head, asserting that there must be some trickery involved. "As Elder Songjong mentioned, you must have employed some special means." Upon hearing this, the surrounding students of Songmu Academy nodded in agreement. They could hardly believe that anyone could effortlessly breach the Nine Palaces formation. When they first joined Songmu Academy, they dared not even entertain thoughts of overcoming this formation. Even the top-tier prodigies within the inner academy had been unable to conquer it. And why should this man be any different? Cheating. Almost everyone was convinced that Yixian had cheated. Yixian glanced at the wooden figures around him. They had become motionless. After a moment's contemplation, he inwardly inquired, "Senior, does this count as cheating? Are you foolish?" The mysterious woman suddenly replied, "Though you have yet to comprehend the sword intent, your sword heart is pure, and you cultivate the invincible sword body technique, forging your body with the sword. Although you have not yet achieved mastery, you possess a certain degree of skill. These wooden figures can only be considered low-level sword practitioners. while enhanced by the formation. They possess considerable power, but you are a genuine sword practitioner. To say you are a half-step sword Dao master would not be an exaggeration. Moreover, with your invincible sword body technique, which allows you to absorb swords, if they were not sword practitioners, you might have had to exert some effort. However, given that they are sword practitioners, you have a natural advantage over them. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian could only smile wryly, for the simplicity of his victory had indeed left him somewhat unsettled. However, upon hearing the words of the enigmatic woman, he finally grasped the truth. With this thought in mind, he turned to Cang Zhong just as he was about to speak. Suddenly, a middle-aged man appeared in the arena. Upon seeing him, several students from Tsangmu Academy promptly bowed deeply and in unison declared, "We greet Vice President Li Xiao." Even Cang Zhong hastily offered a bow. The Vice President. Within Tsongshan Academy, there are 3 Vice Presidents, and each one is a figure of considerable authority. Li Xiao. Yi Xian cast a glance at Li Xiao before him, his heart quaking with trepidation. Inexhaustible depths. The strength of this man before him was perhaps only slightly inferior to that of the 9th-floor master from the Yunchuan. A true heavyweight had emerged. However, this was precisely his goal. He had entered the 9-palace array with the intention of drawing forth a significant figure from Tsangmu Academy. Li Xiao regarded Cang Zhong beside him and stated, "Public matters are public matters. Private matters are private matters. It is utterly unacceptable to intertwine personal grievances with official duties. From this moment forth, you shall no longer be responsible for admissions. Proceed to the back mountain of the Academy for logistical reporting." Upon hearing this, Cang Zhong's face turned ashen. He quickly bowed respectfully, "Vice President, this individual has not yet reached the Qi control realm. My subordinate's obstruction of him was not erroneous." Li Xiao interrupted Cang Zhong. "I know not what grievances exist between you, but the recruitment of students is crucial to the future prosperity of Tsangmu Academy. How can personal vendettas be woven into this matter? Do not speak further." Cang Zhong's expression turned exceedingly grim, yet he dared not utter another word. Yet he did not depart. Instead, he retreated to the side, gazing intently at Yi Xian. Li Xiao turned to face Yi Xian, who offered a slight bow. Acknowledging the Vice President, the Vice President scrutinized Yi Xian, stating, "Though I am unaware of the method you employed to destroy those wooden swords, your foundation and combat prowess are indeed sufficient for you to qualify for admission to our Tsangmu Academy." As he spoke, his brow suddenly furrowed, as if he had discerned something, and he swiftly approached Yi Xian, placing a hand on his shoulder. Within Yi Xian, the Lingxiao sword quietly vanished. Shortly thereafter, Li Xiao withdrew his hand and regarded Yi Xian with a penetrating gaze, exclaiming, "You possess no dantian." At this revelation, all present were rendered speechless. Cang Zhong, too, was momentarily taken aback, but soon his expression transformed into one of unrestrained joy, almost bursting into laughter. Yi Xian remained silent, pondering, "Senior, why must I conceal the Lingxiao sword? Is it not permissible to reveal my unique dantian?" "Naturally not," the mysterious woman replied. "Such a method is far too astonishing and unconventional. Should they discover that you possess a sword as your dantian, given your current strength, you would likely face significant peril, for this represents an entirely new practice and system." Upon hearing this, Yi Xian contemplated the matter and found it reasonable. He nodded and affirmed, "I possess no dantian." Ha! Cang Zhong suddenly erupted in laughter. "No dantian? This implies that you, Yi Xian, can only aspire to be a mere martial artist. A lowly one at that. What right do you have to join my Tsangmu Academy?" Yi Xian paid no heed to Cang Zhong, instead turning his gaze towards Li Xiao. After a brief moment of silence, Li Xiao remarked, "You possess no dantian. Thus, achieving the innate realm in your lifetime is a near impossibility. The Academy cannot allocate resources to a student devoid of a dantian. Therefore, you cannot become a student of Tsangmu Academy. However, your foundation is commendable, and you may remain at the Academy as a martial apprentice." "A martial apprentice?" Yi Xian's expression darkened. He certainly had no intention of becoming a mere apprentice, for he aspired to join Tsangmu Academy. Just as he was about to unleash his fighting spirit, a sudden, anxious voice interrupted from the side. "Yi, my young friend." Upon hearing the voice, Yi Xian turned to see Yi Ling beside Lu Xiaoran, and his expression shifted dramatically. At that moment, Yi Ling was enveloped in a frosty aura, her entire being radiating an intense chill, resembling a block of ice. Alarm surged within Yi Xian as he rushed to Lu Xiaoran, lifting Yi Ling into his arms. The moment he made contact, The frigid energy emanating from her caused him to shudder uncontrollably. What is happening? In that instant, Yi Xian found himself utterly flustered. As a thought struck him, he desperately turned to Li Xiao, pleading, "Senior, I implore you to allow the physicians of Tsangmu Academy to examine my sister." Li Xiao glanced at Yi Ling, shook his head, and responded, "Tsangmu Academy has but 3 masters of medical arts. They cannot be easily summoned to tend to others. In the entire kingdom of Jiang, there are fewer than 10 masters of medical arts, and among them, the Tsangmu Academy boasts 3. These individuals are regarded as national treasures. It is exceedingly difficult to summon them. Even he might find it challenging to persuade a single master of medical arts, and should he succeed, it would undoubtedly come at a significant cost. The youth before him possesses no discernible value. So how could he justify the expenditure required to enlist the help of those esteemed masters?" Before Yi Xian could articulate further, Li Xiao shook his head and declared, "Your dantians are shattered, and you are destined to remain stagnant at the Qi transformation realm for life. If you are willing, you may stay at Tsangmu Academy as a martial apprentice. If not, leave at once." With that, he flicked his sleeve and departed. To Tsangmu Academy. The shattered dantians of Yi Xian rendered him devoid of any value. At that moment, Yi Xian suddenly knelt before Li Xiao, clutching the increasingly feeble Yi Ling. With one knee on the ground, he gazed earnestly at Li Xiao, his eyes ablaze with emotion. "If Tsangmu Academy is willing to save my sister, I, Yi Xian, shall devote my life to the academy, no matter the peril, unflinchingly facing death." Li Xiao regarded Yi Xian for a moment, his expression gradually turning icy. "You lack the qualifications," he replied coldly before turning to ascend the mountain. Yi Xian yearned to speak further, but at that moment, Yi Ling, cradled in his arms, suddenly cried out in anguish, "No, do not treat me. Brother, please, rise quickly." Tears streamed down her face, each drop a striking icy blue. Yi Ling clung tightly to Yi Xian, feeling a profound sense of grievance, not for herself, but for her brother. When had he ever knelt before anyone? She could no longer bear it. She truly wished to abandon any hope of healing. Yi Xian sat despondently on the ground, enveloping the increasingly cold Yi Ling in his arms. He held her tightly, his body trembling, tears spilling from his eyes like a broken dam, weeping like a child. "I'm sorry, brother. I'm so useless. I'm sorry." In Yi Xian's embrace, Yi Ling pressed her head firmly against his chest. A chilling aura enveloped her, and her breath grew ever fainter. She gazed up at Yi Xian, managing to force a smile onto her face. "Brother, please, don't cry. Don't let me die in your arms. I have already found happiness." Yi Xian clutched Yi Ling tightly, his heart aching as if it were being sliced. Within him, the Ling Xiao sword trembled incessantly, and he felt himself teetering on the brink of collapse. Yi Ling cradled Yi Xian's face in her hands, looking deeply into his eyes. Suddenly, a smile broke forth from her lips. "Brother, after I pass, keep my ashes close to you. I wish to accompany you for all eternity. You must live well. You must truly live well." As she spoke, her eyes gradually closed, her breath growing ever weaker. "Brother, in the next life, I will still be your sister." Chapter 37. A Displeasing Sight. Yi Ling's breath grew increasingly faint, until it was nearly imperceptible. Yi Xian clung desperately to Yi Ling, his body trembling uncontrollably, blood seeping continuously from the corner of his mouth. All around, countless onlookers were fixated on the siblings. Lu Xiaoran observed them with a complex expression, never anticipating that matters would escalate to this extent, nor that Yi Xian would be devoid of a dantian. The absence of a dantian signified an insurmountable barrier to the cultivation of qi for a lifetime. At that moment, Song Zhong suddenly sneered, "Someone is coming. Cast this pair of siblings down from Tsang Mountain." As several powerful figures charged towards Yi Xian and Yi Ling, an elderly man appeared silently before Yi Xian. The old man was disheveled, clad in tattered garments, exuding a pungent odor of alcohol. Upon seeing the sudden arrival of the old man, Song Zhong's brow furrowed deeply, for he had failed to discern how the elder had manifested. The powerful figures advancing on Yi Xian and Yi Ling also halted in their tracks. Song Zhong fixed his gaze on the old man, demanding, "Who are you?" The old man did not respond to Song Zhong, but instead turned his attention to Yi Xian and Yi Ling, surveying Yi Ling before declaring, "I can save her." At these words, Yi Xian's head shot up. The old man met his gaze directly. "Are you willing to join my Kanglin Academy?" Kanglin Academy? A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. This institution was the sworn enemy of Tsangmu Academy. However, it must be noted that Kanglin Academy no longer held the stature to rival Sangmu Academy. Song Chong fixated intently on the elder, exclaiming, "You are from Kanglin Academy." The elder, however, ignored him, focusing instead on Yi Xian. Yi Xian met the elder's gaze and declared, "If you can save my sister, I, Yi Xian, shall pledge my life to Kanglin Academy." The elder pointed towards Tsang Mountain, where lay 36 corpses of Kanglin Academy students, each meeting a tragic end. "In the future, you may become one among them." Yi Xian responded resolutely, "If you can save my sister, I would embrace that fate without a hint of regret." After a long moment of contemplation, the elder asked, "Can you bear to bring home those souls hanging along the path of Tsang Mountain?" Yi Xian replied unwaveringly, "If you can save my sister, I shall exhaust all my efforts in this life." The elder regarded Yi Xian with intensity, then proclaimed, "From this moment forth, you are a student of Kanglin Academy." With that, he knelt, placing one hand upon Yi Ling's pulse. After a brief moment, he cast a profound glance at her. Remaining silent, his thumb gently caressed a pitch-black ring on his index finger, and in an instant, a delicate flame lotus materialized in his palm. As the flame lotus appeared, the temperature in the surroundings soared dramatically. "Fire spirit!" Someone gasped in astonishment. Song Chong's face mirrored the shock of those present. In this realm, there exist extraordinary natural phenomena, treasures of immeasurable value. This fire spirit, for instance, is an entity that cannot be purchased with mere currency, even within the esteemed halls of Sangmu Academy. Such extraordinary phenomena are exceedingly rare. Under the gaze of the onlookers, the elderly man pointed with a finger, causing the fire spirit to seamlessly merge into Yi Ling's brow. Soon, the chilling aura enveloping Yi Ling receded like the ebbing tide, while the elder's right hand remained firmly pressed on her shoulder, a mysterious force continuously flowing into her being. Gradually, under Yi Xian's anxious scrutiny, a hint of color returned to Yi Ling's pallid face. Witnessing this scene, Yi Xian was overwhelmed with joy. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Yi Ling slowly opened her eyes. Yi Xian hastily grasped her hand, his voice trembling as he inquired, How are you?" Yi Ling glanced around in bewilderment and ultimately focused on Yi Xian, tears streaming down her cheeks as she uttered, "Brother, am I still alive?" Yi Xian smiled, though his cheeks were already wet with tears. At that moment, a delicate flame suddenly manifested between Yi Ling's brows. The elder remarked, "The fire spirit has temporarily quelled the chill within her. However, in my estimation, it can only suppress it for a little over a month. After that, the fire spirit will dissipate." Yi Xian took his sister Yi Ling by the hand and bowed deeply to the elder, declaring, "This kindness shall be etched in my memory for a lifetime." The elder nodded slightly, saying, "Come with me back to Kanglin Academy." Yi Xian nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "All right." Just as the three were about to depart, Song Zhong, standing nearby, suddenly scoffed, "How laughable! Kanglin Academy has fallen to the point of collecting the discarded refuse of our Sangmu Academy. One cannot help but understand. After all, who would still consider joining the Kanglin Academy?" The elder cast a glance at Song Zhong, remaining silent and choosing to disregard him entirely. Thus, amidst the gazes of countless onlookers, the elder led the Yi siblings away into the distance. Behind the elder, Song Zhong laughed unabashedly, mocking the fact that the Kanglin Academy had now fallen to scavenging the refuse that the Sangmu Academy had discarded. Haha. Just then, a white figure suddenly swept in from afar. Upon sighting this figure, all present were momentarily struck dumb. "It is Nguesher," someone exclaimed, and in an instant, the atmosphere erupted. Nguesher, he is the epitome of the younger generation of the entire Jiang Kingdom, a veritable idol for all youth therein. Countless eyes in the crowd were fervently fixed on that white silhouette, filled with admiration and reverence. For Enlancio is the pride of the Jiang Kingdom. Her excellence is such that one could hardly harbor jealousy. In the midst of everyone's gaze, Enlancio halted before the elder and the Yi siblings, her eyes settling upon Yi Xian. "I apologize," she stated. Yi Xian shook his head. "It concerns you not." Enlancio extended her right hand, the jade pendant. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before replying, "I shall keep it." Enlancio gazed intently at Yi Xian. Why? Their eyes met. It was a bond of friendship. After a prolonged gaze at Yi Xian, Enlancio nodded slightly and then turned her attention to the elderly man beside Yi Xian. The elder cast a glance at Enlancio and sighed quietly, acknowledging her as the finest individual of the Jiang Kingdom, having reached such a remarkable level. After a moment of silence, Enlancio asserted, the Jiang kingdom must not descend into chaos. The elder shook his head with a light chuckle, remarking, yet 36 corpses still hang along that narrow path. Enlancio fell silent once more. The elder chose not to speak further and turned to descend the mountain. Yixian cupped his fists toward Enlancio, uttering, farewell. With that, he took Yiling and followed suit. In the stillness, Enlancio slowly closed her eyes. At that moment, Songzhong hurriedly approached her, bowing respectfully. Masterin, I suddenly. Songzhong was propelled several feet away. Everyone gasped in astonishment, casting bewildered glances at Enlancio, for it was she who had struck. Enlancio coldly glared at Songzhong from a distance, declaring, You dare to trouble one I have recommended. Songzhong's heart raced in terror as he attempted to respond, but a spear cut through the air towards him. With a sharp sound, one of his arms was severed. Blood splattered across the surroundings, enveloping the area in a profound silence. All eyes remained fixated on Enlancio, bewildered by her intentions. Amidst their stares, Enlancio lifted her gaze toward the peak. As the sound descended, she delicately flicked her jade-like fingers, and a silver spear ascended towards the heavens. Surrounding the spear, a colossal dragon, stretching 100 zhang, materialized abruptly, soaring into the heights of the Azure Mountains. A resounding dragon's roar reverberated throughout the entire landscape. After a brief moment of silence, a thunderous crash erupted from the mountaintop, followed by a voice of astonishment. The intent of the spear has manifested. You have indeed attained the mastery of the spear path. Master of the spear path. The declaration sent waves of gasps echoing around. A master of the spear path. An El Nexi had reached such heights at merely 19 years of age. A 19-year-old master of the spear path. Everyone stood utterly petrified. Not only had such a feat never occurred in the history of the Jiang kingdom, but it was also unparalleled in the annals of the previous dynasty. A truly unprecedented achievement. Soon, Elshi appeared before an El Nexi, his expression gravely serious. A master of the spear path was not inherently terrifying. Rather, the alarming aspect lay in such youth. Such an extraordinary talent had only one counterpart in the history of CNGM Academy, Jiqi NCHN, who single-handedly salvaged the academy years ago. The legendary figure within CNGM Academy. Now, in comparison, an El Nexi was certainly no less remarkable. Elshi shook off his musings, pondering why Ngu Sh was so enraged. An El Nexi cast a glance at Elshi and declared, I find you displeasing. With that, she lightly tapped her toes on the ground, and her figure soared into the air. Meanwhile, the spear in her hand shot forth like a bolt of lightning. Opposite Enlancio, Li Xiu's pupils constricted, and he dared not show the slightest negligence as he took a half-step back. In the next moment, he extended his right hand forward and then swept it in a circular motion. With that motion, the surrounding winds rapidly converged towards him. In an instant, a vortex of wind materialized before him, within which countless blades of wind, as delicate as cicada wings, emerged. At that moment, the spear struck. A thunderous roar erupted, and in an instant, numerous wind blades shattered, causing a figure to stagger backward. That figure was none other than Li Xiu, who retreated a considerable distance, halting only after several dozen yards. As he came to a stop, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Simultaneously, his entire right arm was left cracked like a spider's web. The arena fell into a profound silence. Enlancio had defeated a vice president of the Songmu Academy. Those around were unaware of Li Xiu's true realm, but one must ponder, what sort of mediocrity could attain the position of vice president at Songmu Academy? It could be said that Li Xiu was at the very least at the level of the Linkong realm, if not higher. And now, he had been vanquished by Enlancio. Li Xiu fixed his gaze on Enlancio, his eyes devoid of fury, replaced instead by a profound wariness. Others may not grasp the significance of Enlancio's backing, but he understood all too well. Thus, when Enlancio chose not to join Songmu Academy years ago, the Academy refrained from any excessive actions. It must be recognized that at the level of Songmu Academy, for certain prodigies, failing to attract them could lead to utter ruin. However, regarding Enlancio, no one at Songmu Academy dared to entertain any ill thoughts. Enlancio refrained from taking action, casting a glance at the Tsongshan Mountains and shaking her head. From this moment forth, I have no connection with Songmu Academy. With that, she turned to leave. Upon hearing Enlancio's words, Li Xiu's expression changed drastically. Enguisher, this is utterly unacceptable. If we have offended you in any way, we sincerely apologize and implore you. In the distance, Enlancio had already vanished from the sight of the crowd. Li Xiu's countenance was exceedingly grim. At that moment, on the distant Jiugon platform, 8 wooden figures suddenly returned to their positions, and in an instant, a phantom emerged upon the platform. The crowd gasped in astonishment upon seeing this apparition, for it was none other than the ancient Qian Shun, who had departed from Jiang Nation nearly 3 centuries ago. With the appearance of Qian Shun, the upper echelons of Tsangmu Academy were stirred, except for the principal, who was in seclusion. The other 2 vice principals and several esteemed elders hurried to the base of the Jiugon platform and promptly paid their respects. Qian Shun surveyed the surroundings with a slight smile. I seem to have arrived a bit late. Where are the ones who shattered the formation? Such a young age. With a foundation as solid as rock, not only comprehending the will to battle, but also a master of the great sword. Achieving such a level of dual cultivation and swordsmanship is truly rare, truly rare. At these words, Li Xiu trembled, and the person beside him turned pale as death. Chapter 38. I only favor men. 3 rare sentences. The atmosphere was shrouded in an eerie silence, akin to death itself. Sensing the unusual tension, Gu Qianxin furrowed his brow and cast a glance around the room. What is the matter? At that moment, Li Xiu stepped forward and offered a profound bow to Gu Qianxin. He then recounted the events that had transpired without the slightest hint of concealment. Upon finishing, the silence deepened even further. Several esteemed elders from Sangmu Academy, along with 2 vice presidents, cast cold, disapproving glances at Li Xiu, their expressions betraying their hostility. Had it not been for a faint remnant of Gu Qianxin's presence, these individuals might have erupted in fury. After a brief pause, Gu Qianxin shook his head slightly. This formation was originally devised by Dean Mu, whom I later deemed somewhat inadequate. Thus, I transformed the wooden figures into sword cultivators. Anyone under the age of 20 who can break this formation, even if they resort to trickery, demonstrates remarkable skill. The individual who just shattered the formation did not cheat. Though lacking a dantian, this only signifies his extraordinary qualities, perhaps even his terrifying prowess. Does this not instill a sense of dread in you? Upon hearing these words, Li Xiu's complexion turned pale, particularly as he recalled in Lanxiu's previous demeanor, which only deepened his pallor. Who was in Lanxiu? Such a formidable genius would undoubtedly not favor a mediocre individual. Realizing this, Li Xiu forced a bitter smile and bowed deeply to Gu Qianxin, acknowledging, "It seems my vision was clouded." Gu Qianxin shook his head, remarking, "Fate is not something that can be forcibly grasped." As he spoke, he cast a glance around. I have been away from Qingzhou for several centuries. The remnant of my presence was left behind in hopes of witnessing whether anyone could breach the array left by me and Dean Mu in the shortest time possible. Little did I anticipate this outcome. Now, I find myself unable to intervene in the affairs of Tsongshan Academy. You must all take care of yourselves. Upon finishing his words, his form began to grow increasingly ethereal. Witnessing this scene, the crowd promptly bowed deeply, respectfully bidding farewell to the ancient dean. Soon, Gu Qianxin's apparition completely vanished. In the midst of this, the other 2 vice deans, along with a multitude of mentors and elders, turned their gazes towards Li Xiu. Li Xiu managed a bittersweet smile, proclaiming, "From this moment forth, I shall retreat to the reflection cliff to contemplate. Once the dean emerges from his seclusion, all matters shall be left to his discretion." With that, he glanced at an elderly man with white hair, standing not far away. "Brother Imo Song, I entrust all affairs of the academy to your capable hands for the time being." Imo Song, indeed, was another vice dean of Sangmu Academy. He sighed softly, acknowledging, "You have indeed mishandled this matter. It is pointless to discuss it further now. Go and reflect in solitude. We shall address it once the dean returns." Hold on. At that moment, another elder clad in black robes suddenly stepped forward. This individual was Kumu, yet another vice dean of Sangmu Academy. Upon hearing Kumu's words, the crowd turned their attention towards him. Kumu spoke coolly. "He is merely a remarkable prodigy. It is his forfeiture, not ours, that he failed to matriculate into our esteemed Sangmu Academy. Forgive my candor, but that individual does not possess the eminence to warrant us reprimanding a vice dean." Silence pervaded the assembly. Kumu continued, "Should Sangmu Academy chastise Li Xiu, would we not become a laughingstock to all under heaven? Furthermore, while he is adequate, he is not of sufficient consequence to justify the sacrifice of a vice dean by Sangmu Academy. Let it be known that Yu Xian is but refused discarded by Sangmu Academy. We shall make it manifest to the world that regardless of his genius or monstrous talent, before Sangmu Academy, he remains but a worthless entity." The elders and instructors of Sangmu Academy exchanged glances, some hesitant, yet others immediately voiced their concurrence. Kumu further declared, from the era of Gu to the present, when have we ever humbled ourselves before anyone? We have not in the past, nor shall we in the future. Speaking thus, he cast his gaze about. Let all Tsangmu Academy disciples present today take heed. Yi Xian has joined the Kanglin Academy. In the coming year, I expect you to display his head upon the mountain path. Tsangmu Academy shall ensure the world understands that Yi Xian's gravest mistake in this lifetime was his failure to join our ranks. Innumerable Tsangmu disciples bowed in unison, proclaiming, We shall assuredly suspend Yi Xian's head above the mountain path. Upon hearing this, Kumu nodded slightly, and the elders, including Li Xiu, also nodded in agreement. Soon, the news of Yi Xian's matriculation into Kanglin Academy reverberated throughout the imperial capital. The one rejected by Tsangmu Academy was salvaged by Kanglin Academy. For a brief period, the name of Yi Xian reverberated throughout the entire imperial capital. However, it was not a celebrated reputation, but rather a subject of ridicule. Not only did Yi Xian become an object of jest, but even the Azure Cloud Academy was mocked. The Azure Cloud Academy had degenerated to the point of scavenging students discarded by the Granary Wood Academy. This saying permeated the entire imperial capital. Consequently, the fame and popularity of the Granary Wood Academy reached its zenith once more. In a remote mountain trail, Yi Xian carried Yi Ling on his back, closely following an elderly man who would pause every few steps to imbibe deeply from his wine gourd. Brother, I feel a warm sensation throughout my body. Does it feel comfortable? Yes, it does. That is good then. Brother, promise me that you will never kneel before anyone for my sake ever again, okay? Yi Xian remained silent. Yi Ling tightly embraced Yi Xian's neck with both arms. Brother, I would rather die than see you kneel before others. I would rather kneel before the world than let you die. Brother, in the next life, I still want to be your sister, okay? No, in the next life. And the next, and the next. A quarter of an hour later, the elderly man in the distance came to a halt. Yi Xian also stopped. Not far in front of the trio were two small mountain peaks, neither of which was particularly high, measuring less than several dozen yards. Compared to the verdant mountains of the Granary Wood Academy, they were pathetically small. Between two small peaks lies a narrow path, flanked by a weathered stone tablet overgrown with weeds. Upon this tablet, 4 bold characters are inscribed, Kanglin Academy. These characters emanate an air of desolation. Guided by the elder, Yi Xian carries his sister as they traverse the path. At the end of this trail stands another hill, modest in stature, slightly taller than the two behind them. From its summit, faint outlines of buildings can be discerned. The elder ambles forward, with Yi Xian following closely, his sister still upon his back. Suddenly, the elder remarks, It has been many years. You were the first to express a desire to join Kanglin Academy. Yi Xian, taken aback, pauses momentarily before exclaiming, Senior, may I ask, how many students are currently at Kanglin Academy? Counting myself, 2, the elder replies without glancing back. Yi Xian stands frozen in disbelief. After a brief moment, he hastily approaches the elder and asks, Senior, are you certain you are not jesting? The elder casts a glance at Yi Xian and retorts, Do you truly believe I am joking? Not at all. Yi Xian gulps. So, there are really only 2 students at Kanglin Academy, including myself? The elder nods in affirmation. Realizing the elder is indeed serious, Yi Xian forces a bitter smile, feeling somewhat at a loss. The elder gently pats Yi Xian's shoulder, reassuring him, Do not worry. I have actually recruited 2 more individuals who will be arriving shortly. Eventually, the Azure Wave Academy will have 4 members. With that, he strode towards the distant summit. Yi Xian stood there, momentarily stunned. On Yi Xian's back, Yi Ling glanced at the departing elder and softly remarked, Brother, it seems you've been swindled. Yi Xian chuckled and shook his head. He saved you. For that alone, I'm willing to leap into any pit, no matter how deep. With that, he carried Yi Ling and hurried to catch up. Soon, guided by the elder, the 3 arrived at the summit. There, all that remained was a dilapidated grand hall and a dozen or so dwellings. The paint on the hall's exterior had mostly peeled away, and several large cracks marred the walls. Furthermore, only one door remained on the grand hall, and a single glance revealed weeds growing rampant within. Yi Xian turned to the elder, who explained, the Azure Wave Hall, a place for meetings and receiving guests. However, it has been many years since we've held meetings or entertained guests. It has fallen into disrepair. Perhaps you could tidy it up later. Yi Xian was speechless. The elder gestured towards the rear of the grand hall. The houses there are vacant. Feel free to choose one to reside in. I am weary and must rest." With that, the elder vanished into the surroundings without looking back. Left alone, Yi Xian carried Yi Ling and gazed at the dilapidated grand hall before him, lost for words. He knew the Azure Wave Academy might not be ideal, but he had not imagined it would be in such a state of disrepair. No, it was more than disrepair. It was on the verge of collapse. An elder of unknown origin and 2 students. Is this truly an academy? More like an orphanage. After a considerable time, Yi Xian let out a soft sigh. At that moment, Yi Ling suddenly leaped down from his back, grasping his hand. "Brother, you go choose our rooms. I will tidy up this grand hall." Yi Xian hesitated. Yi Ling bounced on the spot, her laughter ringing out. "It's not cold anymore, brother. Go quickly." "I'll be fine." Seeing the sincerity in her eyes, Yi Xian nodded. He gently ruffled her hair. "Take your time. I will select 2 rooms and find something to eat, then come back to assist you." Yi Ling obediently nodded. Yi Xian smiled and turned to leave, while Yi Ling entered the grand hall, picking up a broom to begin her cleaning. About several dozen yards behind the grand hall, buildings were scattered haphazardly. From their exterior, it was evident that these structures had once been magnificent, but now they were a mere shadow of their former glory, especially the house directly in front of him, which was missing half of its roof. Yi Xian shook his head and traversed the overgrown pathway. Suddenly, he halted, for not far to his right stood a rather decent courtyard. Unlike the dilapidated ones before, this courtyard boasted some flowers and greenery, appearing quite inviting. A spark of joy ignited within Yi Xian. It would be a perfect place for his sister. With that thought, he hurried over and soon pushed open the door. The moment he did, he was left speechless. Not far in front of him, there was a pool, and at this moment, a woman was leaning against the wall of the pool, her legs extended in A shape. The water was remarkably clear, so transparent that one could distinctly see everything at the bottom of the pool. However, this was not the most significant aspect. The most crucial detail was that the woman was completely unclothed. She gazed calmly at Yi Xian. Yi Xian was taken aback for a moment, then turned around. At that instant, he sensed a terrifying aura approaching from behind. Almost immediately, a blade as thin as a cicada's wing was pressed against his neck. Yi Xian's expression changed slightly, and he quickly raised both hands, exclaiming, "I only prefer men." Chapter 39. I am quite handsome too. In this moment, time seemed to stand still. Yi Xian's expression was grave, and cold sweat trickled down his forehead. The strength of the woman behind him exceeded his expectations. Had he not turned around, perhaps he could have engaged her in a fair fight. However, that very turn had caused him to lose his advantage, leaving him in a predicament. After a brief silence, the blade at his throat vanished abruptly, and Yi Xian exhaled in relief. He did not flee. Instead, he turned back to face her. At that moment, the woman had already donned her attire. She wore a long, jet-black gown adorned with picturesque landscapes. Her figure was tall and slender, accentuated by a black satin ribbon cinching her waist, emphasizing her delicate silhouette. Her eyes, like shimmering water, bore a subtle chill, as if they could see through everything. How beautiful! This was Yi Xian's immediate impression and feeling. Reflecting on certain previous images, he felt a surge of heat. Although Yi Xian had never pursued romantic interests, it did not mean he was devoid of masculinity. He possessed all the attributes of a normal man. The woman approached him gracefully, her gaze fixed upon Yi Xian, causing a tingling sensation at the back of his neck. Their eyes locked, yet in Yi Xian's, there was only disdain. It felt like a profound humiliation to have seen her form. In the conservative Jiang kingdom, women were particularly protective of their virtue, and Yi Xian was acutely aware of this. His disdain was rooted in a desire to avoid trouble, especially since he was, in essence, in the wrong. However, he felt quite aggrieved. Heaven knows that there were still people in this place, and the sight of a woman bathing in broad daylight was truly a sight to behold. If only he could steal a few more glances, he wouldn't mind at all. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he was startled by his own desire to gaze longer. At that moment, the woman suddenly spoke. "Who are you?" Her voice was cold, and there was a hint of menace in her eyes. Yi Xian hastily retracted his thoughts and replied, "I am Yi Xian, a new student." After speaking, he took several steps back, his demeanor not suggesting flight, but rather a desire to distance himself from the woman. And a flicker of disdain could be seen in his eyes. Noticing Yi Xian's actions, the woman furrowed her delicate brows and questioned, "Am I so unsightly?" Yi Xian glanced at her but remained silent. Nonetheless, he retreated another 2 steps, which spoke volumes. The woman scrutinized Yi Xian and shook her head, saying, "You are quite handsome yourself, Yet you are a man who prefers men. How peculiar. Yi Xian could only remain speechless, seeing that Yi Xian offered no reply. The woman did not press further. With a look of pity cast upon him, she turned and walked toward her room. As she departed, Yi Xian exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful that this encounter had come to an end. He quickly left the courtyard and found 2 vacant rooms nearby. After tidying them up, he took a stroll around the back mountain. Upon his return, he found himself in possession of some game. In the realm of survival in the wild, Yi Xian was exceptionally skilled. Having once subsisted on wild game to provide for himself and his sister, Yi Xian arrived at the Azure Depths Hall. There, Yi Ling had already tidied the hall. Upon seeing Yi Xian, Yi Ling hastened to his side, her face beaming with a sweet smile. "Brother," she chirped. Yi Xian gently tousled Yi Ling's hair. "Are you weary?" he inquired. Yi Ling shook her head. "Not at all." Yi Xian smiled. "Clean those tables over there, and I shall prepare a meal." Upon hearing this, Yi Ling's eyes lit up with anticipation. To cook, she relished Yi Xian's cooking, which surpassed even the culinary skills of the Yi family's chefs. Half an hour later, inside the Azure Depths Hall, Yi Xian and his sister, Yi Ling, sat at a dilapidated table laden with several fragrant dishes. The siblings exchanged smiles and were about to partake in the meal when a figure approached. It was the old man, reeking of alcohol, his garments so soiled they were unrecognizable. The old man seated himself at the head of the table without ceremony and was about to take a bite when another person arrived. Yi Xian's eyes twitched as he recognized the woman he had previously encountered. The woman sat to the old man's left, glanced at the dishes on the table, and then turned to Yi Xian. "Did you prepare this for me?" she asked. Yi Xian was rendered speechless. Yi Ling blinked, glancing at Yi Xian, then at the woman. The woman, without a word, picked up her chopsticks, took a small mushroom, and placed it in her mouth. After a moment, she nodded, exquisite. Upon hearing this, the elder also picked up a mushroom, chewed it thoughtfully, and then looked at Yi Xian, nodding in approval. "Acceptable. Henceforth, the culinary affairs of Kanglin Academy shall be entrusted to you." Yi Xian's lips twitched. He felt an urge to lash out. At that moment, Yi Ling tilted her head, observing the elder inquisitively. "But my brother is a student." The elder cast a glance at Yi Ling. "Culinary arts, too, are a form of cultivation." Yi Ling was once again rendered speechless. Yi Xian, unable to bear it any longer, interjected, "Senior Dean." The elder turned to face Yi Xian. "Address me as Dean, Dean Ji." Yi Xian nodded. "Dean Ji, such a vast academy as this, should we not engage a few menial laborers?" The elder countered. "Will you provide the funds?" Yi Xian paused for a considerable moment before replying. "Should not the funds be provided by you?" Dean Ji shook his head. "Lacking funds, I can scarcely afford wine." Yi Xian was once again rendered speechless. The woman remained silent, focused solely on consuming the dishes. Her speed was astonishing, leaving Yi Xian and his sister utterly dumbfounded. Her velocity was truly extraordinary, as if she had been starved for weeks. In a short while, the dishes on the table had been completely devoured. The woman savored the chopsticks, then turned her gaze towards Yi Xian, inquiring, "Is there more?" Yi Xian was rendered speechless. Yi Ling placed her chopsticks down and announced, "There are still some preparations to be made. I shall go and tidy up." With that, she hastened towards the rear of the main hall. Yi Xian inquired in a deep voice, "Is this place secure?" The old man nodded, "Safe." Yi Xian hesitated momentarily before posing another question. "Dean Ji, as an academy, there must be a place for learning." "None." The old man responded bluntly, "Self-study." Yi Xian was once again rendered speechless. "Martial hall." The woman interjected abruptly, still leisurely savoring the chopsticks. The old man turned to Yi Xian and explained, "There is a martial hall located behind the mountain, containing martial arts insights left behind by former students. As for martial techniques, with luck, you might find one or two." "Alas." Yi Xian sighed softly. "I shall go and prepare the meal." With that, he turned and departed. Beside the table, only the woman and the old man remained. The woman set down her chopsticks and inquired, "Where did you find him?" The old man took a sip of wine and replied, "A lucky find at Sangmu Academy." The woman paused in contemplation before asking, "Why him?" The old man stated, "He possesses potential." The woman responded softly, "I alone am sufficient." The elderly man's hand trembled slightly. After a moment, he lifted the wine gourd and took a sip, then softly remarked, "Anji, you bear an excessive burden." The woman responded in a subdued tone, "This is my fate, as well as my responsibility." Upon finishing her words, she turned her gaze toward the outside of the hall. Though they had perished, Their souls remained imprisoned within their bodies. Until she brought them back, they would find no peace, along with elder brother, second brother, and father. The old man gradually closed his eyes. You are the last of the G family bloodline. The woman chuckled softly. Then I am even more duty-bound. The elder shook his head. As for those two, within the borders of Jiang, only Anlangxiu may be capable of contending with them. The woman rose, declaring, "It is all within human endeavor." After uttering this, she strode toward the distance. Upon reaching the entrance of the grand hall, she suddenly halted and smiled. The worst outcome would merely be an additional corpse along the Tsongshan path. With that, she vanished into the distance. Inside the hall, only the sound of the elderly man drinking remained. As night fell, after Yi Xian and Yi Ling had drifted into slumber, he entered the realm prison tower. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Yi Xian inquired, "Senior, do I qualify as a great sword cultivator?" "Indeed," the mysterious woman replied. "Why?" Yi Xian questioned, somewhat puzzled, as he had yet to manifest sword radiance. The mysterious woman explained, "What you currently lack is merely the realm. Once you attain the chi manipulation stage and condense your internal energy with your present physical foundation and your understanding of the sword, you could summon sword energy at any moment." Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. "Do you comprehend the essence of martial arts?" the enigmatic woman inquired. Yi Xian shook his head. The mysterious woman continued, "Your current predicament is that you have prematurely grasped the essence of combat. However, without a foundational journey in martial arts, you cannot truly be regarded as a master. To ascend to the status of a genuine martial arts master, you must first manifest your battle intent. At present, you lack the capability for such transformation. What you need now is to accumulate fundamental knowledge of martial arts, and of course, do not neglect the path of the sword. Furthermore, you may commence your quest for the spirit sword." Spirit sword? Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Where could he possibly seek such a sword? Purchase it? He could not afford it. This posed a significant dilemma. After a brief moment, Yi Xian began his training. In addition to practicing his swordsmanship, he also honed his skills in unarmed combat. The only martial technique he had mastered was the fist break, and upon infusing it with battle intent, he discovered that its power had undergone a qualitative transformation. With the addition of battle intent, the rank of this technique was elevated to at least a low-grade Xian level. In that moment, he truly grasped the terrifying potential of battle intent. Should he comprehend sword intent, the lethal power of a single strike would likely be even more formidable. As night fell and dawn approached, Yi Xian suddenly dashed down the mountain. The elder Ji had informed him that a woman with the surname and was seeking him. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at the foot of the mountain, and before the stone tablet, he beheld a woman clad in white, immaculate and ethereal, whose beauty rendered one breathless. "Anlanxio." Yi Xian approached Anlanxio with a gentle smile. "Missin." Anlanxio nodded, about to speak when suddenly, a carefree young man sauntered over, slinging a black iron rod over his shoulder, his gait unsteady. Upon catching sight of Anlanxio, the man's eyes sparkled with delight. What a beauty! In an instant, Yi Xian positioned himself protectively in front of Anlanxio, casting a glance at the man. "I am rather handsome as well. You can admire for free." The man remained speechless. Chapter 40. Do you know what I like about you? Behind Yi Xian, Anlanxio cast a glance at him but remained silent. In front of Yi Xian, a man scrutinized him and declared, "Kid, I think you need a lesson." With that, he swung a steel rod forcefully towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian's right hand clenched into a fist, a surge of combat spirit coalescing around it. He unleashed his punch. With a sudden explosive sound, a shockwave erupted. Boom! The man was sent sprawling several feet backward, his dark iron rod trembling violently, while Yi Xian staggered back a step, his right hand slightly shaking. The man glanced at his iron rod and then at Yi Xian, exclaiming, "You've got some skill." With that, he hurled the rod at Yi Xian with great force. A sharp whistling sound sliced through the air. Yi Xian, expressionless, met the iron rod head-on with a powerful punch. It was merely a straightforward strike, with a resounding impact. His punch shattered the air. Boom! The iron rod quivered violently, flying back, but just then, a shadow materialized before Yi Xian, and in an instant, a cold gleam lunged toward his throat. Danger! Yi Xian's eyes narrowed instinctively. He could not afford to conceal his intentions any longer. He swiftly rotated his right hand. Buzz! A deep, resonant sound of a sword echoed in the arena, followed by a thunderous crash. A shadow was violently thrust backward by a powerful force, retreating a considerable distance of 10 paces. It was none other than the man himself. Upon halting, he gazed at Yi Xian in astonishment, exclaiming, "You are a sword cultivator." Yi Xian cast a glance at the man and inquired, "Shall we continue?" The man chuckled, "Of course. Who in this lifetime has ever intimidated me, Mo Yunqi?" Just then, Yi Xian abruptly materialized before him, and in the next instant, a glimmer of cold light descended swiftly. The expression on Mo Yunqi's face shifted dramatically. "You are attacking without warning." As he spoke, he wielded an iron rod and swung it sharply upward in a fierce arc, engaging in a direct clash. A piercing clash of metal resounded through the air, and in an instant, Mo Yunqi found himself violently propelled backward once more, retreating a distance of 10 paces. This time, Yi Xian refrained from further assault, instead retreating to the side of Enlancio. He glanced at her and remarked, "I have lost my composure." Enlancio smiled without uttering a word. Yi Xian's demeanor appeared somewhat awkward, or perhaps slightly embarrassed, as if struck by a sudden thought. He turned his gaze back toward Mo Yunqi in the distance and declared, "Let us continue." With that, he charged forth once again. Mo Yunqi was left speechless. Enlancio observed Yi Xian from afar, pondering her thoughts. After a brief interval, a voice resonated throughout the arena, proclaiming, "That is enough." It was the voice of the elder, Ji. As the sound resonated, the old man Ji appeared not far from Enlancio. He nodded slightly towards her, and then cast his gaze towards Yi Xian and Mo Yunqi, who were not far away. However, the two did not pause in their actions. Suddenly, the old man Ji turned his attention back to Enlancio, questioning her about Enguisher's interest in him, referring, of course, to Yi Xian. Enlancio gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and replied, "Indeed." Upon hearing this, the old man Ji narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering whether Enguisher truly understood the implications of his words. Enlancio chuckled softly, asserting that his audacity to stand before thousands of Tang soldiers granted him the right to be her friend. Naturally, they were already friends. Friends. The old man Ji sighed softly. Throughout the entire Jiang kingdom, those worthy of being this young lady's friend could be counted on one hand. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from a distance, and in the next moment, Mo Yunqi was propelled 10 zhang away. Yi Xian chose not to intervene further, retreating to stand beside Enlancio. Mo Yunqi glanced at both Yi Xian and Enlancio, but refrained from taking any further action. The old man Ji looked at Mo Yunqi and declared, "From this moment on, both of you shall be students of the Kanglin Academy." Yi Xian and Mo Yunqi were taken aback. "Students of Kanglin Academy?" Mo Yunqi pointed at Yi Xian, questioning, "Is he also a student of Kanglin Academy?" The old man Ji replied calmly, "What? Is there an issue?" Mo Yunqi turned to the old man Ji, inquiring, "Sir, how many students are there in Kanglin Academy?" Old man Ji remarked, "With you included, there are 3 in total. However, one more is about to arrive, making it 4. 4. Mo Yunqi stood in stunned silence. And after a prolonged pause, he turned and declared, "I am heading to Tsangmu Academy." Ji cast a casual glance at Mo Yunqi. "Are you not interested in the Hung Tian stick technique anymore?" In the distance, Mo Yunqi halted, spinning around to face Ji. "Old man, Grandpa, do you truly believe this academy holds promise, with 4 students?" Ji replied calmly, "You have already signed the enrollment application for Kanglin Academy. If you now venture to Tsangmu Academy, they will have no interest in you." Upon hearing this, Mo Yunqi pointed an accusing finger at Ji, exclaiming, "You are setting me up." Ji shrugged, "I did not force you. It was you who pleaded with me to let you join Kanglin Academy." Mo Yunqi, nearly choking with rage, retorted, "How can you say that? You claimed Kanglin Academy and Tsangmu Academy were comparable." "They are indeed similar," Ji asserted. "Both are located in the imperial capital. Is there a problem with the academy?" Mo Yunqi was nearly at his wit's end, thinking, "This is hardly comparable. They are worlds apart. If he were not at a disadvantage, he would have likely resorted to violence." At that moment, Ji pointed his finger, and a black scroll descended before Mo Yunqi. He glanced at it, and in the next instant, his eyes lit up as he quickly stowed the scroll away. Ji gestured towards the mountain peak. As Mo Yunqi struggled slightly, he cast a glance at the scroll in his hand. Ultimately, he let out a deep sigh and, albeit reluctantly, made his way towards the mountain peak. However, as he passed by Yi Xian and Enlancio, he suddenly turned to Yi Xian and declared, "Once I perfect this scroll, we shall have our duel." Yi Xian shrugged, responding, "I await your challenge." A fight? That was something he relished. Not far away, old Ji interjected, "Kid, this is the imperial capital. You'd best keep a low profile." Mo Yunqi snorted, "Low profile? Old man, do I really need to be modest with my exceptional talents?" With all due respect, is there anyone in the entire imperial capital superior to me? As he spoke, he cast a sideways glance at the horizon, exuding confidence. Isn't Enlancio currently hailed as the top genius of our Jiang nation? That may have been true before. But now, I, Mo Yunqi, have risen. What is Enlancio in comparison? Just wait. One day I shall make her weep. Yuxian's expression was rather peculiar. Beside them, Old Ji shook his head, remarking, I've never seen someone so intent on self-destruction. Just as Mo Yunqi was about to speak, a fleeting white shadow suddenly appeared behind him. His expression shifted dramatically, and he whirled around, swinging his iron rod down with force. Bang! With a thunderous sound, Mo Yunqi was flung backwards. In the next moment, the ground trembled violently, and an eerie scene unfolded before them. A figure incessantly crashed onto the ground, accompanied by anguished wails. This tumult persisted for a full quarter of an hour before the figure finally came to a halt. It was Mo Yunqi, now sprawled on the ground like a puddle of mud, his face grotesquely swollen like that of a pig. Enlancio turned to Yixian and asked, Would you accompany me for a stroll? Yixian smiled faintly, of course. The two walked side by side along a nearby path. Behind them, Mo Yunqi bellowed, Wait. I shall not rest until I avenge this grievance. She is Enlancio. At some point, Old Ji had appeared beside Mo Yunqi. His voice abruptly ceased, and moments later, his head drooped, falling silent. Old Ji kicked Mo Yunqi and exclaimed, Stop playing dead. Get up and continue your rants. What is Enlancio to you? Make her cry. Yet, Mo Yunqi remained motionless. Old Ji uttered no further words. Instead, he seized one of Mo Yunqi's legs and began dragging him up the mountain. On a certain path, Yixian and Enlancio walked side by side. Enlancio spoke softly, I never anticipated that you would join Kanglin Academy. Yixian fell silent. He had not foreseen his unexpected entry into Kanglin Academy, such as the unpredictability of life. Suddenly, Enlancio halted and declared, I am leaving Jiang country. I have come to bid farewell today. Leaving Jiang country. Yixian turned to gaze at Enlancio, who met his eyes with unwavering resolve. I am not entirely at ease with you, she confessed. Yixian shook his head. I do not comprehend. Enlancio took a step forward, drawing closer to Yixian, who could distinctly perceive the faint fragrance emanating from her. She gazed intently at him, stating, Everyone has underestimated you. Even I may have underestimated you. I am unaware of the fortuitous encounters you have experienced, nor do I know the true nature of your hidden strengths, but you instill in me a sense of danger. With that, she shook her head and smiled, adding, In the entirety of the Jiang kingdom, few can evoke such a feeling of peril within me. Furthermore, this sense of danger is not of the ordinary kind. Yixian remained silent as Enlancio continued to walk ahead, with him following slowly behind. After a moment, she spoke softly, Once I depart, it is likely that no one in the Jiang kingdom will be able to truly suppress you. Yet, your temperament is overly impulsive and forthright. I fear that one day, chaos may ensue in the imperial capital because of you. At this point, she turned to look at Yixian and implored, Promise me one thing. After my departure, should you be able, please take care of the Jiang kingdom. Yixian forced a smile and replied, You may be overestimating me. Enlancio responded with a gentle smile, You have yet to answer me. Yixian then solemnly declared, I promise you, to the best of my ability, I shall strive to assist the Jiang kingdom. Do you know what I admire about you? Enlancio suddenly inquired. Your fondness for yourself? Yixian was taken aback, his mind a blank slate. Enlancio also appeared momentarily stunned, realizing that she might have misspoken. However, she offered no explanation, merely smiling before continuing her walk into the distance. Yixian, momentarily taken aback, gradually followed her. For a time, neither spoke, simply walking side by side. After a while, Enlancio halted and produced a jet-black jade pendant, extending it towards Yixian. What is this? He inquired, puzzled. Enlancio replied softly, To the north of the Jiang kingdom, specifically at the location of the Two-Realm City, those powerful factions have discovered a relic, a remnant left behind by a master of swords. They have nearly fully explored it, and within a month, it will be accessible. This is a qualification token sent to me from above. With this jade pendant, you shall gain entry to the relic. For me, entering it holds little significance, but as a swordsman, it should greatly benefit you. Moreover, this site lies within a volcanic region, and there may be incredibly hot substances underground. If you can obtain them, they could be of considerable aid to your sister. However, exercise caution, as not only the top talents of the Jiang kingdom will be present, but also some elite geniuses from other nations. Do not underestimate them. Yuxian pondered for a moment before accepting the pendant. And Lancio smiled gently, farewell. With that, she walked away into the distance. Will we meet again? Yuxian suddenly asked. And Lancio paused, stating, my path may lead me swiftly onward. Yuxian grinned. I will surpass you. And Lancio glanced back at him, smiling. Best of luck. As her voice faded, she turned and vanished at the end of the distant path. Yuxian gazed at the graceful silhouette for a prolonged moment before regaining his senses. With a flip of his left palm, he revealed another jade pendant gifted to him by Lancio. 2 jade pendants. Observing both pendants, Yuxian suddenly broke into a smile, one that appeared somewhat foolish. Having relied on his sister since childhood, he had seldom experienced genuine kindness from others. Even when kindness was shown, it was often accompanied by ulterior motives. However, Lancio's benevolence was a rarity, one that Yuxian vowed never to forget throughout his life. Moments later, Yuxian clutched the 2 jade pendants tightly. Turning to ascend the mountain, a blissful smile lingering on his face, a smile that was endearingly naive. Chapter 41. A blow? Love? Yuxian was perplexed by the notion of love. He had never experienced it before. All he knew was that he enjoyed spending time with Lancio. As he pondered this, he suddenly halted in his tracks. Not far ahead stood an elderly man, the spirit elder, who had previously accompanied Lancio. Yuxian cast a glance at the old man, but remained silent. The spirit elder scrutinized Yuxian before speaking gravely. I am Ling Xiao, a servant in Miss N's retinue. Missin? Yuxian inquired. The spirit elder nodded in affirmation. Yuxian slightly inclined his head. Is there something you wish to discuss? Esteemed elder? The spirit elder replied solemnly. Young Master Yi, what I am about to convey may be somewhat offensive, and I hope for your understanding. Yuxian nodded. Please speak. The spirit elder continued. Although the young lady hails from the kingdom of Jiang, you must have discerned that her background is anything but ordinary. To put it bluntly, those she encounters in this kingdom may ultimately find themselves in a position of reverence towards her, perhaps even lacking the qualification to admire her. Do you grasp my meaning? Yuxian nodded. You wish to advise me to keep my distance from her, correct? The spirit elder affirmed. Young Master Yi, it is clear that you hold a significant position in the young lady's esteem. However, she is not only exceptionally talented, but also backed by forces that are beyond your imagination. Should you harbor any other intentions towards her, I must candidly warn you that life may become exceedingly burdensome. Even in the direst of circumstances, the young lady might also suffer due to your misfortunes. Yuxian fell silent. The elderling cast a glance at Yuxian and said, Young Master Yi, I implore you to ponder my words carefully. Farewell. As he spoke, the space before him suddenly, and in the next moment, Elder Ling vanished into the rift. To tear apart space, such a feat could only be achieved by a formidable master who had reached the realm of enlightenment. Above the realm of chi manipulation lies the realm of airborne, and above that is the realm of enlightenment. The other party surpassed him by several realms, and such a master of enlightenment was merely a servant. Their deliberate display of power was unmistakably clear. After a moment of contemplation, Yuxian slowly ascended the mountain. Feeling the pressure? The mysterious woman suddenly inquired. Yuxian nodded. The mysterious woman continued. The fire spirit within your sister can only endure for a month at most. If you fail to find a substitute within that time, she will be in grave danger. Moreover, the individual confined in the second layer is likely to awaken shortly. Should that occur, and you have not procured the necessary Dao, your demise is inevitable. If you perish, your sister's fate may be even more tragic. Yuxian inhaled deeply, declaring, I must cultivate. I must grow stronger. With that, he quickened his pace. To become stronger is not only for his sister, but also for himself, for survival, and to pursue his own aspirations. It is akin to the worldly folk. Without wealth, what talk of love can one engage in? What discussion of a fulfilling life? Many emotions are often founded upon the basis of wealth. While this is not an absolute rule, it holds true in the majority of cases. Shortly thereafter, Yuxian returned to the front of the Kanglan Hall, and upon his arrival, his expression shifted dramatically. In the distance, Yiling sat on the ground, weeping incessantly, while beside her stood the bruised and battered Mo Yunqi. At that moment, Mo Yunqi was gesturing animatedly towards Yiling, which only caused her to weep more fervently. Witnessing this scene, Yuxian's countenance turned ferocious. How dare you bully my sister? As the words left his lips, a sword materialized quietly within his palm. In the next instant, a powerful pressure, accompanied by a faint glimmer of sword light, surged forth from within him. severing the wild grass before him as though it were nothing. With a single stroke, life and death were determined. Upon witnessing Yi Xian's sudden fury, Mo Yunqi appeared utterly bewildered. Just as he was about to speak, Yi Xian charged towards him, sword in hand. Sensing the formidable power within Yi Xian's blade, Mo Yunqi felt a surge of terror, daring not to confront him directly. He hastily leaped and scaled the wall in a desperate escape. However, as he cleared the wall, it crumbled into dust behind him. What the hell? Realizing the wall had disintegrated, Mo Yunqi's face twitched in alarm, prompting him to hasten his flight into the distance. Meanwhile, Yi Xian pursued him relentlessly, leaving chaos in his wake. Inside the grand hall, Yi Ling watched in a daze as Yi Xian and Mo Yunqi disappeared from sight. Then she hurriedly ran over, and when she reached the wall, Yi Xian and Mo Yunqi had already vanished into the distance. She could only faintly hear Mo Yunqi's panicked voice. "Big brother, I didn't bully your sister. Please calm down." However, soon his voice was drowned out by the sound of clashing swords. Yi Ling stood dazed, wondering what she would do if her brother were to injure himself. After this thought crossed her mind, she swiftly made her way to the courtyard of Old Man Ji. In the yard, Old Man Ji lay on a reclining chair, a wine gourd in his mouth, soundly asleep. Yi Ling grasped his arm and shook it vigorously, anxiously saying, "Grandpa Ji, my brother is fighting that guy. You need to go check." Old Man Ji remained utterly unresponsive, as intoxicated as a puddle of mud. With no other choice, Yi Ling dashed to Ji Anji's courtyard. Ji Anji glanced at Yi Ling, who was filled with worry. "Sister Yi, my brother is battling that person. Would you please go persuade him? I'm afraid he might hurt himself." Ji Anji walked toward Yi Ling and asked, "Can you cook?" Yi Ling instinctively nodded. "I'm hungry," Ji Anji replied. Yi Ling was left speechless. Behind the Kanglin Hall, aside from a vast expanse of abandoned structures, lay a mountain range. At this moment, two figures were racing through a dense forest within the mountains. Leading the way was Mo Yunqi, who, with two swirling winds beneath his feet, moved with the swiftness of a tempest. Following closely behind was Yi Xian, wielding the Lingxiao sword. At this moment, Yi Xian was enveloped in an aura of ferocity, leaving behind a trail of severed flowers, grasses, and trees in his wake. After nearly half an hour of fleeing, Mo Yunqi resolved to confront Yi Xian head-on. However, when Yi Xian unleashed his sword technique, a single sword determines life and death, Mo Yunqi promptly chose to retreat. His iron staff was shattered before it could even approach the glimmer of Yi Xian's Lingxiao sword, shattered without hesitation. There was no chance to engage. Mo Yunqi, in a frenzy, dashed deep into the forest, pursued relentlessly by Yi Xian. Thus, one fled while the other chased, from dusk until dawn. As the first light of day broke, Mo Yunqi returned to the front of the Kanglin Hall, and just as he came to a halt, Yi Xian appeared behind him, poised to strike. However, before he could act, Yi Ling, who had waited by the stone steps throughout the night, rushed over and embraced Yi Xian. Brother, are you all right? Did he hurt you?" Not far away, Mo Yunqi lay on the ground, gasping for air, nearly choking on his fury upon hearing Yi Ling's words. I. At that moment, upon seeing Yi Ling, Yi Xian's demeanor softened slightly. He gently ruffled her hair and asked, "Are you okay?" Yi Ling quickly shook her head. "I'm fine." Yi Xian glanced at the still gasping Mo Yunqi, whose expression had changed drastically, a look of intense wariness crossing his face. "Don't do anything reckless. I didn't bully your sister. You can ask her." Yi Xian then withdrew his gaze and turned to Yi Ling. "What happened earlier?" Yi Ling slightly lowered her head, remaining silent. "What is it?" Yi Xian gently inquired. Yi Ling softly replied, "I was just reminiscing about the time spent with my brother at the Yi family. Back then, he found a bun, and instead of eating it himself, he insisted on giving it all to me. He nearly starved as a result, and I." As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. Yi Xian gently embraced Yi Ling. "Silly girl, those days are behind us. I promise I will never let you suffer again." Yi Ling held on to Yi Xian tightly. "But brother, you must not endure too much hardship either, all right?" Yi Xian smiled broadly. "All right, from now on, we will strive to live well, okay?" Yi Ling looked up at Yi Xian, her sorrow dissipating into a smile. "Okay." Before long, Yi Ling fell asleep in Yi Xian's arms. After carrying her back to her room, Yi Xian approached the front of the Kanglin Palace and sat down not far from Mo Yunqi, who wore an expression of wariness. Yi Xian tossed a wine gourd to Mo Yunqi. "Apologies." Mo Yunqi glanced at Yi Xian, took a swig from the gourd, and then asked, "What was that sword technique you used earlier?" "One sword determines life and death," Yi Xian replied. Mo Yunqi nodded. Impressive. I couldn't withstand it. Yi Xian observed Mo Yunqi. You had 2 swirling winds beneath your feet earlier. Was that a martial technique? Mo Yunqi nodded. The 10,000 miles pursuit technique, a low-grade Xian level. As he spoke, he reclined upon the stone steps, reflecting that had it not been for this martial skill, I might have been cleaved in twain by your sword just moments ago. Yi Xian also lay back on the stone steps, cradling his head in his hands as he gazed into the distant horizon. I am truly sorry. Mo Yunqi shook his head. It is also my fault for being foolish. Upon seeing your sister in tears, I could not resist teasing her, claiming that I had bested you in combat, which only made her weep more intensely. Yi Xian remained silent. At that moment, at the periphery of their vision, a bald man approached them. The man appeared to be around 18 or 19 years of age, with a robust physique that overshadowed both Mo Yunqi and Yi Xian. He was bare-chested, his muscles rippling menacingly. Around his neck hung several bones, some still stained with fresh blood. Mo Yunqi whispered, "This fellow must be another one of our fellow students." Turning to Yi Xian, he inquired, "Shall we teach him a lesson?" Yi Xian pondered for a moment before replying. "Why don't you go first?" Mo Yunqi shrugged. "Very well, I shall." With that, he lightly pushed off with his right foot, propelling himself forward with remarkable grace and astonishing speed, a velocity that left Yi Xian feeling inadequate in comparison. In an instant, Mo Yunqi stood before the bald man, launching a kick toward his shoulder without hesitation. The bald man neither flinched nor dodged. Boom! With a muffled sound resonating through the air, Mo Yunqi was forcefully pushed back several paces, his right foot trembling incessantly, while the bald man remained utterly unmoved. The bald man cast a menacing glance at Mo Yunqi, whose expression subtly shifted. He turned to the nearby Yi Xian and proclaimed, "Let us join forces." Yi Xian approached the bald man, who appeared somewhat vigilant. In that moment, Yi Xian unexpectedly clasped his fists in greeting, exclaiming, "Kanglin Academy welcomes you." Mo Yunqi stared at Yi Xian in astonishment. "You." The bald man returned the gesture to Yi Xian, saying, "Thank you." After this exchange, he glanced back at Mo Yunqi, who awkwardly chuckled. "It's all a misunderstanding." Entirely a misunderstanding. Suddenly, the bald man charged towards Mo Yunqi, whose expression shifted dramatically as he turned to flee. "Yi Xian, you scoundrel, you've betrayed me." Chapter 42. What is there to fear? Just do it soon. The anguished cries of Mo Yunqi echoed from the mountain. At noon, within the Kanglin Hall, Old Master Ji sat in the prominent position, occasionally sipping wine, his demeanor somewhat inebriated and far from lucid. To his left sat Jianji, leisurely licking a pair of chopsticks. To his right was a bald man, who held a string of iron beads that glimmered softly, crafted from an extraordinary material. Beneath the bald man, Mo Yunqi presented a rather pitiful sight, his face bruised and battered, with numerous footprints marring his attire. The bald man cast him occasional glances, his expression far from amiable. At that moment, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Old Master Ji's eyes flew open, while Jianji immediately sat up straight, gripping his long chopsticks, poised for action. Yi Xian and Yi Ling approached, each carrying a plate. Yi Xian bore a platter of roasted chicken, golden and tantalizing, while Yi Ling presented a beautifully steamed fish that stimulated the appetite. As the siblings placed the dishes on the table, Old Master Ji and Jianji swiftly began to eat. Their rapidity astonished both the bald man and Mo Yunqi, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. Even Yi Xian and Yi Ling stood frozen in place, taken aback by the spectacle. Old Master Ji as well, primarily referring to Jianji. His pace of eating can only be likened to that of a bandit. Within mere moments, the roasted chicken placed before him was reduced to nothing but bones, and the fish was left with only its skeleton. The bald man and Mo Yunqi, seated nearby, wore expressions of bewilderment as they had only just picked up their chopsticks. Old Master Ji cast a glance at Jianji and admonished him, "Be a bit more discreet." Jianji licked his chopsticks and then inquired of Yi Xian, "Is there more?" The others were left speechless. After a considerable time, the Hall of Kanglin fell into silence, with everyone gathered around the table. On the table lay 7 or 8 plates, all completely clean. The bald man and Mo Yunqi wore glum expressions, having only taken a few bites. Meanwhile, Yi Xian and his sister Yi Ling exchanged knowing smiles, for they had already satisfied their appetites in the kitchen. At that moment, Old Master Ji suddenly declared, "Allow me to introduce our new arrivals." He gestured towards the bald man. "This is Bai Zhe, hailing from the northern region of Mongshan, a half-demon." The bald man named Bai Zhe stood and offered a slight bow to the assembly, though he shot an unfriendly glance at Mo Yunqi. Mo Yunqi twitched at the corner of his mouth and shot an angry glare at the distant Yi Xian. Yi Xian remained silent. Old Master Ji then gestured towards Mo Yunqi. This is Mo Yunqi from the southernmost border town of Mo. He possesses a light and agile physique, making him exceptionally adept at cultivating speed-based martial arts. He excels in the use of the staff and flying daggers. Yi Xian cast a glance at Mo Yunqi, sensing that this fellow was concealing something. Suddenly, Mo Yunqi pointed at Yi Xian and exclaimed, "Old man, speak of him." Elder Ji looked at Yi Xian and said, "Yi Xian, hailing from the Yi family of Qingqing, a sword cultivator, a grand sword cultivator." Elder Jianji and the bald man exchanged glances with Yi Xian, their eyes reflecting a mixture of surprise and curiosity. A grand sword cultivator. Such individuals are indeed rare within the entirety of the Jiang kingdom, especially one so young. Yi Xian. At that moment, Mo Yunqi abruptly stood up, astonished as he gazed at Yi Xian. "Brother, you cannot possibly be that discarded refuse from Tsangmu Academy. Can you? You are the refuse." Yi Ling suddenly glared at Mo Yunqi, declaring, "I shall no longer prepare meals for you." Nearby, Bai Zhe nodded in agreement. "Do not feed him." Mo Yunqi's face twitched as he gently fanned his own cheek, awkwardly chuckling. "Little sister, I misspoke. Please do not be angry." He realized that within Kanglin Academy, only this brother-sister duo could cook. If they ceased their culinary contributions, he would be left to subsist on grass. Yi Ling snorted coldly, choosing not to respond further. Elder Ji suddenly interjected. "He is indeed the Yi Xian spoken of throughout the imperial capital. The name of Yi Xian has gained considerable notoriety in the imperial capital, particularly under the deliberate promotion of Tsangmu Academy. However, it is not a commendable reputation." Mo Yunqi glanced at Yi Xian and shook his head, exclaiming in disbelief. "Tsangmu Academy truly sets an impossibly high standard. They wouldn't even accept someone like you. When did their admission criteria become so stringent?" Yi Xian simply smiled, choosing not to respond. Old Ji suddenly interjected. "On the back mountain, there exists a martial hall, once a place of learning for the students of Kanglin Academy. You may wander there. Perhaps you will glean some insights. Are there martial techniques available?" Mo Yunqi inquired eagerly. Even cultivation methods would suffice. Old Ji shook his head. "Why not?" Mo Yunqi asked, confused. Old Ji replied nonchalantly, "I sold them all for wine money." The crowd fell silent. Old Ji rose to his feet. "In a year and a half, there will be the triannual life and death competition between Kanglin students and Tsangmu Academy. I do not wish for any of your corpses to be displayed along the path of Tsangshan after that time. Furthermore, refrain from wandering about aimlessly. The students of Tsangmu Academy will surely seek to provoke you at any opportunity." With that, he turned and departed. Jianji suddenly looked towards Yi Xian. "Now, go prepare something to eat." Yi Xian could only respond with a silent expression. Half an hour later, after Jianji had satisfied her hunger, she stood up and offered a friendly warning. "Tsangmu Academy boasts two extraordinary prodigies, one male and one female. The male is known as Fanju, and the female as Bei Chan, both of whom have yet to surpass the age of 20. However, they have already reached the realm of soaring heights, and may even be on the verge of transcending into the ethereal. To put it plainly, within the entirety of the kingdom of Jiang, the only individual capable of surpassing these two is one single person, whom you all undoubtedly recognize. The few present naturally know who this individual is. It can only be in Lanxiu." Jianji continued. "Aside from these two, there are three other remarkable talents beneath them. The identities of these three are shrouded in mystery, but it is known that each possesses a unique ability. Rumor has it that should they join forces, even in Lanxiu would find herself engaged in a formidable battle." At this moment, Mo Yunqi raised his right hand and timidly inquired, Is it still possible to withdraw from school?" Jianji cast a glance at Mo Yunqi, internally musing that it might be too late for such an escape. Sigh. Mo Yunqi lamented deeply, resting his head on the table, utterly despondent over the predicament caused by this old man. Just then, Yi Xian suddenly spoke up. "Since everyone is here, I wish to discuss an important matter with you all." The assembly turned their attention towards Yi Xian. He pondered for a moment before stating, "I have recently discovered that our Kanglin Academy is sorely lacking in daily necessities. We do not have even the most basic items like rice, oil, and salt, nor various other essentials. We are even short on toilet paper. In short, we are in dire need of everything." "Oh dear," Mo Yunqi cried out in despair. his head resting on the table, a visage of utter hopelessness. Yi Xian surveyed the group and declared, I have decided to venture down the mountain to procure some daily necessities, but my funds are insufficient. I urge you all to contribute a little so that we may gather together. As the crowd remained silent, Yi Xian shrugged and remarked, if you choose not to speak, that's perfectly fine. We can all go our separate ways from now on. Yes? Upon hearing this, the corners of Mo Yunqi's mouth twitched slightly. Going our separate ways? Will we be grazing separately in the future? After a brief moment, Baizé produced a bag and handed it to Yi Xian, containing 20 gold coins. Yi Xian accepted it without hesitation, then turned his gaze towards Jianji, who was staring intently at him, making Yi Xian feel somewhat uneasy. After a moment, Yi Xian waved his hand dismissively. All right, you needn't feel obligated to contribute. Do what you must. Without a hint of hesitation, Jianji turned and departed. Yi Xian then glanced at Mo Yunqi, who was observing him with the same unwavering gaze. Yi Xian suddenly slammed his palm on the table, exclaiming, What are you staring at? Hurry up and pay, or you'll be grazing with the rest. Mo Yunqi merely responded with silence. Half an hour later, Yi Xian descended the mountain with his sister. Flanking them were Mo Yunqi and Baizé. This excursion for supplies had yielded quite a haul, and it was clear that he and his sister, Yi Ling, could not carry everything themselves. Thus, he enlisted the help of Mo Yunqi and Baizé. Along the way, Yi Ling was lively and cheerful, bouncing with joy. Yet, as he observed her, a trace of worry clouded Yi Xian's eyes. For at present, the fire spirit had temporarily quelled the cold energy within Yi Ling, but it could only sustain itself for a month at most. In a month's time, should no substitute emerge. With this thought, he retrieved the black jade pendant gifted to him by Lancio. Twin Mountains, Sword Master's Grotto. A visit was imperative. Yi Xian murmured softly. To Yi Xian's left, Mo Yunqi, with a blade of grass between his teeth, hummed an obscure tune, appearing rather flippant. On Yi Xian's right, Baizé walked with his head bowed, immersed in silence. In fact, he rarely spoke. Suddenly, Mo Yunqi interjected, Tell me, you too, do you have confidence regarding the matter a year and a half from now? Yi Xian gently patted Mo Yunqi's shoulder. Fear not, just do it. Mo Yunqi gave Yi Xian a thumbs up. Elder brother, you make it sound so effortless. The question is, can we prevail? Failure would mean death. Our corpse is displayed on the Azure Mountain path. Yi Xian spread his hands. Not do it? What then? Kneel and beg for mercy at Sangmu Academy? Mo Yunqi sighed softly. It's all my fault for being deluded by that old cadre. I was hoodwinked into coming here. Alas, it's a tale of woe. As he spoke, something seemed to occur to him, and he turned to look at Baizé, who was not far away. Big guy, how were you lured here? Yi Xian also turned to Baizé, curious to know how he had been persuaded to come, as normally, no one would willingly come to this place. Baizé hesitated for a moment, then replied, Old Ji said my bones were extraordinary, my talent exceptional, a martial arts prodigy of 1 in 10,000. Saying the future peace of the Jiang kingdom depended on me. Yi Xian and Mo Yunqi stood in place, and after a moment, Mo Yunqi cleared his throat and inquired, Do you believe it? Baizé glanced at Yi Xian and the other, then nodded. Indeed, I do. Yi Xian replied. Chapter 43. Brother, strike him. Upon hearing Baizé's words, Yi Xian shook his head in disbelief. It was astonishing to realize that such innocence still existed in this world. Mo Yunqi cast a sympathetic glance at Baizé, shaking his head in response. Suddenly, Baizé countered, Am I not a genius in martial arts? Yi Xian and Mo Yunqi exchanged glances and swiftly made their way into the distance. Behind them, Baizé touched his bald head, looking rather bewildered. Before long, Yi Xian and his companions found themselves amidst the bustling streets of the imperial capital. Armed with the VIP card for the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, Yi Xian headed straight for the establishment, thinking it foolish to pass up an opportunity. Soon, the trio arrived at the most vibrant area of the city center, where a magnificent 9-story building stood. This was none other than the illustrious Drunken Immortal Pavilion of Qingzhou. Yi Xian entered the establishment with Yi Ling and Mo Yunqi, both of whom were bearing the burden of their toil. Shortly thereafter, a graceful young woman approached them, offering a polite bow. Do you require any assistance, esteemed guests? Yi Xian presented his VIP card, and upon seeing it, the young woman's expression shifted dramatically. She bowed deeply once more and said, Esteemed guest, please follow me. Guided by the young woman, the four entered a lavish private room. No sooner had they seated themselves than they were served exquisite spiritual tea. Moments later, an elderly gentleman entered the room. Upon his arrival, the elder offered a slight bow to Yi Xian and his companions before turning his attention to Yi Xian, inquiring, "May I ask how to address you, esteemed guest?" Yi Xian replied, "Yi Xian." Upon hearing those two words, the elder was momentarily taken aback. He scrutinized Yi Xian and soon confirmed his suspicions. The individual before him was undoubtedly the renowned Yi Xian, whose name echoed throughout the imperial city. The elder maintained a composed demeanor, inquiring, "What may I assist you with, young Master Yi?" After a moment's contemplation, Yi Xian replied, "I would like 300 pounds of rice, 50 chickens, 50 ducks, 10 pigs, 10 cattle, and 5 barrels of oil." Everyone present was rendered speechless. The elder standing before Yi Xian was equally taken aback, his expression one of astonishment. Not far away, Mo Yunqi had retreated to a corner, gazing at the ceiling with an air of unfamiliarity towards Yi Xian. Meanwhile, Baizé appeared exceedingly uncomfortable. What manner of person purchases such provisions at a place like the Drunken Immortal Pavilion? Who has ever seen someone procure rice and oil in such an establishment? After a considerable pause, Yi Xian finally concluded his request, but seemingly recalling something, he added, "Please ensure a discount. Make it 50% off." The elder responded with a bemused silence. Observing the elder's expression, Yi Xian furrowed his brow and questioned, "What? Do you not sell these items?" With a wry smile, the elder replied, "Young Master Yi, it is not that we refuse to sell, but rather that we do not possess such goods." Yi Xian spoke coolly. "The person who provided me with this card mentioned that should I have any needs in the future, the Drunken Immortal Pavilion would be able to accommodate me, provided my requests are reasonable." Alas, it appears he was merely boasting. Upon hearing this, the old man's expression shifted slightly. He quickly bowed deeply and said, "Young Master Yi, please wait a moment. Although our Drunken Immortal Pavilion does not have such items, they are plentiful outside. I shall prepare them for you at once. I kindly ask for your patience." Yi Xian nodded in acknowledgement. "I appreciate your efforts." After the old man bowed again, he turned to leave. Inside the private room, only Yi Xian and his 3 companions remained. At that moment, Mo Yunqi suddenly remarked, "This is a purple card, second only to the black card among the many esteemed guest cards at Drunken Immortal Pavilion. You are quite remarkable." Yi Xian chuckled, "It's merely a card." Mo Yunqi shook his head. "Brother, places like the Drunken Immortal Pavilion can be deemed the most luxurious and prestigious in the imperial capital. It truly takes guts to come here to purchase such mundane necessities." Yi Xian cast a faint glance at Mo Yunqi. "If we do not come here, will we have enough money outside? If not, will you cover the difference?" Mo Yunqi fell silent. Soon, the old man returned, offering a slight bow. "Young Master Yi, we have prepared everything you requested and loaded them onto 2 horse-drawn carriages. We have also arranged for servants to escort you along the way. Is there anything else you require?" Yi Xian clasped his fist in gratitude. "Thank you. How much is it in total?" The old man smiled. "Consider it a complimentary gift." "Complimentary?" Yi Xian chuckled and placed a pouch on the table before him, containing 36 gold coins. "This should suffice. Farewell." Having spoken, he grasped Yiling's hand and led her towards the exit. Baizé and Mo Yunqi promptly followed suit. Inside the private room, the elderly gentleman sighed with a wry smile. He had initially intended for Yi Xian to owe him a minor favor. However, it was apparent that Yi Xian had no desire to incur even such a trifling obligation to the Zhe Xian Lu. After stowing away his purse, the old man exited as well. Before the Zhe Xian Lu, 2 horse-drawn carriages awaited, laden to the brim, and behind them stood 3 massive iron cages, filled with livestock. Fortunately, the Zhe Xian Lu had arranged assistance. Otherwise, he would truly have struggled to transport these goods. Yi Xian turned to Mo Yunqi and Baizé, saying, "Let us depart." The 2 sprang onto the carriage, and Yi Xian, along with Yiling, leapt onto one of the vehicles. Thus, the group set forth with great momentum, heading into the distance. Behind them, the old man glanced at the purse in his hand, shaking his head in disbelief. Throughout their journey, Yi Xian and his companions were undoubtedly the center of attention, as their cargo was simply too abundant. Yi Xian had no choice. The Kanglin Academy lay quite far from this imperial city district, and it was impractical for him to make the trip daily, as it would be a sheer waste of time. Just then, a voice rang out in astonishment. "That is Yi Xian." As this exclamation echoed, countless gazes converged upon him. Taken aback by the attention, Yi Xian himself was astonished. Was his fame truly so widespread? Indeed, it was Yi Xian. In the midst of the gathering, someone remarked, He is merely the discarded refuse that Songmu Academy has cast aside. How disgraceful for Kanglan Academy to accept such detritus. No wonder they are being suppressed and stifled by Songmu Academy. However, I have heard that Nguasher seems to hold him in high regard. Even Nguasher can make errors in judgment. Just look at him. He has only recently entered the Qi transformation stage and has yet to reach the Qi control realm. He is unworthy of even the most menial tasks at Songmu Academy. Amidst the crowd, discussions erupted, devoid of restraint or consideration. Yi Xian remained impassive, understanding the harsh reality of society where many take pleasure in belittling others to bolster their own sense of superiority. Do not speak ill of my brother. At that moment, Yi Ling shot an indignant glare at those around her. My brother has done nothing to offend you. On what grounds do you insult him? Below, a young man chuckled derisively. I shall speak of your brother as I please. Your brother is nothing but trash, discarded by Songmu Academy. What will you do about it? Haha. Yi Ling's face flushed crimson with rage as she pointed angrily at the young man. Brother, teach him a lesson. From the carriage, Yi Xian leaped down, and in the next instant, the young man who had spoken was sent hurtling through the air, soaring a distance of 5 or 6 zhang before crashing against a wall. The young man lay sprawled on the ground upon witnessing this scene. The onlookers were rendered speechless. Did Yi Xian actually strike someone in public? Meanwhile, Mo Yunqi shook his head in disbelief. He realized that while one could afford to offend Yi Xian, it was imperative to steer clear of his sister. Otherwise, one would surely lament their existence. The audacity to assault someone in broad daylight was utterly outrageous. Did he possess no regard for the law? The crowd pointed fingers at Yi Xian, yet none dared to intervene. Yi Xian cast a sweeping glance across the assembly and bellowed, silence. Instantly, the atmosphere fell into a hushed stillness. He scanned the crowd once more, exclaiming, enough of this trivial chatter. If anyone finds me displeasing, come forth and confront me. Who dares? At that moment, a young man suddenly surged from the throng. However, as he lunged towards Yi Xian, he was swiftly met with a punch that sent him sprawling to the ground, unable to rise again. Yi Xian surveyed the surroundings and inquired, is there anyone else? Silence enveloped the area. Many individuals often displayed such cowardice, bullying the weak while fearing the strong. How audacious it was for the dogs of Kanglan Academy to act so brazenly in the imperial capital. Just then, a voice emerged from the side. Soon after, 3 men clad in ink black and white robes approached from a distance. They were students of Songmu Academy. The crowd gasped in astonishment, and excitement rippled through the assembly. The silent individuals surrounding began to murmur once more. Clearly, the presence of the students from Songmu Academy emboldened them significantly. Upon encountering these students, Mo Yunqi narrowed his eyes slightly, while Bai Zai's expression turned cold. In unison, they leapt from their carriage and approached Yi Xian. The rivalry between Songmu Academy and Kanglan Academy is a profound enmity, a hostility that is inherent. Previously, whenever students from these two institutions crossed paths, it invariably led to discord. However, as Kanglan Academy's fortunes waned, its students increasingly opted to steer clear of their Songmu counterparts. 3 students from Songmu Academy approached Yi Xian and his companions. The foremost among them scrutinized Yi Xian and sneered. So, you are the discarded refuse of Songmu Academy. A mere Qi transformation stage? TSK, Kanglan Academy is truly regressing, to the point of harboring someone like you. Just then, Yi Xian Yi Xian did not hesitate. He dashed towards the 3 individuals and swiftly seized the pouches from their waists. Subsequently, he hastened back to the side of Mo Yunqi and Bi's, exclaiming, Run, run. Mo Yunqi and Bi's, who were poised for a fierce confrontation, were momentarily taken aback, believing they had misheard. Meanwhile, Yi Xian had already returned to the carriage with Yi Ling in his arms and set off at once. Having engaged in a brawl and made off with their belongings, the onlookers were left in stunned silence. Chapter 44, A Brawl. Not only Bai Zai and Mo Yunqi, but everyone present was momentarily taken aback. They actually assaulted someone and fled? Bai Zai and Mo Yunqi quickly regained their composure and hastily followed suit. All eyes in the arena turned to the 3 students from Songmu Academy. At that moment, the expressions of these 3 students were filled with sheer ferocity. How long had it been since Songmu Academy had suffered such humiliation? Not only were they attacked, but they were also robbed, and by none other than Kanglan Academy. An utter disgrace. The leading student suddenly bellowed, after them. Without hesitation, he charged forward. The other 2 students closely followed in pursuit. For the three of them, the earlier incident was undoubtedly a profound humiliation. If they did not rectify this disgrace, they would undoubtedly become the laughingstock of Sangmu Academy, and worse, they would tarnish its reputation. For years, it had only been Sangmu Academy bullying Kanglin Academy. When had they ever been on the receiving end? This dishonor could only be cleansed with blood. A chilling intent to kill flickered in their eyes. Yuxian and his companions, burdened with their numerous belongings, moved at a sluggish pace. Before long, the three students from Sangmu Academy caught up to Yi Xian and the others. Yi Xian halted, leaped down from the carriage, and turned to face the three pursuing students from Sangmu Academy directly. Soon, the three individuals drew closer to Yi Xian. The leading young man growled menacingly, "You insolent wretch! How dare you?" Before he could finish his sentence, Yi Xian abruptly vanished from his position, only to reappear directly before him. In that instant, Yi Xian unleashed a fierce kick toward him. The legs swept through the air, creating a violent gust. The young man's expression shifted dramatically, in a moment of panic. He could only hastily raise his left hand in defense. Bang! Crack! With a dull thud followed by the sound of breaking bones. The young man was violently propelled against the wall several yards away. Thud! The wall trembled violently before collapsing, but fortunately, the young man reacted swiftly, rolling backward to avoid being buried beneath the debris. However, just as he came to a halt, a foot landed squarely on his abdomen. Yi Xian gazed coldly at the young man beneath his feet, whose eyes were filled with a feral madness. "If you have the capability, kill me. Otherwise, I will ensure the demise of your entire family." Just then, Yi Xian forcefully pressed his foot down on the young man's body. Crack! The young man's voice was abruptly silenced, blood oozing continuously from the corner of his mouth. In his final moments, his eyes widened in disbelief. Witnessing Yi Xian's lethal act, the two other students from the Sangmu Academy finally began to feel a sense of panic. Previously, their audacity in pursuing Yi Xian and his companions stemmed from an unwavering confidence in their minds. The students of Kanglin Academy would never dare to take lethal action against them. However, reality has proven them gravely mistaken. The two individuals have begun to retreat slowly. Their thoughts no longer occupied with notions of honor or disgrace. Their sole desire is to survive. Meanwhile, Mo Yunqi and Bai Zhe were expressions of grave concern. If their previous encounters were mere trifles, the current situation has escalated far beyond that. Trouble looms large. Not far away, after Yi Xian dispatched the man, he swiftly turned and mounted his horse, exclaiming, "Let us depart." With that, he firmly grasped Yiling's hand and urged the carriage onward into the distance. Bai Zhe and Mo Yunqi hastily followed in pursuit. A quarter of an hour later, a group of men clad in black and white robes arrived at the site where Yu Xian and his companions had been. Upon discovering the lifeless body of the young man on the ground, their expressions morphed into a sinister snarl. Leading this group was a tall figure wielding a black spear, his striking features and commanding presence marking him as one of the three prodigies of the outer academy of Sangmu Academy. "Zhuo Li, Senior Zhuo Li." One of the Sangmu Academy students exclaimed with a fierce tone. "These students from Kanglin Academy have truly become brazen, daring to slay our fellow students in broad daylight. Senior Zhuo Li, I implore you to allow me to fight. I vow to eliminate every last one of those Kanglin Academy students, or I shall willingly end my life at the Academy's gates." Having uttered those words, he was poised to dash forth, only to be intercepted by a spear. Within the arena, all the students turned their gazes towards Zhuo Li. Zhuo Li cast a glance towards the end of the street. "A blood debt must be repaid in blood. Today, let the Azure Wave Academy be annihilated." With that declaration, he surged forward, followed by over 20 students from the Sangmu Academy. In a remote wilderness, Yi Xian and his entourage were galloping away in a carriage. En route, Mo Yunqi glanced at Yi Xian. "Weren't we a bit too impetuous earlier?" Yu Xian replied calmly, "I offered him a chance to live." Mo Yunqi remained silent. Yi Xian continued, "Had we not eliminated him, he would have relentlessly pursued us. Moreover, given the opportunity, he would have shown us no mercy, would he?" Bai Zhe suddenly nodded. "Indeed, he deserved to die?" Mo Yunqi chuckled wryly. "Yes, he deserved to die. But what do we do now that we've killed him? The Sangmu Academy will certainly not let this go." Yu Xian glanced at Mo Yunqi. "If the young ones come, I'll deal with them. If the old ones come, old Ji will handle them. What if we can't win?" Mo Yunqi inquired. Yu Xian shrugged. "If we can't win, we can't win. What else can we do?" As Mo Yunqi was about to say something, Bai Zhe interjected, "Could you refrain from speaking nonsense?" Mo Yunqi. Just then, the trio abruptly turned their heads. 100 yards behind them, a group of people were pursuing them, students from the Tsangmu Academy. Upon encountering those individuals, Yuxian's countenance remained composed as he withdrew his gaze, directing it towards Mo Yunqi in the distance. Do me a favor, take my sister back to Kanglin Academy. Yi Ling wished to voice her thoughts, yet after receiving a stern glance from Yuxian, she obediently fell silent. Mo Yunqi glanced over his shoulder before seizing Yi Ling. In the next instant, two whirlwinds erupted beneath his feet, and in a flash, he and Yi Ling were several dozen zhang away. Yuxian turned to Bai Zai. You should depart as well. However, Bai Zai shook his head. Yuxian chuckled. This matter is of my doing. Bai Zai shook his head once more, stating that they would target him and Mo Jiao Mao regardless of Yuxian's presence. Yuxian smiled and chose not to argue further. He dismounted from the carriage and approached the cluster of Tsangmu Academy students, with Bai Zai at his side. As he beheld the approaching students from Kanglin Academy, Yuxian's expression gradually morphed into one of ferocity. A fight? Yuxian had never feared combat in his life. His realm and strength were not merely cultivated through training. They were forged in battle. Particularly during his early days as the heir of the Yi family, he engaged in fierce skirmishes with members from rival families nearly every day on the streets. For him, fighting had long since become a commonplace affair. Suddenly, Zuoli brandished his long spear, halting a group of individuals behind him. With a cold voice, he proclaimed, I alone am sufficient. As his words echoed, he forcefully stomped his right foot. Boom! The ground shattered instantaneously. Beneath his feet, a sudden gust of air surged forth. In an instant, Zuoli, wielding his long spear, charged towards Yuxian and Bai Zai like a bolt of lightning. The realm of qi control. Yuxian abruptly halted, and at that very moment, Zuoli's spear was already upon him. His body arched backward as if made of paper, narrowly evading the thrust. Simultaneously, he executed a powerful kick with his right foot. Bang! The spear in Zuoli's grasp trembled violently, forcing him to retreat a full yard. Just as he regained his footing, Yuxian lunged at him like a ferocious tiger on the hunt. Zuoli's eyes narrowed slightly, and with a fierce sweep of his spear, he proclaimed, a sweep that conquers thousands. Swish! The spear sliced through the air, tearing it apart, accompanied by a resounding sonic boom. A sinister grin crept across Yuxian's lips. He did not evade, but instead clenched his right hand into a fist and propelled it forward. The force of his punch erupted. This low-tier martial technique, bolstered by his fighting spirit, transcended the typical strength of such techniques. Fist met spear. Bang! With an explosive sound, Zuoli was sent staggering back, both man and weapon retreating several yards, his feet carving deep furrows into the ground as he fell back. As soon as Zuoli came to a halt, Yuxian surged forward once more. In the same breath, he launched another punch at him. Once again, it was a powerful fist, devoid of any intricate techniques. It was a straightforward and brutally forceful strike, a direct clash of overwhelming power. Sensing the power within Yuxian's fist, Zuoli's pupils suddenly contracted. He dared not be careless. An intense surge of energy flowed into the spear in his grasp. With a swift thrust, the spear shot forth, gleaming with a chilling radiance. Simultaneously, a sharp, piercing sound tore through the air, the sound of the spear cleaving through the atmosphere. Before the gaze of the onlookers, the clash of fist and spear erupted once more with unparalleled ferocity. Bang! Upon contact, both Yuxian and Zuoli staggered backward. However, Yuxian quickly regained his footing, while Zuoli continued to retreat. In an instant, Yuxian surged forward once again towards Zuoli. This time, Zuoli found himself with no time to react. Yuxian's fist struck fiercely against Zuoli's chest. Puffed! A mouthful of fresh blood erupted from Zuoli, and he was sent flying, hunched over. Just as Yuxian prepared to strike again, a group of students from Tsangmu Academy charged toward him from behind Zuoli. Upon witnessing this scene, Bai Zai's eyes gleamed with menace. In the next moment, he lunged toward the crowd with fervor. With each step he took, deep footprints marred the ground beneath him. Undeterred, Yuxian also charged headlong into the fray. He feared no one in a one-on-one confrontation, nor did he shy away from a brawl. Wait up, you bastards! A voice echoed from behind Yuxian and Bai Zai. The individual approaching was indeed Mo Yunqi, who arrived with the swiftness of a gale from afar, closing the distance to Yuxian and Bai Zai in the blink of an eye. Gazing at the approaching group of over 20 individuals, Mo Yunqi sneered. Capable of slaying? Yuxian responded calmly. Do you believe they would spare us? Ha! Mo Yunqi guffawed. That was a remarkably foolish question for me to pose. Let's obliterate them. Let them recognize that, henceforth, our Kanglan Academy is not to be trifled with. As the words faded, he clasped his hands together with sudden force. And at the moment of separation, two glimmers of cold light flashed from his palms. Throwing knives. In the distance, two Tsangmu Academy students had their heads instantly severed. However, in the next instant, Mo Yunchi was blasted away by a Tsangmu Academy student. Yet, in a fleeting moment, that Tsangmu Academy student was sent flying by a punch from Yixian. Quickly after, a Tsangmu Academy student collided directly with Yixian. The scene was filled with the sounds of miserable shrieks and wails. Chapter 45, Yi Guoshi, a brawl. The scene was in utter disarray. Although Yixian and his companions possessed formidable strength, the sheer number of students from Tsangmu Academy overwhelmed them. Consequently, during the fray, Yixian and his companions did not gain a significant advantage. After all, those who were able to join Tsangmu Academy were far from being weaklings. However, Tsangmu Academy was not faring any better, suffering devastating losses, with 6 or 7 of its students already meeting a grim fate. Bang! After Yixian sent one Tsangmu Academy student flying with a punch, he was about to pursue his advantage when a spear suddenly pierced through the air. It was none other than Zuoli. Yixian halted, choosing neither to dodge nor evade, allowing Zuoli's spear to strike his chest. Boom! Yixian staggered back for several paces, yet Zuoli's expression changed drastically. Yixian had withstood the thrust with his bare body, a fact that Zuoli had not anticipated. Given this unexpected turn of events, severe consequences ensued. Indeed, Yixian swiftly grasped Zuoli's spear, and in the next moment, he surged forward, delivering a powerful knee strike to Zuoli's abdomen. Bang! Zuoli was instantly sent hurtling several paces away. Thud! He crashed to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth, his internal organs shattered by Yixian's strike. Yixian approached Zuoli, who looked up at him with a face twisted in agony, a look of intense hatred in his eyes. Ayundara as he spoke. He suddenly roared furiously at the surroundings, "Leave!" In that instant, the students of Tsangmu Academy halted. Upon witnessing Zuoli's demeanor, they surged towards Yixian. Yixian cast a cold glance at them, and they promptly froze in place, not out of fear of Yixian himself, but rather in dread of the possibility that he might eliminate Zuoli. Baizhe and Mo Yunchi positioned themselves on either side of Yixian, both bearing injuries of varying severity. Particularly, Mo Yunchi had blood continuously seeping from the corner of his mouth, while Baizhe's upper body was marred by numerous cracks. The students of Tsangmu Academy before them were all at least at the chi manipulation stage, and not just any ordinary practitioners. The combined strength of the 3 of them against 20 was already a formidable feat to still be alive. Before Yixian, Zuoli gradually rose to his feet and once again yelled at the students behind him, "Hurry and leave." He was not foolish after the skirmish. He had realized that he and his companions had gravely underestimated the prowess of the 3 before them. Continuing the fight would only lead to needless sacrifice. Yet, not a single student from Tsangmu Academy made an attempt to flee. At that moment, Yixian abruptly turned and walked away into the distance. Baizhe and Mo Yunchi exchanged glances at the gravely wounded Zuoli and also turned to depart. Suddenly, Zuoli let out a sinister laugh. "What? Do you intend to humiliate me? Huh? As students of Tsangmu Academy, we would rather die than endure the humiliation from those of Kanglan Academy." As the sound fell, under the gaze of the crowd, Zuoli clenched his right fist tightly and then struck his own throat with a powerful blow. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed, and Zuoli's south body stiffened in place. Senior Zuoli. All the students of Tsangmu Academy rushed to Zuoli's lifeless body, tears streaming down their faces. Not far away, beside Yixian, Mo Yunchi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, exclaiming in frustration, "Damn it, it's as if we 3 are the villains. Who is truly bullying whom?" Baizhe rubbed his upper body, and soon, the cracks on him began to gradually heal. He glanced at Yixian beside him, realizing that his physical prowess was remarkable. During the battle, he had noticed that Yixian's physical strength was undoubtedly on par with his own. Yixian softly remarked, "You are impressive too." This was not mere flattery. Thus far, among the younger generation, Baizhe was the only one who could match him in terms of physical strength. Just then, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared before the trio. Dressed in a golden threaded robe, with the emblem of Tsangmu Academy on his left chest, it was Li Xiao, the vice principal of Tsangmu Academy, whom Yixian recognized. The situation had escalated. However, it was to be expected. A death had occurred, and it was bound to cause an uproar. Li Xiu fixed his gaze on Yu Xian, questioning, "You think you can just walk away after committing murder?" Yu Xian scoffed. "Murder? What do you mean? Is it permissible for the students of Kanglin Academy to commit murder, while the students of Tsangmu Academy are forbidden to do so? Or perhaps the students of Tsangmu Academy have all perished, leaving the vice president to seek vengeance?" Li Xiu scoffed, employing the tactic of provocation. "Rest assured, I shall not resort to bullying the weak." As he spoke, he turned to gaze at a distant stone mill. There, sprawled on the ground, lay an elderly man, none other than Old Ji. A sinister grin gradually crept upon Li Xiu's lips. "Old Ji, from this moment forth, I declare war between Tsangmu Academy and Kanglin Academy." Just then, Old Ji abruptly rose to his feet. In the blink of an eye, he grasped a stray wood beside him and casually tossed it aside. Li Xiu's expression shifted dramatically as he clasped his hands together. In an instant, an invisible aura enveloped him. Concurrently, an immense force surged from his hands like a relentless tide. Yi Xian and his companions were thrust back several dozen feet by this overwhelming power. Meanwhile, to their astonishment, the weed soared through the air like a razor-sharp sword, slicing through the force Li Xiu had unleashed, causing even the aura surrounding him to vanish without a trace. With a sharp sound, Li Xiu's right arm was sent flying. The arena fell into a profound silence. Witnessing this scene, Yi Xian and his companions stood in stunned disbelief. Mo Yunqi swallowed hard, exclaiming, "This old man is truly formidable. The next time you converse with him, should you not extend a measure of respect?" Yu Xian was somewhat taken aback. The old man's prowess was indeed rather terrifying. It likely surpassed that of the third-floor master of the drunken immortal pavilion he had encountered previously. In the distance, Old Ji cast a glance at Li Xiu. "Contemplating a battle? Are you certain?" Li Xiu glared intensely at Old Ji. His expression darkened to an extreme. Old Ji took a sip of wine and shook his head, inquiring whether Li Xiu understood why the Kanglin Academy had yet to falter. Pointing at himself, he continued, "Because of me. As long as I draw breath, the Kanglin Academy shall remain open. If you wish to wage war, so be it. You may slay these 3 youngsters, but I assure you, no one under 30 from your Tsangmu Academy shall see the sun rise again. If you doubt my words, feel free to come and test it. In any case, these 3 are merely strays to me. I have no attachment." Upon hearing this, Yi Xian and his companions were nearly incensed. Strays? How outrageous. Mo Yunqi shot a fierce glare at Old Ji. "Shall we teach him a lesson?" Yi Xian turned to Mo Yunqi. "Will you take the lead?" "To hell with that." Mo Yunqi glared back at Yi Xian, sensing his intent to sell him out. Yi Xian, with a serious demeanor, remarked, "Brother, can we please have some sense when it comes to fighting? Only engage if you are assured of victory, all right? It is foolish to fight when you are destined to lose. That's not combat. That's courting disaster." Mo Yunqi. Just then, Old Ji, not far off, glanced at the trio and muttered, "What are you waiting for? Move." As Mo Yunqi and Bai Zhe were about to depart, Yi Xian interjected, "Hold on a moment." All eyes turned to him. Amidst the gazes of the crowd, Yi Xian approached the corpses of the Tsangmu Academy students. He meticulously gathered the coin pouches and weapons from their waists, omitting only that of Zhuoli. Witnessing Yi Xian's actions, the onlookers were astounded. Old Ji even feigned death by lying prostrate on the ground. Nearby, Mo Yunqi hastily approached Yi Xian, tugging at his sleeve. "Brother, could you spare a modicum of dignity? We're in the presence of so many people." Yi Xian retorted with a glare, "Dignity? Do you intend to dine on dignity or sustenance?" Mo Yunqi fell silent, obediently returning to Bai Zhe's side, his face buried in his hands, shaking his head in embarrassment. So humiliating. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yi Xian collected 8 or 9 coin pouches and 5 or 6 weapons. Upon examining the weapons, he noted that they were not ordinary items and could fetch a handsome price. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction before turning to Bai Zhe and Mo Yunqi, who were standing at a distance. "What are you waiting for? Come and assist in harnessing the carriage." The 2 remained unmoved. Yi Xian stated calmly, "Tonight, you shall dine on grass." As the dark clouds gathered, Mo Yunqi hurriedly ran over and leaped onto one of the horse-drawn carriages, while Bai Zhe, after a moment of hesitation, ambled over as well. Thus, under the watchful eyes of numerous students from Tsangmu Academy, Yi Xian and his companions leisurely drove the carriage away into the distance. Old Ji did not leave. Instead, he reclined on the stone mill, appearing to be asleep. Li Xiu cast a fierce glance at Old Ji, proclaiming that today was not an end, but a beginning. With that, he turned and led the group of Tsangmu Academy students away. On the stone mill, old Ji remained with his eyes gently closed, snoring softly. The events that transpired between Songmu Academy and Kanglin Academy spread like wildfire throughout the imperial capital, shocking the entire city. Students from Kanglin Academy had slain their counterparts from Songmu Academy. How many years had it been since such an occurrence? Could it be that Kanglin Academy was on the verge of rising? The entire imperial capital buzzed with speculation. Within the imperial palace of the Jiang Kingdom, in the Yangshin Hall, a middle-aged man clad in luxurious robes perused a confidential report. As he read, he suddenly broke into a light chuckle. Rising. He approached the palace door and gazed towards the horizon. According to the report from Xiaojiu, the young man who once boldly faced thousands of black-armored cavalry from the Tang army in the city of Two Realms had now arrived in the imperial capital, none other than Yixian, the subject of the current fervor. In a dim corner of the hall, a woman's voice suddenly resonated. I have investigated his background. He hails from Qingcheng. Orphaned at a young age, he grew up alongside his sister, dedicating himself tirelessly to the Yi family, only to be ultimately cast aside. In a bid to secure medical treatment for his sister, he brought her to the imperial capital. A middle-aged man glanced toward the corner, a faint smile tugging at his lips, as if acknowledging the superficiality of the matter. From the shadows, a wheelchair emerged slowly, upon which sat a young woman clad in a black dress. She was undeniably beautiful, yet her hair was as white as snow. Moreover, her eyes remained perpetually closed. The woman in black spoke softly. The national scholar treats him with unusual regard. He killed an elder of the drunken immortal pavilion aboard the cloud ship without consequence. The details are elusive. The middle-aged man chuckled. To have survived after slaying an elder of the drunken immortal pavilion is no small feat with that. He returned to his desk, retrieving a golden medallion. He then took a gilded brush and inscribed the character Yi on the front of the medallion. On the reverse side, the words National Scholar were engraved. Suddenly, the middle-aged man turned his gaze toward the woman. Do you not oppose this? The woman retorted, Why should I? It brings only benefits without any detriment. The middle-aged man laughed heartily, then remarked, Many of today's youth are consumed by their own trivial pursuits, particularly those from esteemed families and academies. In their hearts, there is only allegiance to their clans and institutions. As for the nation, it holds no place in their thoughts. That young man, daring to stand against the Tang army at such a moment, without any ulterior motives or seeking personal gain, is truly worthy of the title national hero. With that said, he turned to the woman in the black dress and requested, I kindly ask Master Liu to make a visit to Kanglin Academy on my behalf. Chapter 46. The Collapse of the Mountain. In the Kanglin Academy, within the Kanglin Hall, a gathering took place around a table. Yi Xian and his sister intermittently brought dishes to the table. Each dish, while not exceedingly exquisite, exuded an aroma that was particularly enticing, stimulating the appetite of all present. Nearby, Ji Anji licked his chopsticks, contemplating several times to partake. Yet he was consistently restrained by the glances of Ji Laotu, Bai Zhe, and Mo Yunqi. Should that woman dare to start eating now, they would be left with not even a bone to gnaw. After a considerable time, the 12 dishes were finally served, a splendid variety of both meat and vegetables. Yi Ling obediently dished out rice for everyone before taking her seat beside Yi Xian. Ji Laotu took a sip of wine and remarked, Today was impulsive. The gathering fell into silence. Yi Xian pondered for a moment and then declared, They intend to bully us. Ji Laotu responded, Patience is a virtue. Yi Xian questioned, If we endure, will they truly release us? Shaking his head, he continued, No, the more we tolerate, the more emboldened they become. During my time in Qingqing, I encountered some fierce individuals. The weaker you appear, the more they will take advantage of you. The only way to earn their respect is to confront them. Only when they feel the sting of defeat will they think twice before bullying you. Ji Laotu remained silent. Mo Yunqi too was lost in thought. Ji Anji was solely focused on his meal. At that moment, Bai Zhe suddenly spoke. What he says holds truth. During my time at Mang Mountain, I frequently engaged in battles with the ferocious beasts. When confronted by such creatures, one must resist the urge to flee. The more one runs, the more aggressive they become, relentlessly pursuing the prey. The only viable strategy is to confront them head-on, instilling fear so that they think twice before attacking in the future, or perhaps even retreating. As he spoke, he raised his wine cup beside his bowl towards Yi Xian, exclaiming, Well done. Yi Xian also lifted his cup, casting a glance at the side where Mo Yunqi stood. After a moment of contemplation, Mo Yunqi joined in, and the three exchanged glances before downing their drinks in unison. Once strangers, they now shared a common identity as students of Kanglin Academy. Old Ji refrained from further comments and began to eat. The others around the table devoured their food with the fervor of the famished, and within a mere quarter of an hour, the dishes were completely cleared. After finishing his meal, Old Ji took a hearty swig of wine and announced, "Come to the back mountain at midnight." With that, he turned and departed. Jianji set her chopsticks down and glanced at Yixian, inquiring if there was any more food. Yixian's lips twitched slightly as he pointed to the side, indicating that the kitchen had reserved a little something for her. Jianji nodded appreciatively. "Thank you." With that, she picked up her chopsticks and turned to leave. Yiling dutifully collected the bowls and chopsticks from the table, while Bai Zhe and Mo Yunqi promptly made their escape. As washing dishes was not a task they were willing to undertake. Observing their hasty retreat, Yiling stifled a giggle behind her small hand. With a hint of resignation, Yixian assisted in tidying up before suggesting, "Come, let me help you with the dishes." As Yiling was about to respond, a sound echoed from outside the hall. Yixian turned to see a wheelchair approaching, bearing a woman clad in a black dress. "A word?" The woman in black proposed. Yixian gestured to himself. "Me?" The woman nodded. Yiling offered Yixian a sweet smile. "Go ahead, brother. I can manage here." Yixian gently caressed Yiling's head, cautioning, "Be careful." Yiling nodded, then proceeded to one side, carrying the dishes. Yixian approached the woman in the wheelchair. "What is it?" he inquired, extending her right hand. The woman presented a golden disc that floated towards Yixian. "What's this?" Yixian asked, puzzled. The woman in black stated, "By decree of the sovereign, you are hereby appointed a pillar of the nation." A pillar of the nation. Yixian was taken aback. After a moment, Yixian shook his head and returned the disc, saying, "I cannot accept a reward for which I have done nothing." The woman in black did not receive it. "You defended Two World City against the Tang army." Yixian smiled. "Is that all?" The woman remained silent. Yixian seated himself on a nearby stone step. "That was quite some time ago. To appoint me as a pillar of the nation now. Forgive my candor, but you must have ulterior motives, am I right?" The woman in black maintained her silence. Yixian continued, "Now that I have joined the Kanglin Academy and have clashed with the Tsangmu Academy, let me speculate. If I am not mistaken, the royal family does not wish for the Tsangmu Academy to dominate the kingdom of Jiang. The larger and stronger the Tsangmu Academy becomes, the more detrimental it is to the imperial family and its authority. As you can see, the Kanglin Academy appears to possess the capability to contend with the Tsangmu Academy. Thus, there is a desire to intervene, hoping for a fierce rivalry between the two institutions. Am I correct?" The woman in the black dress intertwined her fingers upon her lap, remarking, "You are far more astute than I had anticipated." Yixian gazed intently at her, declaring, "I do not wish to be manipulated." The woman in black shook her head, stating, "From the moment you joined the Kanglin Academy, you were destined to bear the enmity that exists between it and the Tsangmu Academy. This is a matter of long-standing grievance. There is no right or wrong, only differing positions. As you mentioned, the kingdom of Jiang indeed hopes for someone to balance the power of the Tsangmu Academy. However, this is not the true reason for bestowing upon you the title of national hero." Yixian stepped closer to the woman in black, inquiring, "What is the true reason?" She lifted her gaze, still keeping her eyes shut, and replied, "There is a person who, outside the city of the Two Realms, dared to confront the thousands of black-armored cavalry from the Tang kingdom single-handedly." Yixian fell silent. The woman in black suddenly grasped Yixian's right hand and placed a golden disc in his palm. "Whether from the Kanglin Academy or the Tsangmu Academy, we are all people of the kingdom of Jiang. It is a pity that many have forgotten this. One must possess a sense of national identity and prioritize the nation above all, and only those with capability can be deemed true heroes of the state. You are deserving of this title, which shall impose no limitations upon you. Conversely, in the future, you will be able to receive assistance from the state throughout the lands of Jiang." Upon finishing her words, a mysterious figure emerged behind the woman in the black dress, guiding her to turn and depart. After they descended the mountain, they suddenly halted. Not far ahead lay a drunken old man. The woman in the black dress leaned slightly forward and addressed him, "Old G." The old man remained silent. She continued, "Though there is an ulterior motive, the ruler harbors no ill intentions." The old man shifted his position, aware that the news of the national prodigy must not be divulged, for he could not yet bear the weight of too many gazes. The woman in the black dress leaned forward once more, understanding, "Thank you." With that, the mysterious figure guided her away. The old man continued to snore peacefully. In the dead of night, at the hour of the rat, Yixian, by Zhe and Mo Yin arrived at the back mountain, where a magnificent waterfall cascaded down, measuring over 10 zhang in width, with a furious torrent of water. By this time, Old Ji and had already awaited their arrival. Mo Yin chuckled. Old Ji, are you about to impart some unparalleled martial arts to us? At that moment, Old Ji let out a sharp whistle, and in the next instant, a pitch-black dire wolf leaped forth from the distant forest. The creature stood several zhang tall, its fur gleaming like sharp blades, and its eyes emanated a chilling ferocity. Demon Wolf, Bai Zhe exclaimed, his expression brimming with vigilance. It was at the level of the ascending realm. Old Ji pointed at Mo Yunqi, who was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean, Old Ji? At that moment, a demonic wolf charged directly at Mo Yunqi, its speed so astonishing that even Yixian could only catch a glimpse of its fleeting shadow. Damn it, Old Ji. What madness is this? Mo Yunqi turned to flee, matching the wolf's swiftness, but in terms of endurance, he could not compete with the beast. Suddenly, Old Ji cast a glance at Bai Zhe, who stood tall and unflinching, unperturbed by the monstrous creature. He had fought against such beasts daily on Mount Meng. Old Ji abruptly seized Bai Zhe, who instinctively attempted to resist. Yet, to his horror, he discovered he could muster no strength whatsoever. Before Yixian's astonished gaze, Old Ji shackled Bai Zhe's feet with a chain as thick as an arm. Then, with a swift motion, he hurled Bai Zhe toward the distant waterfall, where he plunged directly into the cascading waters. At that moment, another demonic wolf appeared, leaping beside the waterfall to grasp a chain affixed to the rocky wall. And with a powerful tug, it pulled downward. Within the waterfall, Bai Zhe was swept upstream by the forceful currents, which rapidly left red marks across his upper body. Initially, he seemed all right, but after enduring the onslaught 2 or 3 times, anguish cries echoed from beneath the waterfall. Even Yixian felt a shiver run down his spine at the sight. His own physique was formidable, yet the spectacle was unsettling. However, the torrents surged with an overwhelming ferocity, their currents more fearsome than the sharpest blade. At that moment, Old Master Ji cast his gaze upon Yixian, whose eyelids flickered. This fellow's training seemed rather unconventional. Old Master Ji scrutinized Yixian briefly before shaking his head, stating that throughout the entire imperial capital, in terms of foundational skills, apart from that in Gueshur, you are not inferior to anyone. Yixian chuckled awkwardly, modestly asserting that he was merely average. Old Master Ji fell into silence, seemingly troubled. For the individual before him possessed an exceptionally strong foundation, yet advancement in realm could not be forcibly attained. After a brief pause, Old Master Ji suddenly inquired, "Have you comprehended the will of battle?" Yixian nodded in affirmation. Old Master Ji acknowledged, "Then that simplifies matters." With that, he turned and gestured for Yixian to follow, exclaiming, "Come with me." Yixian hastily trailed behind, with Jianji closely following as well. Soon, under Old Master Ji's guidance, Yixian arrived at the foot of a modest hill, not particularly large, yet still significantly greater than the Kanglin Hall, at least tenfold. Old Master Ji pointed to the small mountain before them and asked, "What is your most proficient martial art?" Yixian replied, "Punch Collapse. It is merely a low-tier martial skill." Old Master Ji gestured towards the hill, commanding, "Use your Punch Collapse to strike this mountain with all your might. And do not cease until you have utterly shattered it." Yixian stood there, momentarily stunned. "Is there a problem?" Old Master Ji inquired. Yixian swallowed hard, then pointed at the small mountain. "Old Ji, have you perhaps had too much to drink tonight? Shall we discuss cultivation matters tomorrow instead?" Old Ji gazed at Yixian for a long while before finally turning away. "Take your sister and leave," he said, and with that, he walked off into the distance. "Fight. I'm going to fight." At that moment, Yixian declared, "Let's fight immediately." With that, he charged towards the distant mountain. Bang, bang, bang. In no time, Yixian's hands were left a bloody mess. Chapter 47, Life and Death Decision. Striking the mountain with fists? Previously, such an endeavor was beyond Yixian's wildest dreams. Yet now, he was resolutely engaged in it. He and his sister must remain at Kanglin Academy. Firstly, the esteemed Elder Ji possessed the ability to heal his sister. Secondly, should they depart from this sanctuary, bereft of Elder Ji's protection, both he and his sister would undoubtedly face dire consequences. He had to stay here. For the sake of his sister, he would not hesitate to level not just one mountain, but 10. Observing Yixian relentlessly pummeling the mountain from a distance, Jianji suddenly remarked, "You should allow them to leave." Elder Ji shook his head, declaring that should they leave now, they would surely perish. Jianji retorted. They should never have been allowed to come here in the first place. Elder Ji turned his gaze towards Jianji. Acknowledging that their arrival at Kanglin Academy meant they would have to confront Songmu Academy. However, was this not also an opportunity for them? Moreover, had they not encountered me, each of them would be leading lives far more miserable than their current plight. Jianji fell silent. Elder Ji then looked towards Yixian, asserting that regardless of their reasons for coming to Kanglin Academy, they were now its students, and they must embrace that identity. Therefore, I shall take full responsibility for them. After speaking, he turned to leave, but after taking a few steps, he collapsed drunkenly to the side. Jianji did not offer assistance, for she had grown accustomed to it. She turned her gaze back to the distance, where Yixian continued to furiously strike the mountain. However, compared to the entire mountain, he hadn't even managed to dislodge a fraction of it. Conversely, his hands were now utterly mangled and bloodied. Jianji shook his head and turned to depart. As Old Man Ji had stated, now that he was a student of Kanglin Academy, a lack of strength would inevitably lead to his corpse adorning the mountain path one day. Under the cloak of night, Yixian continued to pummel the mountain with his fists, inwardly inquiring, "Senior, is this method truly effective?" The enigmatic woman remained silent. Yixian repeated his query twice more. Yet the mysterious woman offered no response. Resigned, he could only persist in his relentless assault. Was it painful? Assuredly, although he had attained the golden body realm, rendering his physical form far more robust than that of an average martial artist, this did not imply invincibility. Nevertheless, he harbored no doubts regarding Old Man Ji's method. While he remained uncertain of its purpose, he sensed that enlightenment was imminent. Time elapsed swiftly, and dawn's arrival was nigh. Yixian ceased his assault. The moment he halted, Old Man Ji materialized before him, tossing him a bundle of herbs. "Crush these," he instructed, "and apply them to your fists and arms." Having spoken, he turned and left. Yixian unwrapped the bundle of herbs and vigorously crushed them. Subsequently, he smeared them upon his arms. The instant the herbs made contact with his skin, he leaped up in agony. The pain was excruciating. The herbs felt like searing hot iron against his flesh, an unbearable burning sensation. However, he persevered, enduring the torment, because he observed that the lacerations on his hand were gradually mending. Verily, this trivial discomfort was of no great consequence to him. One must understand that the agony he endured while cultivating the concealed golden body realm was genuinely unforgettable, a memory that still evokes trepidation. Moments later, Xian Yi examined his arms, now crimson, akin to a red-hot iron. He pivoted and once more charged toward the small mountain. Bang, bang, bang throughout the area. A series of explosions resounded incessantly. Thus, these detonations persisted until the stroke of noon before ceasing. Time for luncheon. Xian Yi proceeded to the cascade to cleanse himself. As he was about to depart, a figure surfaced from beneath the waterfall, none other than Bai Zhe. At this juncture, Bai Zhe's torso had completely shed a layer of skin, a truly gruesome sight. Bai Zhe clambered to the boulder, tossing a packet of herbs to Xian Yi. Do me a favor." Xian Yi retrieved the herbal package and approached Bai Zhe, proceeding to grind the herbs within. Subsequently, he applied the herbs to Bai Zhe's person. Bai Zhe audibly inhaled, nearly crying out, yet he staunchly suppressed it. Nevertheless, his entire being trembled. Observing the gradual healing of Bai Zhe's wounds, Xian Yi remarked softly, "These herbs are efficacious." Bai Zhe inhaled deeply and responded, "Assuredly, these are superior spirit herbs, a single leaf of which could fetch no less than 50 gold coins." Yixian suddenly came to a halt, glancing at the remaining herbs in his hand. "Really?" Bai Zhe nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, without a doubt." After a moment's hesitation, Yixian suggested, "Why don't we forego the application and sell these instead?" "Do not jest, my brother." 50-50. Hurry and apply it. 70-30. Can I strike you down? Half an hour later, Yixian and Bai Zhe returned to Kanglin Palace, where they found a man sprawled at the entrance, none other than Mo Yunqi. Mo Yunqi lay there, his legs twitching uncontrollably. Last night, he had been pursued relentlessly by a demonic wolf, nearly exhausting his legs in the process. Yixian cast a glance at Mo Yunqi before turning to leave. After another half hour, everyone gathered around the table, and the atmosphere felt distinctly different today. Once Yiling had served everyone their meals, Mo Yunqi immediately began to feast. Bai Zhe, after a moment's contemplation, joined in the fray, while Yixian indulged without a hint of decorum. After a night of cultivation, he felt both exhausted and famished. Seeing Yixian devour his food, Yiling felt a pang of sympathy. She hurriedly ladled a bowl of soup for him and gently patted his back. "Brother, eat slowly. Take your time, don't choke." Not far away, Mo Yunchi cast a glance at the sibling duo, then sighed softly, pondering why others had such obedient sisters, whereas his own. With that thought, he returned to his relentless eating. At this moment, the elderly Ji rose and declared that henceforth, no one was permitted to descend the mountain casually. After uttering these words, he turned and departed. "Why?" queried Mo Yunchi suddenly. Ji did not halt his pace, retorting that if one wished for death, they could descend. Mo Yunchi glanced at Jianji, who licked his chopsticks and mentioned that some students from Tsangmu Academy had come down from the mountain, eagerly awaiting their descent. Mo Yunchi scoffed, dismissing them as inconsequential. Jianji cast a sidelong glance at Mo Yunchi, remarking that while he might be able to defeat one, could he triumph over 10? Moreover, it was rumored that disciples from the inner court had arrived. In any case, one should not underestimate Tsangmu Academy. During their last encounter, they had underestimated you and were caught off guard. However, this time would be different. Those who dared to come would not be mere weaklings. Of course, if you find cultivation tedious and seek a bit of excitement, you may descend and engage them in combat. With that, she rose and made her way to the kitchen, for Yixin always saved her a portion of food. After finishing his meal, Yixin changed into another set of attire and continued to strike the mountain. Meanwhile, Bai Zhe returned to the waterfall, while Mo Yunchi ventured into the vast mountains, accompanied by the ominous presence of a demon wolf behind him. On the rear mountain, Yixin relentlessly pounded his fists against the rock face. With each strike, he infused his battle intent, and initially, all seemed normal. However, gradually, he sensed that his battle intent had grown stronger. Not only his battle intent, but even the force behind his punches had also intensified. Upon realizing this, Yixin's heart swelled with joy, for it was evident that this method of cultivation proved remarkably effective. Consequently, he redoubled his efforts. Thus, every day, Yixin and his companions engaged in their training. Day after day each day, students from Tsangmu Academy would gather at the foot of Kanglin Academy, initially biding their time, hoping to catch a glimpse of Yixin and his companions descending the mountain. However, as time passed, it became increasingly clear that Yixin and his friends had no intention of coming down. Consequently, some individuals began to ascend the mountain in pairs. Leading the group was a young man clad in a brocade robe, around 20 years of age, tall and imposing, with 2 short blades slung at his waist. This individual was none other than Chen Yan, one of the 3 prodigies from the outer court of Tsangmu Academy. Following Chen Yan were 6 students from Tsangmu Academy, each a pinnacle practitioner of qi manipulation, their auras robust, clearly the elite among the outer court. Suddenly, one of the students beside Chen Yan spoke. "Senior Chen Yan, I have inquired and discovered that the trio of Yixin possesses formidable strength, particularly Yixin himself, who is reputed to be a swordsman. Even Guesher regards him with special consideration. We must not underestimate them." Chen Yan nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Indeed, one could not afford to be careless, as Zuoli had perished due to such negligence. Yet, it was not surprising. He, too, had previously underestimated the students from Kanglin Academy. As he spoke, he raised his gaze upward. The deaths of Zuoli and the others served as a sobering reminder for them all. The group nodded in agreement. The Kanglin Academy may have underestimated the Changmu Academy once, but it would not make the same mistake twice. After all, it is a millennium-old institution, and its graduates are far from foolish. Soon, Chen Yan and his companions arrived before the Kanglin Hall. At the entrance, a young girl was washing clothes. This girl was none other than Yiling. Upon spotting Chen Yan and the others, Yiling hastily turned and fled, seeking refuge in the courtyard of old Master Ji, who lay in a chair, exuding the familiar and unpleasant scent of alcohol. Yiling approached old Master Ji's side and gently nudged him, her voice tinged with urgency. "Grandpa Ji, wake up quickly. They are coming." Yet, old Master Ji remained unresponsive. At that moment, Chen Yan and his group had reached the entrance of old Master Ji's courtyard. Seeing this, Yiling quickly hid behind old Master Ji. Chen Yan cast a glance at the old man reclining in the chair, then performed a slight bow, introducing himself. "I am Chen Yan, a student of the Changmu Academy, here to seek guidance from the students of Kanglin Academy." With that, he fixed his gaze upon old Master Ji and declared, "Let it be a life-and-death challenge." A life-and-death challenge. The entire imperial capital was watching the Changmu Academy. Should it fail to avenge Zuoli and the others, it would undoubtedly tarnish its reputation, while the prestige of Kanglin Academy would soar. Most importantly, Changmu Academy had suppressed Kanglan Academy for so many years, they could not afford any slip-ups in this generation. Otherwise, the students of this cohort would bear the shame of being associated with Changmu Academy. At that moment, Old Ji suddenly spoke, urging them to proceed to the back mountain. Chen Yan and the others turned to depart. On this day, it was destined that only one faction of the Academy's disciples would survive on the back mountain of Kanglan.